Chapter 5297. A bowl of soup to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai was not even done raising his current 3 disciples, so how could he take on another? To him, 3 disciples were already sufficient. In his life he was proficient in 3 grand daos, and so 3 disciples was just right to receive 1 inheritance each. It made him feel a little ashamed to say that he had not done his duty as a master to his 3 disciples, only tutoring them earnestly during their time inside of his small universe. Since they came out of his small universe, not to mention teaching them, even seeing them was difficult. Yang Kai did not even know how the 3 little ones were doing now, but obviously, with their aptitudes, and them living in the open heaven realm cradle of the star boundary, their future achievements should be boundless. The old ancestor said after pondering for a moment, "Dawn is already full at 50 members. Reasonably, you can't accept anyone else. However, since you asked, we can make 1 exception just this once, but it will not become a precedent." "Many thanks, old ancestor." Yang Kai bowed. Over on the other side, Xiao Kai also thanked them with great glee. With the golden word from the old ancestor, it meant that she was one of Dawn's members from now on. The old ancestor waved her hand and looked thoughtfully at Yang Kai. "Was it worth it to you, exchanging such a large merit for this condition?" Yang Kai smiled. "Merits are dead but people are alive. These things cannot be compared." The old ancestor nodded lightly and stood up from her seat. "I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep." Saying so, she disappeared in a flash. "Farewell, old ancestor." Everyone stood up in unison and saluted. With the old ancestor gone, the atmosphere also became livelier. The crowd mingled with each other, exchanging glasses and drinking freely. As they chatted, Su Linggong was stunned to learn that the soup was made from the beef gifted by Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor, and soon he sank into a state of introspection. All eyes turned to him. The aura inside of Su Linggong's body suddenly fluctuated in a not-too-natural way, and the noise in the courtyard transformed into noises of wonder and excitement. Holding the wine cup in his hand, Su Linggong grinned. "I thought there was something strange about this soup, but it turns out it was a gift from an old ancestor. Its effects are extraordinary indeed. After gaining such an opportunity today, I can't let the old ancestor's kindness go to waste. I will go and advance to the 8th Order at once. Everyone, please wait for my good news." With those words, he drained his wine and took to the skies, his aura still fluctuating incessantly. He left the crowd to stare at each other and click their tongues in wonder. Yang Kai did not say much when he took out the beef and handed it to Feng Ying and the others to make soup with, only informing them about its source. The rest of Dawn was filled with anticipation. After all, it was a gift from an old ancestor, so it might have some extraordinary effects. But when they heard what old ancestor Xiao Xiao said after drinking the soup, there was no way that they did not know that this beef was just an ordinary thing without any special effects at all. Only that the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass had raised the ox well, and so the meat was able to impart a deep flavor to the soup. Su Linggong came later, and did not hear what old ancestor Xiao Xiao said. He did not know the truth of the matter, and only heard by chance that it was a gift from an old ancestor, so it was a real surprise that he had been blessed by it. Both Su Linggong's disciples were confused at the strange reaction of the crowd, so Qin Kuei asked Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, what's going on?" Yang Kai laughed. "It's nothing. Martial Uncle Su is advancing to the 8th Order. This is a rare opportunity, so I will go and stand guard for him." As he spoke, he had already taken to the air. Rather than call it standing guard, it was more accurate to call it observing and emulating. In fact, the moment Su Linggong departed, Great Evolution Pass was filled with countless figures taking to the air, a number of whom were in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. They had also sensed the fluctuation of Su Linggong's aura, and realized that someone was going to break through to the 8th Order. Even if none of them knew him before today, they would still take the initiative to stand guard for him. Most of these people were in the 7th Order, and among them, many were also qualified to take the same step. In the Black Ink battlefield, even though a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master advancing to the 8th Order was not a once-in-a-millennium event, it wasn't common either. It was rare for them to encounter such an opportunity, so they would naturally take this chance to observe the process, so that when it was their turn to break through in the future, they at least had an example to learn from. The qualified 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Dawn also followed suit. Those under the 7th Order did not move. Their goal for the time being was to advance to the 7th Order, so Su Linggong's breakthrough was of little use to them. Premature exposure would not be beneficial to their cultivation either. Fengning flew side by side with Yang Kai, asking through her divine sense, "That meat, is there some sort of mystery behind it?" Yang Kai laughed. What mystery could there be? The old ancestor said that it was just an ordinary item. You drank the soup too, but did you feel anything special about it? Fengning shook her head. Yang Kai said, "This is likely just Martial Uncle Su's opportunity. Speaking of which, it has been many years since Martial Uncle Su advanced to the 7th Order, so he should have reached the critical point to advance to the 8th Order. During the attack on the royal city, he was heavily injured, so perhaps he gained some insight while teetering between life and death. When he heard that the meat was a gift from an old ancestor, he formed a preconceived notion that it was some sort of divine treasure. Perhaps that spark of inspiration was all he needed to make this next step." This was Yang Kai's guess, but it should be close to the truth. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Su Linggong would suddenly sense an opportunity for a breakthrough. This was not the work of the old ancestor's gift, but rather Su Linggong's own opportunity. In the void, Su Linggong stood alone with the aura inside his body churning like a tidal wave. He was making the final preparations before advancing. Millions of kilometers away, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood ready in case anything were to happen. Even though they wouldn't be of much help if something critical went wrong during Su Linggong's breakthrough, they could still provide a small amount of guidance, which may turn the situation around for Su Linggong at a crucial moment. Further out were the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, watching from afar. Even old ancestor Xiao Xiao in Great Evolution Pass was looking over in his direction at this moment. The battle to retake Great Evolution Pass caused nearly half of the Great Evolution Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to be lost. Now that there were signs of a 7th Order Master making a breakthrough, she naturally would not ignore it. Breakthroughs in the Open Heaven Realm were different from those below it. Below the Open Heaven Realm, the advancement to a new great realm was accompanied by a baptism from the heavenly way, which was naturally a risk that came from the outside world. However, after a small universe was created inside the body of an Open Heaven Realm Master, breaking through each order was really an advancement in one small universe, so all of the dangers came from within, which could be said to be even more dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause irreparable damage. As time passed, Su Linggong's aura tumbled more and more violently. Where he stood, a small universe vaguely appeared, and this entire world was expanding and contracting, changing incessantly. That small universe was a manifestation of his martial Tao, and all he had comprehended on that journey. As time passed, the small universe gradually grew in size. This growth was destined to break through the limits of the 7th Order and reach the ranks of the 8th Order. The breakthrough took just over a month, which was considered an extremely short amount of time. As expected of Su Linggong as a veteran 7th Order, he had a strong heritage and a solid foundation, so even though the advancement process was not completely smooth, it was still calm and steady. It was clear that he had been preparing for this day for many years. Every Open Heaven Realm Master with plans to advance to the 8th Order was the same. Without sharpening one's spear before battle, who can guarantee that nothing will go wrong? At one point, when the might of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm swept through the void, a long cry rang out filled with emotions of joy. On that day, Yinyang Cave Heaven's Su Linggong successfully advanced to the 8th Order outside of Great Evolution Pass. This was the first human 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to advance in Great Evolution Pass after more than 30,000 years, so it bore great significance. The 8th Order Division commanders who had been standing guard for more than a month all came forward to congratulate him. Su Linggong exchanged pleasantries with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all around with a wide grin on his face, greeting them warmly and happily. It was a proud moment in his life, so why dampen it with restraint and humility? The old ancestor also withdrew her divine sense, and soon after, Yang Kai felt a faint fluctuation of space principles, appearing for just an instant in Great Evolution Pass. The corners of his mouth twitched as he realized that the old ancestor had used the space beacon. Her intentions were so obvious that even a child could understand. This was a happy event for the humans, so how could the old ancestor not go to the royal city to report the good news? Who knew whether the royal lord was sick of her yet? Let's go. Yang Kai called out to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Dawn. Everyone gained something during this observation session. At the very least, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters knew what they should do, and had a better idea of what they were going to encounter when they advanced to the Eighth Order in the future. This was very useful knowledge for them, and it would save them from having to go through some detours. On the way back, everyone was chattering loudly, with only Feng remaining silent. Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to this small detail along the way, and it was only when they returned to the courtyard that Feng said, "Squad leader, I want to enter retreat." Yang Kai looked at her a little surprised. "Did you have an epiphany?" Feng nodded. Yang Kai smiled. "That's good. In that case, you better not delay it. Hurry and enter retreat." Feng did not hesitate to return to her abode at once, activating the spirit array to isolate herself, and began cultivating in retreat. For Su Linggong to advance to the Eighth Order with one sip of soup was surprising enough, but now, it seemed possible for that soup to birth two Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai even began to question whether there truly was some sort of mysterious effect from that beef given to him by the old ancestor. However, he did not notice anything special from the soup he drank, and even old ancestor Xiao Xiao herself said that it was just an ordinary thing. Ultimately, opportunities were mysterious and unpredictable things. For many of Dawn's members, the soup was just a tasty meal, but for Su Linggong, it was an opportunity for a breakthrough. Observing and emulating Su Linggong's advancement then resulted in an opportunity for Feng. Opportunity after opportunity, it was a mysterious and inexplicable thing. Yang Kai had no idea where his own opportunity lay, but he knew that even if an opportunity were to appear in front of him right now, it would be difficult for him to grasp it, because he did not have sufficient accumulation in the Seventh Order yet. Only when he had raised his cultivation to the limit and accumulated enough experience would he have a chance to advance to the Eighth Order. Still, Yang Kai had an advantage that could not be matched by others. There were countless living beings inside of his small universe being born, living their lives, growing old, getting sick, and dying, constantly increasing his world force. Additionally, the World Tree clone was always refining that world force, allowing it to become purer and denser than any other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The purity of his world force was the foundation that gave Yang Kai the power to suppress his peers in the Seventh Order. Despite being in the same realm, he was able to exert power several times that of an ordinary Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he was naturally much stronger. In the long run, it would also provide him with a lot of help when he advanced to the Eighth Order. Yang Kai had no idea how long it would take for him to reach a breakthrough, but he estimated that it would take at least 1,000 years. Advancement in the Open Heaven Realm had always been a long journey without any shortcuts. Chapter 5298, Going to the No Return Pass. The renovation and reconstruction of Great Evolution Pass was in full swing. As a Grandmaster Artifact Refiner, Yang Kong was extremely busy too. He collaborated with other artifact refiners to refine different large-scale artifacts, and then installed these artifacts as array cores in various areas all across Great Evolution Pass. Now that the pass space arrays had been fully repaired, many messages from the outside world could be transmitted through it. As a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai didn't have many qualifications to have access to any confidential information, but much news of victory was actually purposefully disclosed by the higher-ups, so everyone would eventually be aware of them. There was plenty of news of victory, as the human race's disadvantage on the Black Ink battlefield appeared to have vanished overnight. The battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race resulted in a resounding triumph for the latter in most of the recent battles as opposed to the constant stalemates of the past. On the whole, the Black Ink Clan's forces seemed to be on the back foot. The human race joyously marched across the battlefield in celebration. And just like at Blue Sky Pass, forward bases were constructed in the direction of the Black Ink Clan royal cities, to reduce the Black Ink Clan's capacity for movement. This was the change in the situation that had been in a deadlock for countless eons. On the battlefront, the purifying Black Ink battleships, Black Ink pills, and void yin-yang mirrors all played critical roles. If one traced back all of these innovations, it could be seen that there was one person behind them. Even taking the entire history of the Great War into account, this individual was without a doubt the one who caused the greatest change on the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai's days were incredibly busy, but equally fulfilling. It was even fair to say that the lives of the tens of thousands of soldiers in Great Evolution Pass were all fulfilling. On usual days, they would be busy repairing the pass. Then they would cultivate during their breaks. Originally, it was estimated that Great Evolution Pass repairs would take 100 years. But in reality, everything was only finished after almost 200 years. The Great Evolution Pass of this day was completely different from when it was occupied by the Black Ink Clan previously. It took about 200 years, tens of thousands of people from the Great Evolution Army, and enormous amounts of energy and resources to restore it back to the state of more than 30,000 years ago. It could be said that Great Evolution Pass was not any weaker than any of the Great Passes now. With the current Great Evolution Pass and the Great Evolution Army, the Black Ink Clan would never retake it, even if their foundation was restored. Not to mention, the Black Ink Clan could only turtle around the royal city, too afraid to cross the humans. For the past 200 years, old ancestor Xiao Xiao occasionally disturbed the royal lord, forcing him to remain on alert at all times. After such a prolonged period, rather than his injuries showing signs of improvement, they had worsened. He was, without a doubt, the most miserable royal lord among all other royal lords. Though Great Evolution Pass had been restored, the soldiers remained in a state of heightened tension. Everyone was waiting for the crusade to begin. The crusade was initially a secret, which only the highest-ranking members of the human race were aware of. However, over time, the soldiers of the lower rankings became aware of the direction the human race was taking. Naturally, after the seemingly unintentional disclosure by the higher-ups. The war with the Black Ink Clan had continued for far too long, so long that it was impossible to trace it back to when it began. Throughout these endless years, the elite Open Heaven Realm Masters of the 3,000 worlds were deployed to this battlefield one after another to wage war with the Black Ink Clan generation after generation. All their sacrifices were to protect the human race's last line of defense. Throughout these years, the human race had suffered countless losses. This situation could not persist indefinitely. Every generation strived to make a difference and eliminate all possible future problems. Yet, there was nothing they could do about it. But now that the stalemate situation had been broken, the human race was no longer on the defensive, and had what was necessary to take the fight to the enemy. If they had an opportunity to end the Black Ink Clan once and for all, the humans on the Black Ink battlefield would sacrifice anything to seize it. For this reason, a crusade was required, and it must be a joint crusade of all humans in every Great Pass. Only with this could the Black Ink Clan be eradicated. Otherwise, if any single one of the Black Ink Clansmen escaped from the battlefield, the war would continue. This cooperation and coordination between over 100 Great Passes was not an issue that could be addressed overnight. The planning alone would take at least 100 years. Additionally, Yang Kai's purifying light accompanied by the evil purging divine spear that Grandmaster Ma Fan created would be the greatest weapon to support the human race in this crusade. That was another reason why Yang Kai was so busy these days. During the last 10 years of Great Evolution Pass restoration, a great number of evil purging divine spears were delivered through the space array and given over to him. Once he received the spears, Yang Kai would need to personally seal purifying light into each and every single one of them. There was no way to seek the assistance of others in this matter, because only he had the ability to use purifying light. More than 100 Great Passes refined evil purging divine spears in enormous quantities during the years when the Great Evolution Army was reclaiming and restoring Great Evolution Pass. The number was simply uncountable after the accumulation of over 300 years. All of these evil-purging divine spears were transported to Great Evolution Pass, so what was presented before Yang Kai was a literal mountain of them. As a result, he had to drive the purifying light to seal it into those spears nonstop. It was terribly dull doing the same thing over and over again. Yang Kai had no idea how many times he had used purifying light too. All he knew was that the amount of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe kept decreasing. At this time, he was grateful that he had taken enough yellow and blue crystals from the chaotic dead territory. After all, he had no idea when or even if he could acquire more if they ran out. During this period of sealing purifying light, evil-purging divine spears were still occasionally transported from other great passes. It was until a few years ago that the number finally began to reduce. Only after another few more years did Yang Kai finish dealing with all the evil-purging divine spears. Yang Kai hadn't counted, but he could feel that there were at least tens of millions of evil-purging divine spears sealed with purifying light. As a result, almost half of the yellow and blue crystals in his small universe had been used up, showing how huge the consumption was. There were two types of evil-purging divine spear, one designed for use against feudal lords, and the other for territory lords. The former was easier to refine and also required lesser purifying light. As such, almost 90% of all the spears were of this rank. The latter was no more than 10%, but that was sufficient. Tens of millions of evil-purging divine spears were divided among the 100-plus great passes, with each one receiving almost 100,000 spears. If such a number couldn't make the crusade a success, then the human race should just give up any hope of defeating the Black Ink clan. In Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai was summoned to the abode of old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Some time ago, he finished dealing with the evil-purging divine spears, and he had been cultivating in retreat ever since. The crusade was quickly approaching, so he was keen to enhance his personal strength, because only after he grew powerful enough would he be able to make a real difference in the approaching battle. However, he received a summon from old ancestor Xiao Xiao after only a few days of retreat. When he saw the old ancestor, he realized that, as rumored, the old ancestor was not in a good mood. In recent years, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been disturbing the royal city regularly. Despite the fact that she went and returned whenever she pleased, she was still not in a pleasant mood for some reason. Yang Kai arrived and said cautiously, "Old ancestor, you asked for me? And I want you to travel to the no-return pass," old ancestor replied. The no-return pass? Yang Kai was taken aback when he heard the words. What for? He had heard about the no-return pass many times before. Although this was the human race's final line of defense, it was personally defended by the Dragon and Phoenix clan, with numerous other strong divine spirits among them. According to the information Yang Kai had acquired, a former Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress collaborated back in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land in a great war against the Black Ink clan. At the cost of their own lives, supplemented by the 16 sacred treasures of different Divine Spirit clans, they managed to suppress and seal a Black Ink giant spirit god. At some point after that, the Dragon and Phoenix clans left the Ancestral Land to take up the role of guardians of the no-return pass. Even after so many years, they hadn't returned to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Not only that, but ancient human great experts set innumerable restrictions on the periphery of the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land to segregate the inside and outside, and completely prevent the Black Ink giant spirit god from escaping. Back then, when Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were chased after by Cheng Yang, they strayed into that Divine Ability Sea and experienced a lot of hardship. Upon arriving at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, there were no signs of the Dragon clan nor the Phoenix clan, but a branch of the Phoenixes did remain, headed by Qing Wan, Yuan Chu, Yu Zhua, and Hong Hu. Countless years passed as the Ancestral Land's ancestral strength wore down the power of the Black Ink giant spirit god, eventually turning him into a lifeless corpse, but to do so, much of the ancestral strength produced in the Ancestral Land had to be siphoned away. It was only after Yang Kai arrived in the Ancestral Land and helped unlock the Demon Sealing Land that the Ancestral Land's ancestral strength began to be restored, making it more suitable for the divine spirits to live in. Su Yan, Zhu Qing, Shan Qingluo, and the others from Voidland who had divine spirit bloodlines were currently cultivating in the ancestral land. All of them had divine spirit sources, and cultivating there would undoubtedly bring them great benefits. Hundreds of years ago, as ordered by Xiang Shan, Yang Kai left the Great Evolution East-West Army to circle behind Great Evolution Pass and search for the Great Evolution North-South Army. At that time, Yang Kai was able to sense the no-return pass from afar. That was all due to his golden divine dragon source. The dragon pool was located at the no-return pass, and anyone with a pure enough dragon source and sufficient strength could sense the location of the dragon pool. The feeling Yang Kai had at that time was the constant connection between his own dragon source and the dragon pool. It was said that the dragon pool was the origin of all dragon sources, their birthplace so to speak, the root of the whole dragon clan. When Yang Kai initially first stepped into the 3,000 worlds, seeking out the dragon pool was one of his main goals. After all, it was only through finding the location of the dragon pool that he could further cultivate his dragon source. This thought, however, faded as he became stronger over the years. Unexpectedly, old ancestor Xiao Xiao actually requested him to travel to the no-return pass at this moment. He had no idea whether there was another deeper intention to it. "You'll know why when you get there. No need to ask so much," the old ancestor responded. Yang Kai hesitated. "But old ancestor, the crusade is approaching. If I leave at this time?" "You don't need to worry about the crusade. You're just in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. There won't be much difference with or without you. Even if you miss it, what would it matter?" sneered the old ancestor. Yang Kai went speechless. Perhaps the old ancestor thought that her words were a bit too harsh. Thus she clarified, "The crusade is still in its preparatory stage. As long as you don't take too long, you won't miss it." Chapter 5299, I've been waiting for you. If the barriers between the 3,000 worlds and the black ink battlefield were to be described as a wall, then no-return pass would be the only hole in that wall. This was also why the no-return pass was known as the human race's final line of defense. If the Black Ink clan managed to break past this barrier, they would be able to access the 3,000 worlds, and if that really happened, it was destined that all living beings there would be plunged into misery. The whole 3,000 worlds would be destroyed and remade according to the Blank Ink clan's will. The no-return pass was the last line of defense, while the Great Passes were the outer line of defense. If one were to stand high enough above and connect each Great Pass, one would notice that they could be arranged to form a kind of semicircle. This semicircle acted as a barrier to split off the 3,000 worlds from the Black Ink battlefield, with the center of it being the no-return pass. As long as the Great Passes were not broken though, the no-return pass would never be disturbed, keeping the 3,000 worlds safe. This was why Great Evolution Pass had to be reclaimed before the crusade could begin. A pass seized by the Black Ink clan would leave an opening in their entire defense line. If Great Evolution Pass was not retaken, the Black Ink clan might exploit this flaw and proceed directly to the no-return pass while the humans were busy with their crusade. At that point, would the human race armies retreat to defend or continue the crusade? The situation was bound to fall into a dilemma. In order to eliminate this potential risk, Great Evolution Pass had to be retaken. Fortunately, the Great Evolution Army had worked hard for more than 100 years, and had achieved this objective after enormous sacrifice. There were actually no east, south, west, or north in the vast universe, as there were no fixed reference points, and the terms such as Eastern Army, Southern Army, Western Army, and Northern Army in each Great Pass were just helpful titles. If directions were to be taken note of, there were only up, down, forward and backwards according to one's own point of view in the massive void. In a certain sense, the no-return pass lay behind all the Great Passes. This last line of defense, defended by the Dragon and Phoenix clan, could be considered as a kind of support to the human race. Yang Kai was perplexed in his early years when he learnt that the no-return pass was personally guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as the divine spirit had always been haughty regardless of their origins, something he knew from over 1,000 years of experience. And these were the leaders of the divine spirit, the dragons and phoenixes. How could such supreme divine spirits voluntarily assist the human race in guarding their final line of defense? It should be impossible. After all, they were of different races and held no goodwill towards the other. The only plausible explanation was that the Black Ink clan was simply that great a threat. The divine spirits also understood the proverb, without the lips, teeth would go cold. In the ancient past, a dragon emperor and phoenix empress did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to seal and suppress a Black Ink giant spirit god. How could their descendants possibly disregard the sacrifices of their ancestors? This was most likely why the divine spirits had defended the no-return pass for so long. Yang Kai had no idea if there was some other reason or explanation, and it wasn't an issue he had to be concerned about either. Although going to the no-return pass at this time was a bit hasty, he might at least fulfill a long-cherished dream and see what the mythical dragon pool looked like. In the void, space principles flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's figure flickered in and out of existence. It was possible to use the hyperspace array to directly travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No-Return Pass, which was convenient and fast. However, the restoration of Great Evolution Pass over the past 200 years had been a huge drain on resources. Additionally, materials were tight during preparations for the crusade. Thus, Yang Kai could only choose to fly over. After all, like the old ancestor had said, he was proficient in Tao of Space, so he had an advantage when it came to traveling. There was no need to waste resources unnecessarily. What else could Yang Kai say to that? He could only obey and go. Before he left, he notified Dawn, telling them he was going out on a mission. Until now, Fengying had not come out from retreat, causing him to worry a little. After she observed Su Linggong advance to the 8th Order some time ago, she had an epiphany and chose to enter retreat. With her strength and foundation, her breakthrough shouldn't be much of an issue. However, there was no update from her even after so long, which was somewhat surprising and concerning. Nobody else could provide any help in this situation. There were masters that would guide a cultivator through the early stages of their journey on the martial Tao, but one could only rely on themselves after one reached the high-rank open heaven realm. After all, at this point, others' methods would no longer be appropriate for another person. Normally, it would take at least 3 years for a 7th Order Open Heaven Master to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No-Return Pass, but Yang Kai covered that distance in less than half a year. The journey was extremely dull and uneventful. When a huge parasol tree came into view, Yang Kai knew that No-Return Pass was nearby. This was the renowned Phoenix Nest, the ancestral home of the Phoenix clan. Yang Kai had always wanted to see what the Phoenix Nest looked like. Would a magnificent divine spirit clan like the Phoenix clan build a nest on the tree just like any other bird? That would be far too degrading. Naturally, Yang Kai wondered if the Phoenix Nest was only a label. After all, the so-called Phoenix Nest could be referring to a grand palace the Phoenix clan had built. After thinking about it for some time though, Yang Kai felt that he was being too nosy. Since he had a dragon source in him, he should only be concerned about the Dragon Clan, not the Phoenix clan. As he got closer, Yang Kai felt the pulsing of his dragon vein, giving him a sense as though he was returning home. He knew this was due to the connection between his dragon source and the dragon pool. After all, this was not his real home. This type of mood, however, unavoidably made him a bit anxious. It was as if he was a wanderer who had been away for many years and was not doing well, forced to return home, not knowing how to deal with the elders' questioning. However, Yang Kai did not get the elders' ardent questioning, but rather provocative dragon pressure. A figure dressed in green blocked his path. The figure was tall and dashing, and had a noble complexion, with bright red lips and glowing white teeth. But the gaze from him was not at all welcoming. He sized Yang Kai up from top to bottom from afar, as if he wasn't sure where to attack first. Yang Kai could tell right away that this individual was part of the Dragon Clan since the dragon pressure gushing from him was far too obvious. Based on the dragon pressure alone, this individual should be a Grand Dragon, which was equivalent to his present rank. As to who was stronger, it was beyond Yang Kai's knowledge, so he would have to see it for himself. Yang Kai was taken aback. He hadn't yet reached the no-return pass, so why did this man block his path? He couldn't help feeling that his obstruction was intentional. Since ancient times, many cultivators had traveled from the no-return pass to the other great passes, but few had returned here. Yet the man blocking his way was clearly expecting him. This man's dragon pressure was extremely strong, implying that he was also one of the best among the other grand dragons. However, to Yang Kai, it was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Not knowing what he wanted, Yang Kai dared not show any hostility, so he took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai has traveled to the no-return pass under the instruction of the old ancestor. Allow me to ask, how should I address this fellow brother? I've been waiting for you. The dragon clansman in green shook his head angrily, opened his lips and roared. His dragon pressure solidified and rushed towards Yang Kai. As he roared, he charged towards Yang Kai, reached out and grabbed at him. His fair hands resembled a woman's in terms of fairness, yet they possessed deadly power. After all, he was from the dragon clan, and naturally had a powerful physique. Even space appeared to shatter under his grasp. Not only that, but Yang Kai also felt mysterious changes around him, which made him think he was surrounded by illusions. Time principles? Yang Kai furrowed his brow, wondering if this dragon clan member he just met in the no-return pass was skilled in the Tao of Time. Furthermore, his mastery over the Tao of Time did not appear to be mediocre. In fact, if Yang Kai had not also cultivated the Tao of Time, he would have most likely been completely overwhelmed by this mysterious change and been defeated without a fight. When Yang Kai came to his senses, the hand was already in front of him, and there was no way for him to escape. He didn't want to fight someone from the dragon clan just after arriving here, but according to what his opponent had said, he was clearly waiting for him. In addition, the moment he arrived, he was greeted by this attack. Thus, was all of this the result of some kind of grudge? But why? There's no resentment or conflict between the two of us. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, but all living beings acted for the sake of their benefit. If the other party was pursuing him in this manner, he must have a reason for doing so. Even so, in what way could Yang Kai have offended him? Was it because he was not a pure-blood dragon? Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had ordered him to go to the no-return pass, and it now appeared that there was going to be nothing pleasant to be expected from this trip. It was no surprise the old ancestor didn't tell him anything. He could no longer dodge the hand, so he extended his palm to resist it. On a branch of the parasol tree at the no-return pass, sat a young woman in a colorful attire. Her legs dangled slowly in an extremely relaxed manner. A young man stood alongside her, with both of them staring into the void. Ji Lao-san still has such a short temper, the woman stated when the man in green made his move. After all, that guy was sent here by the human race's old ancestors. How is Ji Lao-san supposed to explain it to the humans if anything happens to that man? The old ancestors of the human race can't control the no-return pass. What's more, this matter involves the dragon pool. Ji Lao-san has been waiting for this day for thousands of years, and when he finally got a chance, some human wants to jump the line? How could he possibly tolerate it? Said the young man standing beside her. The woman turned her head. Speaking of which, it's strange the ancient dragons consented to the human race's request. Were they out of their minds? People can hear what you say, the young man replied as the corner of his mouth twitched. When the woman in bright clothing realized, she stuck out her tongue and swiftly changed the subject. Obviously, the humans must have paid a high price, or else the dragon clan would not have agreed to it. How long do you think that human can survive under Ji Lao-san's assault? The man replied, You're asking the wrong question. The wrong question? You should question it the other way around. How long can Ji Lao-san survive the assault from that human? You are so optimistic about him? Do you know him? The girl replied in shock. I don't know him, but since the humans are willing to pay such a great price to send him here, it implies that he has great significance. And naturally, he would not be a soft persimmon that can be crushed so easily, the young man replied, shaking his head. Chapter 5300 Enraged. The serious attitude of her companion made the colorful-robed young woman ponder. As he pointed out, The fact that the humans dared to send this young man over indicated that they had faith in his abilities, and that he would encounter challenges once he reached the no-return pass. This human from the black ink battlefield was most likely one that should not be underestimated. As she rolled her eyes, the colorful-robed young woman asked, "Shall we make a bet then?" The days were incredibly monotonous for those who lived at the no-return pass. This was the final line of defense, and the 100-plus Great Passes surrounding it were enough to intercept the Black Ink clan army. When Great Evolution Pass was taken over 30,000 years ago, there were daring Black Ink clansmen that came from Great Evolution Theater to try and break through the no-return pass, but after experiencing the might of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, no Black Ink clansman dared to approach it anymore. The Dragon and Phoenix clans, being the two most powerful of the divine spirits, were naturally bored as they remained at the no-return pass. However, they were bound by the oath their ancestors took, and were unable to freely roam about. It was unusual for there to be such a show like today, so people naturally wanted to participate. "What are we betting on?" The young man replied casually. "Let's bet on the visitor and Ji Lao San. Who will win and who will lose?" The colorfully robed young woman replied. "The prize?" The woman placed one finger on her crimson lips, went silent for a moment, then snapped her finger. "Whoever loses will give the human a tail feather." The young man glanced at her speechlessly. This way, the human would receive the reward no matter the result. The girl didn't give him a chance to respond before saying, "I bet this human will lose." As soon as she spoke those words though, her jaw dropped as an expression of utter disbelief appeared on her face. She already acknowledged that if the humans dared to send this youth alone to the no-return pass, there had to be something about him that made him special. Nonetheless, Ji Lao San wasn't weak. He might not be able to do much harm to this human, but even so, she did not believe he would really lose. It should at worst end in a tie. Right after she had spoken though, the visitor had somehow grabbed Ji Lao San by his neck, as if it was as easy as grabbing a chicken, and strolled over from the void. Their figures had appeared right in front of the pair after just a few steps, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the distance. Space principles. The young woman with the colorful robe's eyes were filled with astonishment. With her ability, it was normal for her to notice that this human had cultivated the Tao of space, and to an exceedingly high level of mastery at that. Even she would most likely have to acknowledge his superiority. She had met several exceptional humans who cultivated the Tao of space during her long lifespan, but even so, none had reached such mastery over it. Yang Kai had long been aware that a man and a woman atop the parasol tree were watching him, and that numerous divine senses in the no-return pass were also observing him. Counting the actions of the man who blocked him, Yang Kai had no idea what the no-return pass had been expecting of him. The blocker's acts might have been due to something personal, but that didn't preclude the possibility of him being instigated by the higher-ups of the Dragon clan. Are they trying to test me? Yang Kai wasn't sure why the no-return pass held such an attitude, but he could also be considered as half a divine spirit. Thus, he understood that he couldn't be too modest while dealing with other divine spirits. Due to the extreme arrogance of the divine spirits, only those who were more arrogant could speak to them on an equal footing. As a result, when confronted with the blocker's attack, Yang Kai retaliated without holding back. Still, he just didn't expect this grand dragon to be like an embroidered pillow, pretty to look at but overall useless in the end. Yang Kai hadn't even used any strength yet, but the opposite party couldn't resist. Thus currently, he was like a stray cat being dragged around by Yang Kai. This was the simplest conclusion to a battle he had faced since entering the Black Ink battlefield. Even the feudal lords understood how to fight back, but this grand dragon had no power to resist him at all. Yang Kai raised his head and smirked. "Hello, pretty young lady." The colorful robed young woman's face twitched and she replied, "You have a sweet tongue." Yang Kai then passed what he was grabbing onto her, asking, "Does he belong to you?" She smoothed her hair and shook her head. "He's someone else's." "Oh," Yang Kai simply said, recognizing that the female in front of him should be from the Phoenix clan, which was not surprising given that she was perched on the parasol tree. Ji Lao San, on the other hand, who was grabbed by Yang Kai, was exceedingly embarrassed and enraged. He had never experienced such humiliation and disgrace in the tens of thousands of years of his life. Worse yet, all the divine senses in the no-return pass lingered on him, exposing his embarrassment to everyone. He had shamed the other dragons as well. How was he going to face his peers and the Phoenix clan in the future? Let go of me. He struggled hard and his cheeks flushed. He couldn't figure out how he was instantly seized without even delivering an attack to his opponent. In his eyes, the other party was nothing more than a seventh-order open heaven realm human. Although a grand dragon was technically equivalent to a seventh-order open heaven master, if a battle took place between them, the grand dragon always had the upper hand. No seventh-order open heaven realm master could compete with a fully grown grand dragon, which was the dragon clan's advantage as the head of the divine spirits. This seventh-order human, on the other hand, simply lifted his hand and easily captured him. Ji Laosan felt like he was in a bad dream when he recalled what had happened just now. When he came into contact with his opponent, his strength was immediately restrained, making it nearly impossible for him to access the power of his dragon vein. This was the reason for his humiliation. Quit squirming. Sensing the grand dragon's struggle, Yang Kai forcefully shook his arm. That caused Ji Laosan to feel dizzy for a moment, but this only made him feel more embarrassed and irritated. Such humiliation was worse than death for an arrogant grand dragon. Dragon force erupted all over his body, and even the forceful suppression couldn't stop it. When Yang Kai noticed something was wrong, he scowled and lifted his hand, throwing Ji Laosan away. Then he said, "You and I don't know each other. Why did you attack me?" Ji Laosan's dragon force was out because he unleashed his own dragon bead. This was a move that was equivalent to risking his life. Still, Yang Kai had felt he could merely resist the power of this dragon bead. In fact, if he hadn't released him, even if Ji Laosan could escape, his dragon bead was certain to break, severely damaging the latter's foundation. Yang Kai had a dragon bead too, so he could identify what just happened and what would happen if he took certain moves. It was not prudent to half-cripple a grand dragon before he even entered the no-return pass, so he chose to let Ji Laosan go. It was necessary to demonstrate one's strength when in front of those from the dragon clan. Nonetheless, it was equally important to do so in moderation. When a high-pitched dragon roar erupted, Ji Laosan suddenly transformed into a grand dragon close to 50,000 meters long. The grand dragon's head was held high, and his dragon eyes glared at Yang Kai as if staring at an ant on the ground. His whole body was full of thick dragon scales, as he was clearly inflamed with rage. Yang Kai was as small as dust in the face of this grand dragon. "Trivial human, you dare?" The grand dragon roared violently, and the void around him shook. With a disgruntled expression, the colorful-robed young woman on the parasol tree lifted her hands to cover her ears. "How dare you humiliate me like this? You must pay the price with your life in the name of the Dragon Clan." When Ji Laosan finished speaking, he opened his lips and spat forth his dragon breath, enveloping the ant in front of him. Dragon breath was the most common attack method of the Dragon Clan. Though common, it was extremely strong, especially when delivered by a grand dragon. Even a feudal lord would vaporize if hit by such a blast. What's more, time principles were woven into this dragon breath, so along with terrifying destructive force, it also seemed like the withering of 1,000 years was carried along with this secret technique. No seventh-order open heaven realm master could survive an attack like this. After Ji Laosan's rage had subsided a little, his dragon eyes suddenly widened as if he was struck by lightning. Against the force of his dragon breath, there was a figure that was moving upstream. That figure didn't seem hurried. In fact, it seemed like it was taking a stroll in a garden. Arriving slowly at Ji Laosan's massive dragon head, he put out his hand to tenderly tap it while saying, "Anger will only bring harm to the body. You should calm down." With one tap, the majestic and massive Ji Laosan felt his dragon vein shiver violently. Being unable to sustain his dragon form, his body shrank rapidly and returned back to his human form. Yang Kai once grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and said while facing the no-return pass, "Great Evolution Pass Yang Kai has come to the no-return pass under the command of the old ancestor. Is there anyone here?" Noise broke out as the no-return pass gate, which was originally closed, opened. Yang Kai bowed from a distance before entering, dragging Ji Lao San along with him. As he entered the inner sanctum, figures on both sides stared at him. The young man and woman Yang Kai saw on the parasol tree earlier were also present. Those stares were a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. Being able to stand here indicated that these people were either dragons or phoenixes, and they had long known that there would be a human with a dragon source coming to the No Return Pass. However, both clans did not know much about him. They had been defending the No Return Pass, so all the information from the outside world reached them from word of mouth, rumors from the 3,000 worlds, or the Black Ink battlefield. The Phoenix clan was relatively carefree compared to the Dragon clan. After all, this wasn't their clan's business. In fact, they'd all come here to watch the drama play out. The Dragon clan was different, however. They didn't stop Ji Lao San from picking a fight and causing havoc. It was probably because they desired to test this visitor's skill. After all, a visitor from the human race only brought disadvantages to the Dragon clan. Rather than testing him though, what made the Dragon clan speechless was that they didn't witness how the human fought against Ji Lao San at all. Ji Lao San seemed to lose all strength to resist after this human simply waved his hand. Since when did the Dragon clan become so weak? If that was the case, how did the Dragon clan establish such a domineering reputation? Apart from being perplexed, what happened to Ji Lao San surprised the whole Dragon clan. If they did not have the answer to this question, the Dragon clan would be unable to sleep comfortably in the future. Yang Kai couldn't resist smiling and nodding at the people on both sides, regardless of how powerful or old they were, as if they were all here to greet him. Though that was far from the case. After walking a short distance, another figure blocked his path. It was a woman, who looked at Yang Kai with fiery eyes and dragon pressure radiating from her body. She was also from the Dragon clan, and a grand dragon at that. Chapter 5301, Phoenix Nest. Let him go. The woman ordered Yang Kai. Yang Kai gazed down at Ji Lao San, who was being held by him, and grinned slightly. Then you have to make sure he doesn't bother me again. The woman gritted her teeth and replied, rest assured he won't bother you anymore. Yang Kai lowered his eyes. The same mistake can't be repeated thrice. I hope he remembers this lesson. Even though he spoke in a casual tone, the message was clear. Ji Lao San provoked him twice, but he simply subjugated him without hurting a single hair on his head. His patience, however, had a limit. If there was a third provocation, the response would undoubtedly be harsher. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't kill him, but he could beat him to within an inch of his life. Those from the Dragon clan had great vitality and could recover easily from almost any injury. As long as their source and dragon bead were not harmed, any wound could be restored no matter how severe it was. With the strange skill Yang Kai displayed previously, Ji Lao San would be powerless to fight back if Yang Kai really wanted to deal with him. However, since when had the Dragon clan ever been threatened in this way before? As a result, as soon as Yang Kai said those words, a large number of young dragons and grand dragons became enraged, and it was impossible for the female grand dragon who was in front of Yang Kai to stay composed. After a lengthy period of holding herself back, the female grand dragon clenched her teeth and murmured, "He will." Upon her reply, Yang Kai flashed a smile and tossed Ji Lao San towards her. When she grabbed him, she gave Yang Kai a threatening glare before turning and fleeing with Ji Lao San in her arms. Great evolution pass. Yang Kai greets 3 seniors, Yang Kai said as he turned to face the 3 visibly older people at the gate. He had no idea what rank these 3 held, but according to their dragon pressure, it was clear that they were the strongest present. 2 of them were old men while the last was an old woman. They most likely held high statuses in the Dragon clan. One of the old men nodded lightly and said, "The Dragon clan is well aware of the intention behind your arrival here, but we need some time to prepare. You shall temporarily live in the No Return Pass and wait patiently for us." "I don't even know what I am here for, so how do you know? If you do know, you should let me know first." However, the old man obviously had no intention of explaining anything to Yang Kai, and just left with the 2 others once he finished. Once those 3 seniors left, the rest of the Dragon clan also left, with no plans to further interact with Yang Kai. Then he was left alone, perplexed. The Dragon Clan's alienation became clear too. This trip to the no-return pass was filled with uncertainty since old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't explain anything to him before he set out. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan didn't bother to tell him anything either when he arrived. Instead, he was simply told to wait. So why am I waiting? For how long should I wait? He had no answers. This sense of being completely out of control was quite distressing. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not a child. In a situation like this, his only course of action was to seek information from someone. So Yang Kai hurriedly turned back, fixing his eyes on the colorful-robed young woman who was preparing to leave and said, "Miss, please stay for a moment." The young woman stopped when she heard him and turned back with a smile. "Are you referring to me?" Yang Kai then approached her quickly, nodded, and said, "I was impulsive just now. I hope Miss won't mind." His courteous manner was now in stark contrast to the domineering man who had just subjugated Ji Lao San. "What's the matter?" the colorful-robed young woman asked as her eyes flickered with interest. "I'm new here and I don't know anything. I would like to seek some guidance from you," Yang Kai replied, blushing. The brows of the colorfully robed young woman became crescent-shaped, and she proudly twitched her brows at her partner, giving an impression of how she was expecting this. Her companion, meanwhile, was unresponsive to her. Yang Kai, on the other hand, pretended he didn't notice. "What do you wish to ask?" inquired the colorfully robed young woman. "I'm not sure what Miss can enlighten me on," Yang Kai replied. The colorful-robed young woman laughed. "You are so strange. Don't you know what you want to know? It's really unreasonable for you to ask me to enlighten you without at least describing what you want to learn." Yang Kai responded with a wry smile. "Please don't blame me, Mississippi, regarding the current visit in the no-return pass. I'm genuinely baffled. I'm not sure what I am supposed to be doing here." "Didn't your old ancestor mention anything to you?" the woman asked curiously. "Not at all." "In that case," the woman tapped on her crimson lips and then proceeded to say, "And I'm in a good mood today. Follow me." With that being said, she led the way and Yang Kai followed closely. After a while, they eventually arrived beneath the enormous parasol tree. The three figures moved around and soon came to a branch. The young woman simply waved her hand, and a portal emerged in front of them. "Space principles?" Yang Kai asked with furrowed eyebrows. Just like how the colorful-robed young woman reacted when she saw Yang Kai's use of space principles previously, Yang Kai's reaction now was arguably the same as hers was. "Come in," the woman said with a triumphant smile that suggested she had anticipated his reaction. Yang Kai followed the woman and her companion into the portal. They soon arrived at a location with stunning mountains and rivers. The view was as beautiful and refreshing as a spring day. The mountains were pristine, and the lakes were crystal clear, not to mention the gently flowing clouds and mist. It was truly a majestic view. This was some kind of sealed world. Yang Kai was no stranger to the existence of sealed worlds. After all, the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master was a sealed world. The universe paradises and universe cave heavens left behind after the death of high-rank open heaven realm masters on the Black Ink battlefield were also sealed worlds. Yet this sealed world gave him a different feeling. This place seemed to still maintain the aura of the dawn of chaos, and the first division of the heavens and earth. The ancient aura was everywhere, giving Yang Kai the illusion of him entering a long-forgotten wilderness. "These are the real phoenix nests." The young woman's words resonated in his ears. The Nirvana parasol tree was there at the birth of the Phoenix clan. There are as many phoenix nests on the Nirvana parasol tree as phoenixes in this universe. The phoenix nest is the root of every phoenix, and this space is different from the outside world. Yang Kai instantly understood. It was no wonder the ancient aura was preserved here. It was because this aura was created by the Nirvana parasol tree itself, which had survived since long ago and remained pure and unspoiled like this. So these are phoenix nests. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel ashamed for having assumed that the Phoenix clan would physically build their nest on the parasol tree just like any other bird. Young Kai quietly reminded himself to avoid basing future decisions solely on the surface. Then he saw the young woman straighten her body and move right into a huge nest. Young Kai looked up at the sky and silently followed. The three figures flew inside and sat down cross-legged. Young Kai took an inquisitive look around and soon realized that from the outside, it appeared to be a massive bird nest, but that once he entered, it was totally different. Without time to investigate carefully, Young Kai briefly cupped his fist. Great evolution pass, Young Kai. How may I address the both of you? The woman gave a gentle smile and replied, Huang Xinyang. Then she pointed at her companion, Feng Lu Lang. Young Kai wasn't certain how to deal with it, because their names seemed to be a little too simple. In the Phoenix clan, the males were surnamed Feng while the females were surnamed Huang, which made it concise and clear. At least it was convenient to address them this way. He was too lazy to delve into the subject, but as he wanted to say something out of courtesy, Huang Xinyang continued, Before you ask something, I have something to give you. Young Kai was taken aback. He had just arrived and he was already receiving gifts? Were those from the Phoenix clan all this friendly? Immediately he sat upright and said solemnly, I dare not reject anything from seniors. While he may have previously addressed her as though they were on an equal footing, he was actually aware that this woman's age was measured in tens of thousands of years. She could even be his ancestor. Huang Xinyang smiled. You're really good at talking. Humans sure are sweet. Young Kai placed his hand on his chest. Everything I have said, I said from the bottom of my heart. I wonder what senior would like to give me? This, while speaking, Huang Xinyang took out a long feather and handed it to Young Kai. Young Kai could tell it was extraordinary just by glancing at the flowing light of the long feather, which was the tail feather of a phoenix. What did she give me this for? Seemingly noticing Young Kai's doubts, Huang Xinyang explained, I lost the bet with Lu Lang just now, so this is the prize. Young Kai instinctively felt something was wrong. After all, even if she lost the bet, why did the prize end up with him? But now that it had been handed over, it wouldn't do any good to reject it, especially when he had other requests for her. As Young Kai received the feather, his body shook. He didn't perceive anything by just looking at the long feather's flowing light, but once he held it, he at once understood that the long feather was covered with an exceedingly potent space principle fluctuation. Although it was clear that he was holding the long feather in his palm, due to the fluctuations of space principles, it appeared to be both tangible and intangible at the same time, as if it could enter into the void at any moment. Ordinary people would have a tremendously difficult time just holding something like this, but fortunately, Young Kai was also an expert in the Tao of space. With just a little effort, the light flowing off the long feather suddenly took shape. This is wonderful. Young Kai felt that if he fully comprehended the secrets within this feather, it would help him improve his understanding of the Tao of space. Huang Xinyang and Feng Lu Lang exchanged glances, and both could see that the other was surprised to witness this scene. They once saw Young Kai use space principle, and were aware of his mastery over the Tao of space. However, now they felt as though they had underestimated him too much. Young Kai raised his head. Xinyang is an expert in the Tao of space. Is there a problem with the highest-ranking members of the Phoenix clan being experts in the Tao of space? Huang Xinyang covered her mouth and smiled. Are you saying that all the high-ranking members of the Phoenix clan are experts in the Tao of space? You didn't know? She asked curiously. Young Kai blinked. I was not informed of this. Additionally, even though he had never seen a pure Phoenix clan member, he was greeted by Qing Luan, Yuan Chu, and others in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. They could be considered a branch of the Phoenix clan, but they didn't look as though they were masters of the Tao of space. Similarly, even with her Ice Phoenix source, Suyen showed no indications of mastering or even understanding the Tao of space. Thus, Young Kai was really caught by surprise. Most humans won't know much about the divine spirits, but you're from a cave heaven or paradise, no? How could you not have known? Didn't your elders tell you about it? Young Kai became a little speechless and replied, I'm actually not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Chapter 5302, Bloodline Talent. Huang Xinyang understood instantly. No wonder. Since you're not from any of them, it's to be expected that you don't know much about such things. Every divine spirit possesses their own unique bloodline talent. An innate talent that is distinct from that of your human race. Just like how the bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan is the Tao of space, the bloodline talent of the Dragon clan is the Tao of time. If not, how could the Dragon and Phoenix clans become the leaders of all divine spirits? Yang Kai's eyes widened so much in shock that they almost fell out. The bloodline talent of the Dragon clan is the Tao of time. Huang Xinyang became more confused. You don't even know that? Then, do you cultivate the Tao of time? I do. He nodded. That should be expected. If you don't have a dragon source or have dragon clan blood in your, how would you be able to cultivate the Tao of time? Yang Kai became speechless upon her saying this, but instinctively he felt something was wrong. His cultivation of the Tao of time was not heavily influenced by his dragon vein or his dragon source. Instead, it all began for him with a piece of the inheritance left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor. The opportunity he met by chance previously helped him comprehend the Time Fly's seal divine ability, which allowed him to begin cultivating the Tao of time. After much studying, cultivation, and some other opportunities, he had reached his current level of proficiency in the Tao of time. What did any of that have to do with the Dragon clan? But if he thought about it further, since the Dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of time, it could be argued that his success in the Tao of time was due to his bloodline talent. It made Yang Kai confused about whether his comprehension of the Tao of time was due to his Dragon clan bloodline, or his own talent. Suddenly he shook his head. Wait, Xinyang, before I came to the No Return Pass, I met quite a number of Dragon clan members, but only one of them was proficient in the Tao of time. In fact, forget being proficient at it, they didn't even have a foundation in it. How can this be explained? You met Dragon clan members in other places? Huang Xinyang was taken aback. Yang Kai gave a serious nod. He was referring to Zhu Qing's branch of the Dragon clan. There weren't many Dragon clan members on Dragon Island in the Star Boundary at any one time, but there were always a few. Yet none of them had ever cultivated the Tao of time before Yang Xiao. Now all those Dragon clan members had traveled with Yuan Chu to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, located in the depths of the Shattered Heaven, to continue their cultivation. Since it had been such a long time, they should all have grown stronger. Some of them might even have advanced to become Grand Dragons. Feng Lulang, who had been silent up until now, cut in. It's not surprising that there are Dragon clan members roaming about outside. My forefathers once told me that there were other Dragon clan members that committed mistakes and were exiled from the ancestral land as a result. Huang Xinyang appeared to have remembered this as she casually nodded. The ones you met must have been young dragons, he continued while turning to face Yang Kai. Why young dragons? Yang Kai inquired humbly. Yang Kai was quite knowledgeable about grand dragons as they were equivalent to high-rank open heaven masters in their dragon forms, which were at least 10,000 meters long. But what about young dragons? Huang Xinyang smiled and explained. Anyone below the grand dragon rank is considered a young dragon. Yang Kai understood instantly. It was pretty much what he thought, but the dragon clan's hierarchy was really thoughtless. Everything only depended on the size of their true body and their strength. If any Dragon clan member was unable to break through to become a Grand Dragon, would they only be able to stay a young dragon for their entire life? However, it was clear that nothing of the sort would occur. The Dragon clan was extremely talented, so even if they did not cultivate and only lazed about all the time, their strength would keep increasing over time regardless. They would eventually be strong enough when they had reached a sufficient age. The human race was incomparable in this aspect. Once more, Yang Kai questioned, what about the dragons above the Grand Dragon rank? Above the Grand Dragons are the ancient dragons, Huang Xinyang stated. Young dragons, Grand Dragons, and ancient dragons were the three standard divisions of the Dragon clan. Yang Kai had a vague feeling that the three old Dragon clan members he had met before were ancient dragons. If young dragons corresponded to the realms below the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and Grand Dragons corresponded to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, then ancient dragons should at least correspond to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. This suggested that the dragon clan was likely running out of talent, as there were only 3 ancient dragons in such a large clan. If things continued in this manner, the clan would eventually go extinct. According to what Xin Yang said just now, I assume that young dragons are not proficient in the Tao of Time. Not only the dragon clan, but nearly all divine spirits are this way. The 3 stages of our long life are the development stage, the adolescent stage, and the mature stage. The young dragons fall under the dragon clan's developmental stage. As long as they enhance their dragon vein, they will inevitably become stronger and larger. When a young dragon becomes a grand dragon, their bloodline talent will fully awaken, and they will be able to master the Tao of Time. The same goes for the Phoenix clan, but the only difference is that our talent is the Tao of Space, Huang Xinyang replied. So that's how it is. Yang Kai instantly understood the reason Zhu Qing and the others still had no grasp over the Tao of Time. Though the dragon clan was considered very strong in the star boundary, they were still just young dragons. Their bloodline talent in regards to the Tao of Time was still dormant, and would only slowly awaken when they had grown to become grand dragons. This made Yang Kai suddenly think of his adopted son, the little white dragon Yang Xiao. Raising a brow, he asked again, "Are there any exceptions?" Huang Xinyang smiled. Exceptions are always possible. Some have their bloodline talents awaken while they are still young dragons. They are regarded as extremely gifted individuals. However, in the lengthy history of the dragon clan, such individuals could be counted within 5 fingers. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown upon her answer. If that was the case, Yang Xiao seemed to be quite the gifted one. Yang Kai deserved some credit for the birth of this boy, as Yang Zhao's dragon egg appeared to have some kind of accident after Fu Zhuan gave birth to him. Yang Xiao had been unsuccessful in breaking free of his shell, resulting in his vitality growing thinner and thinner over time. Fortunately, when Yang Kai went to Dragon Island at that time to stir up trouble, he unintentionally found the location of Yang Zhao's dragon egg. In order to hatch him, Yang Kai put in a great deal of effort. As a result, this young boy had a natural sense of closeness to him, and had known him as though Yang Kai was his father, now adopted father, since birth. In addition to that, the relationship between Yang Kai and Dragon Island softened up a bit thanks to Yang Xiao. Soon after his birth, this young boy demonstrated his talent in the Tao of Time. Yang Kai initially believed it was because of his own comprehension. After all, he used a lot of his own blood essence when Yang Xiao was being hatched, so naturally, inheritance from Yang Kai was to be expected. Yet it appeared now that this was not inheritance from his blood essence. This was unmistakably a dragon clan bloodline talent. Yet Yang Xiao had it since birth, while other dragon clan members had to reach the grand dragon stage in order to awaken it. Later, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui received Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy inheritance, became his inheritance disciples, and gained possession of the Flowing Time Temple. Looking back now, it was as though everything was predetermined. The bloodline talent of the dragon clan was the Tao of Time, and Yang Xiao had become the disciple of Flowing Time Great Emperor, which would greatly help him with his future cultivation. Yang Xiao was clearly one of the few exceptions that Huang Xinyang spoke of. Of course, this was not limited only to the dragon clan, but also other divine spirits. There were always some existences that showed their uniqueness at a very young age, and these existences would somehow achieve great things one day. The trip to the no-return pass had been well worth it for Yang Kai. Even just learning this information from Huang Xinyang was a very valuable, not to mention he had something waiting for him on the Dragon Clan side as well. Was his mastery of the Tao of Time thanks to his own talent, or due to his Dragon Clan bloodline? After giving it some thought, he believed that it might be both. If so, Suyan might be able to awaken her Phoenix Clan bloodline talent once she got strong enough. By then, she would be able to master the Tao of Space as well. This was very exciting news to him. His cultivation of the Tao of Space, however, must be the result of his own talent. After all, he lacked the Phoenix Clan bloodline, so he could not have gotten influenced by it. Looking at the long feather in his hand, Yang Kai said, "This junior dares not accept such a precious gift so lightly. Xin Yang, is there any way that I can assist you in exchange for this gift?" Although it was only a feather from the Phoenix clan, Yang Kai valued it highly. He would undoubtedly benefit if he used this feather to further understand and cultivate the Tao of space, because it carried insights of the Phoenix clan's intrinsic talent in the Tao of space. This was a precious opportunity, so Yang Kai couldn't just take it for nothing. Unexpectedly, Huang Xinyang covered her mouth and giggled. I don't need help with anything. This is only a prize. You should just keep it. Yang Kai sensed that it wasn't quite right for him to simply accept the gift, but since she had said so much, he couldn't object to it either. This gift was just too alluring, and he also believed that the Phoenix clan wouldn't try to harm him. Even if Huang Xinyang would ask him to do something by bringing up this gift matter later, he would comply under the condition that it didn't go against his own principles. Such was what he thought in his heart to repay her. Nevertheless, he still stated for show, "It's not appropriate for me to be rewarded for nothing, is it?" Huang Xinyang took a deep look at him and saw through his thoughts. With a snicker, she stated, "You just said that you dare not reject a gift from your seniors, and now you say you shouldn't be rewarded for nothing? Humans really don't know what they want, huh?" Yang Kai let out a dry laugh upon hearing that. "If you really feel bad, let me ask you a question. This feather would serve as a reward if you answered me," stated Huang Xinyang. Yang Kai straightened up his position. "Xinyang, please ask. What technique did you use to defeat Ji Laosen just now?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Feng Lu Lang looked over curiously as well. Though they were both strong, they couldn't understand how Ji Laosen ended up that way. Ji Laosen clearly had superior momentum in that confrontation. Moreover, it was incredible that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to effortlessly capture a Grand Dragon who was approaching 50,000 meters twice. It was impossible for a divine spirit to be so vulnerable, let alone someone from the Dragon Clan. Though they were just spectating for fun previously, the defeat of Ji Laosen more or less embarrassed both clans. If word of this situation spread, people would start looking down on the divine spirits. "Oh, I did not do anything in particular." Yang Kai was surprised that the Phoenix clan members brought up the subject first. He thought the Dragon Clan would be the ones asking about it, but since Huang Xinyang brought it up, he did not intend to keep it a secret. In that moment, he suddenly had a feeling that it would have some effect, but he did not know it would have such a strong impact on the Dragon Clan until he tried it. Chapter 5303, What Benefits? Having said that, Yang Kai extended his right hand, palm down, and with light pressure, a simple pattern appeared on the back of his hand. At first glance, the pattern appeared to be nothing special but a simple circle. However, as soon as the two phoenixes noticed this mark, their expression darkened. "The Great Sun Mark. You've been to the chaotic dead territory?" Huang Xinyang exclaimed in shock. Feng Lu Lang remained silent, yet his expression twitched nonstop. These two must have identified this mark. Otherwise, they would not have reacted in this manner, and Xinyang would not have uttered, "chaotic dead territory." "This is the mark of the sun's burning light, and this," Yang Kai remarked with a nod. He stretched out his left hand, and with a slight exertion, a pattern appeared on the back of the hand as well. However, this pattern was different from the one on the right hand, and if the pattern from the right hand were to be inserted into the left one, the two should fit exactly, 2 for 1. The Great Moon Mark. Huang Xinyang was at a loss for words. Now they understood why Ji Laosan was so vulnerable in the face of this individual. Even with Yang Kai just showing them these two marks, the two phoenixes felt breathless, so nothing need be said about Ji Laosan, who had been targeted for suppression. In the beginning, there was chaos. When chaos split apart, Yin and Yang were formed. From Yin and Yang, all divine spirits and living beings were born. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were regarded as the progenitors of all things and the first ancestors of all divine spirits. With these two marks in hand, no divine spirit could lift their head in front of Yang Kai. It was also the first time he was aware that these two marks had such an effect. The two marks he received from the burning light and serene glimmer had always been utilized solely to condense purifying light. However, as he was facing Ji Laosan just now, Yang Kai felt a heat on the back of his hands and unconsciously activated the marks, which resulted in that unexpected situation. Of course, any form of suppression had its limits. Ji Lao San freed himself from the suppression by pushing himself beyond his limits and summoning his dragon bead. However, doing this would ultimately cause Ji Lao San serious harm, and his dragon bead would have been damaged if Yang Kai did not release him promptly. On top of that, this effect was so pronounced because Yang Kai had been facing a grand dragon. If it had been one of the 3 ancient dragons, the effect of the marks would likely have been greatly reduced due to the vast gap in strength between him and them. Ji Lao San picked a bad fight. Huang Xinyang grinned bitterly. Even the dragon clan would not dare to undervalue Yang Kai with these 2 marks adorning his hands. There was a huge chance that Ji Lao San would not have his position in the dragon pool this time. The question had already been answered, and Yang Kai now officially owned the long feather that was in his palm. He carefully put it away with the intention of studying it later when he had more free time. The Tao of Space was, after all, the Phoenix clan's bloodline talent, so he might have some unexpected gains. Was this long feather from one of your wings? He inquired once again. Huang Xinyang gave him a sullen look before ignoring him. Yang Kai scratched his head in confusion, then, as he suddenly realized something, he glanced at her back. What are you looking at? Huang Xinyang turned around and glared even more fiercely. To which Yang Kai responded with a wry smile. Huang Xinyang then sighed. Sometimes, I am quite envious of you humans. Despite having a short lifespan and a weak body, you have unlimited possibilities. For divine spirits like us, however, we are born with a strong physique and a promising future, but we are incomparable to the human race in many cases. Yang Kai asked humbly, what do you mean? Take you for instance. You have a dragon clan bloodline, so you can cultivate the Tao of Time. Plus, you have quite the talent in the Tao of Space, so you can use both grand Taos. We phoenixes, on the other hand, only have the Tao of Space as our sole bloodline talent, so we can't cultivate the dragon clan's Tao of Time. Furthermore, though divine spirits don't encounter many challenges throughout our formative years, we will have to go through much more exacting challenges than you humans if we want to reach our highest potential, she replied. Like the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm? Yang Kai frowned. Huang Xinyang responded with a nod. Even though there aren't a lot of Ninth Order's Open Heaven Realm masters among the humans, there are still more than 100 of them. It is very challenging for us, divine spirits, to cultivate to such a realm. Take the Dragon Clan for example. There is only one divine dragon among the whole clan. Above young dragons were the grand dragons, followed by the ancient dragon, then finally the divine dragons. Yang Kai was aware that the dragon source that resided in his body was the golden divine dragon source. This wasn't to claim that he possessed the strength of a divine dragon, as that would be equivalent to a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. Still, his source originated from a golden divine dragon. What's more, it was from a dragon emperor who lived in ancient times. Yang Kai had become aware of this when he entered the Crystal Palace in the Divine Spirit ancestral land to cultivate. Theoretically, every dragon clan member had the potential to become a divine dragon, but that was only in theory. In reality, there weren't many dragon clansmen that succeeded in growing into a divine dragon since ancient times. Furthermore, only the strongest of divine dragons were granted the title of Dragon Emperor. The Phoenix Empress, on the other hand, was the title that corresponded to that title in the Phoenix clan. Yang Kai laughed as he heard Huang Xinyang bemoaning herself and said, "It's not that simple. The vast human population is the reason why there are so many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. On the other hand, there are only a few members of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Having one divine dragon is already quite a high ratio. That may be the reason, but given that the divine spirits are rare to begin with, how would we know that it wasn't due to the restrictions of the heavenly way?" Huang Xinyang smiled. Her words made Yang Kai think. Then Huang Xinyang continued, "You came to me to ask the reason why Ji Lao San was so hostile to you earlier, right?" This wasn't the first time she had mentioned Ji Lao San, so Yang Kai immediately recognized that Ji Lao San was the Grand Dragon who had blocked him before. He thus nodded and said, "I have a guess, but I don't know the specific reason." Huang Xinyang chuckled. "It seems like you're quite the smart one. The reason why Ji Lao-san targeted you was because you took away benefits that belonged to him. What benefits? The dragon pool. The Phoenix clan lives in this immortal parasol tree, and the phoenix nests here will help us strengthen our bloodlines and gain a better grasp of the Tao of space. The Phoenix clan has the immortal parasol tree while the Dragon clan has the dragon pool. They are very different existences, but serve almost the same function. A member of the Dragon clan can quickly enhance their dragon vein when they cultivate in the dragon pool, saving them a lot of time. However, the dragon pool isn't always accessible. The time between each opening is at least a few thousand years, with the last time it opened being 3,000 years ago. Ji Lao-san has been waiting for this day for such a long time. Plus it is finally his turn this time. How could he easily agree while you just came along and snatched the opportunity that belongs to him when he was so close to greatly increasing his strength? Huang Xinyang said. Yang Kai was at a loss for words. Although he knew that he must have somehow threatened Ji Lao-san's benefits, as there would be no reason for the latter to wait for him outside the no-return pass otherwise, he didn't expect it to be related to the dragon pool's opening. It was no wonder that Ji Lao-san showed such rage when he first approached him. Yang Kai would have not tolerated it either if it was him. The dragon pool is only open to those of the Dragon clan. You are the first individual who was born a human with an acquired Dragon clan bloodline that has been allowed to enter the dragon pool. The human race must have paid a lot in exchange for this opportunity. Besides, Ji Lao-san is not the only one who is unhappy. Others in the Dragon clan are also unhappy. This was also the reason behind the Dragon clan's approval of Ji Lao-san's assault against Yang Kai. If Yang Kai lost to Ji Lao-san, the humans wouldn't be able to say anything about it either. After all, the chance to enter the dragon pool to cultivate was rare, so no weakling would ever be given such an opportunity. However, neither Ji Lao-san nor the Dragon clan at the no-return pass imagined that Yang Kai, a 7th order open heaven realm human, would be able to defeat a grand dragon with such ease. When Yang Kai heard this, he frowned. What price did the human race pay? I have no idea about that, answered Huang Xinyang while shaking her head. It must have been a trade between the Dragon clan and the 9th order old ancestors of the human race. Despite us living together in the no-return pass, we hardly ever speak to one another. As long as the Dragon clan members do not disclose anything, we the Phoenix clan won't stick our nose into it either. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, finally understanding everything. He would undoubtedly encounter numerous dangers during the upcoming crusade, and while he might be strong for his realm, he was ultimately only a 7th order open heaven realm master. On the Black Ink battlefield, even an 8th order open heaven realm master could be killed at any moment, let alone a 7th order master. Yang Kai had just ascended to the 7th order open heaven realm a few hundred years ago, meaning he was still a long way away from the 8th order. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao probably felt like he couldn't make a breakthrough to the 8th order in the short time they had left, so she ordered Yang Kai to head to the no-return pass. It seemed he now owed her a huge favor. The Dragon clan has always acted aloof with the humans, except for the 9th order masters, of course, as the biggest fist will always have a say in things. But relatively speaking, the Dragon clan hates humans like you who intentionally or unintentionally get the chance to integrate with a dragon source. The source originally belonged to the Dragon clan after all, but now, it has merged with humans like you. In the eyes of the Dragon clan, this is an intolerable blasphemy. If you had not come from the Black Ink battlefield, I'm afraid that you would have been torn apart by those ancient dragons on sight. They would take away your dragon source before you even left the no-return pass. This was another reason why the Dragon clan had acted so cold towards him. In the end, Yang Kai's foundation was still human. It might be said that him merging with the golden divine dragon source was his own opportunity. Yet from the perspective of the Dragon clan, it was disrespectful to their ancestors. This applied not only to the Dragon clan members of the no-return pass, but to the Dragon clan members in Dragon Island as well. When Zhu Qing first encountered him, she engaged in a battle with him in an effort to reclaim the dragon source from his body. Of course, that little episode wound up with her losing the rice she wanted to steal a chicken with. The later easing of the relationship with the Dragon Island dragons was largely due to the birth of the small white dragon, Yang Xiao, plus the fact that Yang Kai provided help when heaven-devouring Great Emperor, Wu Kuang, caused trouble in Dragon Island. Listening to all this, Yang Kai finally understood the reason for his visit to the no-return pass, as well as the hostile attitude the Dragon Clan had towards him. Yang Kai believed his time cultivating in the Dragon Pool wouldn't be simple or peaceful, despite the agreement between the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Dragon Clan. As such, he needed to make some plans. Of course, the attitude of the Dragon Clan wasn't enough for him to just give up. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had hoped that he would be able to get stronger to defend himself with the help of the Dragon Pool, so he had to give it his best. Chapter 5304, Staying Overnight in Another's Home. When will the Dragon Pool open? Yang Kai asked again. The dragon force of the Dragon Pool has recently surged, indicating that the opening of the Dragon Pool will be in the coming months. However, the opening of the Dragon Pool is a significant occasion for the Dragon Clan, so they are still in preparation. Yang Kai only feared that he would have to wait for several dozens to hundreds of years. If so, there was no point, as the crusade would have already started or even ended by then. Such a situation wasn't impossible either, because, for races with as long a lifespan as the divine spirits, several dozen to hundreds of years was just like a snap of the fingers to a mortal. If it was only a matter of a few months, Yang Kai could still afford to wait. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai asked, since the bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan is the Tao of Space, why didn't the human race come to you for help to repair the universe temples in the 3,000 worlds during the early years when they were only damaged and not yet disabled? In the end, he was asked to solve this particular problem, causing him to spend a lot of time studying the universe array in the universe temple, in order to repair those abandoned universe temples. Yang Kai previously believed that the human race was helpless because there wasn't anyone proficient enough in the Tao of Space until his appearance. But now that he was aware of the Phoenix clan's ability, it made him question this conclusion. It is true that those in my Phoenix clan are naturally skilled in the Tao of Space, but this is a bloodline talent that we innately possess, which is very different from the human race's mastery over the Tao of Space through rigorous training and studies. So, the way members of the Phoenix clan interpret and use the Tao of Space is quite different from the way humans do, which makes our methods and knowledge somewhat incompatible. Additionally, repairing the universe temple not only requires knowledge of the Tao of Space, but also of the Tao of Spirit arrays, so it wasn't an issue that the Phoenix clan could easily resolve. Besides, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans are restricted by the great ancestral bloodline, oath to not leave the no-return pass. Oh, Yang Kai plainly remarked. To think of it, though the Phoenix clan members were proficient in the Tao of Space, it didn't mean that they knew how to repair the universe arrays. On top of that, there was the great ancestral bloodline oath. Yang Kai didn't know much about what this great oath mentioned, but since ancestral bloodlines were involved, it was clearly something quite serious. He also inquired about some Dragon Clan information that wasn't confidential, so Huang Xinyang answered him honestly. After half a day, Yang Kai stood up sincerely to show courtesy. Many thanks, Xinyang, for dispelling all of my doubts. He would still be perplexed at this point if Huang Xinyang hadn't explained so much to him. Even though there would always be a path to the destination, it would be preferable if he had known what he was about to encounter sooner, so he could prepare himself. Looking at it now, the Dragon Clan and the Ninth Order's old ancestors must have reached an agreement. The Dragon Clan would uphold its end of the bargain as long as Yang Kai did not willingly withdraw. Regardless, Yang Kai was unsure if there would be any obstructions along the way. It's nothing. It has always been boring living in the no-return pass all these years. It's unusual for something interesting and fun to happen, so it was quite nice being able to watch the show just now, Huang Xinyang said honestly. As to whether her words would offend the Dragon Clan, they clearly wouldn't. They were prideful, but not neurotic. I have another request, and I hope Xinyang will agree to it. Yang Kai bowed with a sincere attitude. He had to humble himself as he requested help. It didn't matter because Huang Xinyang might appear to be a young woman, but she should already be quite old. Tell me, then I'll decide. Since Huang Xinyang was not a fool, she didn't agree immediately. Yang Kai chuckled upon her reply and said shyly, This junior's first visit to the no-return pass, and I have nowhere to stay. The Dragon Clan doesn't seem to have the intention of welcoming me either. I'm part of the Dragon Clan nevertheless, so it is sad to see them treating me like an outsider. Can I temporarily stay here at Xin Yang's place, since there is still some time before the Dragon Pool opens? You won't let me live on the streets, will you? You want to borrow a place at my residence? Huang Xinyang looked at him and chuckled. It's not for nothing. Xinyang, do tell me if you need any help. Or perhaps I can pay for it. Added Yang Kai hastily. What do you have that would benefit me? Huang Xinyang spat disdainfully. Putting aside that Yang Kai wouldn't be very wealthy as he was only a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he had anything valuable, Huang Xinyang might not be interested because divine spirits like her had acquired many great things over the course of their long lives. Yang Kai hurriedly took out a set of yellow and blue crystals and handed them over. Xinyang, are these good enough? He had a lot of wonderful things in his possession, but Yang Kai surmised that the only items that could impress a phoenix were the yellow and blue crystals. After all, these things came from the chaotic dead territory, and were the condensed power of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the common ancestors of all divine spirits, so these crystals should be quite alluring to the divine spirits. However, he was somewhat unsure as the yellow and blue crystals, which he always regarded as resources to generate purifying light, didn't hold any special meaning to him. He took them out just to give it a try. What surprised him was when Huang Xinyang saw the yellow crystal and blue crystal. Her eyes lit up and she swiftly snatched them up. After some examination, she looked up and asked, "Are these from the chaotic dead territory?" "You're right." Yang Kai gave a big thumbs up to Huang Xinyang. "Xinyang's eyes are as sharp as a hawk's. You have excellent observation skills." Huang Xinyang did not react to his obvious toadying. She put away the crystals as she turned her palm, saying, "Good. You really do know how to show your sincerity. I'll let you temporarily live here." "Many thanks, Xinyang." Yang Kai rejoiced. "Then this junior shall go take a rest. It has been a tiring journey here. I won't be disturbing Xinyang for now." With that being said, he rushed away in a blink of an eye. The inner space of the phoenix nest was actually really large. Watching his leaving figure, Huang Xinyang shook her head and said, "That slippery brat." Feng Luliang, who had been silent the whole time, said suddenly, "You normally don't like to interact with humans. You sure were acting very differently today." The arrival of humans was not rare at the no-return pass, as it was the only transit point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, so fresh manpower was sent here quite frequently. Still, over the years, Huang Xinyang never had such interaction with any human. Huang Xinyang glanced at him and pointedly stated, "I don't believe that you didn't feel it." Feng Lulang replied, "It seems like it's not my imagination. That kid has a Phoenix Clan's aura on him." "This is also what I find to be unusual," Huang Xinyang replied with a nod. "He already possesses a dragon source, so he couldn't possess a Phoenix source as well, right? The coexistence of dragon and Phoenix sources in a single body is impossible. It should be that he has recently been in close contact with someone from our clan." Huang Xinyang shook her head. "As far as I know, he has been on the Black Ink battlefield for hundreds of years, and has had no chance to come into contact with anyone from our clan. Even if he had, the aura would have quickly dissipated. I'm not sure why this is happening either. Those from the Phoenix clan are rare, and most of them are currently living within the immortal parasol tree. However, there are still some who wander outside. I have no idea if they are still living or not, but perhaps we can locate one of them if we identify who he interacted with," he replied. "That's why I want to keep him here." By keeping Yang Kai close, they could observe him more easily. Although Yang Kai had taken out a set of yellow and blue crystals, which contained the essence of the burning light and serene glimmer from the chaotic dead territory, they were actually quite useless to Huang Xinyang. Just when they were talking here though, the entire phoenix nest shook abruptly, making Huang Xinyang's beautiful face pale. Atop a mountain some distance away, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged. His world force surged, and space principles rippled, resonating with the rich space Tao essence contained in this sealed world. When Yang Kai entered the phoenix nest, he saw that the universe's ancient aura was still preserved here. Additionally, because it was a phoenix nest of the Phoenix clansmen, space Tao essence was incredibly rich and abundant. With the help of these space Tao essences, the Phoenix clan members could continue to cultivate and become stronger in their own phoenix nest, which was why it was said that the phoenix nest was the root of every phoenix. If someone else came to a phoenix nest, they would only get to experience the ancient aura of the universe. But it was different for Yang Kai, as he benefited greatly from the incredibly rich space Tao essence present in this place. His mastery over the Tao of space could be made stronger by absorbing and refining these Tao essences. At the same time, comprehending the differences of the grand Tao of space between ancient times and now would further enhance his mastery. In addition, as this Tao essence was preserved in its most primitive form, it made it simple for Yang Kai to refine it, as it was extremely pure, without any trace of impurity. To Yang Kai, that place was a cultivation paradise. This was an unexpected gain. He had intended to cultivate and better his Dragon Clan bloodline in the Dragon Pool when he arrived at the No-Return Pass, but before he had even entered the Dragon Pool, he gained advantages from the Phoenix clan. Fate was truly unpredictable. On his side, Yang Kai devoured and refined the space Tao essence in the Phoenix nest eagerly, while on Huang Xinyang's side, her beautiful face paled due to how quickly the space Tao essence in her Phoenix nest was dissipating. She needed to cultivate like him too, and although the immortal parasol tree would gradually replenish the Tao essences even if they dissipated completely, Yang Kai's method of cultivating was akin to him drying out the lake to catch all the fish. It was not beneficial for her if the Tao essences here were all consumed. After all, replenishment took time, and if the balance in the Phoenix nest was disrupted, the entire structure would be at risk of rupturing. Yang Kai's action right now was comparable to him stealing all of her family's property. To be honest, Huang Xinyang knew that once Yang Kai started to cultivate, the space Tao essence in her Phoenix nest would definitely decrease, but she never expected such a situation. She and Feng Lulang both greatly underestimated Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space. He might even be a level higher than them. With the suction force emerging from Yang Kai, the Phoenix nest experienced a world-trembling shock. Is he even human? Huang Xinyang and Feng Lulang felt that they were incomparable to Yang Kai when it came to cultivating the Tao of space at this point. A loud cry echoed throughout the Phoenix nest as Huang Xinyang shot into the air, quickly rushing over to Yang Kai. Chapter 5305, Ownerless Phoenix Nest. Moments later, on the immortal parasol tree, a portal opened up. Yang Kai, who was held by the neck by Huang Xinyang, was tossed out onto his butt. Scram! Yang Kai stood up and rubbed his behind, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xinyang, if there's anything wrong, you can speak to me nicely. Why get mad? I have nothing to say to you, thief. Leave. With an innocent look, Yang Kai cried. How can I be a thief? I've paid to stay. No. I have paid the rental and greeted you, Xinyang. I was just temporarily using your place to cultivate. Why did Xinyang kick me out? Just as the words left his mouth, a yellow crystal and a blue crystal were thrown onto him. I'm returning those to you. Never come back again. Ever. Those crystals weren't anything precious, and she only kept them because they were unique. Did he really think that they meant a lot to her? When angered, a phoenix was incredibly strong. Yang Kai's face was also swollen as a result of him not being able to dodge the crystals. And as he saw the portal closing, Yang Kai said anxiously, Xinyang, I have something to say. I'll stop being so aggressive and be more easygoing when I cultivate. There was no response. Huang Xinyang had already sealed up the portal to her phoenix nest, fully restricting him from entering. However, Yang Kai could feel minor traces of the portal, and if he tried, he might be able to forcefully break in. But he would suffer even if he succeeded, since the owner no longer welcomed him. Things had changed once again. Yang Kai stood alone on a branch of the immortal parasol tree, feeling dejected. Multiple young dragons passing by looked up from below and glared at him, making him even more embarrassed. Though the no-return pass was large, He had nowhere to go after Huang Xinyang kicked him out. Did he really have to spend his nights on the street? The situation would still be alright if it was only a matter of 1 or 2 days, since he could just walk around and time would fly by, but this was a matter of months. If word of this spread, it would embarrass not just him, but the rest of the human race as well. Moreover, he had just tasted the benefits of a phoenix nest. After merely whetting his appetite, he was kicked out, leaving him craving for more. The phoenix nest was really an excellent place for him to cultivate. According to the levels of mastery he pioneered, his Tao of Space was currently at the 8th level, summiting the peak, so if his skill were to ascend to the level above, the 9th level, it would reach shocking history and dazzling the present. Yang Kai believed that when he successfully reached this level, even if he couldn't make a breakthrough with his cultivation, his strength would certainly grow significantly. How could he be content to just let himself be kicked out? There was nothing he could do while standing outside the portal, as no matter how he pleaded, appealed, or vowed to the heavens and earth, Huang Xinyang was adamant about not letting him back in. After trying for some time, Yang Kai eventually gave up, as he still had some shame. At last he sighed. There had to be a place for him somewhere else. He raised his head and surveyed the surrounding area, and then he leapt and landed on another tree branch. He greeted the void in front of him. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. This is my first time at the No Return Pass and I have nowhere to go. Could you lend me a spot in your precious home to temporarily live in? The void swirled in front of him, followed by the appearance of a portal, causing Yang Kai's face to brighten up. A woman with bright eyes and bright teeth protruded from the portal, and looked at Yang Kai with a disgusted expression, scolding, "Go away." Saying so, she immediately retreated, followed by the portal closing. That made Yang Kai terribly embarrassed. Just say no if you're not willing to lend me a place. Why come out and scold me? After appealing his case for some time, Yang Kai approached another branch, gave a respectful salute, and then asked for a place to temporarily live. Due to his proficiency with the Tao of Space, it was simple for him to locate the hidden phoenix nests on the immortal parasol tree. However, the Phoenix clan members' attitudes towards him remained essentially the same. If they had a mild temperament, they wouldn't show up at all and just ignored him, allowing him to just yell outside for a bit. As for the hot-tempered ones, they either opened the door to scold him or assaulted him in moderation to chase him away, with no intention of hurting him. Yang Kai realized there was likely no hope of seeking shelter from the Phoenix clan, after getting rejected about 7 or 8 times in a row. He was also unsure whether the Phoenix clan had some sort of mysterious way to communicate with each other. Either way, all the Phoenix clan members should have already known what happened between Huang Xinyang and him previously, or they would have no reason to reject him so stubbornly. Borrowing a place to stay for a month or 2 wasn't an issue. The problem was him stealing from the owner while lodging in their home. How would anybody let him inside after learning about such thievery? Now he was not permitted to enter the Phoenix nest, and the Dragon clan did not welcome him. Despite how large the no-return pass was, Yang Kai actually had no place to stay. This was certainly one of the most distressing situations he encountered after so many years of cultivation. Again he arrived in front of another portal, bowed to salute and asked sincerely for a place. As expected, there was no reaction. Perhaps this was a mild-tempered phoenix, so they did not bother with or assault Yang Kai. No matter the situation, he couldn't just force his way in if the owner didn't open the door. Exasperated and dejected, he wanted to head to another phoenix nest to try his luck. However, just when he turned to leave, he frowned, carefully examining the void in front of him. After some time of examination, he flashed to another phoenix nest. He had changed multiple locations before making his way over to Huang Xinyang's phoenix nest. He lifted his hand and knocked on the void in front of him, saying, "Xinyang, I have a question." There was no response from Huang Xinyang, as she was obviously ignoring him. Yang Kai continued, "I'm really here to just ask a question, not to borrow a place." The void rippled a little, and Xinyang stuck her head out with a cautious look on her face. "What?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're still a noble and powerful phoenix. There's no need to be so on guard against me." He looked into the phoenix nest and before he could say a word, Huang Xinyang reprimanded. What are you looking at? You can't come in. If you need to say something, say it. Otherwise, leave. Yang Kai wanted to ask if he could come in for a conversation, but after seeing Huang Xinyang's attitude, he was scared that he would receive another scolding if he did. Brushing off that thought, he said, I just made my way across the immortal parasol tree, visiting many Phoenix Clan seniors, and I came onto something odd. Huang Xinyang sneered because she witnessed what happened. This brat was thick-skinned enough to say that he was only visiting them after getting rejected so many times. Then he pointed to the phoenix nest he visited last. The portal of that phoenix nest seems to have not been opened for many years. Is the senior cultivating in retreat inside? There hasn't been any motion from it. Could they have encountered an accident? Huang Xinyang glanced in the direction he pointed, frowned, and replied in surprise, You can tell that the portal hasn't been opened for many years. Every time a portal is opened, it will leave a few unnoticeable traces. These traces are undetectable to others, but you and I should be able to see them, right? He nonchalantly said. Huang Xinyang replied flatly, understanding that this brat really did have a higher comprehension of the Tao of space than her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to notice things like this. She initially couldn't be bothered anymore, but still explained out of kindness. There are some phoenix nests that have no owners. The owner of the phoenix nest you were referring to hasn't returned for a long time. Although members of the Phoenix clan were scarce, some were still born over time. Most of the Phoenix clan members lived on the immortal parasol tree, but there were always some others venturing outside. The majority of these venturing Phoenix clan members had been involved in accidents and perished, whereas some might have come across accidents where they were stuck and were unable to flee. The Phoenix nest of these members remained, but nobody had entered them for many, many years. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard it, an ownerless Phoenix nest. Huang Xinyang knew what he was up to based on his expression and said with a smile, There are as many phoenix nests on the immortal parasol tree as there are phoenixes in my Phoenix clan. A phoenix nest is the origin of a Phoenix clan source. In other words, the existence of both is interconnected. Unless the source is destroyed, the phoenix nest will remain forever. Those phoenix nests which currently have no owner may have already been involved in an accident and have fallen. Nevertheless, their source survived. However, it is most likely that those carrying these phoenix sources aren't pure Phoenix clan members, so they can't locate this place and arrive here. The slightly sidetracked Yang Kai then said, What Xinyang means is that every Phoenix clan member's source correlates to a phoenix nest. If the individuals who obtain the Phoenix clan source discovers this place, they will be able to own their personal phoenix nest? Correct. Huang Xinyang nodded. Any existence that arrived here and cultivated in their phoenix nest would eventually transform into a pure Phoenix clan member, regardless of how they attained their Phoenix clan source. So that is how it works. Yang Kai muttered. Nothing else, right? If there's nothing else, stop bothering me. Without allowing Yang Kai to respond, she snapped and retracted her head. Xinyang, wait. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her but was too slow. According to her attitude, Huang Xinyang made it obvious that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Of course, Yang Kai didn't push the issue, but if what Xinyang stated was accurate, then one of these ownerless phoenix nests on this immortal parasol tree would belong to Su Yan, another to Jiu Feng, and another to Lu Yan. These three individuals possess Phoenix clan sources. Now things were getting interesting. Yang Kai scrutinized his surroundings, then once again arrived at the ownerless phoenix nest. He rubbed his chin and pondered. On the other hand, in Huang Xinyang's phoenix nest, Feng Lulang asked after holding it back for a long time, Why did you mislead him? She snorted lightly. To keep him busy. Or else, he would come to disturb me again. So annoying. Feng Lulang sighed, deep down knowing Yang Kai was about to get in trouble again. Huang Xinyang did not lie to him, but she did not make things clear either. It was true that each phoenix nest on the immortal parasol tree corresponded to a Phoenix clan source, but also, those Phoenix clan sources were the only keys to unlock these phoenix nests. Without the corresponding Phoenix clan source, No matter how proficient Yang Kai was with the Tao of Space, he would never be able to open these unowned phoenix nests. There was an undetermined amount of phoenix nests. Since the creation of the universe, the immortal parasol tree, and the Phoenix clan, the number of the phoenix nests had increased and decreased as a result of several factors over the ages. A greater number of phoenix nests indicated a greater amount of phoenix sources remaining, and decreased phoenix nests indicated decreased phoenix sources. Nonetheless, these two factors were unrelated to the life or death of a phoenix. Even when a Phoenix clan member fell due to an accident, as long as their source remained, their phoenix nest would never be destroyed. If anyone obtained that source by chance and cultivated it in a phoenix nest in the No-Return Pass, they would have the opportunity to shed their former body to be reborn as a pure member of the Phoenix clan. Chapter 5306, Su Yan's Phoenix Nest. In fact, just like the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan was the same, with the exception that dragon sources were from the Dragon Pool. Hence, for both the Dragon and Phoenix clans, those places were the root of their entire clan. The Dragon Pool being the Dragon clan's origin and the Phoenix nests being the Phoenix clan's origin. Yang Kai once wondered if the decline of talents would lead to the eventual extinction of the Dragon clan, but this was simply impossible. As long as the Dragon Pool remained, the Dragon clan would never go extinct. There might be situations where the clan becomes momentarily weak and vulnerable, but that was unavoidable if it was the will of the heavenly way. However, the fact that there were ownerless phoenix nests on this immortal parasol tree surprised Yang Kai. Didn't that mean he could enter the ownerless phoenix nests at will? As the saying went, one would wear out iron shoes seeking their feet. Besides, Huang Xinyang didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him from entering these ownerless phoenix nests. Wasn't this a tacit agreement? TSK. Xinyang isn't so cruel after all. Her seemingly unintentional words actually pointed him towards a beneficial path. Yang Kai restrained his excitement as he made his way to an unowned phoenix nest. Verifying that the nest had not been opened in many years, he got to work. Space principles rippled as he made a wiping movement to connect to the Phoenix Nest portal. Initially, he thought that it wouldn't be that difficult to open this portal because he was already proficient enough in the Tao of Space. Besides, this portal didn't have any special barrier to it, making it simpler to access. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that things weren't so simple. The Phoenix Nest portal indeed had no barrier, and he could also sense that it was right in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried to open it, the portal showed no signs of budging. The Phoenix Nest's portal seemed to be locked by an invisible force. Yang Kai at first believed that his approach was incorrect, but as the portal remained shut even after several days of trying, he gradually understood the issue. It wasn't that he wasn't proficient enough in the Tao of Space, but that the Phoenix Nest actually had some other requirement in order to be opened. Yang Kai concluded as such because the Phoenix Nest portal in front of him appeared to be locked by an invisible force, and he probably needed the right key to open it. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh as he recalled what Huang Xinyang said to him and her attitude at that time. He was tricked. Now Yang Kai figured the matching Phoenix source was necessary in order to unlock this Phoenix Nest. In other words, the key to these Phoenix Nest portals was the Phoenix sources themselves. Even though he had a higher mastery over the Tao of Space compared to many, he was unable to enter without the key. After all, the immortal parasol tree was a unique existence that was born soon after the universe came into existence. It could be said that it was a type of supreme innate treasure. How could anything related to such a treasure be so easily accessed? The hope that was sparked previously was put out ruthlessly, causing Yang Kai to feel dejected again. He would still be fine if he hadn't known the benefits of the Phoenix Nests for his cultivation. However, not only was he aware, he even got a taste. It was simply a terrible feeling not being able to have access to it anymore. Yang Kai, still a little in disbelief, circled the immortal parasol tree once more, searching for portals that had been closed for a very long time. He tried 3 other Phoenix Nests consecutively, all to no avail. When he got to the 4th nest, Yang Kai assumed the situation would be the same, but after exerting quite a bit of force, the void in front of him rippled, and a portal hazily formed. Yang Kai looked on in pleasant surprise. As he was ready to go all out to pry open this portal, when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This portal didn't seem to be responding to his actions, but rather a different power from the inside. Young Kai's expression darkened. Oh no! Sure enough, a phoenix's head appeared from the portal, asking as it glared at Young Kai with blood-red phoenix eyes, "Little bastard, what do you think you're doing disturbing me?" Saying so, its sharp beak was aimed at Young Kai, attempting to peck him. Young Kai's hair stood on end. This seemingly normal peck might actually open a big hole in his body if he was hit by it, possibly even tearing apart his soul in the process. This phoenix nest was not at all an unowned phoenix nest. Its master had simply been in retreat for a long time, which was why it hadn't been opened in many years. Thinking about it now, Young Kai realized that this was probably the case for other seemingly ownerless phoenix nests. As the saying went, when one often walks by the river, getting wet is inevitable. "Senior, this is a misunderstanding," Young Kai shouted as he pushed his space principles madly, instantly disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already 100,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass. However, he was in a mess, quite disheveled at this point. His clothes were torn, and he had a wound on his chest from which golden blood was oozing. On the immortal parasol tree, a cold snort resounded. "Next time, I'll take your life." Then the phoenix's head withdrew as the portal shut. Now things were really awkward for Young Kai. Though he reacted in the shortest time possible, and even used space principles in order to escape, the Tao of space was still the grand Tao all Phoenix clan members cultivated. Young Kai was unable to escape from that peck no matter how he struggled or tried to flee, suffering an injury in the end. Fortunately, it seemed the Phoenix clan had an innately gentle temperament, so the one Young Kai offended did not have any intention of killing him ruthlessly. If it was the Dragon clan that he had insulted, Young Kai would likely be locked in a life-or-death battle right now. Inside her phoenix nest, Xin Yang laughed riotously as she watched the commotion, whereas Feng Lu Lang shook his head, thinking that the human would stop causing a commotion after suffering such a loss. After all, Young Kai had no idea which phoenix nests were unowned, and which had simply not been opened due to the owner being in retreat for a long time. But Feng Lu Lang immediately realized that he was wrong. After spending some time outside, Young Kai changed into a different outfit, and casually ran back to the immortal parasol tree to continue what he was previously doing. Feng Lu Lang was speechless. Why is this human so stubborn? The phoenix nests will never open unless the owner's source is present. He should know this already, so why waste time? Still, Young Kai, who had prior experiences now, started acting more cautiously. He dared not cause a huge commotion even with the phoenix nests that seemed to have no owner, fearing that there would be another phoenix coming out to peck at him. He was currently searching for specific phoenix nests. Despite the size of the immortal parasol tree, there weren't many members of the Phoenix clan. Consequently, there weren't many phoenix nests. There were only roughly 100 of them. In other words, the number of Phoenix clan members was only around 100. This also counted the numerous Phoenix clan sources lost outside. Young Kai estimated that there were approximately only 40 or 50 members of the Phoenix clan who were still residing on the immortal parasol tree. Still, this was already a huge force considering it was the Phoenix clan. Each mature dragon was equivalent to a high-rank open heaven realm master, and due to their long lifespan and inherited bloodline, they only required time to strengthen themselves to ascend to the level equivalent to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, without having to go through many risks. A process similar for all divine spirits. Since there weren't many phoenix nests, Young Kai had little trouble locating all of them, and after 4 hours, he stood in front of a specific one. This was another phoenix nest that had not been opened for many years. If Young Kai hadn't felt a trace of a familiar aura flowing out of this phoenix nest, he would not have been able to determine whether there wasn't an owner inside or not. It was that familiar aura that confirmed that this phoenix nest was ownerless. Or at least the owner was not in. This was because the fire phoenix aura coming from this nest belonged to Lu Yan. The phoenix source that Lu Yan owned today dated back to Martial Flame Great Emperor, who had attained the phoenix true fire by chance many years ago. After cultivating with it, Martial Flame eventually ascended to become a great emperor of the Star Boundary. It was during that period that heaven-devouring great emperor, Wu Kuang, had caused chaos. As a result, all the other great emperors of the Star Boundary fought him in a deadly battle in the Shattered Star Sea. In that battle, Wu Kuang's body was destroyed as a result of his defeat. Along with his death, several other great emperors, namely Azure Sea Great Emperor, Martial Flame Great Emperor, Yuanding Great Emperor, and Cyan Lotus Great Emperor perished. That was the time when Wu Kuang overpowered everyone else and ruled like a tyrant. But in the end, his actions led to public outrage which ultimately got him killed. It was later revealed that Wu Kuang faked his own death, and many years later was resurrected. However, the tale of him using his own power to kill numerous great emperors remained, fascinating all who heard it. No other great emperor had possessed strength on par with Wu Kuang's. After the fall of the Martial Flame Great Emperor, the Phoenix True Fire remained in the Shattered Star Sea. When Yang Kai traveled to the Shattered Star Sea for training, he obtained the Phoenix True Fire, and later gave it to Lu Yen to refine. Consequently, he could easily recognize the aura of this fire phoenix source because he was very familiar with it. The Phoenix True Fire, strictly speaking, was actually a phoenix source. The aura that was just barely noticeable on the phoenix nest in front of him undoubtedly came from the same source as the Phoenix True Fire that he gave to Lu Yen. Now that this had been confirmed, Yang Kai could act boldly without having to fear a Phoenix clan member showing up to deal with him. But to his disappointment, despite being certain that Lu Yen was the Phoenix Nest's owner, he was still unable to open it. He didn't continue because he knew that the Phoenix Nest wasn't that simple to open from previous experience. After half a day of searching on the immortal parasol tree, Yang Kai stood in front of another Phoenix Nest. If he was not mistaken, Jiu Feng should be the owner of this Phoenix Nest. However, he wasn't really sure as he had not interacted with Jiu Feng frequently, so he didn't have a vivid memory of her source's aura. There was a high chance it was, though. He had found Lu Yen and Jiu Feng's Phoenix Nest, so what about Su Yan's? There would definitely be a Phoenix Nest here that belonged to Su Yan. At this moment, Yang Kai had no hope of entering the Phoenix Nest to cultivate and further strengthen his understanding and mastery over the Tao of space, so all he wanted was to find out where Su Yan's Phoenix Nest was located, so he could help guide her here in the future where she would be able to cultivate with peace of mind. Moments later, as Yang Kai stood on a branch of the immortal parasol tree and looked at the void in front of him, he smiled gently. Found it. Su Yan should be the owner of the Phoenix Nest in front of him. He was very familiar with that aura. After all, she was his first wife, and their many times of cultivating together had already connected their auras. When Yang Kai arrived here, he almost immediately recognized this Phoenix Nest as Su Yan's. Chapter 5307. How did he enter? This familiar aura made Yang Kai sigh in reminiscence. He had not seen Su Yan for hundreds of years before entering the Black Ink battlefield, and now several hundred more years had passed. Yet his parting with her and the others felt as though it only happened days before. To a master like Yang Kai, the higher their cultivation, the less emphasis they put on time. Back when he was still young, Yang Kai felt every day was extremely precious, but as he became stronger, even a simple retreat could take years. His greatest desire used to be to mature quickly and obtain the freedom and strength that came with it, but looking back now, he realized how precious the time when he was a carefree kid was. That was a period of time that could only remain in his memories. He had spent his entire life traveling around, from south to north and back again. Though there had been a lot of women around him, he had never really spent much time with them. Yang Kai felt deeply that there was more time spent away from his family and loved ones than with them since he began his journey on the martial Tao. It was still fine before, as there would always be occasions to gather, but after he had entered the Black Ink battlefield, he knew he would never see them again unless the Black Ink clan was completely eradicated. Was all this really worth it? He thought to himself. But Yang Kai's expression quickly changed to one of determination. No, it is. The current short separation was necessary to prepare for the long-term reunion afterwards. He would finally be at peace and bring his lovely companions to travel across mountains and rivers, and enjoy himself when the battle in the Black Ink battlefield was over. For that reason, he had to become stronger in order to survive. The familiar aura lingered around his fingertips as he extended his hand to touch it, as if he was brushing Su Yan's face. As he reached out, Yang Kai's expression soon filled with shock, which then quickly turned to joy. With a flash, he rushed into the portal in front of him and disappeared. The next moment, two figures appeared on the immortal parasol tree together. Both Huang Xinyang and Feng Lulang looked at the place where Yang Kai disappeared in extreme disbelief. Xinyang's eyes bulged as she muttered in a hoarse voice, "He went in." Feng Lulang nodded lightly, confirming he went in. Xinyang's thoughts were all over the place. How? Feng Lulang had no idea how to reply either, so he just said, "Just like that." Nonsense. She glared at him. She had been observing Yang Kai, so of course she knew he went in just like that. The point was, how did he get in? That was a phoenix nest. Besides, it was not just any phoenix nest. While the two were talking, more phoenix nests opened up, and figures emerged from the portals, obviously having noticed something. These people were all attractive men and women of varying ages, and they were all staring in the direction of where Yang Kai had disappeared. A woman with a particularly noble and dense aura emerged. She appeared to be 15 or 16 years old on first impression. However, if one paid closer attention, she seemed to be in her early 20s. Strangely enough, after observing her for some time, she suddenly appeared to be in her mid-30s. This woman's age seemed to be a true mystery. She then asked in a soft voice, "Has someone returned to the clan?" Huang Xinyang and Feng Lulang exchanged glances before quickly bowing and explaining everything that had just happened. The group of Phoenix clan members were shocked to learn that a human from afar opened this phoenix nest. What's more, this human was no ordinary human, but rather a human that had refined and fused with a dragon source. The phoenix nest was opened by such a person. This had never happened before. The Phoenix clan members started chattering and demanded that the brat be dragged out of the phoenix nest and punished. Phoenix nests were the root of the Phoenix clan after all, so no one other than the Phoenix clan members were permitted to set foot inside of them. However, a half-dragon human had now entered one. How could such blasphemy be tolerated? If this phoenix nest could be opened by an outsider, wouldn't everyone be able to access the other phoenix nest in the future? Many Phoenix clan's members shared the same thoughts and attitude. In the immortal parasol tree, more than half of the 40 Phoenix clan members supported this plan. The smaller half did not explicitly state their viewpoint, but it was clear that they did not disagree. What they were most concerned about was how this human managed to enter this phoenix nest. The ability to enter a phoenix nest indicated that an individual owned a phoenix source. But how was it possible that a human who was confirmed to possess a dragon source also had a phoenix source? Despite the dragon and phoenix clans being said to coexist, side by side, certain things like their sources could never coexist inside a single individual. This was fundamental knowledge. After countless years of peace and tranquility, the immortal parasol tree became lively because of Yang Kai's unprecedented actions, and almost all the Phoenix's clan members that were able to come out from retreat came out. The Dragon clan was immediately alerted by the commotion, and many of them throughout the no-return pass released their divine sense, immediately understanding the whole story in an instant. The incident shocked the Dragon clan as well. The human who was sent over to take advantage of the Dragon clan had entered a phoenix nest of the Phoenix clan before even stepping foot into the dragon pool. Having lived with each other for so many years, how could the Dragon clan not know about the mysteries of the phoenix nest? They were equally perplexed as to how a bastard who refined a dragon source would be qualified to enter an ownerless phoenix nest. It had been many millennia since the no-return pass had been this lively. Even though masters from the 3,000 worlds would frequently be sent to different great passes through the no-return pass, their stays here were always brief. Additionally, due to the authority of the Dragon and Phoenix clan, these humans were also well-behaved in the no-return pass, not daring to be the least bit presumptuous and always departing with haste. This human, on the other hand, not only embarrassed the Dragon clan when he first arrived, but he also violated the Phoenix clan's sacred home. It made everyone speechless. Phoenix Clan's issue, though, was not the business of the Dragon Clan. Thus all they did in this situation was observe the commotion. On the parasol tree, the Phoenix Clan members were filled with rage, especially the young phoenixes that denounced Yang Kai loudly. On the contrary, the older phoenixes soon fell silent, their eyes filled with pensive light. There were many things that the young phoenixes were unaware of, but the older ones had already heard certain stories from their forefathers. The phoenix nest that was opened was not an ordinary phoenix nest. It was a phoenix nest that belonged to a previous generation phoenix empress. After a certain incident, that empress source went missing, its location unknown even now. As such, wasn't the opening of this phoenix nest an indication of something? Even this generation's phoenix empress had shown herself. She was a noble woman who had an extremely dense aura. Her strength was comparable to the Dragon Emperor, as well as the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm humans. It could even be said that a Dragon Emperor and a Phoenix Empress were stronger compared to Ninth Order old ancestors. Without such a master assuming command, they wouldn't be able to maintain the safety and security of the no-return pass throughout the years. But in the end, even with the Empress present, the Phoenix Clan members were unable to drag Yang Kai out from the Phoenix nest because they lacked the ability to do so. Though they were Phoenix Clan members, they couldn't simply open a phoenix nest that did not belong to them. In other words, they couldn't really do anything unless the human willingly came out. The phoenix nest belonging to Su Yan was fully covered with snow and ice, making the whole world snow-white in color. In midair, Yang Kai surveyed his surroundings as he admired the beauty and magnificence of this place. This was a world sealed in ice and snow, so it was absolutely freezing. The fact that Su Yan owned this phoenix nest made it reasonable that this was the case. Su Yan's Phoenix Clan source was an ice phoenix source, so naturally, her phoenix nest was filled with ice principles. The cold inside was the kind that permeated one's soul. Even Yang Kai felt a bit uneasy when he first arrived here, but thankfully, he felt much better after circulating his world force. A moment later he felt overjoyed. Just like Huang Xinyang's phoenix nest, this place was filled with dense, primordial space Tao essence. On top of that, this Tao essence was 10 times denser than it was in Huang Xinyang's nest. That was an immense difference. This was also a reasonable situation though. The Phoenix Clan members cultivated in their phoenix nests, where they refined the ambient space Tao essence to enhance their own understanding of this grand Tao. At the same time, the mysterious power of the immortal parasol tree would replenish the space Tao essence. Of course, as long as the Phoenix clansmen could maintain a balance, the Tao essence of their phoenix nest would never completely deplete, allowing them to slowly cultivate for as long as they wished. However, it was different for Su Yan's phoenix nest. Throughout the years when nobody refined the space Tao essence in this ownerless phoenix nest, the Tao essence had accumulated to become very dense. This did not apply only to Su Yan's phoenix nest, but every ownerless phoenix nest on the parasol tree, with the abundance of Tao essence varying with the years since they became ownerless. If any Phoenix Clan member that was roaming outside managed to find their way here, and open their phoenix nest, their strength would undoubtedly increase immensely in a short time. This was a type of reward for returning to one's roots. Right now, this circumstance was a great blessing for Yang Kai. He had got a taste of it at Xin Yang's place, but was soon kicked out before he had eaten his fill. The circumstance now here at Su Yan's place was equivalent to serving him a table of delicacies when he was starving. Of course, Yang Kai would want to feast. He didn't fear that this would harm Su Yan in any way since the space Tao essence in this place was dense after countless years of accumulation. As long as he cultivated in moderation, he would not dry out the Tao essence here, which would also be replenished after he left. When Su Yan visited in the future, she could still enjoy the gifts of this phoenix nest. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged after he found a random ice peak. As space principles rippled, the world resonated and the space Tao essence in this phoenix nest was quickly absorbed by him. Refining this incredibly pure and ancient Tao essence was of enormous advantage to Yang Kai's comprehension of the Grand Tao. On top of that, it helped him understand the differences between the ancient and current Grand Tao of space, which was also extremely beneficial. Yang Kai already caused quite a commotion at Xin Yang's place, but now he caused a bigger one in Su Yan's place. He seemed to have transformed into a bottomless abyss, incessantly swallowing the ambient space Tao essence. Consequently, he felt that he gained a deeper, broader sensibility of the Tao of space. Chapter 5308. Why are you all here? Though there was no one to guide Yongkai as he cultivated in the phoenix nest, the primordial Tao essence was the best teacher. By consuming and refining these Tao essences, he was able to reflect, identify his weaknesses, and eliminate the bad while retaining the good. His mastery of Tao of space increased rapidly. A few months flew by quickly. Yongkai opened his eyes and reviewed his gains. He didn't achieve a breakthrough, but his mastery of the Tao of space had evidently been enhanced, and this enhancement of his grand Tao improved his strength too. By just lifting his hand, Yongkai could feel the quivering motion of the void around him. Yongkai remained as tranquil as an ancient well, though such a result was certainly pleasing to him. Cultivating in this phoenix nest for a few months was far more beneficial to him than cultivating outside for many years. The only thing that saddened him was that despite greatly enhancing his comprehension of the Tao of space, he didn't seem to have any signs of breaking through to the next level of mastery. According to his own division of a grand Tao, the last stage was shocking history and dazzling the present, a stage that few had ever attained throughout history. Though he did not break through this level, he had gained a lot, so he had no regrets. He believed that he would eventually reach such mastery one day in the future. Deciding it was time, he stopped cultivating. The initially dense space Tao essence in this phoenix nest had noticeably diminished after his months of intensive refining, precisely like those in Huang Xinyang's phoenix nest had. He couldn't just keep cultivating though, because Su Yan would eventually return here to cultivate in the future. The more space Tao essence he absorbed, the less would be left for Su Yan. The situation right now was just right. He had absorbed a sufficient amount of Tao essence which would be replenished by the immortal parasol tree over the coming years. That way, it would not cause any hindrance to Su Yan when she arrived here to cultivate. Moreover, Yongkai also believed that it was pointless for him to keep cultivating as he couldn't break through to the final level of mastery simply by absorbing the phoenix nest space Tao essence. In order to reach the highest stage, he had to fully understand the Tao of space by himself. Besides, he didn't know when the dragon pool would be opened. If he accidentally missed it while he was cultivating here, the dragon clan would definitely not wait for him. It was thus time for him to leave. After feeling the familiar aura of this place one last time, Yongkai shifted his thoughts and pressed on something in the void. The phoenix nest portal opened, and he exited. Yongkai was startled by the scene in front of him. Many sets of eyes that were dispersed across the parasol tree glared at Yongkai with all sorts of emotions including scrutiny, confusion and even hatred. Under the envelopment of so many divine scents, Yongkai's body froze up. What's happening? Yongkai was confused. Without having the need to count, he could judge that at least 30 pairs of eyes were focused on him. Furthermore, based on the divine sense intensity, several Phoenix clan members who were equivalent to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were present. He knew that the whole Phoenix clan had gathered in this place. No ordinary person could have the opportunity to witness a single pure-blooded Phoenix throughout their entire life. Yet Yongkai was not delighted even if there were several dozens of them in front of him now. This was all due to their unfriendly expressions which looked as though they wanted to tear him apart. I'm being blocked by the Phoenix clan now? Why? There's no need for this. All I did was make use of Su Yan's phoenix nest. The Phoenix clan members won't be that petty, right? Why are you all here? Yongkai stated dryly while squeezing forth a smile. There was no response. Yongkai secretly began condensing his space principles, preparing to flee at any moment. Although the Phoenix clan members were also experts in the Tao of space, and he might not be as fast as them if he tried to flee, it was his only hope. That was his last resort since he didn't want to cause too much trouble. As he locked eyes with Huang Xinyang, intending to ask about the situation by glances, she openly pretended not to notice. It made Yongkai curse in his heart. This woman is too wicked. If it weren't for her invitation, how could I have come to the immortal parasol tree? But when things turn out like this, she pretends not to know me. Yang Kai made several assumptions about the existing circumstances. It was undoubtedly due to his entrance to the phoenix nest despite the fact that he was a human, but wasn't this just too much? He couldn't help but get a headache. Since ancient times, the dragon and phoenix clans had guarded the no-return pass. Though there were other divine spirits, these two clans were still the most crucial among them. The dragon clan wasn't very pleased with him already, so if he offended the phoenix clan as well, he might have no way out. What now? While he was pondering, a noble-looking woman suddenly asked, "Do you possess a phoenix clan source?" Although he did not feel any kind of pressure or intimidation from this woman as he turned to face her, Yang Kai felt a kind of pull from her deep stare, as though his very soul was about to be pulled from his body. Under such a gaze, any lies or deceptions would be seen through and extremely disrespectful. Yang Kai's heart trembled a little, knowing that this woman was not someone he should provoke. She had no intention to coerce him, but her strength was so great that even a simple gaze and question was enough to feel stifling. He had experienced a similar feeling from a few other individuals before, and all of which were old ancestors. "Senior, you are?" he asked, though he already had guessed it in his heart. Following that, Huang Xinyang, who finally showed some righteousness, explained, because she was aware that Yang Kai was not well versed with the Phoenix clan. "This is the current clan head of my Phoenix clan." The Phoenix clan head was naturally just a title, similar to the clan head of the Dragon clan. Yang Kai quickly bowed to salute. "So it is Madam Clan Head. I apologize for my rudeness." The Phoenix clan head nodded lightly and frowned as she said, "Though you have the aura of our clan, you don't seem to carry a Phoenix clan source." Yang Kai replied honestly, "Madam, this junior does not have a Phoenix clan source." "Then have you come in contact with a Phoenix clan member before this?" she asked again. Yes, Yang Kai was secretly at a loss for words. It had been hundreds of years since he was in contact with a Phoenix clan member, so how were these phoenixes even able to sense that? Were the Phoenix clan members' noses that sensitive, or did they have any other methods to tell? Yang Kai was unaware that Huang Xinyang had invited him for a conversation at the Phoenix nest only because she could feel a phoenix's aura in him. Otherwise, how would any Phoenix clan member allow a random stranger to enter their Phoenix nest, given their haughty character? Even the Dragon clan members that were living in the no-return pass with them wouldn't get such treatments. "How is the individual you came in contact with doing right now?" the Phoenix clan had asked once again. Yang Kai thought for a while before replying. "She is doing well and should currently be cultivating in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land." "The Ancestral Land," she muttered softly, with a hint of nostalgia on her face. The Ancestral Land was something long not mentioned by both the Dragon clan or the Phoenix clan. Ever since they took charge of the No-Return Pass, they had never visited the Ancestral Land. It appeared to be some sort of fate that a Phoenix clan member entered the Ancestral Land to cultivate. In the No-Return Pass, the Dragon and Phoenix clans were somewhat aware of some of the secrets of the Ancestral Land. "Is she a human?" the Phoenix clan had continued to question. Most of the Phoenix clan sources left outside were found and refined by humans. If the source could be integrated, then their bloodline would slowly be altered. In addition to that, if they were strong enough and had enough opportunities, they would be able to arrive at the No-Return Pass and cultivate in a phoenix nest on the immortal parasol tree, allowing them to shed their former body and be reborn as a pure-blooded phoenix. Of course, this did not solely apply to the human race. Any other being with a pure enough Phoenix clan bloodline could easily refine and fuse with a Phoenix clan source. Indeed. "Are you close with her?" If it wasn't for this reason, that person's aura wouldn't linger on him. She is my wife." Yang Kai scratched his cheeks shyly. "Wife?" The Phoenix clan head was startled for a moment. Though the Phoenix clan structure was different from the human races, she could somehow understand the meaning of the term wife. A woman with a Phoenix source became the wife of a man with a dragon source. This type of occurrence had hardly happened throughout history. Both the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan were equally arrogant. What was more was that there were not many sources of these two clans left outside. "Have you both bonded?" the Phoenix clan had asked again. Young Kai's face blushed. This woman. How could words like that leave her mouth? How am I supposed to answer that? Furthermore, wasn't it normal to perform such acts as partners? Why does she have to ask about everything? Yes, he murmured in response. This time, many members of the Phoenix clan were unable to control their anger, especially those who had previously been glaring at Yang Kai, were now much more furious with murderous intent blazing in their eyes. If it wasn't for the clan head being there, they might have already jumped out to murder this brat who sullied the purity of the Phoenix clan. With an expression that indicated she had now fully understood the situation, the Phoenix clan head said, "No wonder you can open her phoenix nest." As they had bonded with each other, their auras naturally mixed. As a result, the aura of the woman's phoenix source lingered on Yang Kai's body, which was enough to gain the approval of the phoenix nest, allowing him to enter. Of course, if enough time passed and the aura faded or dissipated, the phoenix nest would not be accessed so easily. It could only be said that the Phoenix clan member aura that lingered on Yang Kai was just enough to get the approval of the phoenix nest. After listening to the Phoenix clan head's words, Yang Kai suddenly understood too. "Senior, you mean that the reason why I could enter the phoenix nest is due to the remnants of my wife's aura?" She nodded lightly. "There is no other explanation than this." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. In fact, he had made a guess when he entered the phoenix nest, but he wasn't that concerned about it because he was just too happy at that moment. This woman's words had just helped to confirm his initial suspicions. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to be able to enter Su Yan's phoenix nest, but not Lu Yan's or Jiufeng's. Putting Jiufeng's aside, as Yang Kai rarely interacted with her, he had actually quite often been together with Lu Yan. The only thing he lacked with her was the interchanging of auras. In that case, it was all thanks to Su Yan that he managed to enter the phoenix nest. The ancestral land, the Phoenix clan had murmured softly again. She would not have paid it any minded if she didn't know the whereabouts of other Phoenix clan members, but now that she knew there was one cultivating in the ancestral land, she felt it was time to find a way to bring her home. Chapter 5309, Source and Bloodline. The Phoenix Empress didn't linger for long, and after inquiring as to how Yang Kai was able to access the Phoenix nest, she turned and left. The majority of the Phoenix clan members were cold and aloof. Typically, they cultivated by themselves, without minding others' business. There were very few members who enjoyed being nosy like Huang Xinyang. There wouldn't be as many Phoenix clan members coming out to investigate if they hadn't noticed the odd occurrence in a Phoenix nest. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was panicking. With the Phoenix clan head's presence, these Phoenix clan members dared not cause any trouble. At most, they would just glare at him. However, if she left, Yang Kai guessed that he would be in for a lot of pain, judging by the posture of these phoenixes around him. He just couldn't understand how he had offended them. Usually, he could use his magnificent space secret techniques against the Black Ink clan, but in the face of the Phoenix clan, that might not be useful. So before the Phoenix clan had stepped into her phoenix nest, Yang Kai shouted, "Senior, please wait a moment. I have something to ask about my wife." The woman turned around in confusion. "What do you have to ask?" Yang Kai rubbed his hands and replied awkwardly, There are too many people, so it's not convenient for us to speak here. Could we find a private place to speak, senior?" The Phoenix clan had looked at him with a tiny smile on her face, aware of his intentions. Yet she didn't think he was timid or a coward, as anybody would be afraid if they were glared at by so many phoenixes with hostile intents. It was already quite the smart move, being able to quickly think of a solution to save himself in a situation like this as a seventh-order human. Though the Phoenix clan members wouldn't kill him, beating him black and blue was a possibility. Thus she nodded lightly and said, "Follow me." Without having to perform any action, a portal appeared in the void, followed by her entering it. Yang Kai was overjoyed and he hurriedly followed her. As he made his way through the crowd around him, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Excuse me. Excuse me." The phoenixes didn't stop him, as it was clear that the clan head was offering him shelter. If they made the situation difficult for him, it would be the same as not respecting the clan head. Consequently, they could only give way, even though they felt tremendous indignation. Moments later, Yang Kai entered the portal as well. Huang Xinyang, who watched from start to finish, sneered, "He's quite the bold one." Yang Kai's situation was somewhat related to her, so she initially wanted to invite him to her phoenix nest to hide from the Phoenix clan members temporarily, but who knew this brat was bold enough to seek help from the clan head herself. He really doesn't see himself as an outsider here. Meanwhile, Feng Lulang, who was standing next to Xinyang, frowned slightly. "He's too sly. I don't like him." The setting of Su Yan's phoenix nest and the current Phoenix clan head's phoenix nest were polar opposites. This place was scorchingly hot as dense fire principles filled the air. Yang Kai instantly understood that the current generation leader of the phoenixes was a fire phoenix. He was still surveying the surroundings as he followed the Phoenix clan head into the phoenix nest when she asked, "Is there really something you wish to ask, or was that just an excuse?" In a more serious manner, Yang Kai replied, "I actually do have something to ask." In the previous moment of crisis, he didn't give it much thought because all he wanted to do was to use the status of the Phoenix clan head to escape, but now, he genuinely had a question. She nodded lightly. "Go on." Yang Kai then stated, "Xin Yang explained to me something about the Dragon Clan, and my position there as a human with a dragon source. This junior would like to know what mindset the Phoenix clan has in such circumstances. Does the Phoenix clan also think that other races do not deserve the Phoenix clan source, and should be marginalized if not eliminated?" Upon hearing that, she did not answer his question but instead asked, "Do you know where both the dragon and Phoenix sources are from?" Yang Kai thought for a while and answered. Xin Yang said that Phoenix clan sources are born from Phoenix nests. There are as many Phoenix clan members as there are Phoenix nests. As for the Dragon clan, do they come from the dragon pool? No one had told him about the origin of the dragon sources, but since the dragon pool was the root of the Dragon clan, it was not surprising that Yang Kai thought of it this way. The Phoenix clan had nodded. Not bad. A Phoenix source originates from a Phoenix nest, whereas a dragon source comes from the dragon pool. This is one of the reasons our two clans are hailed as leaders of all divine spirits. Both dragons and phoenixes are extremely strong, and their numbers are quite large as well. Of course, this is in comparison to other divine spirits. Since you are a 7th order open heaven realm human, I believe you have also come into contact with other divine spirits, but have you met a divine spirit clan that is as numerous and powerful as the Dragon clan? Yang Kai shook his head. Although the divine spirits he encountered couldn't be counted as many, they were unquestionably not few as well. For example, Zhu Jiuyin and Shanqing Luo were the only two members of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider clan he knew of. Then there was the Miaming mother and her son pair. The divine spirits he saw in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary appeared mostly as individuals. There might be more of them. Likewise, there were likely to be clans that he hadn't noticed. Only the Kuan clan in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land had a few more members, but there weren't more than 10 of them. In comparison, the dragons and phoenixes each had dozens of clansmen, which indeed made them far stronger and larger clans. Logically speaking, the more powerful a race, the more problems they would face in terms of reproduction, but the situation was somewhat different for the dragon and phoenix clans. Due to their ability to produce the dragon and phoenix sources, the dragon pool and phoenix nests were the foundation of these two clans. With more sources, naturally, there would be more clansmen, and as long as the dragon pool and the phoenix nests were not destroyed, both clans would never go extinct. In contrast, other divine spirits did not have such advantages. The continuation of their bloodline and reproduction solely depended on the bonding between clansmen. The dragon and phoenix clans could not only rely on the bonding of their clansmen, but also on the dragon pool and the phoenix nests. With these two supreme treasures, they would not end up like the diminishing of other divine spirits, even if their clans did not expand too much. The dragon and phoenix clans have produced a large number of clansmen over the ages, no less than tens of thousands of them. Among these clansmen, it is not unusual to encounter accidents outside which result in death. If they pass away, their blood and source will naturally be lost too. If the blood or source is acquired, refined, and integrated by a member of another race, It will lead to that individual having either a dragon or phoenix clan bloodline. Of course, far more blood is lost than sources, so the former is much easier to come across than the latter. Yang Kai nodded his head continuously in agreement, as he was one such example, so he resonated with her words deeply. In most cases, blood lost by the dragon and phoenix clans will be obtained by you humans due to your enormous population and widespread activity. So, other than the pure-blooded in this world, there are also other living beings that have some dragon clan bloodline or phoenix clan bloodline in them. Naturally, your descendants might carry a thin trace of the dragon clan bloodline or phoenix clan bloodline. This is something that both the dragon clan and my phoenix clan are aware of. A divine spirit's bloodline inheritance is incredibly mysterious. No matter how thin the bloodline is, given enough time, there will come a day when it will be purified and awakened. One becomes more and more like a dragon or phoenix as that day approaches, regardless of whether you are originally human or a member of any other race. However, bloodline alone is insufficient if one wishes to become a true dragon or phoenix. A source is also required. In reality, the source and bloodline are complementary. Those who possess a divine spirit source are definitely owners of a divine spirit bloodline, but many may have a divine spirit bloodline, but not necessarily own a source. Do you understand so far? Yang Kai nodded. The source is the root, and the bloodline is the derivative of the source. Just like the flood dragons, though they have a dragon clan bloodline, they do not have dragon clan sources. Indeed. This is exactly how it works. However, if these flood dragons manage to purify their bloodline to a certain extent, a source can evolve from it. When that occurs, they can transform into a true dragon and become an official member of the dragon clan. So, does that mean if I could refine my dragon vein to a certain degree, I would officially be part of the dragon clan? Yang Kai seemed to have some thoughts in his mind. The Phoenix clan had looked at him briefly and said, "You can put it that way. This is the same for the Phoenix clan as well." Yang Kai couldn't help but think of Qing Yuan and others in the divine spirit ancestral land. According to the woman's words, existences like Qing Yuan and Yuan Chu all possess strong Phoenix clan bloodlines, which would only require one last step before evolving into sources. After taking that step, they would officially become pure-blooded Phoenix clan members. Of course, even if they didn't take this step, they were still powerful divine spirits. It is just that. You know how the dragon clan is. There is an abundance of living beings in this world with dragon clan bloodlines, whereas there are very few who have a phoenix clan bloodline. Yang Kai gave an awkward laugh. It's the nature of a dragon to be lascivious. It's still acceptable if you solely possess a dragon clan bloodline. The dragon clan wouldn't care about that since there are many living beings that have a dragon clan bloodline as a result of the dragon clan's own actions. You, however, possess a dragon source, which means something to the dragon clan. If your source is taken away and returned to the dragon pool, the dragon clan will undoubtedly have an additional heir in the future. Yang Kai frowned. The dragon clan do such things? To which she shook her head and replied, "Not anymore. If it was a long time ago, they would certainly do so. While it is also conceivable for you to strengthen your bloodline, and eventually turn into a pure member of the dragon clan, that is merely a possibility. Instead of clinging to that faint hope, it was preferable for them to simply extract your source and return it to the dragon pool." The Phoenix clan head was referring to an extremely ancient period when she said that it was a long time ago, but the dragon clan definitely did such things back then. However, given Yang Kai's current standing, it was clear that the dragon clan didn't like him but wouldn't do anything to him either. What about the Phoenix clan? This was the issue that Yang Kai was concerned about. The Phoenix clan head knew what he was thinking, so she smiled and said, "Rest assured, the Phoenix clan will not be as unscrupulously as the dragon clan. Since your wife has the Phoenix clan source, that is her opportunity, and it also means that she is a member of my Phoenix clan. If she comes to cultivate in her phoenix nest in the future, she will certainly be able to fully awaken her Phoenix clan bloodline." Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. The Phoenix clan was indeed far more friendly than the dragon clan. "My wife can come and cultivate in her phoenix nest?" Yang Kai asked again. Of course. She nodded. This was great news. Su Yin had already been cultivating in the divine spirit ancestral land for some time, which meant her strength must have been greatly increased. If she came to her phoenix nest to cultivate now, she might be able to purify her bloodline and become a pure-blooded Phoenix clan member. After all, her source was no ordinary source, but the source of a Phoenix Empress, even stronger than the woman in front of Yang Kai now. He had to find a way to bring Su Yan and the others over here, but now that he was on Black Ink battlefield, it was pretty challenging for him to do so. It seemed like he had to ask for a favor from the Phoenix clan. Chapter 53:10 Open. After the matter was brought up to the Phoenix Empress, she smiled and replied, Even if you didn't ask, I would have done so. There is nothing I can do if I don't know the whereabouts of my clansmen, but now that I do, I will bring her back to the Phoenix nest. Pleasantly surprised, Yang Kai quickly thanked her. More and more, he felt that the Dragon Clan's actions were unreasonable. Just look at the Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan head herself had already made plans to fetch Su Yan, who was still currently in the ancestral land. Whereas for Yang Kai, he came all the way here, just to almost get punched by a member of the Dragon Clan upon his arrival at the no-return pass. It was just too much. She smiled and remained silent. She did not lie when she spoke earlier. She indeed sincerely wanted to fetch the human with the Phoenix Clan source back to the Phoenix nest to cultivate, hoping that she would be able to purify her bloodline and transform into a pure-blooded phoenix. One thing, though, was not mentioned. If that human was unable to become a pure-blooded phoenix, she would have to spend her entire life in the phoenix nest until she died. It was impossible for the Phoenix Clan to allow their sources to be leaked out anymore, so this was also a way for them to retrieve and retain them. Su Yan would be one of them if she had the ability to transform into a pure-blooded phoenix. If not, her source would remain in the Phoenix nest to produce new clansmen after Su Yan passed away from old age. Within a few days, the dragon pool will open, and there will certainly be battles. Are you prepared? The Phoenix Clan had abruptly shifted the topic out of concern that Yang Kai would figure out the Phoenix Clan's hidden intent. Yang Kai was a little confused. We need to fight to enter the dragon pool. The woman shook her head and replied, There is no need to fight to enter it, but there will always be battles inside the dragon pool. Yang Kai continued to ask humbly, Senior, would you care to further enlighten me? The Phoenix Clan had paused briefly, as if debating whether or not to tell him, but even if she didn't, Yang Kai would soon find out when he entered the dragon pool. So she continued, The Dragon Clan's root is the dragon pool, so cultivating inside is significantly beneficial to purifying a dragon's bloodline. This results in the Dragon Clan members battling for the few available slots every time the dragon pool is accessible. There was a limited number of spots available in the dragon pool. No one told Yang Kai about this before, but he had guessed it himself. Otherwise, Ji Lao San would not have blocked him on his way to the no-return pass. Just like how Huang Xinyang said, Ji Lao San had waited for this opportunity for a very long time. But just when his turn finally arrived, his spot was snatched by Yang Kai. How could Ji Lao San tolerate it? In general, when the dragon pool opens, a portion of the young dragons and a number of grand dragons will enter. As for the ancient dragons, it wouldn't help much even if they cultivated in the dragon pool since their bloodlines are already close to the peak. As such, no ancient dragons will enter the dragon pool. As far as I know, there are 3 spots for young dragons and 10 for grand dragons. Ji Lao San had one of them, but his spot was taken by you. The Phoenix Clan head cast a thoughtful glance towards Yang Kai, as if to suggest that Yang Kai should now understand why Ji Lao San was after him. Yang Kai simply listened in silence. After all, he sort of figured this out already. Unlike our phoenix nests, which are visible to the naked eye, the dragon pool is a mysterious place. Since ancient times, only Dragon Clan members have been able to connect with it and open it. It is also solely the Dragon Clan members who have entered the dragon pool, who would know exactly what the dragon pool is like. Even the Phoenix Clan is not fully aware of the details. That being said, from what I understand, the deeper you dive into the dragon pool, the greater the benefits you can obtain. So, when you enter the dragon pool, You should head as deep as you can. Who knows? You might be able to gain something unexpected if you can dive deep enough. Since fighting is inevitable in the dragon pool and the dragon clan also loves battling, your time in the dragon pool might not be easy. Hearing this warning, Yang Kai was unconcerned and declared lightly, "As long as no ancient dragon enters, none of them can be my opponent." Yang Kai was also a grand dragon, so why would he be afraid of other young and grand dragons in the dragon pool? After entering the dragon pool, those dragon clan members would be fine if they didn't make trouble for him, but if they dared to do so, they would definitely be humiliating themselves. The Phoenix clan had appeared to want to warn him about something, but after some consideration, she replied as she softly nodded, "Fair enough. That is all I know about the dragon pool." With a courteous bow, Yang Kai said, "Many thanks, senior, for enlightening me." The woman simply waved her hand and replied, "You must be worth it since the human race is willing to send you here. Even though the dragon and Phoenix clan are different from you humans, everyone's stance on the Black Ink battlefield remains the same. You would have learned of these things when you entered the dragon pool even if I didn't mention them to you." Shaking his head, Yang Kai insisted, "No matter what, it is always better to be prepared than to have to make decisions on the spot." The Phoenix clan head smiled lightly. "I'll let you know when the dragon pool is about to open." Yang Kai understood her implications. Then, this junior shall not disturb senior anymore. Saying so, he flew off and found a quiet spot in her phoenix nest. After sitting down cross-legged, he started to rest. He didn't refine or absorb the ambient space Tao essence here, because he had already gained enough from Su Yan's phoenix nest, so it would be pointless to do so again. Instead, he needed to figure out how to digest and absorb his recent gains. Besides, the Phoenix clan head was kind enough to allow him to temporarily take refuge in her home. It would be extremely ungrateful of him to also try to steal her belongings. Several days went by. As Yang Kai was reflecting on the Tao of space, a voice sounded in his ears. "The dragon pool will soon be opened. You should go." As the words sounded, the void in front of Yang Kai rippled and a portal formed. Yang Kai instantly stood up, paid his respects to the Phoenix clan head, then stepped through the portal. Looking at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, the woman closed the portal while thinking to herself, "This time, the Dragon Clan will probably have to suffer a bit." The Dragon Clan was unable to determine what kind of source Yang Kai had refined because he hadn't shown any of its aura since arriving at the no-return pass. So they only thought of it as any ordinary dragon source. After all, the Dragon Clan had left behind a sizable number of sources outside, many of which now belonged to living beings that had a Dragon Clan bloodline. Those sources were not conceived by the Dragon Pool, but rather born after a bloodline had reached a sufficient purity. The Dragon Clan didn't know about his source, but the Phoenix Clan had had some guesses. Because he was able to access that Phoenix nest. In ancient times, a Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of a certain generation sacrificed their lives to seal a Black Ink giant spirit god. They had fallen at that time and their sources vanished along with the shattering of the void. Back then, the Black Ink clan was threatening the 3,000 worlds. Consequently, the Dragon and Phoenix clans lacked the time and resources necessary to search for the Emperor and Empress sources, due to the urgency of the situation. After many years, when the situation finally stabilized, no traces remained to be followed. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress source of that generation were thus lost forever. However, based on the situation of the Phoenix nest, even though the Phoenix Empress source was missing, it should still exist somewhere. Otherwise, the corresponding Phoenix nest would also be destroyed if the source had been destroyed. Since the Phoenix nest remained, it indicated that the source was safe. Only its location remained unknown. Now, many years later, a human boy with a dragon source arrived at the no-return pass, received the approval of that generation's Phoenix Empress Phoenix nest, and easily entered it. There were several indicators that suggested the source refined by this human should be that generation's Dragon Emperors. Since the sources of the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were lost at the same time, it was no surprise that they would be found at the same time too. If this was the case, those trivial grand dragons would be no match for him. and even the ancient dragons of the dragon clan might face a lot of pressure in front of him. At this moment, dozens of the dragon clan members had gathered in the massive square of the no-return pass. However, except for a few young dragons, all other dragon clan members had transformed into their human forms. Those few young dragons lacked the proper fine control over their power, so they found it less energy-consuming to simply remain in their dragon form. Though they were titled young dragons, some were several thousands of meters long. Some were hovering above the square while some were curled up nearby, dragon pressure lingering in the air. In the square, 5 statues had been erected, all of them in the form of a true dragon, with the only difference being their color. One was red, another was white, one was gold, then green, and finally black. They were lifelike despite being statues, and at first glance they looked like genuine dragon clan members. The 5 statues formed a circle around the square, the mystery behind this unknown. Other than the statues, the dragon clan members had all gathered, including the 3 ancient dragons that Yongkai saw the other day. When Yongkai approached, the dragon clan members seemed to be making some preparations, and the 3 ancient dragons were each murmuring something. There was no room for any mistakes because the opening of the dragon pool was a huge affair to the dragon clan. Yongkai didn't stand on ceremony at all, flying straight over to Ji Lao-san after a quick glance around and asking, "I'm not late, right?" Ji Lao-san was concentrating when he heard the voice. As he turned his head to see that it was Yongkai, his expression darkened with rage. When Yongkai first came to the no-return pass, Ji Lao-san was humiliated by him. He was a grand dragon, yet a 7th-order human actually grabbed and carried him by the neck as if he was a common chicken. His dignity was fully swept away under the attention of all the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan. Every time he thought of the scene that day, he felt so humiliated that he wanted to cough up blood. Today's unexpected encounter with Yongkai was just like meeting an old enemy face to face. He was so enraged that he almost transformed into a grand dragon to fight it out with him again. Fortunately, he understood that now was not the time to act impulsive, so he kept his temper under control, snorted bitterly, and disregarded Yongkai directly. Despite being rebuffed, Yongkai acted like he and Ji Lao-san were close friends and he chatted non-stop. "Your brother Ji, right? We've met before. Could you tell me what to look out for when entering the dragon pool? This is my first time, and I don't even know what to do after entering dragon pool. If brother Ji knows something, please teach me a thing or two." Ji Lao-san gave him a cool look while remaining silent. Yongkai then continued with pursed lips, "Brother Ji, you are a dragon clan member after all. You wouldn't be that petty, right? The previous occasion was really a minor misunderstanding. Why take it personally? If nothing works, I am willing to be carried by the neck by you once." As the saying went, never mention someone's pain. No matter how good Ji Lao-san's self-control was, he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "You court death." With an innocent expression, Yongkai blinked at him and asked, "Why is brother Ji so angry?" Just as Ji Lao-san was about to speak, one of the ancient dragons abruptly opened his eyes and glared in their direction. He did not say a word, but the coercion in his silence was replete with warnings. Ji Lao-san froze, whereas Yongkai quickly controlled his demeanor. Chapter 53:11, Entering the Dragon Pool. It would not be wise for Yongkai to enrage an ancient dragon at this time, so after he sensed the warning, he immediately stopped talking. What was currently taking place should be the dragon pool's opening ceremony, a cumbersome, long and boring ritual. While the whole dragon clan was paying full attention, Yongkai was incredibly disinterested. Despite having a dragon vein, he was born human, making it challenging for him to comprehend the current mood of the dragon clan. Finally, after half a day, the ceremony finally seemed to be winding down. Together, the 3 ancient dragons opened their eyes, and the middle one yelled. Today marks the opening of the dragon pool, which will harness the ancestral power to aid dragon descendants to strengthen their bloodline. May our descendants continue endlessly, and our clan last forever. Immediately after, there were endless, continuous dragon roars. These roars shook the no-return pass, and dragon pressure filled the air. At the same time, the 5 enormous dragon statues that were in the square underwent an odd change. They were obviously statues, yet they appeared to be coming to life at this very moment, all of their eyes shining brightly. Yang Kai noticed a faint tremble of the dragon's source in his body, as if it was somehow connected to one of the statues. He couldn't help but be in shock, and as he focused his gaze on the statues, noticing that the one that had some kind of connection with his source was the dazzling, golden statue. While cultivating in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land's Black Ink Sealing Land, inside the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure, the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai witnessed the ancient battle where the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of old suppressed and sealed a black ink giant spirit god. From that he knew that the source he possessed belonged to the Dragon Emperor of that generation, the Golden Divine Dragon. Naturally, given the circumstances, he was bound to make some associations. Those 5 statues were all of the different colors, yet the golden one was connected with him. If that's the case, these 5 statues were dragon emperors from different generations? Otherwise, there is no way to explain this sensation. In other words, there had been a total of 5 dragon emperors in the Dragon Clan's history. Undoubtedly, this number was quite small compared to the number of top human masters, but to the Dragon Clan, it was already quite a high number due to their long lifespans. It had to be acknowledged that a dragon emperor was the strongest in the entire clan. So if there weren't any accidents, such a master would only pass away due to old age. Since ancient times, the Dragon Clan had had 5 dragon emperors in succession. There should also be one in this generation, but Yang Kai had yet to see him and was unsure of his whereabouts in the no-return pass. The connection he felt was extremely subtle, which should also be undetectable by other Dragon Clan members according to their reaction. Yang Kai focused hard on it, but couldn't feel anything special about it. While he was in deep concentration, the 3 ancient dragons of the Dragon Clan all shook their bodies and assumed their dragon forms. Young dragons, grand dragons, ancient dragons, and divine dragons were the different divisions of the Dragon Clan. The length of their body alone could reveal their cultivation. They were young dragons if they were below 10,000 meters. They were grand dragons if they were between 10,000 and 50,000 meters. The ancient dragons ranged from 50,000 meters to 100,000 meters, with any one at or above 100,000 meters being a divine dragon. The strongest master among the divine dragons was the Dragon Emperor. For instance, Ji Lao San's dragon form, which measured close to 50,000 meters when he previously transformed, could be deemed the upper bound of being a grand dragon. If he entered the dragon pool this time, he would certainly ascend to the ranks of ancient dragon. It was for this reason that Yang Kai was blocked outside the no-return pass by him. How could Ji Lao San easily let this go when Yang Kai had taken his chance to ascend? Of course, the dragon pool would still open in the future, but nobody knew how long it would take. The 3 ancient dragons had obviously been cultivating for a very long time, so they had basically reached the 100,000 meters limit. If they had fully transformed to their original size, the no-return pass might not be able to contain them. So the 3 ancient dragons didn't assume their full transformed state, and instead restricted their size to about 10,000 meters long. Still, they were tremendously intimidating. Yang Kai was shaken by the sight. Although he had never witnessed these 3 ancient dragons battling, their might should be greater than that of any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He encountered judging just by the intensity of their auras. He couldn't help but wonder how long the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might survive against such existences without succumbing. The disadvantages of the divine spirits were very clear. Their long lifespan meant slower growth. However, their long lifespan was also advantageous to them as they were basically unbeatable compared to masters of equivalent realm due to their powerful physique and their long accumulation. Not to mention, the Dragon Clan was the leader of all divine spirits. Therefore, they were even more powerful than regular divine spirits. All 3 ancient dragons had different colors. One was black, one was green, and another was cyan. The variation in color symbolized the variation in their source attributes, such as Yang Kai, whose source attribute was gold or more generally, metal, which made his innate abilities sharper and more deadly. Transformed into their dragon forms, the 3 ancient dragons hovered back and forth in the air, while various secret techniques were activated that caused time to fall into chaos. Young Kai didn't know what they were doing, but it was quite obvious that they were opening the dragon pool. The Phoenix clan had previously claimed that unlike the phoenix nests, which were basically attached to the immortal parasol tree, and were visible to the naked eye, the dragon pool was a mysterious and magical location that could only be reached by the dragon clan. However, Young Kai clearly felt the existence of the dragon pool in the void, which meant it was not an ethereal existence and could still be sensed. How can this be explained? He couldn't understand and was too lazy to figure it all out. After all, he was not a pure-blooded dragon clan member, so he didn't know a lot of the secrets of the dragon clan. The 5 dragon emperor statues grew more and more lifelike as a result of the 3 ancient dragons' actions. The magical power from the statues quickly infused and converged into one. Young Kai stared and observed that the power was slowly rotating amongst the 5 statues, its speed increasing more and more. Less than an incense stick later, a vortex-like portal appeared in the center of the 5 statues. Young Kai felt an incredibly violent force emanating from that vortex, and he knew in his heart that this was the entrance to the dragon pool. The force was so strong that even he dared not underestimate it. Looking around, all the dragon clan members had no reactions, as if they were just waiting. After another moment, the whirling vortex settled and transformed into a stable portal. Immediately, the ancient dragon who had just spoken roared, "The dragon pool is opened. Enter now." As soon as he completed his sentence, 3 figures flashed in the direction of the vortex, followed by 10 more afterwards. Young Kai could clearly see that the 3 figures in front had comparatively weak auras, and he assumed that those were the young dragons, while the 10 figures behind who had much stronger auras that were practically identical to his own were the grand dragons. The reason why there were fewer young dragons and more grand dragons was because the dragon clan had difficulty reproducing, and as a result of the dragon clan's long lifespan, the number of grand dragons greatly exceeded the young dragons after the accumulation of years and centuries. Just like what the Phoenix clan had told Young Kai, there were 3 young dragon slots and 10 grand dragon slots during this opening of the dragon pool. Since Young Kai had taken Ji Lao San's slot, there should only be 9 grand dragons entering the dragon pool. However, there were 10 that entered just now. Ji Lao San, who was standing next to Young Kai, hurried to the front of all the grand dragons, as though he was worried that if he took any longer, he wouldn't be allowed to enter. What is going on? Young Kai was stunned. He was also unsure of if there was a limit to the number of individuals who were permitted to enter the dragon pool, or if it wouldn't make a difference if there was one more. But at this point, he knew he couldn't fall behind. If there really was a limit to the dragon pool's capacity, and only 13 individuals could enter, he could only stare blankly at them if these 13 went in before him. Although the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Dragon Clan had reached an agreement, and Young Kai wouldn't be left out like this, there was always room for precaution. As his thoughts flashed, he immediately disappeared from his original spot, and appeared on top of the vortex, plunging in headfirst. This scene stunned all the Dragon Clan members, especially the 3 ancient dragons, who shook their heads incessantly. This human really wouldn't obey their rules. The Dragon Clan had no means to leave him out and had simply added another slot. However, everyone in the dragon pool would receive fewer advantages as a result, because the amount of benefits to be had by cultivating in the dragon pool was fixed. The more people who went in, the fewer benefits each would receive. To have 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons was the maximum limit. It was difficult for the Dragon Clan members to reject the humans sending over someone with a dragon source. They initially wanted to let Ji Lao San give up his place, but after giving it some thought, they decided to just add another slot. He was just a human after all. Even if he managed to refine a dragon source, the benefits he could gain from entering the dragon pool should be limited. Hence, it would not affect the others in the grand scheme of things. Every time the dragon pool was opened previously, the young dragons would enter first, followed by the grand dragons. But now that human ran in first. It couldn't be helped though, as he was proficient with the Tao of Space. The whole thing happened so quickly that even the 3 ancient dragons were not able to stop him. Still, his actions made the ancient dragon's expression darken, and they secretly made the decision to never agree to such a request from the human race again. no matter the compensation offered. What does he think the dragon pool is? Behind Yang Kai, the 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons followed, and entered the dragon pool orderly in an extremely quick manner. After every acknowledged dragon clan member entered the dragon pool, the 3 ancient dragons sealed the portal. It would take several years before the portal would reopen. When it was opened next, there would hopefully be an increase in the number of grand dragons and ancient dragons. At least 2 of the 10 grand dragons had a chance to join the ranks of the ancient dragons by their calculations. The other grand dragons were still short on their accumulations, and had only entered the dragon pool this time to strengthen their bloodline. It wouldn't be until the next time that these grand dragons would have a chance to break through. Yang Kai was wrong when he made the assumption that the dragon clan only had 3 ancient dragons. After all, how was it possible that there were just 3 of them after so many years of accumulation? It was just that these 3 were the oldest and the strongest, so they were the leaders of the dragon clan, in charge of all day-to-day activities, including the dragon pool's opening. Inside the dragon pool, Yang Kai was shocked. He couldn't help but feel strangely at home as soon as he arrived at this place. Compared to what he experienced in the star boundary, it was entirely different here. After all, he wasn't exactly born in the star boundary, though he considered it his home. But in the dragon pool, Yang Kai had a feeling like he had returned to his mother's womb, which helped him to relax both mentally and physically. It might be due to the magical power of the dragon pool that Yang Kai, without taking the initiative, transformed into his grand dragon form the moment he entered. It seemed like they could only exist in their dragon forms in this place. His over 35,000 meters dragon form indicated that he was quite strong even among the grand dragons. Yang Kai didn't take any action immediately, and instead silently assessed his body while sensing his surroundings. His dragon vein was oddly active, a sign of his bloodline surging. On the other hand, the environment around him felt like an extremely deep pool, with water all around him. Is this how the dragon pool got its name? Chapter 53:12 Depths. The water in the pool did not appear to be ordinary. Instead, it had an unusual power that, if absorbed and refined, would greatly help a dragon enhance their bloodline. Yang Kai faintly understood why the dragon clan valued the dragon pool so much. This place could strengthen a dragon's bloodline power, and it also existed as the root of the dragon clan, so it was not surprising that they considered it sacred. Before he could savor the wonders held in the dragon pool's water, there was a burst of dragon roars all around, followed by the forms of true dragons appearing all around. After following him into the dragon pool, the 3 young dragons and the 10 grand dragons also transformed into their dragon form involuntarily, just like him. The young dragons were all less than 10,000 meters long, while the grand dragons ranged in length from 25,000 meters to close to 50,000 meters long. As soon as these dragons entered the dragon pool, they immediately dispersed and surrounded Yang Kai. What's going on? Yang Kai scrutinized his surroundings with his large dragon eyes. The aura of the grand dragons locked Yang Kai, and it was obvious that they had malicious intentions. Since it was inconvenient to attack me outside, are they trying to take action now that we are in the dragon pool? It seemed that the Phoenix clan head's warning about battle occurring in the dragon pool was true. It wouldn't be that easy for him to gain benefits from this place as a human. One of them was a familiar black dragon, who appeared to be Ji Lao San. Ji Lao San had shown his dragon form outside the no-return pass, though he was quickly forced back into his human form after being captured by Yang Kai. Despite this, Yang Kai would not forget this dragon form so quickly. As Ji Lao San narrowed his eyes, he stared at Yang Kai fiercely, and after moments of struggling he let out a dragon roar. The top 10,000 meters of the dragon pool is yours. If you dare to dive any deeper, don't blame us for not being polite with you. Yang Kai listened in a daze. For Yang Kai, who was 35,000 meters long in his dragon form, 10,000 meters of space was naturally insufficient. Even if he coiled himself up tight, it would still take more than 10,000 meters of space for him to fit. Ji Laoshan clearly did not have his best interests in mind when he gave this ultimatum. This should be a consensus of all Dragon Clan members, as they roared incessantly after those words left Ji Laosan's mouth. their dragon pressure in the air flowing towards Yang Kai. The dragon pressure was very useful when it came to opponents with a weaker bloodline, even if they were stronger in terms of cultivation. Yang Kai's own dragon pressure played a significant role when he was dealing with Zhu Qing's dragon clan previously. It was evident from the dragon pressure of Ji Lao San and others that their bloodlines were extremely strong since they succeeded in ascending to the rank of Grand Dragon. Any Grand Dragon, including those just below 50,000 meters, would not be able to sustain themselves being enveloped by that much dragon pressures. Even Yang Kai felt a lot of pressure, but he was still able to resist it. After warning Yang Kai, Ji Lao San stared at him fiercely again, flicked his dragon tail, and plunged down to the depths of the dragon pool, followed by the other grand dragons and young dragons. Before leaving, Ji Lao San's eyes gave off the impression that he was still unwilling and reluctant. In truth, he had petitioned for all the grand dragons to immediately team up after entering the dragon pool to force Yang Kai out, preventing him from exploiting the dragon clan's benefits. Battle was inevitable in the dragon pool, and besides, the dragon clan was not a submissive race. The dragon clan frequently engaged in deadly battles each time the dragon pool was opened in an effort to occupy a better position, with the winner being able to gain more advantages. However, the three ancient dragon elders rejected this idea. After all, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors were the ones who arranged this whole thing, and they had paid quite the price in order to send Yang Kai over. Furthermore, the three ancient dragons knew that Yang Kai, as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master, seemed to be important to the human race's upcoming crusade in some way. If they outright forced him out without allowing him to gain any advantages, it would be hard for them to explain to the human race. Since he couldn't be forced out, the only option was to let him stay in the dragon pool's shallowest part. Although not much, there would be benefits for him in this situation, and it wouldn't harm the dragon clan's interests, thus they wouldn't be violating their deal with the human race. Regarding this way of handling the situation, Ji Lao San was somewhat reluctant, because Yang Kai shamed him so greatly that all he wanted was to rip him to pieces to vent his rage. However, he had to comply with the elder's words while deep down he hoped that Yang Kai wouldn't be so obedient, so that he would have an opportunity to discipline him and reclaim the dignity he had lost. On the other hand, Yang Kai was left helpless as the grand dragons and young dragons dove deeper into the dragon pool. He was not an idiot, though. Since Ji Lao San allowed him to occupy the dragon pool's shallowest place and prevented him from descending any further down, didn't that indicate that there were more advantages to be had by diving further? Yang Kai was naturally unconcerned about Ji Lao San's threat. How could Ji Lao Shan speak against him like this after being defeated? As long as these dragon clan members didn't join forces, he feared nothing. He did not, however, instantly dive deeper into the dragon pool because he wanted to verify his theory, so he remained in place and silently observed the situation. The water around the pool did indeed have a marvelous power concealed within, and this power clearly benefited no other living beings than the dragon clan. When his dragon vein pulsed, Yang Kai could clearly feel the magical power in the dragon pool being absorbed into his body, enhancing his own bloodline and purifying it. The dragon pool was simply a cultivation paradise for the dragon clan. Even if one did nothing in this place, their bloodline could be rapidly enhanced. In addition, this was only the shallowest part of the dragon pool, so what would happen if he went deeper? Having noticed the effect of the cultivating at this shallow part of the dragon pool, Yang Kai wasted no time and swept down with a flick of his body. But he frowned immediately after. He initially wanted to manipulate space principles to hurry deeper, but was taken aback when the space principles which he usually used at any time and anywhere could not be activated in this place. Is there some kind of restriction in the dragon pool? After trying several attempts, he confirmed that he couldn't manipulate space principles here at all. In this dragon pool, it appeared that only the dragon clan's different techniques could be used. Yang Kai couldn't help but chuckle. He was wondering how Ji Lao Shan had the audacity to speak to him so condescendingly after being defeated so badly, but now he understood. Yang Kai originally thought that it was because there were a lot of allies on Ji Lao San's side, but now he knew that it was due to the dragon pool's restrictions on any external forces. Ji Lao San, a grand dragon with a dragon form of close to 50,000 meters, would really not be scared of him, who was only 35,000 meters long. In this place, if they both could only rely on the techniques of the dragon clan. With a quick thought, the back of Yang Kai's right claw slightly heated up, and the great sun mark appeared on it. His thoughts flashed again, and on his other dragon claw, the great moon mark appeared. It seemed like the dragon pool couldn't restrict these marks from the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, but this was only natural, as the burning light and serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. Consequently, no matter how great the dragon pool was, it could not restrict the marks granted by both these ancestors. Yang Kai had only wanted to test whether he could access the two marks in the dragon pool, but when he really activated them, he discovered that the magical power contained in the water of the dragon pool rapidly began flowing into the two marks. His own source swiftly surged, and another dormant power in his body reawakened, fused into his bloodline. It purified it at an astonishing speed. Yang Kai was tremendously shocked. He previously used these two marks given by the burning light and serene glimmer to condense purifying light, with the great sun mark absorbing the yellow crystal's power, and the great moon mark absorbing the blue crystal's power. Purifying light could be formed under the fusion of the purest yin and yang. Yang Kai was surprised by these two marks when he was blocked by Ji Lao-san. Under the activation of these marks, Ji Lao-san was immediately powerless to resist. Now there was another new pleasant surprise. These two marks were able to absorb the mysterious power of the dragon pool. With these two marks, Yang Kai could benefit more from the dragon pool than any other dragon clan member. As for the power that was reawakened in his body, it was the power given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan when they left the chaotic dead territory the first time. Yang Kai knew nothing about it except that this power could greatly help the enhancement of his bloodline. This power had already been awakened twice before, once right after he left the chaotic dead territory, and again when his dragon bead cracked in battle. Both times, this power had greatly enhanced his bloodline. It also rapidly repaired the damage to his dragon bead, fixing what would normally have taken hundreds or even thousands of years in less than a decade. However, that power was simply too profound and mysterious, as it did not run out once his dragon bead was restored, and instead just fell dormant again. Now, it was once again reawakened with the guidance of the dragon pool. This power already served the purpose of purifying one's bloodline, so coupled with the power of the dragon pool, Yang Kai instantly felt tingles all over, like he was shedding his former body and being reborn. His bloodline was clearly being enhanced at an astonishing speed. His dragon bones made audible cracking sounds, his dragon scales shivered slightly, and dragon blood oozed out from his skin. He certainly felt that his dragon form was growing. However, this situation didn't last long, and less than an hour later, due to the great sun and moon mark's incredible absorption rate, the power in the water of the dragon pool was significantly reduced. This reduction caused the just awakened power to slowly fall dormant once more. In his heart, Yang Kai understood the mysterious force granted to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The great sun and moon marks, and the dragon pool's power all needed to work in tandem. The dragon pool's power was the stimulant that awakened the mysterious power, and his marks were the beacons which drew in the water's power. Thus, in order to continue strengthening himself, he needed more dragon pool power. However, after his intense absorption, there was not much dragon pool power left nearby, so it would not be as effective if he remained and continued to absorb the power from there. When Yang Kai inspected himself, he realized that his dragon form had increased by about 20 to 30 meters in this short period of time. An increase 20 or 30 meters to a body that was 35,000 meters long was nothing, but this was just the beginning. After releasing the great sun and moon marks, Yang Kai looked down with his dragon eyes. The dragon pool power deeper down should be far denser than it is here, since Ji Lao-san and the rest all rushed down there. Without hesitation, Yang Kai flicked his tail and rushed down to the depths of the dragon pool. How would Yang Kai care about Ji Lao-san's warning? The most important thing right now was to gain as many benefits as possible from the dragon pool. Chapter 53:13, Passing Through. As Yang Kai guessed, the deeper he went into the dragon pool, the more intense the mystical power became, However, he did not have any intentions to stop. Since he knew this, it was obvious that the deeper he dove, the better. This might be the only time he could ever enter the dragon pool. Thus, he should endeavor to reap as many benefits as possible. The dragon pool seemed bottomless, and Yang Kai dove down tens of thousands of meters, but still saw no signs of any of the other dragon clan members. It made him wonder if the space inside the dragon pool was somehow distorted. There were 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons who just came in. There should be no reason why there were no signs of them. Finally, after several thousand more meters, Yang Kai finally came across dragon clan members. 2 young dragons, both at only around 7,000 to 8,000 meters long, were fighting. They did not use any peculiar secret techniques and simply used their physical strength. Yang Kai arrived just as the 2 young dragons were engaged in a fierce melee. They roared as they clawed each other ruthlessly as dragon scales were torn off and dragon blood splashed everywhere. Yang Kai was surprised as he did not expect that the dragon clan's internal clashes would be so violent and bloody. Yang Kai could guess that they were fighting for this spot. This place was already several tens of thousands of meters deep into the dragon pool, which appeared to be limits of these young dragons. Although they could get more benefits if they went further down, they might not be able to withstand the pressure. They could grow rapidly by purifying their bloodline at the physical limit of their bodies, so the deeper position in the dragon pool would only belong to the one who was strongest. The 2 young dragons were about the same size and strength, and were in an intense fight when Yang Kai arrived. The 2 young dragons seemed to sense Yang Kai's aura, and suddenly stopped fighting. They turned their heads towards him and one of them shouted angrily, "How dare you come down here?" The other young dragon also roared, "Get out of here, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai's huge dragon form passed between them, and with a swipe of his dragon tail, he sent the 2 young dragons flying. How dare these 2 young dragons of less than 10,000 meters speak so disrespectfully to him? They were so ignorant that Yang Kai did not even bother to reply to them. When Yang Kai dashed past them, the 2 young dragons tumbled as their vitality roiled. They stared momentarily in the direction that Yang Kai disappeared before they suddenly roared in unison, and rushed towards each other to continue their struggle. They were too weak to be Yang Kai's opponents, so since their warnings were ignored, they did not try to stop him. There were other grand dragons deeper down who would naturally drive Yang Kai away. The fight was in full swing with the winner getting to stay while the loser would have to retreat. Yang Kai went down another 10,000 meters, and encountered the 3rd young dragon. For this opening of the dragon pool, only 3 young dragons had entered. The strength of the previous 2 was hardly worth mentioning, as they were only between 7,000 and 8,000 meters long. Thus, they were obviously still far from becoming grand dragons. However, this 3rd one was about to advance. Yang Kai took a quick glance and saw that this young dragon's body size was over 9,000 meters long. If nothing untoward happened, he would break through to the Grand Dragon rank by the end of this dragon pool session. This was also the reason why he could cultivate at this depth without any worries, because he was much stronger than the 2 young dragons above, and could occupy a deeper position. On the contrary, the earlier 2 young dragons had to fight for the best position above. This young dragon was more sensible than his companions. When he sensed Yang Kai's aura approaching, not only did he not try to stop him and simply made way for him. He was not looking for trouble and Yang Kai naturally also did not bother him, so he just brushed past the young dragon and continued down deeper. This time, Yang Kai did not encounter a grand dragon until he dove another 100,000 meters down. However, this grand dragon was less than 20,000 meters in length, so he should be one of the weaker grand dragons. This grand dragon wanted to stop Yang Kai, but after looking at Yang Kai's more than 35,000 meters golden dragon form, he restrained himself. Within the dragon clan, golden dragons were known for their ferocity and lethality. With the same bloodline purity and same body size, none could defeat a golden dragon. Yang Kai was almost twice his size, so he knew that he was no match. The main thing was that Yang Kai seemed to be diving deeper, and was not trying to steal his territory. Yang Kai continued his descent, and came across 2 more grand dragons who simply made way. So far, his journey was uneventful. Yang Kai realized a pattern as he dove deeper. The young dragons were separated by about 10,000 meters of depth, while the grand dragons were about 100,000 meters apart. Every 100,000 meters there was a grand dragon, so it could be said that the power of the dragon pool within 100,000 meters was owned by the dragon clan member, who took up station there. This should be a dragon clan rule passed down from ancient times. Young Kai was outraged when he realized this. How could Ji Lao Sen only permit him the top 10,000 meters of space? That wasn't even enough for him to stretch his body. Such impudence. However, Young Kai was alarmed at how deep the dragon pool was. He was already hundreds of thousands of meters deep, and still was nowhere close to the bottom. Could it be that the dragon pool was millions of meters deep? Did it even have a bottom? He swam through the territories of 2 more grand dragons before he was finally stopped by one. This grand dragon was about the size of Young Kai, around 35,000 meters long. When this grand dragon saw Young Kai approaching from above, he was furious and roared, "Your courage isn't small. How dare you come down here?" He did not waste any time and lunged towards Young Kai with his dragon claws. With a 35,000 meters long dragon form, these dragon claws were both enormous and sharp. Even if Young Kai was also a grand dragon, he would lose a chunk of flesh if he was hit by these claws. When he attacked, the grand dragon also activated his dragon pressure as he rushed towards Young Kai. Young Kai had expected such a situation. Earlier, he did not encounter any obstacles because those young dragons and grand dragons felt that they were not his match, and would only make fools of themselves if they attacked him. Now that this grand dragon was similar in size, it was only normal that he was challenged. Since his opponent had used his dragon pressure, Young Kai did not hesitate to use his source to counter. However, this time he did not use the Great Sun and Great Moon marks as there was no need to. Young Kai had felt threatened when the 10 grand dragons collaborated to pressure him, but it was totally different now that they were one-on-one. When the invisible dragon pressure hit him, Young Kai was totally unaffected. On the contrary, the grand dragon that initiated the attack became frozen in place with his claws extended. Young Kai slapped his claw on the grand dragon's enormous head, and unleashed a violent strike which sent the grand dragon flying away, leaving deep gashes and cracking many dragon scales on his opponent in the process. The grand dragon roared painfully, and when he finally managed to stabilize himself and turned to look around, he only saw the figure of Young Kai continuing down into the depths of the dragon pool. He did not dare to pursue and just stopped in place, shocked and shaken by the encounter. There was simply no comparison between their dragon pressures, which was akin to a competition of their respective bloodline power, and the might of their source. Although the dragon clan knew that Young Kai had a dragon source, they just assumed it as an ordinary source. Even if a human had the opportunity to integrate a common dragon source, he would still not amount to much. At the most, he could have some characteristics and abilities of the dragon clan, and cultivate some of the dragon clan's divine abilities. They still believed this human to be incomparable to the true members of the dragon clan. They were astonished when they first saw that Young Kai's dragon form was actually 35,000 meters in length. Very few humans could refine their dragon vein to this extent. However, the moment their dragon pressures were compared, this grand dragon knew that everyone in the dragon clan had greatly underestimated this human. Young Kai's dragon pressure was far stronger than his, which meant that either his bloodline power or his source was significantly more powerful. The strength of one's bloodline was intuitively represented in the size of the dragon. The stronger and purer the bloodline, the larger the body, which was why the grand dragons had to go deeper into the dragon pool to cultivate compared to the young dragons. The dragon pool was of great help in refining their bloodline. Between him and Young Kai, there was essentially no difference in their size, which meant there was a negligible difference in their bloodline power. That meant that it was all about their sources. The opponent's source was far superior to his own. The grand dragon was slightly lost in his thoughts. However, more than anything, he was curious about what dragon source this human had managed to acquire. How could the dragon source owned by a mere human be more powerful than that of pure-blooded dragon? Moreover, it was a significant difference between them. Did this human manage to find the source of a divine dragon? How could that be? Throughout the ages, The dragon clan did not have many divine dragons, with most of them only managing to become ancient dragons. A divine dragon was among the most powerful existences in the universe, so it was basically impossible for a divine dragon to die outside and lose their source. No, indeed there was one. One lost divine dragon source, and it was not an ordinary divine dragon either. The third-generation dragon emperor's source. The Grand Dragon was shocked when he reached this conclusion. If this was really the case, then none of them could act brazen in front of this human. What's more, no Grand Dragon who had entered the dragon pool this time would be his match. When the few ancient dragon elders learned of this human's existence, they would have to reassess him. While the Grand Dragon was pondering doubtfully, Yang Kai had already gone down another 100,000 meters, and easily brushed off a 40,000 meters long Grand Dragon. Dragon pressure was incredibly useful in the dragon pool. Yang Kai did not need to fight the dragons head-on, as with his dragon pressure, he could just intimidate his opponent into giving way. The deeper he went down, the more intense the dragon pool power became, and the more powerful the grand dragons he encountered. Yang Kai encountered a grand dragons of 40,000, 43,000, 45,000, and 48,000 meters in succession. All the way through, with his dragon pressure flaring, no one dared to oppose him. Yang Kai had yet to meet Ji Lao San, who was close to 50,000 meters and only a step away from becoming an ancient dragon. He was the strongest in this batch of grand dragons that entered the dragon pool. Thus, he would certainly be at the deepest part of the dragon pool to cultivate. Yang Kai was puzzled about him snatching Ji Lao San's spot in this opening of the dragon pool. Logically speaking, if he were to take up a spot from the list of dragons that entered this time, it should have been from one of the weaker ones. However, it seemed that the dragon clan considered that Ji Lao San was about to advance to become an ancient dragon. Thus, even if he did not enter the dragon pool this time, it would not matter too much. Entering the dragon pool would only speed up the process a bit, so they made him give up his spot. Yang Kai was not sure as to why they allowed Ji Lao San to enter dragon pool thereafter, but that was none of his concern. Chapter 53:14, Yin Yang Millstone. After descending more than 1 million meters into the dragon pool, Yang Kai finally encountered Ji Lao San. The huge dragon form was nearly 50,000 meters long and coiled up, hungrily devouring the mysterious power of the dragon pool, causing the surrounding water to churn rapidly. At the first sight of Yang Kai's figure, Ji Lao San became furious and roared, "Ignorant human, what impudence!" This human was allowed to enter the dragon pool, but was supposed to remain in the top 10,000 meters. This was already a great gift from the dragon clan, so how dare he dive so deep? Ji Lao San already had a grudge against Yang Kai, and now that he had seen his enemy, he could not hold back. He swayed his dragon form and pounced. Despite his rage and hatred, Ji Lao San did not underestimate Yang Kai. Previously, he somehow lost to this human twice, so he knew the latter was not to be taken lightly. If they were outside, Ji Lao San would not have dared to act so reckless until he knew what trick Yang Kai was using. But this was the dragon pool. Within this domain, all external abilities could not be used. The only thing they could rely on was the dragon clan's own strength and techniques. He was about to break through to become an ancient dragon, so how could he be afraid of Yang Kai, who was just a grand dragon of around 35,000 meters? Since Yang Kai ignored his warnings, this time he would teach the former a good lesson. It was also a chance to avenge his previous shame. Whether Ji Lao San would kill Yang Kai remained to be seen, as that would depend on the latter's attitude. If Yang Kai begged for mercy, he would consider being merciful and let him live. With many thoughts passing through his mind, Ji Lao San opened his maw. ****. A dragon roar suddenly filled the surroundings with intense dragon pressure. Ji Lao San's huge figure froze in place, and the roar he was about to unleash caught in his throat. The dragon roar just now was not Ji Lao San's but Yang Kai's. The dragon pressure suppression was incredible, and Yang Kai had not held back. Since Ji Lao San blocked his way, he immediately opened his mouth and roared, unleashing the might of his source to cut through the latter's dragon pressure. The next moment, Ji Lao San watched helplessly as Yang Kai's claw slapped his face. He took the full force of the immense power, and his whole body was sent tumbling into the distance. He hissed painfully as dragon blood blurred his vision. Ji Laosan even felt his nose had collapsed. "That bastard is really brutal," he snarled. Meanwhile, the golden dragon had already swam deeper into the dragon pool, with only a faint golden glow looming in the depths. The faint golden glow soon disappeared as it was too dark to be seen. Ji Laosan froze in place and had no intention of pursuing. He also appeared stunned and uncertain of what he should do. A pure-blooded dragon clan member, who was about to break through to become an ancient dragon, was smacked aside by a grand dragon who was only 35,000 meters in length, and was also a human. No one in the clan would believe such an encounter, but it was the truth. Ji Laosan still could not figure out why he lost to Yang Kai the last time they fought. However, the reason for his defeat just now was obvious and undeniable. He realized that Yang Kai's dragon pressure was much stronger than his own, to the point where he was frozen in place by the bloodline suppression. If that was not the case, it would have been impossible for him to not fight back when he was more than 10,000 meters bigger. Ji Laosan was shocked when he came to this realization. He was about to advance to become an ancient dragon, so the only ones that could exert total bloodline suppression against him were the pure-blooded ancient dragons in his clan. But what was Yang Kai? He was a human, so even if he had the coincidental opportunity to refine and integrate with a dragon source, that did not change his original nature. So, how could he exert such potent bloodline suppression? There was only one explanation for this situation. The source that Yang Kai refined was extraordinarily powerful. Even if the original owner had died, the innate strength of the source did not weaken much. The only possibility was that Yang Kai's source was a remnant of a powerful ancestor of the dragon clan. An ancient dragon source? No, that wouldn't be enough. Could it be a divine dragon source? Ji Laosan shuddered at the thought. Could the source that this human had refined be a legendary source of the dragon clan? If so, it was understandable that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. It was also no wonder that Yang Kai could reach this deep without the other grand dragons stopping him. Even Ji Laosan was no match for him, let alone other grand dragons who were not as powerful as him. The biggest clue as to Yang Kai's source's origin was his dragon form golden in color. Golden dragons were very rare in the dragon clan, and only 2 or 3 golden dragon sources had been lost throughout history, with one in particular being of special importance. This is something big. Ji Laosan's heart began to pound. Although he was only a grand dragon, he knew how much effort the dragon clan had spent searching for that lost source. Unfortunately, they could not find anything after countless years, and had to finally give up the search. Unexpectedly, that source had returned, refined by a human. If he was not in the dragon pool, Ji Laosan would have gone to report this to the elders immediately. Now that the dragon pool was sealed though, it would be years before it opened again. He suppressed his multitude of thoughts and comforted himself. If Yang Kai really had that source, then it only made sense that he was no match for him. He felt much better when he thought about it this way. Yang Kai smacked him, moved on, and did not seize his territory. That alone was a blessing in disguise. Without wasting any more thought on this, Ji Laosan quickly focused on refining the dragon pool's power. He was just one step away from becoming an ancient dragon, so he could definitely succeed during this training session. It would not be too late to seek revenge against that hateful human after he advanced to become an ancient dragon. It was impossible for a 35,000 meters dragon to achieve a breakthrough in just a few years by absorbing the benefits of the dragon pool. When the dragon pool opened once again in a few years, he would be an ancient dragon, and that human would still be a grand dragon. Even though Yang Kai's source was powerful, Ji Laosan would no longer be suppressed so easily. He could then settle their accounts. What was that human's old adage? Yes, 10 years is not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. Yang Kai stopped when he was 500,000 meters away from Ji Laosan. At this position he began to feel a trace of pressure not from his body, but from his dragon vein. The further down the dragon pool one dove, the denser the ambient power, so this position was 100 times better than the top 10,000 meters he was originally granted. However, each dragon clan member had their own limit. That was why the 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons occupied different positions to cultivate based on their own strength. This location was the limit for Yang Kai, as he could feel that if he were to go further down, not only would he not be able to get more benefits, it would probably be detrimental to him. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai decided not to dive any deeper. He allowed his body to float in the pool of water while he activated his golden divine dragon source, devouring and refining the power contained in the dragon pool. All of a sudden, the dragon veins in his body throbbed and dragon blood flowed through his veins like numerous raging rivers were connected to it. Invisible power was absorbed into his body and integrated into his blood to refine the power of his dragon bloodline. The tingling sensations came again, and Yang Kai instantly felt like a million ants were gnawing on his body from the inside, drawing a roar of agony from his mouth. When he first entered the dragon pool, Yang Kai tried to devour the dragon pool's power to refine his bloodline, and although he got some benefits, those were only superficial. Moreover, the power at the top of the dragon pool was not very dense. Now that he had descended more than 1.5 million meters into the dragon pool, where the power was 100 times denser than at the top, the benefits gained were not the same. Yang Kai looked forward to it eagerly as he wondered just how far his dragon bloodline would be refined after he finished cultivating in the dragon pool. An ancient dragon was equivalent to an 8th order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai was not a pureblood dragon clan member, and could not exert the full power of an ancient dragon, but even so he would still attain an immense increase in strength if he reached that level. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao considered that the crusade was dangerous, and Yang Kai's 7th order cultivation may not be enough for him to protect himself. Thus, she along with the other old ancestors struck a deal to allow him to come to the dragon pool to enhance his strength. If he could advance to become an ancient dragon, then Yang Kai's ability to protect himself during the crusade would be greatly increased. Yang Kai didn't know what price the human race paid to get him into the dragon pool, and the dragon clan did not mention it, so he didn't bother to ask. Since the price was already paid, he certainly had to make sure he got their money's worth. This trip was for him to improve his bloodline as much as possible to become as strong as he could. After gradually getting used to the gnawing sensations, Yang Kai immediately activated the Great Sun Mark and Great Moon Mark on his 2 dragon claws. Generally, when the dragons entered the dragon pool, they would do everything they could to devour and refine the mysterious power in the water. They would activate their own dragon source and use it to draw in and refine the power of dragon pool. That was the only way for them to strengthen themselves. However, Yang Kai was different. The Great Sun Mark and the Great Moon Mark could not only draw out the pure power in the yellow and blue crystal, it was also capable drawing in the power of the dragon pool. As soon as the 2 great marks appeared, Yang Kai's 2 dragon claws instantly turned into 2 black holes, and the rich dragon pool power flowed into his body and was devoured by him. Instantly, Yang Kai's complexion changed dramatically. The power absorbed by the Great Sun and Great Moon marks was so immense that he could not endure it. His grand dragon body began to break open with countless wounds out of which his dragon blood spurted. It was no wonder that the dragon clan members cultivated in the dragon pool at positions according to their own limits. Although the dragon pool power was beneficial to them, absorbing too much was counterproductive. If Yang Kai continued to devour the power of the dragon pool in this manner, in less than half an hour, his own source would not be able to endure it. He was secretly glad that he did not dive any deeper. He was about to stop when Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed again. The power of the burning light and serene glimmer, dormant in Yang Kai's body, suddenly roared to life. Previously, when he tried it at the top of Dragon Pool, the power of Dragon Pool was not too strong, and it was well within Yang Kai's tolerance. Thus he did not feel anything strange as his bloodline improved extremely quickly. Now that the Dragon Pool power he had swallowed exceeded his limits, the effect of the burning light and serene glimmer's power suddenly became obvious. When these 2 powers revived in his body, the intersection of yin and yang seemed to turn into an invisible millstone that began to swiftly and effectively grind and refine the Dragon Pool power he had devoured into his body. Chapter 53:15. Why so thin? In an instant, Yang Kai felt a great reduction in the pressure. The uncomfortable feeling immediately eased, and was replaced by an incomparable sense of comfort. His dragon bones emitted a cracking sound. Naturally, when his dragon form was growing, his skin would begin to crack and his dragon scales begin to tremble continuously. However, he did not feel any pain. There were only tingling sensations as his wounds cycled between opening and healing. Yang Kai suddenly had an epiphany. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gifted some of their power to him, they had already considered a situation such as this. Perhaps it was obvious to them that Yang Kai would come to the dragon pool one day. When that happened, the benefits they gave him would be revealed to the fullest. The power of yin and yang converged in his body, and the invisible millstone continued to grind. The immense power of the dragon pool was quickly turned into pure nutrients for Yang Kai's bloodline. In just a stick of incense of time, Yang Kai felt his own dragon form increase by about 100 meters. This increase was extremely alarming. The stronger the dragon clan member, the more difficult it was to enhance their bloodline. Although Yang Kai already some 35,000 meters in length, his bloodline still had huge room for improvement. Without some external help, just cultivating on his own, an increase of 100 meters would normally take at least several dozens of years for a dragon. This was also the reason why Yang Kai hardly deliberately aimed to cultivate his dragon clan bloodline, because it was simply too time-consuming. Dragons all had extremely long lifespans, and since they guarded the no-return pass all year round, hardly facing any attacks, there was enough time for them to focus on such things. It was something they could afford to do while Yang Kai could not. Previously at the top of Dragon Pool, Yang Kai also activated the Great Sun and Moon marks to draw in the power of Dragon Pool. But in that position, more than an hour had passed before his dragon form increased by a mere 20 meters, which was not comparable to the current efficiency. This was the great benefit that the dragon pool could bring. The rapid strengthening of his bloodline meant an increase in strength. The feeling was so intoxicating that Yang Kai soon immersed himself entirely in it, hungrily devouring the power of the dragon pool around him. Dragon Clan had 3 families, Jizhu and Fu. The Dragon Clan did not have a surname in the beginning, but as the leaders of all divine spirits, from some unknown era onward, the Dragon Clan began to have its own surnames. Zhu Wuyu was one of the few young dragons of this generation of Dragon Clan. Although he was considered a young dragon, the truth was he was already several hundred years old. A dragon's growth was extremely slow. After all, he was only 7,000 meters long, and was considered the youngest of the entire Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan actively supported the cultivation of all young dragons. After all, it was very difficult for the Dragon Clan to reproduce, and any pure-blooded clansman was extremely precious. In fact, not only the Dragon Clan, but all divine spirits had difficulty reproducing. It was very common for countless years to pass without the birth of a new clansman. It was still bearable for the Dragon Clan as they could get a new clansman in the span of hundreds or thousands of years. Some divine spirit clans completely withered as they could not give birth to new life, even in hundreds of thousands of years. This could be the will of the heavenly way to achieve some kind of balance. After all, any divine spirit would eventually grow to be extremely powerful as time passed. As one of the only 3 young dragons in the clan today, Zhu Wuyu was naturally qualified to enter the dragon pool to cultivate. The last time the dragon pool was opened was before he was born, so he did not have that opportunity. Thus this was his first time entering the dragon pool to cultivate. Although it was his first time entering the dragon pool, there was no need for any guidance as he was a pure-blood Dragon Clan member. His bloodline inheritance was enough for him to easily understand everything about the dragon pool. Zhu Wuyu was cultivating at the uppermost 10,000 meters of the dragon pool. As he activated his source, he absorbed and devoured the mysterious power in the dragon pool. He purified his bloodline and repaired the wounds on his body. In order to occupy a deeper position, he fought his own clansmen fiercely. However, he lost in the end. As the loser, he had to retreat to a higher position. This was an established rule of the Dragon Clan. There was no shame in his defeat, as his opponent's bloodline was a little stronger than his, and more importantly, his opponent was much older and experienced. Still, while devouring and refining the dragon pool power, and silently licking his wounds, Zhu Wuyu was still sore about the defeat. When his injuries healed and his bloodline became stronger, he would go and fight with that young dragon again, determined to snatch a better position. Although the clan elders were generous in facilitating the young dragon's cultivation, when in the dragon pool, they had to rely on themselves to fight for benefits. Half a month passed by, but as Zhu Wuyu was silently cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that something was strange as he looked around, like his surroundings had somehow changed. After a few moments of careful observation, Zhu Wuyu finally realized what was wrong. The dragon pool power had become incredibly weak at his location. What is happening? Zhu Wuyu began to worry. His position was bad enough to begin with, and now the dragon pool power had become incredibly thinner. How could he refine his bloodline properly in this scenario? Was the stored power in the dragon pool too weak when it opened? I've only been cultivating for half a month. Could I have already absorbed almost all of the power within the top 10,000 meters? He originally thought that he would be able to advance this time. After all, his more than 7,000 meters long dragon body was not too far from becoming a grand dragon. One trip to the dragon pool to cultivate should be enough for a breakthrough. However, if the dragon pool power was too thin, then it was not possible for him to achieve a breakthrough. After taking a closer look at himself, he realized that his dragon form had increased by more than 100 meters in this half a month of cultivating. This was acceptable as he could cultivate in the dragon pool for several years this time. However, now that the dragon pool power had become so thin, it would be extremely difficult to further improve and grow. After pondering for a while, Zhu Wuyu swam down. Since his own region did not have enough dragon pool power, he could only rob others of it. He knew that he would have had to do this at some point, but he did not expect it to be so soon. A short while later at 10,000 meters down he heard a roar. "Zhu Wuyu, you court death." Zhu Wuyu coldly snorted and snapped back. "Enough nonsense. The last time I was careless, but this time I'll show you what I'm capable of." Amid the roars, the two young dragons, one around 7,000 and the other around 8,000 meters long, entangled and began to claw at and bite each other. The fight was vicious and bloody. In the dragon pool, no external powers could be utilized. The dragon clan could only rely on their own skills. The Tao of Time was a dragon clan's bloodline talent, but the two young dragons were not qualified to utilize this power. During their fight, they could only pit their physical strength against the other. From time to time they might use their dragon clan's secret techniques, but for the most part it was just a brutal melee. This battle lasted for half a month, and both young dragons were now badly injured. A large portion of the dragon scales on Zhu Wuyu's head were torn off, exposing bloody wounds. Zhu Wuyu's opponent, Fu Qian's abdomen had a wound of more than several tens of meters long. It even exposed his squirming internal organs. Fu Qian looked at Zhu Wuyu in disbelief, not knowing why he was so desperate to fight for this place. When the dragon clan members entered the dragon pool, they naturally had to fight for better territory. However, the fights weren't life or death struggles. After all, the dragon pool was meant to cultivate in and for them to get stronger. The stronger one would keep the better position while the weaker one would retreat. That was the rule of cultivating in the dragon pool. When he first entered dragon pool, Fu Qian fought with Zhu Wuyu and came out the winner. As such, he remained at the deeper position while Zhu Wuyu swam up. Half a month later, Zhu Wuyu came to challenge him again, which surprised Fu Qian. Since he had already defeated Zhu Wuyu once though, he was unafraid. Still, their battle this time was different. Zhu Wuyu was much fiercer, to the point where he seemed almost desperate. It was as if he was willing to fight to the bitter end. Proof of which was that Zhu Wuyu did not retreat even after battling for half a month. Fu Qian was extremely annoyed. The dragon pool was only open for a short period, so any time spent on fighting was taken away from cultivating. What Zhu Wuyu was doing was completely detrimental to both of them. "Zhu Wuyu, have you gone insane?" Fu Qian asked in frustration. He had acted according to the rules and did not offend him, so why was he so determined? Zhu Wuyu raised his head and declared arrogantly, "Cut the crap. If you think that you're not my opponent, then go up. This place belongs to me." Fu Qian was furious. "Outrageous. Since you refuse a toast, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Come. And so the two dragons began their fight again after the brief exchange. However, this time, it only took around 2 days before the injured young dragons suddenly separated, both of them now looking around in all directions. After a few moments, Fu Qian looked over and remarked, "What's going on? Why has the dragon pool power become so weak?" He could sense that the dragon pool power contained in the water had become so thin that it was no longer useful for him to cultivate. Zhu Wuyu said, "Ha, you feel it too, right?" Fu Qian suddenly realized. The dragon pool power above somehow got depleted. So you came down here to steal from my territory? Zhu Wuyu was not his match, yet he kept desperately fighting for this position. There had to be a reason, and Fu Qian knew what it was. Zhu Wuyu grunted and replied, "Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Fu Qian became even more annoyed with this confirmation. This bastard ran out of dragon pool power and came to rob from him. Now both of their positions were depleted of power. Still, why is the dragon pool power so weak? Fu Qian wondered as he suppressed his anger. The dragon pool power was naturally not unlimited. If it was, then a dragon clan members could all just live in the dragon pool all year round, and sooner or later they would all become ancient dragons. Each time the dragon pool closed after being used, it would take hundreds to thousands of years to reopen again. That was because the dragon pool required time to restore its power. When the power of the dragon pool was basically fully restored, it would reopen. Thus, there was no fixed duration to the time between its closure and the next opening. It all depended on how long the dragon pool needed to restore itself. However, generally speaking, the time between openings did not differ much, and it happened sufficiently frequently to meet the needs of the dragon clan. This time, something was clearly different. Zhu Wuyu was now in a much better mood, as he was not the only one who encountered this anomaly. Who knows? Maybe there was too much consumption last time. Fu Qian shook his head. If it really was due to the dragon pool being depleted too much during the last opening, then the elders would definitely have delayed the opening of the dragon pool. Now that the dragon pool had been opened, it meant that the power of dragon pool was enough to meet the needs of the dragon clan members who entered. It did not make sense for the power to be used up so soon. However, right now it was a fact that the dragon pool power was so thin in Fu Qian's territory, while it must be the same for Zhu Wuyu. What should they do now? Chapter 53:16, Three Little Brats. When Fu Qian was at a loss, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhu Wuyu's eyes wandering around, looking down into the depths every now and then. Fu Qian was shocked and asked, "Zhu Wuyu, what do you intend to do?" Zhu Wuyu glanced at him and said with a snort, "You clearly know the answer to that." Fu Qian frowned and then whispered, "Big Brother Ji is not to be messed with." There were a total of 3 young dragons in this generation of Dragon Clan. The Ji family young dragon was the oldest and had the longest dragon body, so he was the strongest. Only the 2 of them addressed him as Big Brother Ji, so it did not mean that he was the strongest within the Ji family. For instance, Ji Lao-san was about to break through to become an ancient dragon. They grew up in a different era, so each generation of the Dragon Clan addressed each other differently. Big Brother Ji was a young dragon who had already exceeded the 9,000 meters mark, unlike the 2 of them who were still some ways away from their breakthrough. When they entered the dragon pool this time, neither Zhu Wuyu nor Fu Qian had the intention to compete with Big Brother Ji. They knew that they were not his match and could not compete for his territory. However, now they might not have a choice but to fight. If they did not compete for a better territory with stronger dragon pool power, how could they train and improve their strength? Thus, one look at Zhu Wuyu's wandering eyes and Fu Qian knew what he was thinking. Zhu Wuyu followed up, "I know that Big Brother Ji's is more than 9,000 meters and just one step away from becoming a grand dragon. But although neither of us are his match, and even if we join forces we probably won't win, how can we not try to fight for his territory under the current circumstances?" Fu Qian could not help but shrug and asked, "Aren't you afraid that Big Brother Ji will beat you to death?" Zhu Wuyu replied, "Needless to say, I am expecting serious injuries. As long as the fight does not kill me though, I will be able to carve out some space to gain some benefits." This was what he did previously, while fighting with Fu Qian. as he was refining and devouring the dragon pool power around them the whole time. Although he was injured and scarred during the half a month of fighting, he managed to refine a lot of dragon pool power, which was then used to refine his dragon vein. Zhu Wuyu knew he really was not Big Brother Ji's match, so his intention was not to drive the latter away. As he said, as long as Big Brother Ji did not kill him, he could always reap some benefits. It was better than waiting up here with nothing to gain. With his mind made up, Zhu Wuyu swooped down with a shake of his tail. "You're really going?" Fu Qian was shocked that Zhu Wuyu was acting so bold. Zhu Wuyu coldly snorted and said, "To the brave go the spoils. Stay up there if you're too scared." Fu Qian hesitated and remained where he was, but a short while later, he gritted his teeth and chased after Zhu Wuyu. As Zhu Wuyu said, the power of the dragon pool in his territory was already very thin. Thus, there was no point in staying here. He had to go to compete for a better territory. Perhaps he could even take advantage of this dragon pool contest to advance to become a grand dragon. Moments later, Big Brother Ji roared angrily, "You gave you the guts to come down here? You court death." Dragon pressure pulsed through the area as dragon force stirred. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian joined forces to battle Big Brother Ji. It was 2 against 1, but they were still no match for the latter and were beaten to a pulp. However, the 2 dragons were determined not to retreat, and as they were being beaten, they continued frantically devouring and refining the power of the dragon pool around them. Big Brother Ji was furious and his attacks became increasingly ruthless. After about half a month of fighting, the 3 young dragons were now locked in a 3-way standoff, each of them looking at the others from a short distance. Big Brother Ji was apoplectic and his eyes were shooting daggers. He was ready to devour and rip apart the both of them. Zhu Wuyu grinned and tried to appease him. "Big Brother Ji, please don't be angry. I did not want to come here, but Fu Qian enticed me to come down with him to nibble some of the dragon power here. I could not resist the temptation, and followed along with him. Now that you've beaten me until I can hardly open my eyes, I hope that you're done venting your anger." Fu Qian was stunned and turned his head to look at Zhu Wuyu as he said angrily, "What are you talking about? You were the one who—" Zhu Wuyu snorted as he snapped back. "What? Didn't I say that Big Brother Ji is not to be messed with? Yet you want to come to disturb him. Look at how messed up you are now. If you go out of the dragon pool, even your parents won't be able to recognize you." Fu Qian was dumbfounded. "Well, let's not talk about the past since what was done cannot be undone. Now that the power of the dragon pool in Big Brother Ji's territory is almost depleted, we have no reason to fight anymore," Zhu Wuyu shouted coldly. Fu Qian's eyes rolled scornfully and was dumbfounded. Previously, he had the impression that Zhu Wuyu was despicable, but now he knew that he was also shameless. Zhu Wuyu turned his head to look at Big Brother Ji and asked, "Now what do we do? Do we wait for the dragon pool to open again and go back in disgrace?" Big Brother Ji was furious and did not know how to vent his anger. If possible, he really wanted to hammer these 2 to death. However, as Zhu Wuyu said, now that his dragon pool power was almost depleted, there was no point in fighting any longer. The current dragon pool session was an opportunity. With his more than 9,000 meters long dragon form, he could easily be promoted to become a grand dragon. However, he still had a way to go until he broke through. It was not that easy to advance without the help of sufficient dragon pool power. It would be embarrassing if he did not advance to become a grand dragon when the dragon pool reopened. He was the only young dragon who was expected to advance, unlike Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian. "What are you trying to say?" Big Brother Ji snarled through gritted teeth and restrained his anger. Zhu Wuyu scoffed and said, "Since we're in this situation, as the humans say, in for a penny, in for a pound." Zhu Wuyu's eyes then glanced downward. Fu Qian went pale as he stuttered, Why you?" Previously, when Zhu Wuyu proposed stealing some of Big Brother Ji's dragon pool power, Fu Qian already felt that he was too outrageous. Now it was even more excessive that he was considering competing with the grand dragons below. Those were grand dragons. How could they even hold back their wrath when 3 young dragons intruded into their territory? "Shut up!" Zhu Wuyu shouted with utter contempt. "What a coward!" Fu Qian almost choked to death. When Big Brother G did not say a word, Zhu Wuyu was disappointed and sighed as he lamented. For generations, our dragon clan has constantly guarded the no-return pass. It sounds honorable, but at some point it seems we lost our courage. Now we dare not even compete in a fight. Sigh, I guess I will just go back to my own territory and have a good sleep and wait for the dragon pool to open again. I am the weakest among us, so it's fine for me not to become a grand dragon this time. But Big Brother G, if you are not going to become a grand dragon this time, then I'm afraid you'll ultimately be punished. Big Brother G muttered, "Stop taunting me." Zhu Wuyu chuckled. How dare I? Big Brother G is the leading figure of our generation. Fu Qian and I have always taken you as a role model, right? Fu Qian was confused for a moment. Zhu Wuyu cursed in his heart. This moron was truly incompetent when it came to using his head. Zhu Wuyu brushed Fu Qian aside and said, "There is not much time left in this opening of the dragon pool. Our advancement has been very slow. If we don't think of a way forward, we will stagnate as we are. I don't know about you guys, but I refuse to accept this situation. Big Brother G, as long as you say the word, I Zhu Wuyu will fight with you. At the very least, I'll lead the charge against the Grand Dragon below." In any case, they were all going to become punching bags, so it really made no difference who was beaten up first and who was last. At least, if they went together, they could share the beatings. Going alone would be disastrous. Regardless, he had to drag Big Brother G and Fu Qian along. When the Grand Dragon below wanted to punish them, as the weakest dragon clansman among them, his share of responsibility should be limited. You're willing to take the first blow? Big Brother G looked at Zhu Wuyu in surprise. Zhu Wuyu appeared like he was suicidal and yelled confidently, "I'll take the opening blow." On seeing that he was so determined, Big Brother G nodded satisfactorily and said, "Good, let's head down then." Fu Qian suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Wait! Setting aside the fact that there are grand dragons down there, the three of us are only young dragons. We may not be able to withstand the pressure below." Zhu Wuyu looked at him with frustration and yelled, "Are you stupid? The dragon pool power above us is so weak, so how dense can it be below? Yes, in the past, we could not handle the intensity at those depths, but now it is different." Fu Qian thought about it and admitted, "You have a point." Zhu Wuyu braced up and said, "Then let's do it." Big Brother G and Fu Qian looked at each other, and both nodded their heads. "Let's go." Zhu Wuyu did not hesitate, and with a flip of his dragon tail, he swam deeper down. A short while later, a grand dragon roared, "3 little brats! You've got some nerve coming down here." Zhu Wuyu immediately screamed and shirked the responsibility. "Big Brother G brought us here, third uncle. Don't hit my eyes, I can't see." Big Brother G was immediately offered up as a sacrifice. These 3 young dragons had very little experience with the dragon pool, so although they could clearly sense the reduction of the dragon pool power, they all thought that it was due to the lack of power stored in dragon pool itself. It was different for the grand dragons. Some of them had come to dragon pool multiple times, and although there was always some difference in the stored power in the past, the difference was usually not significant. This time was different. The power in the dragon pool was decreasing at a terrifying rate, and a few grand dragons with great strength could even clearly perceive that there was an invisible force deep below that was pulling in and devouring the mysterious power. The dragon pool power was weakening at an incredible rate from top to bottom. As a result, the dragon pool power at the respective dragon clan members' territories was rapidly depleting. When the dragon pool power weakened, the dragons could not get the necessary benefits, and could only dive deeper down to fight for and snatch new territories. Initially, Zhu Wuyu went to grab Fu Qian's territory. Then the 2 young dragons joined forces to grab Big Brother G's territory. Now the 3 young dragons came to challenge a grand dragon for his territory. Now 3 months later, the team has expanded to 2 grand dragons and 3 young dragons. Zhu Wuyu was now very happy. At this point, he would no longer be beaten up when they challenged another grand dragon for space in their territory. While the seniors fought, he only needed to observe from far away, and take the opportunity to refine the dragon pool power. Indeed, the further they went down, the stronger the dragon pool power became, but unfortunately it did not last long before it ran out. Since ancient times, no young dragon had ever descended more than 100,000 meters into the dragon pool. However, this time, these 3 young dragons vastly exceeded this feat. In a span of just 3 months, Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian's dragon forms had increased several hundred meters in length, and Big Brother Ji was about to break through to become a grand dragon. They were only young dragons with huge room for improvement, so although they were only following behind their seniors, their growth was very obvious. Zhu Wuyu silently pondered. With such a rate of improvement, he now stood a good chance of becoming a grand dragon during this dragon pool cultivation session. Looking at the seniors who were now fighting, Zhu Wuyu grinned sinisterly. Fight, keep fighting. Fight so that we, the young dragons, can continue to reap the benefits. Chapter 53:17, Ancient Dragon Vein Tempering Art. As the Dragon Clan's members above fought fiercely, Yang Kai was hungrily devouring the power of the dragon pool, and tempering his dragon vein at a depth of more than 1 million meters. He had grown tremendously. When he entered Dragon Pool, his body was roughly 35,000 meters. Now, after only half a year, he had almost reached the limit of a grand dragon. He was just one step away from reaching 50,000 meters and becoming an ancient dragon. In half a year, his dragon form had increased by 15,000 meters. That meant that he had grown 2,500 meters per month, or around 80 meters every day on average. Of course, the longer he grew, the slower his rate of growth. Initially, Yang Kai could grow close to 100 meters in a day, but now he was not growing as quickly. It was not easy for him to become an ancient dragon. In fact, Yang Kai had stagnated for more than 10 days now. He had reached a bottleneck. Yang Kai did not have any issues when he advanced from a young dragon to a grand dragon. However, now he felt resistance when he sought to advance from a grand dragon to an ancient dragon. In fact, any dragon's breakthrough to the realm of ancient dragon was a big hurdle, and was often accomplished by using a special secret technique. This was not part of a bloodline inheritance though, but was instead developed through Dragon Clan's own research over the generations. For a pureblood Dragon Clan member, when he or she was ready to advance to become an ancient dragon, the Dragon Clan's elders would teach them this secret technique. Just like Ji Lao San, who was about to break through to become an ancient dragon, he was taught this method by the ancient dragons of the Ji family before he entered the dragon pool. However, Yang Kai did not have this opportunity. No one taught him how to achieve the breakthrough. After arriving at the no-return pass, while the Phoenix clan was willing to interact with him somewhat, the Dragon Clan totally ignored him. Needless to say, they did not share with him the typical breakthrough method. Yang Kai also realized the problem when he went 10 days without any progress. Although he was still devouring the dragon pool power, it was not much help to him like before. Previously, every drop of dragon pool power was able to refine and enhance his bloodline and dragon vein, such that he became more powerful. He did not know how long the dragon pool would remain open this time, but it certainly would not be too long. If he does not become an ancient dragon by the time it closed, then he would be disappointing old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the other human masters who obtained this opportunity for him. This was the first time Yang Kai encountered such a situation, so he had no clues about how to deal with it. Looking around, Yang Kai grit his teeth and swam deeper into the dragon pool. 6 months ago, this was the limit of his bloodline and dragon vein. Over the past 6 months, his dragon form had increased by 15,000 meters, and his dragon vein had improved tremendously. Thus, this depth was no longer the limiting factor. Now he was qualified to go deeper. Yang Kai's thought process was very simple. Since his dragon vein had reached a bottleneck, then he needed to use a lot of energy to overcome it. As long as he had sufficient energy, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. After diving several hundreds of thousands of meters, Yang Kai felt like he had reached his limit once again. However, this time he did not stop and instead continued to descend. Since he decided to accumulate more power to force a breakthrough, he had to go deeper. After all, the dragon pool power was naturally denser at the deeper depths. Only after diving another 1,000,000 meters did he finally stop. This is about right. At this point, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure on his dragon vein. Any further down, and he would be courting death rather than seeking a breakthrough. The surrounding dragon pool power was incredibly dense, more than 10 times what it had been at his previous position. It would not make sense if he could not break through to become an ancient dragon here. Yang Kai composed himself and then activated the great sun and moon marks on his dragon claws. Instantly, the rich power of the dragon pool surged into his body. Yang Kai's dragon eyes instantly rolled backward as he felt as though he had severely overeaten. He felt extremely uncomfortable and nauseous. However, he did not stop and instead urged the Great Sun Mark and Great Moon Mark to continue drawing in the ambient power. As before, when stimulated by this immense influx, the dormant power of the burning light and serene glimmer awaked. The power of yin and yang converged, turning it into an invisible millstone, grinding the incoming dragon pool power, so that it was softer and easier to absorb. Earlier, with the help of this power, Yang Kai was able to refine the dragon pool power easily without feeling too much pressure. But not anymore. Even with the power of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan helping him, the huge dragon pool power began to accumulate in his body, causing his blood to run wild and his dragon vein to pound. Pain ripped through all parts of his body, and the place where Yang Kai hovered instantly glowed a bright golden color. The dragon pool water around him became tainted with dragon blood as Yang Kai could feel his own skin cracking. The power accumulated in his body was too much, and he was unable to refine and absorb it fast enough, so he ended up wounding himself. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and held on, letting his dragon blood spurt out. Under the intense pain, his dragon scales almost stood on end while trembling. However, at this moment, his dragon vein was like a sealed funnel. No matter how much dragon pool power was swallowed and refined, he could not absorb any of it. If his dragon vein could not absorb the power, it meant that he could not strengthen it, and he could not advance to become an ancient dragon. Yang Kai did not care though, as he firmly believed that as long as he persisted, there would be a moment when this situation would change. Just as Yang Kai activated the great sun and moon marks, in the madness of devouring the power of dragon pool, a pair of giant eyes opened 1,000,000 meters below and looked upward. Previously, when Yang Kai was devouring the dragon pool's power 2,000,000 meters above, the being below did not feel anything. However, now that Yang Kai was only 1,000,000 meters away, he was able to perceive the disturbance in the dragon pool. Since the isolation power of the dragon pool was very strong, even though this being could only vaguely perceive something was happening, it couldn't really tell what was happening. It took a few moments of silent observation before the beast with the giant eyes frowned and muttered, "What reckless idiot is trying to use the ancient dragon vein tempering art?" It was not that the ancient dragon vein tempering art could not help one achieve a breakthrough. It was just too difficult and the requirements for success were prohibitively high. Special means must be used to absorb the huge dragon pool power, and the whole refining process was also extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could result in one's dragon vein being destroyed. In ancient times, the dragon clan did utilize this method to refine their dragon vein to achieve breakthroughs and strengthen themselves. However, in those days, there were too many dragons who failed. Failure meant that their foundation was severely damaged. It would take hundreds to thousands of years in order to recover from such damage, if it was even possible. In serious cases, the dragon's death was even possible. This resulted in many in the dragon clan falling. The dragon clan was already scarce in numbers, thus they could not accept such risks. Therefore, the masters of the dragon clan spent a lot of effort to develop a set of secret techniques specifically for breaking through. After generations of improvements, this secret technique was now all but perfected. With this secret technique to use during the breakthrough to the realm of ancient dragon, although it was much slower than the ancient method, and the process was not as efficient, it was a lot safer. At least, when the breakthrough failed, the dragon clan member could try again. It had been many generations since someone from the dragon clan last used the ancient method to break through. But now, someone had appeared and was trying to do exactly that. Although he also appreciated the determination of this junior, the dragon clan did not approve of this method. Members of the dragon clan had long lifespans, but they were few in number. There was no shame in taking the safe path and avoiding unnecessary risks when time was not a concern. Now that this junior had chosen to use the ancient dragon vein tempering art, the being in the depths could not stop him, nor could he offer any assistance. It would be impressive if this junior could use the ancient method to advance and become an ancient dragon, but if not, it was his own choice and no one else was to blame. The only thing the being in the depths really cared about was that this junior was making a lot of noise. He did not know what method was being used to draw in the power of the dragon pool, but even from 1,000,000 meters below he had noticed. He was thankful that his cultivation was not at a critical juncture. Otherwise he would have been disturbed by that junior. The beast with the giant eyes pondered for a moment, before he dove deeper down, until he could no longer feel the disturbances above him. He then stopped and resumed his meditation. Yang Kai's dragon eyes continued to ooze blood, looking extremely appalling, as the golden light around him bloomed to the extreme. He was suffering from intense physical pain, which would have been bearable if that was all. However, his restorative ability was incredibly strong, and after his physique was torn apart, it began to heal and would then be torn yet again. And so the process repeated itself over and over again. Yang Kai felt like he was being subjected to the cruelest torture. The so-called death by 1,000 cuts could never be compared to his current situation. However, it still wasn't enough. Several days of persistence with intense sufferings did not yield the slightest progress. He was now out of ideas and furious. He was furious because he did not know how long he had to suffer and endure. He was also angry because if someone from the dragon clan could advance to become an ancient dragon, there was no reason he could not achieve a breakthrough. Although he was a human, his source was no worse than any others in the dragon clan. With bloodshot eyes, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and descended more than 100,000 meters further. During this time, the great sun and moon marks continued to draw in the power of Dragon Pool. Simultaneously, the yin-yang millstone continued to grind and refine this power to nourish his body. The unbearable pain pushed Yang Kai almost to madness. Yet he had no intention of stopping. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's concern was reasonable. The human race's crusade would certainly be dangerous, so Yang Kai's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation might not be able to protect himself. It was difficult for him to improve his strength within his current order in such a short period. Thus, the only option was to strengthen his dragon vein. Now that he had this opportunity, he could not let it go to waste. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and persevered. At one point, he could not hold back anymore and roared. While he was in intense pain, the battle of the dragon clan members above him had almost ended. The 3 young dragons and a few grand dragons were all badly mauled. One of the grand dragons was particularly angry and gritted his teeth as he roared, "You bastards!" In the past, although there were dragons fighting for territory in the dragon pool, they basically only sparred against each other. Whoever was strongest stayed, and whoever was weakest retreated. This time he was quietly cultivating in his own territory, but several grand dragons and 3 young dragons suddenly came at him. He was alone, so how could he fight off so many enemies at once? Even when he valiantly resisted, he was beaten to the point where his dragon scales were sent flying and dragon blood spattered all about. As he spoke, he glared viciously at the 3 young dragons and snarled, "Never mind that the grand dragons came to fight for territory. What are you 3 young dragons doing here?" Zhu Wuyu and the other 2 young dragons were startled when questioned by this grand dragon. Their 13th uncle was not known for his graciousness, so he might shift all the blame back to them. Naturally, the 3 young dragons felt a bit remorseful, but they had little choice as the situation had forced them to follow the seniors down the dragon pool to fight. Otherwise, they could not obtain any benefits at their original depths. Chapter 53:18 Naked. In the silence, a grand dragon sighed as he explained, "Shirlu, we can't help it. The power of the dragon pool above has been depleted, so there was no way for us to cultivate." Fu Shirlu shouted angrily, "So you came down here to rob from me?" Another grand dragon said, "That has been the rule of the dragon pool since ancient times. What do you have to complain about?" Fu Shirlu glared viciously at the grand dragon who spoke second. He really could not complain when his other clansmen were competing for his territory. However, they came as a group to fight him for his territory, which was why he was so angry. There was no point in dwelling on this subject now, though, as the dragon pool power in Fu Shilu's territory had almost been depleted as well. Suppressing his anger, Fu Shilu looked down into the depths of the dragon pool and asked, "Did something change down there? Why is the power of the dragon pool so weak this time?" A grand dragon replied, "If you carefully sense what is happening below, there seems to be some kind of force that is drawing in and devouring the power of the dragon pool at an incredible rate. That's why our positions were affected. If I'm right, it should be because of that senior down there." Upon hearing this, the other grand dragons seemed enlightened. Another grand dragon nodded and said, "Yes, if it's really due to him, then it explains the changes in the power of the dragon pool. If he is trying to achieve a breakthrough, then he will certainly need a lot of power. Then what do? We won't know how long he will take to break through. We can't just wait here and do nothing." Naturally, we cannot wait here. Since there is no more dragon pool power up here, then we should continue down. As long as we're careful not to interfere with him, we should be fine. All the grand dragons nodded in agreement while the three young dragons were confused. Zhu Wuyu came up to Big Brother Ji and whispered, "What are they talking about? Who is the one down below?" Big Brother Ji replied, "How would I know?" Zhu Wuyu was surprised and exclaimed, "Not even you know?" A nearby grand dragon glanced over and coldly snorted, "Three brats, don't be so curious. You will know when it is time for you to know." As they were talking, the other grand dragons already began to swim downward while the grand dragon who spoke to Zhu Wuyu immediately shouted, "Keep up, all of you. This is a rare opportunity. Normally it would be impossible for you little ones to visit the depths that we're going to." Zhu Wuyu immediately flicked his tail and followed. He also did not expect the situation to go this far. Initially, he went to Fu Qian's territory to fight for benefits. Now, half a year later, this team has expanded to include all 3 young dragons and 7 grand dragons. There had never been a time when the situation in the dragon pool was like this. What Zhu Wuyu was more curious about was who the grand dragons were referring to. Unfortunately, the grand dragons would not tell him anything and he could not do anything about it. After a long journey, they encountered 2 more grand dragons, but no fights broke out because they also felt that something was abnormal in the depths below. After explaining the situation, the group expanded again. Now there were 3 young dragons and 9 grand dragons descending to the depths of the dragon pool. Except for the strongest Ji Laosan, the rest of the young dragons and grand dragons were all gathered together. Soon the group arrived at Ji Laosan's territory. The leading grand dragon took a look from afar and stopped the clansmen behind him. The other grand dragons were puzzled, looked towards Ji Laosan and also sensed something. Only the 3 young dragons were completely confused and did not understand why everyone had stopped. The isolation power in the dragon pool was too strong at this depth, and they were too weak to detect the situation Ji Laosan was in. Zhu Wuyu was blunt, impatient, and spoke without thinking twice, so he swam towards the lead grand dragon and asked softly, "Uncle Shilu, what is the situation down there?" Fu Shilu glanced at him, wanting to ignore this cheeky brat, but he soon realized that Zhu Wuyu would just keep pestering him if his curiosity was not satisfied. So he reluctantly explained, "He's about to break through." Zhu Wuyu was surprised and exclaimed, "Third uncle is about to achieve a breakthrough just half a year after entering the dragon pool." Fu Shilu replied, "Your third uncle was just 1 step away from becoming an ancient dragon. Furthermore, his source is not bad. There is nothing strange about taking only half a year to achieve a breakthrough. In fact, this can already be considered slow. Previously, we all believed that he would only need 3 months to break through. The reason for the delay must be that the dragon pool power had become thinner, causing Ji Laosan to take a few more months to accumulate enough." Big Brother Ji asked with great concern, "Uncle Shilu, now that the dragon pool power is so weak, will third uncle be affected?" Fu Shilu replied, "Of course he will be impacted if he does not accumulate enough power. Now that he has accumulated enough though, His bloodline is undergoing a transformation, and the need for external power is not as great. Thus, the depletion of the dragon pool power will not interfere with his breakthrough. Big Brother Ji heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. There would be trouble if Ji Laosan's breakthrough failed. However, it appeared that the weakened power of the dragon pool had no impact on his third uncle, which meant that the latter's breakthrough was a certainty. Henceforth, the dragon clan would have another ancient dragon. They were able to sense that Ji Laosan was at a critical moment of breakthrough. Thus, the dragon clan team stopped so as not to disturb him. As Ji Laosan was about to achieve a breakthrough, Yang Kai was also happy in the deeper parts of the dragon pool. He felt that his dragon vein was undergoing some amazing changes, and his bloodline had become purer and more condensed. He was not afraid of the changes to his body and more afraid that nothing would change, since that would mean that all his efforts had been in vain. The pain was intense and Yang Kai grunted repeatedly, but it was mixed with joy and excitement. Then suddenly, Yang Kai's entire body was invigorated, and he felt as if he had broken through some kind of shackle, allowing his dragon vein and bloodline to suddenly rise to a higher realm. His skin cracked and his dragon scales that were trembling began to shed. This sudden change caught Yang Kai off guard. Dragon scales could be said to be a dragon's strongest protection. With his current length of 50,000 meters, even if he took a direct blow from a 7th Order Open Heaven Master, his dragon scales might not fall off. But now a few had actually shed on their own. Before he knew what was happening, more dragon scales fell from his body. Yang Kai was shocked. He did not know if this was a good sign. After all, without their dragon scales, how could a dragon protect itself? Not to mention, his dragon scales gave him a majestic and imposing look. Without those dragon scales, he looked naked and hideous. Yang Kai could not even bear to imagine a naked dragon without scales. Yang Kai was powerless to stop the continued shedding of his dragon scales though. At the same time, his dragon bead was pulsing. Every time the dragon bead pulsed, a mysterious power would escape and be absorbed into his dragon vein. In just half an hour's time, Yang Kai's body had been stripped clean of dragon scales, and he had indeed become a fully naked dragon. Is this how a dragon breaks through? Is it always like this? Yang Kai was not sure if his dragon scales could still grow out. Although it was likely that they would grow out again, there was always a chance that they might not, as he was not a pure-blooded dragon clan member. If they really didn't grow back. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that if that happened, he would never show his dragon form to others in the future. It would simply be too embarrassing. While he was thinking that, fresh blood oozed out of his cracked skin, and strangely enough, the fresh blood that oozed out was not golden. Yang Kai had been bleeding golden blood since long ago. But now, instead of golden blood, the fresh blood oozing out of his body was red in color. Yang Kai could not be bothered to think about his image now. As the fresh red blood continued to seep out, it seemed that some wonderful changes were happening within himself. It was as if something was being purged from his body along with the blood. A thought suddenly flashed across Yang Kai's mind. Is this because I'm human? A divine spirit source was an extremely profound and mysterious treasure. Anyone who had attained a divine spirit source had the capacity to transform into a true divine spirit, if they could cultivate it to the limit. Dragon and Phoenix clan sources were no exception. However, the chances of this were very slim, which was why the Dragon clan had an innate dislike for Yang Kai. Even if he managed to obtain and refine a dragon source, it did not change the fact that he was still human. At best, he only managed to acquire an impure dragon bloodline. Although Yang Kai previously bled golden dragon blood, that was not the blood of a pure-blood dragon. At his core, he was essentially still human. Now Yang Kai could clearly feel that he was being transformed into a pure-blood dragon, and the human part of him was being purged. He was shocked as he did not expect this to happen during his advancement to becoming an ancient dragon. As a human, Yang Kai never felt inferior to any other race. The human race was indeed inherently weak, without all the innate advantages a divine spirit possessed. However, it was the weakness of the human race that enabled it to have so many possibilities. Without humans, the 3,000 worlds would be empty and uncivilized, completely lacking in culture. though the beauty of nature might be more apparent. If he was not human, he would not have been able to see the black ink battlefield, where the countless human soldiers sacrificed their lives to protect their homes and families. As a human, Yang Kai did not feel inferior. Since he was born weak, then he had to try harder to be strong. Compared to the divine spirits, the human race could really be considered weak. Even so, he was born a human, and was proud of it. Was his root as a human going to leave him now? Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit conflicted. He had never considered this possibility previously. He had always assumed he would be a human, even if he possessed a dragon source. However, at this moment, he began to think a lot about such matters. He never imagined that he would care so much about being human. The dragon bead was still pulsing endlessly, and as his bloodline continued to agitate, more portions of his human physique were rejected. Now his close to 50,000 meters dragon form was covered in fresh red blood. Yang Kai opened his mouth and released a deep dragon roar. Why should he care about being a human or dragon? As long as he could kill the Black Ink clan, what did it matter? So what if his human blood was purged? Did that mean that he was no longer a human? He was born and raised by humans. His parents were still in the star boundary. More fresh blood poured out and soon completely engulfed Yang Kai. His dragon roar gradually subsided, and the dragon pool fell silent. At the same time, further up the dragon pool, another dragon roar sounded. Ji Lao San had become an ancient dragon. Although the power of the dragon pool had weakened considerably, he had accumulated enough to achieve a breakthrough. Of course, his advancement was not as problematic as Yang Kai's. After all, he was a pure-blood dragon and did not need to purge anything from his body. It was easier for him since he could omit this step. Had he been in Yang Kai's position, it was unclear if he could achieve a similar breakthrough. Chapter 53:19. Also 50,000 meters? If Ji Lao San took on human form, he would appear as a youth who looked about the same age as Yang Kai, but in reality, he was many times older than Yang Kai. Dragons were strong and had long lifespans. However, they grew extremely slowly. After nearly 10,000 years, Ji Lao San finally shed his former body and was reborn, breaking through his bloodline shackles and advancing to become an ancient dragon. The excitement was overwhelming, and he continued to roar in celebration. Amid the dragon roars, Ji Lao San's nearly 50,000-meter-long dragon body finally achieved a breakthrough. His dragon vein was enhanced as his dragon form continued to extend. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Finally, the increase slowed to a stop at nearly 3,000 meters. Each breakthrough a dragon accomplished was accompanied by a leap in strength. Although when compared to before entering the dragon pool, he had only grown around 3,000 meters, Ji Lao San's strength now was leaps and bounds greater than before. Now he would be able to fight and defeat 3 of his previous selves from before he entered the pool. If he encountered that human's dragon pressure again, he was confident that he would be able to block it without any difficulty. The other party might have obtained a divine dragon source, but he was only a grand dragon. How much of the source's strength could he utilize? After advancing to become an ancient dragon, Ji Lao San's immediate desire was to seek revenge and regain his dignity. Of course, it was impossible for him to kill Yang Kai as the humans had some agreement with the Dragon Clan. He would be in big trouble for killing the human, but certainly, a beating was acceptable. Fights in the dragon pool were a common affair, and would not draw any attention from the elders. Therefore, after his breakthrough, Ji Lao San immediately dove down towards the depths of the dragon pool. "Where is third uncle going?" Zhu Wuyu asked when he sensed that Ji Lao San's aura was getting further and further away. A grand dragon next to him thought, he must have gone to pick a fight with that human. Of course, that was only to be expected when he was so agitated and impatient when he left. Zhu Wuyu froze and asked, "Hey, how come I haven't seen that human as we descended all the way here?" Big Brother Ji looked at him scornfully and said, "Are you stupid? Since you did not see him, he must be deeper down. Otherwise, why would third uncle swim deeper in anger?" Zhu Wuyu remarked in disbelief. Does that mean that human is so powerful he could dive deeper than third uncle? Among these current dragons in the dragon pool, Ji Lao San was the strongest with the purest bloodline. Thus, his territory was the deepest in the dragon pool compared to the other dragon clan members who entered this time. How could that human have gone so much deeper than Ji Lao San? Was his bloodline and source so much more powerful? Zhu Wuyu's casual remark caused the grand dragons to look at each other and begin to wonder what was going on. "Let's follow," said a grand dragon before he immediately swam down after Ji Lao San. Even if they were not going down for the spectacle, the dragon pool power at this level had been depleted, and they had to go deeper for their respective needs. Since they had to go deeper anyway, they might as well tag along to see how Ji Lao San dealt with that human. All the young dragons and the grand dragons had naturally encountered Yang Kai when he was diving deeper into the dragon pool and had lost to him. Thus, they felt humiliated and were eager to see him being taught a lesson by Ji Lao San. They wanted that human to know that the dragon clan was not to be messed with. The only reason why they were not his match was because they were not strong enough. Along the way down, the grand dragons slowly began to have an ominous feeling. This couldn't be helped, as it was getting too deep. The position where Ji Lao San was before should be the limit of his tolerance, but now they had dived 2 million meters down and still they did not see the human. They even began to suspect that the human had been overconfident, dove too deep, and been crushed by the pressure of the dragon pool. But then, why had they not seen any signs of his remains? If he was not crushed, that would be even more terrifying. The grand dragons were also aware of this, and the atmosphere suddenly became a lot more serious. Although the three young dragon did not give it much thought, they could sense how solemn the situation was getting. Even the normally talkative Zhu Wuyu kept quiet along the way. Hundreds of thousands of meters further down, the lead grand dragon's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, "Third brother." All the dragons fixated their eyes on Ji Lao San, who was one step ahead of them. Now he had stopped to one side and did not descend any further. None of them knew what he was doing. Soon, all the dragons arrived at Ji Lao San's position, and the lead grand dragon said, "Congratulations on your advancement, third brother. The dragon clan now has one more ancient dragon." The other grand dragons also congratulated Ji Lao San. Among the three young dragons, Zhu Wuyu went all out to flatter Ji Lao San. He praised him as the unrivaled dragon in the world, and the #1 dragon in history. It was an exaggeration for him to be deemed as the #1 dragon. However, at only 10,000 years old, to have become an ancient dragon, Ji Lao San was definitely extremely talented even among the dragon clan. Many older dragons were not as talented and would go through their entire life as grand dragons, were never able to take the final step to breakthrough. On average, the grand dragons who had the ability to take this step were around 20,000 years old. This alone indicated how gifted Ji Lao San was. However, what was strange to all the dragons was that Ji Lao San did not react to their well wishes at all. In fact, he appeared quite sullen, puzzled, and in disbelief as he continued to look straight down. The dragons looked in the direction of where he was staring, but could not see anything. "Third brother, what happened? Aren't you happy that you've become an ancient dragon?" A grand dragon, who had spoken earlier, asked in bewilderment. If he became an ancient dragon, he would be so overjoyed that he could not sleep. Ji Lao San, on the other hand, looked bitter and dejected, which was really quite puzzling. Zhu Wuyu also asked, "Where is that human? Has third uncle already killed him?" That human was too arrogant. When they entered the dragon pool earlier, he was slapped aside by that human. Unfortunately for Zhu Wuyu, he was not strong enough to beat that human. Otherwise, he would have fought with him to the end. It would be fine if he was beaten by his own dragon clan seniors, but how dare a mere human beat him? Since Zhu Wuyu was incapable of taking revenge on his own, he could only count on Ji Lao San. When he said this, a grand dragon asked, "Yes, where is that human? Why is he nowhere to be seen?" Ji Lao San, who had not moved, sighed unnoticeably before motioning slightly with his head, indicating the human was below. The expression of the grand dragon, who asked the question, changed as he remarked in disbelief, "He's down below." Ji Lao San was about to nod, when he suddenly frowned and shouted, "Brace yourselves." As he said that, he used his dragon force to bring the 3 young dragons into his protection. The other 9 grand dragons were bewildered and couldn't help wondering. Brace ourselves? For what? They soon knew the answer. Deep in the dragon pool, a strange sound like that of a heartbeat pulsed. It was extremely faint, but at the same time, all the dragons felt their bloodlines resonate with it. The unusual feeling caused the dragons to become very anxious, and they began to surge their dragon pressure. This was only the beginning though. Following the initial pulse, a powerful dragon pressure suddenly erupted and enveloped all the dragons, immediately causing them to feel a sense of intense dread. They felt helpless, like children facing a fully grown man. Their throbbing bloodlines were instantly suppressed as they looked at each other in panic. Not only the grand dragons, but even Ji Lao San, who had just become an ancient dragon, felt suffocated. Only then did the dragons understand why Ji Lao San had brought the 3 young dragons under his protection. If he had not done so, the dragon pressure would have been too much for them, and they likely would have been instantly crushed. Luckily, this intense pressure disappeared as quickly as it came. A grand dragon wondered aloud. Was that from that senior? That feeling felt familiar to him, as he had once angered one of the clan's ancient dragon elders. When that elder became angry, he unleashed a type of dragon pressure that felt similar to what they had just experienced. Although he did not specify exactly who he was talking about, Ji Lao San was aware of the situation in the dragon pool, and naturally understood who he meant. Still, he slowly shook his head and said no. No, everyone gasped. The grand dragon was asked in surprise, who then? From their position, the grand dragons could not see the situation below, but Ji Lao San, who had become an ancient dragon, was clearly able to sense something. Otherwise, he would not have stopped here. Before the strange pressure swept over them, Ji Lao San had reacted in advance, which meant that he could see the situation at a much deeper depth than them. Ji Lao San did not answer, though he appeared to be very reluctant and in utter disbelief. Another grand dragon hazarded a guess. Third brother, if it is not from that senior, don't tell me it was from that human. Even he felt foolish for asking such a question. How was that even possible? The dragon pressure they felt was extremely pure, and they had all seen that human in his grand dragon from as he descended through the dragon pool. Although the dragon pressure he showed was indeed potent, if they closely scrutinized it, that human's dragon pressure was still impure. It must have something to do with him being a human. Although he had refined and merged with a dragon source and had a dragon clan bloodline, fundamentally, he was still human. So, it was impossible that a human caused such a commotion. But unexpectedly Ji Lao San muttered, it was him. All the dragons were shocked. How can that be? They exclaimed in total disbelief. Ji Lao San laughed bitterly. If they asked him, who was he supposed to ask? Who could tell him what had happened? He should be full of joy when he advanced to become an ancient dragon. He then dove deeper into the dragon pool to look for the human to restore his dignity. How could he have anticipated encountering such a situation? It was totally inexplicable. The dragon scales on the human had completely shed, and his dragon body was covered in a layer of fresh red blood that continued to ooze out, encompassing him entirely. The dragons next to him were not strong enough to see the situation below, but Ji Lao San was able to see some of it. That was not a human figure in the dragon pool below. It was a huge blood cocoon with a human that had transformed into a pure blood dragon. When they first came to this depth, there was still some dragon pool power around. However, that power was now madly flowing into the blood cocoon and disappearing. Now the dragon pool power where they were had also been depleted. However, that human was now at the critical juncture just like he was previously. He had accumulated enough power, and it was no longer a big deal if there was insufficient dragon pool power in the surrounding waters. Furthermore, this blood cocoon was about 50,000 meters long. This was what made it so difficult for Ji Lao San to accept. When he entered the dragon pool, he was just a step away from becoming an ancient dragon, yet he spent half a year to break through after much effort. What about that human? When he entered the dragon pool, he was only 35,000 meters. Half a year later, he was now 50,000 meters. That was an increase of 15,000 meters. Since ancient times, no dragon who entered the dragon pool to cultivate had ever seen such a terrifying increase in size. 15,000 meters. How many years of cultivation was required to achieve that? At first, Ji Laosan also thought that the dragon pool's change had something to do with the senior below. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Rather, it must be caused by this human. Otherwise, how could he have grown by so much in such a short time? The more Ji Laosan thought about it, the harder it was for him to accept. Chapter 53:20, Advancement to become an ancient dragon. Ji Laosan had become an ancient dragon and had keener eyesight than the others, so he could see that the human was at the critical juncture on the verge of a breakthrough. This was also the reason why he did not descend any further. He wanted to regain his dignity, but he would endanger the life of the human if he were to interfere at such a crucial moment. If the other side failed to break through because of his interruption, it would become a blood feud that only death could end. Furthermore, he was unsure if he could even get near with the intense, pulsating dragon pressure. Muffled grunts were emitted irregularly from the blood cocoon below, as if a powerful life was being awoken. Along with each muffled grunt, a powerful wave of dragon pressure would burst forth. The grand dragons were at a loss as to what to do. After a long silence, Ji Laosan finally said, "There's no telling how long it will take him to break through. So take care and go around him to cultivate deeper in the dragon pool." There was no point in them all waiting here. The opening of the dragon pool was an opportunity for the dragons to cultivate, so they should not be wasting their time idling around. "What about you, third brother?" a grand dragon asked. Ji Laosan pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll stay here to observe the situation." Since he had achieved a breakthrough and become an ancient dragon, it could be said that he had achieved his goal for this trip into the dragon pool. It did not matter if continued to cultivate or not. More importantly, he wanted to wait for Yang Kai's breakthrough, and then have another match with him to determine once and for all who was better. The humiliation that Yang Kai caused him in front of the no-return pass had to be settled. Since now was not a good time, he simply had to wait until Yang Kai was done with his breakthrough. The Grand Dragon who asked the question must have sensed Ji Laosan's intentions, and did not try to talk him out of it. He simply nodded and said, "Good. Third brother, take care." It seemed this human had a thing or two up his sleeve. The commotion during the breakthrough was intense, so if he became an ancient dragon, his strength would probably be quite profound and Ji Laosan might not be his match. If he was not careful, he might lose to the human again. However, since Ji Laosan insisted, it was inappropriate for him to try to convince him otherwise. Since a decision had been made, the grand dragons placed the three young dragons in the middle for protection, then swam around the dragon pressure-filled area below to dive deeper into the dragon pool, soon disappearing from sight. At this moment, Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in the blood cocoon, and his mind was empty and totally relaxed like never before. His dragon vein was pulsating and his body was undergoing a radical transformation. After a period of time, he suddenly felt an inexplicable restraint. He stretched his limbs and with crackling sounds, the bindings were torn open like a thin membrane. He was slightly shocked and quickly realized that there was nothing really restricting him. Instead, there was a blood cocoon that had wrapped around him at some point. The blood cocoon was naturally the part of him that was human, and now, with the purity and strength of his dragon vein reaching a certain height, the part had been discarded. When the blood cocoon was torn apart, it shattered to pieces and scattered into the flow of the dragon pool. Yang Kai literally shed his former body and was reborn. With a resounding dragon roar, Yang Kai's dragon pressure reverberated throughout the dragon pool, and brilliant golden light was emitted from all over his body. Ji Laosan watched from afar filled with a complicated expression, as the golden light was so glaring that he could hardly open his eyes. His breakthrough to the ancient dragon realm was not nearly as eventful. In contrast to his bitterness, Yang Kai appeared quite joyful. His divine sense surged, and he quickly examined his own body, feeling as if his dragon vein had never been so pure and strong. His 50,000 meters form was even more fearful and appeared invincible. Yang Kai was even more satisfied that his dragon scales had regrown. He was no longer naked like before. Although the new dragon scales still look a bit delicate and not as strong as before, they were new and would harden over time. When his scales matured, they alone would be able to block off a blow from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After Ji Lao San advanced to become an ancient dragon, he grew in length by about 3,000 meters. However, Yang Kai did not, mainly because the dragon pool power here was completely depleted. If there was enough dragon pool power around, his body would have grown tremendously. Yang Kai was full of joy and laughed loudly, but his laughter came out as continuous dragon roars. Ji Lao San narrowed his eyes and clenched his claws, muttering to himself, "So noisy." The next moment, he saw a blur and Yang Kai's huge body instantly rushed towards him. Ji Lao San backed up instinctually as he exclaimed, "What?" He had remained there to wait for Yang Kai to advance to become an ancient dragon, planning to fight him to determine who was stronger. However, when the moment came, he became hesitant. This couldn't be helped as his opponent's dragon pressure was significantly stronger than his. Having just broken through, Yang Kai would not be familiar with his new strength and wouldn't be able to restrain himself. Worse, even from so far away, Ji Lao San already felt his dragon vein being suppressed. If they fought now, the only possibly result would be him being one-sidedly beaten. Not only that, when Yang Kai broke through to the ancient dragon realm, his bloodline was completely refined and he had become a pure-blood dragon. Unlike before, Ji Lao San no longer saw Yang Kai as someone who was half dragon and half human. Now this golden dragon in front of him could be considered as his clansman, although he still hated Yang Kai's guts. Yang Kai looked at him with his dragon head tilted and seemed to be smiling. He then said, "Relax, I came to thank you." Although he was wrapped in the blood cocoon and his mind was emptied, he could still perceive what was happening in the outside world. After his breakthrough, the events that had transpired would naturally be recalled. Yang Kai was surprised that Ji Lao San did not take advantage of the crucial period before his breakthrough to interrupt him. With his prior arrogance, it would not be surprising for the latter to interfere so as to disrupt his advancement. However, Ji Lao San did no such thing. This saved Yang Kai a lot of trouble. "There's no need to thank me." Ji Lao San coldly snorted and stared at Yang Kai with narrowed eyes as fury raged in his heart. It was as if Yang Kai did not notice it, or perhaps he did not care about the other party's attitude. He just turned his head towards the bottom and said, "I just made a breakthrough and need some dragon pool power to continue to refine. The power here had been depleted. I'll be heading down now." After saying so, his body flicked and he swam down the depths of the dragon pool. Pa! As Yang Kai was departing though, his dragon tail flicked and hit Ji Lao San's body, throwing him far away. After he managed to stabilize himself, Ji Lao San gritted his teeth and roared, "Bastard!" Ji Lao San was convinced that Yang Kai did it on purpose, whipping him with his tail because he sensed that Ji Lao San still wanted to fight with him. After cursing, Ji Lao San became a little dismayed. He was also an ancient dragon now, so how could he just accept being smacked by a tail for no reason? He was hit by Yang Kai only because the moment Yang Kai made a move, his dragon pressure had suppressed Ji Lao San, which caused his reaction to become extremely slow. Ji Lao San secretly sighed, knowing his desire to fight against Yang Kai was pointless. Since Yang Kai knew that Ji Lao San was not his match, he smacked him with the tail as a warning to him. He had now confirmed that Yang Kai had refined a divine dragon source. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such powerful dragon pressure. The golden divine dragon source. It could be none other than that legendary existence. Ji Lao San felt a little better when he thought of it that way. He was not inferior to Yang Kai, it was just that his source was not as strong as that legendary ancestor's. The day his source reached the height of a divine dragon, he would be able to take on Yang Kai. With this thought in mind, Ji Lao San hastily headed deeper into the dragon pool. At the same time, Yang Kai was already dove quite deep. He met the 3 young dragons and the 9 grand dragons, all of whom quickly moved away with looks of disbelief. Nonetheless, he did not care. He was starving now. It was not the regular feeling of hunger. It came from the depths of his bloodline. Yang Kai had just achieved a breakthrough to become an ancient dragon with extremely pure and strong dragon vein. Now all he wanted was to devour more power to satiate and strengthen himself. Unfortunately, the dragon pool power in his previous territory had been depleted. Thus he could only continue deeper down into the pool, so as to fill the void his bloodline made him feel. After passing those grand dragons and young dragons, young Kai did not know how much farther he swam down, but eventually he activated the great sun and moon marks, and the huge dragon pool power poured into his body, turning into powerful nutrients. Young Kai felt a wave of relief. With the sound of bones cracking from within his dragon body, his 50,000 meters dragon form that had just stabilized began to grow rapidly. Not only that, as his own bloodline had been purified, the secrets hidden deep within it had begun to awaken. The dragon clan's inheritance. The inheritance of humans relied heavily on various ancient books and careful instruction from one's elders. However, divine spirits were different. A divine spirit's inheritance was always hidden deep within their bloodline. Even without the guidance of any elders, or any ancient books and records, as long as their bloodline was purified to a certain degree, these inheritances would naturally awaken. This was a kind of innate response to the scarcity of divine spirits. Even if there were few divine spirits in the clan, and there were no elders to guide the next generation, their inheritance could not be cut off so simply. After all, according to the heavenly way, bloodline inheritance was the basis of a divine spirit's strength. It was an inheritance that could be ensured so long as the divine spirit's bloodline remained. Now that Yong Kai had advanced to become an ancient dragon, he started benefiting from this inheritance. He was consuming the power of the dragon pool to enhance his body, while feeling the gift from the depths of his bloodline. The dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time. Yong Kai's attainments in the Tao of Time were not low. At least, he had not met anyone who had gone farther than himself with this grand Tao. According to his own classification, he had reached the 6th level of exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Although there was still a huge gap when compared to his mastery over the Tao of Space, which was at the 8th level, summiting the peak, it was not bad at all. Throughout history, the only person he knew of who might be able to surpass him in the Tao of Time was Flowing Time Great Emperor. Perhaps it was possible for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to have surpassed him as well. After all, these two children were the successors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Even so, they were probably still a bit too young. The Tao of Time was extremely difficult to master. Yong Kai had already reached the 6th level, but had made no further progress for many years. With the dragon clan's bloodline inheritance, and his own dragon vein, which had been refined to the point that he transformed to become a pure-blood dragon, many obscure points from the past were now clear. Yong Kai was overjoyed. This trip to the no-return pass was a huge success. Just achieving a breakthrough to become an ancient dragon was worth the effort. Not to mention, he could now improve his mastery over the Tao of Time. He also managed to reap a lot of benefits from the Phoenix clan. While Yong Kai was thirstily absorbing the dragon clan inheritance from his bloodline, the beast with the giant eyes looked on angrily from the depths of the dragon pool. Who the hell is this little bastard? He had already moved far away from Yong Kai previously. But how could he have known that Yong Kai would continue chasing after him? Did he really think that an old man like him would not dare to teach others a lesson? Chapter 53:21, Fu Guang. The beast with the giant eyes was at least several hundreds of thousands of meters away from Yong Kai, so at such a distance, even if he was extremely strong, it was difficult for him to fully perceive the situation due to the isolation power of the dragon pool. He could only detect there was some commotion where Yong Kai was. This brat hasn't broken through yet. The beast with the giant eyes felt a little strange. How could he have not broken through after he swallowed so much dragon pool power? Could it be that this junior's talent is just that horrendous? However, it was clear that this little one was very determined. The beast heaved a sigh and was satisfied that Yong Kai had the right attitude. He could not blame Yong Kai for not being talented enough. He would just go deeper and give this brat some room to cultivate. After all, he couldn't fight with a brat just because he was disturbed. The beast with giant eyes did not intend to help Yong Kai. A dragon's breakthrough depended mainly on themselves and outsiders could not help. The giant beast silently swam down another 100,000 meters, until it finally could not feel the disturbances above. Time flew by, and 2 months later, Yang Kai's body size increased again by nearly 10,000 meters. Now his dragon form was almost 60,000 meters. 50,000 meters was the baseline for being an ancient dragon, which was comparable to a newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai's 60,000 meters dragon form meant that he had firmly established himself in this realm. It was unimaginable for a dragon to grow by 10,000 meters within 2 months. If dragons really could grow at such speeds, there would have been a terrifying number of ancient and divine dragons throughout history. This was all because Yang Kai was able to devour enormous amounts of the dragon pool power during that short period of time. And even that was only possible with the assistance of the great sun and moon marks. The yin-yang power left behind by the burning light and serene glimmer was also essential, as it acted like a millstone to grind and refine the power from the dragon pool, so Yang Kai could more easily absorb it. However, Yang Kai also noticed that the more he progressed, the more difficult it became to improve. When he first came here, his body size could increase by several dozens to over 100 meters a day, but currently, it was down to less than a dozen meters a day. One reason was his dragon vein was stronger and purer, so the same amount of dragon pool power was unable to enhance him as much as before. The second was the dragon pool power at his location had again been depleted. After such wanton consumption, the dragon pool power was much thinner than before. This time, Yang Kai did not wait for the dragon pool power to be completely depleted. As soon as he felt that the power was significantly weaker than before, Yang Kai proceeded downwards another 100,000 meters. The beast with the giant eyes was disturbed once again, and flared his nostrils furiously. What's the meaning of this? Is that brat intentionally taunting me? He wondered. He was understandably upset, but once again, he decided to avoid a confrontation by swimming deeper. Another 2 months later, he felt a disturbance from above. It appeared like the annoying junior had descended again. The beast's veins at his temples throbbed in frustration. Suppressing his anger once again, he continued descending through the dragon pool. He decided that 3 times was the limit of his tolerance. One more intrusion into his territory, and he would be forced to discipline that brat. 2 months later, the beast with the giant eyes looked up again. But now he was not angry and instead full of doubts, as he once again perceived movement from above. He previously thought that those movements were made by that junior using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, but now it seemed like something was amiss. After so much time, whoever it was should have achieved a breakthrough already. If he or she had failed at achieving a breakthrough, then this junior should have been crippled if not killed by the amount of dragon pool power they had absorbed. How could they just continue to cultivate? Now curious and suspicious, he gathered his aura and silently swam upward to have a look at what was going on. Yang Kai was dividing his attention between devouring the dragon pool power with the great sun and moon marks, and cultivating the Tao of Time using the bloodline inheritance he had just unlocked. The main reason why Yang Kai went deeper every 2 months was he was aware of the inconveniences he was causing the grand dragons and young dragons above. The dragon pool power seemed to bubble up from bottom to top, so if he depleted all the dragon pool power where he was, then the grand dragons and young dragons above him would not be able to cultivate properly. Thus, when he sensed that the dragon pool power around him was getting thinner, he would descend another 100,000 meters. Even if he was eating all the meat, leaving some soup for others was only polite. It had been half a year since his breakthrough, and his achievements were significant already. His dragon form had increased by nearly 20,000 meters, for a grand total of 67,000 meters. On top of that, his gains in the Tao of Time were significant. Yang Kai felt that with a little more effort, he would be able to ascend to the next level of mastery over the Tao of Time. When that happened, his Tao of Time would reach the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. However, while he was concentrating on his cultivation, he suddenly had a strange feeling. The yin and yang power of the burning light and serene glimmer in his body was rapidly weakening. Yang Kai was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that the 2 powers were about to run out. The power Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gifted him back, then had already purified his bloodline and dragon vein several times over the years. Even now, they were intermingling like a millstone, grinding the dragon pool power for him to absorb. Unfortunately, these powers were not his own, and would eventually run out one day. Yang Kai was also prepared for this, but obviously did not expect it to be so soon. He was not disappointed, however. If it was not for this yin-yang millstone helping him, he would never have been able to refine the dragon pool power so quickly. Even if he could withstand the huge amount he absorbed into his body, his progress would not have been so rapid. Yang Kai had already gained enough benefits. Before entering the dragon pool, his grand dragon body was only 35,000 meters in length, but 1 year later, he had grown to 67,000 meters. In this time, his dragon vein had become incomparably pure. How could he not be satisfied with his achievements and progress? The external power was not his anyway. The power of the burning light and serene glimmer had already helped him lay a solid foundation. How far he could go in the future depended largely on him. As the power of the burning light and serene glimmer weakened, the invisible millstone in his body also began to collapse. Yang Kai soon felt the pressure inside his body increasing. When the millstone was grinding, regardless of how much dragon pool power he devoured, it was quickly refined and absorbed, but that was over now. Too much absorption was now causing him to become bloated. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued on like this, he would eventually explode and die. The dragons who entered the dragon pool would dive to an appropriate depth, claim a stretch of territory, and cultivate. The further they went down, the denser the power became. However, they had to be able to absorb and refine the dragon pool power to benefit from it. Each member of the dragon clan had to find their own limits when entering the dragon pool. Yang Kai relied on the power of the burning light and serene glimmer to ignore these limitations and dive to a depth of over 1 million meters with a meager size of 35,000 meters. The power Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave him declined extremely quickly, like an arrow at the end of its flight. Just half an hour after Yang Kai noticed the diminishing returns, the two forces had completely disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai frantically stopped the great sun and moon marks, but even so he felt a lot of pressure. The dragon pool power he was wantonly absorbing before now felt like a huge burden he could barely resist with the power from his dragon vein. What's more, the outside pressure was also beginning to affect him as he could not absorb the ambient power. He could not remain at this depth any longer, or something bad would happen to him. With his mind made up, Yang Kai decided to head back up. However, when he opened his eyes, he was shocked. Two huge eyes were staring at him, glimmering and full of curiosity. Yang Kai was now 67,000 meters in length, which was a considerable size, so if he felt that the entity in front of him was huge, then what was looking at him must be enormous. Yang Kai's dragon pressure instantly surged, and he almost clawed at the stranger who was looking at him. However, he managed to hold back at the last moment, because he could see what was in front of him was a huge dragon head. Looking behind the dragon head, he could not even see the end of this being. In an instant, Yang Kai could tell that this was an ancient dragon, an extremely powerful ancient dragon with a body of almost 100,000 meters. If the ancient dragon realm started at 50,000 meters, then above 100,000 meters would naturally be the divine dragon. Yang Kai immediately knew who it was and asked, "Senior Fu Guang." When he was previously a guest in Huang Xinyang's phoenix nest, Yang Kai deliberately asked her about the dragon clan's situation. Huang Xinyang saw no reason to keep anything from him if the information was not confidential. According to Xinyang, there was a divine dragon in the dragon clan, who was the current clan head. The number of ancient dragons should be more than a dozen, but they were usually cultivating in seclusion, and were not openly seen by others. The ones who presided over the affairs of the dragon clan at the No-Return Pass were the three ancient dragons that Yang Kai once greeted. They were also known as the three elders of the dragon clan. Those three ancient dragons were very old and powerful, but they had all exhausted their potential, and so there was no hope of them ever advancing to become divine dragons. In other words, their current strength was their limit, and there was no possibility of them advancing further. However, among the members of the dragon clan, There was one ancient dragon who had reached the upper limits of his current realm, but had not exhausted his potential, and thus had hope of breaking through to become a divine dragon. Fu Guang. More than 5,000 years ago, Fu Guang had already reached the limits of the ancient dragon realm, and then entered retreat deep in the dragon pool. He had not been seen since. According to Xin Yang, Fu Guang would either become a divine dragon and emerge from the pool, or die in the dragon pool's depths. If he died, then his dragon force would escape into the dragon pool, leaving behind a legacy for the future generations. Without such determination, an ancient dragon who was attempting to make the final breakthrough would not easily enter the dragon pool. Throughout history, the dragon clan had many ancient dragons who died in the dragon pool without ever stepping out of it. Rumor had it that there were many dragon bones buried in the deepest part of the dragon pool. Of course, Xin Yang was part of the Phoenix clan and could not be sure about this. However, they all lived in the no-return pass, so it was normal to have some understanding of each other. Fu Guang had been in retreat in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years. No one knew how he was doing, only that he was still alive. Still, 5,000 years was nothing for a dragon clan member. The dragons had extremely long lifespans, so 5,000 years was considered brief when living more than 50,000 years was a given. What's more, each time the dragon pool opened, it was impossible for the later generation dragon clan members to descend anywhere near where Fu Guang had secluded himself. Thus, none of them knew if his retreat was going smoothly. However, for him to remain in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years, it was obvious that progress was not coming easily to him. When an ancient dragon, who was close to becoming a divine dragon, appeared at this depth of the dragon pool, Yang Kai was certainly able to guess his identity. This was a white dragon, and even at this depth in the dragon pool, it was difficult to hide its pure glory. Although the ancient dragon did not exert any dragon pressure, Yang Kai felt stifled just by being stared at by those eyes. Although his source was slightly inferior to Yang Kai's, this ancient dragon's bloodline was much stronger than his. Fu Guang nodded lightly and asked curiously, "Which family do you hail from?" Chapter 53:22, You want to do what with me? The dragon clan was divided into 3 families, the Fu, Zhu and Ji. The dragon clan's bloodline was being continued by these 3 families, which was why Fu Guang was surprised that he did not feel the bloodline aura of any of these 3 families from this young one. Moreover, if he was not mistaken when he first perceived this youngster, he was using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, which meant that he was not yet an ancient dragon. Under up-close observation, this youngster was already a nearly 70,000 meters long ancient dragon. It was simply unimaginable for a dragon to have such a huge improvement in less than a year's time. Even for someone as gifted as himself, it was impossible to have such an achievement. Throughout history, no dragon had ever grown so rapidly. It was completely beyond Dragon Clan's ability to understand how this could be accomplished. While asking the question, Fu Guang inadvertently looked at Yang Kai's 2 front dragon claws. When he noticed the great sun and moon marks, he realized that they must have something to do with this junior's rapid growth and the enormous consumption of dragon pool power. "Senior, I am not a dragon of the no-return pass." Since he was sure that the ancient dragon before him was Fu Guang, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. At least, he would not be attacked for no reason. "You're not a dragon of the no-return pass?" Fu Guang was slightly surprised as he continued to ask, "Did you return to your roots from the outside to pay respects to your ancestors?" Yang Kai shook his head and explained, "No, I am human. It was a coincidence that I had the opportunity to refine a dragon source and advance to become an ancient dragon. During that process, my bloodline was purified." Fu Guang was even more surprised and exclaimed, "Human? Those few stubborn old goats actually agreed to let you into the dragon pool?" He obviously knew the stubbornness of those ancient dragons. The dragon pool was fundamental to the existence of the dragon clan, so no one was worthy to enter it except for the pureblood dragons. He wondered what they were thinking to let a human enter the dragon pool. However, Fu Guang soon nodded lightly and said, "Whether you were a human or not before, now that your bloodline is pure, you can be considered part of the dragon clan. Furthermore, You are already an ancient dragon." As he said, he continued to study Yang Kai. He noted that Yang Kai's golden dragon source was extremely powerful. If he was not mistaken, it should be the legendary source that was lost all those eons ago. No wonder those stubborn old goats were willing to let him enter the dragon pool. They must have taken this into consideration. Unaware of the other party's thoughts, Yang Kai was slightly stunned when he heard what Fu Guang said and said with a touch of dismay, "Yes, this junior is part of the dragon clan now." Fu Guang laughed slightly and asked, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to give up being a human?" Yang Kai replied, "Not really. It's just that I'm not used to it yet." Fu Guang nodded and said, "Although someone like you is very rare, there have been a few recorded in my dragon clan's history. I do not understand your feelings, as there is no downside to being part of the dragon clan. At least when comparing to others in the equivalent realm, the dragons are much stronger than humans." He then changed the topic and asked, "Those two marks, are they from the burning light and serene glimmer?" Senior's vision is truly sharp. They are indeed from those two seniors. Yang Kai was not surprised. Since Huang Xinyang could recognize the origins of the two marks at a glance, there was no reason why Fu Guang could not. Fu Guang swam around Yang Kai with some curiosity and asked, "Those two marks can draw in and absorb the dragon pool power? I've never heard of anything like them before. However, since they are marks granted by those two, it's not surprising that they have this ability. What I wonder is how you managed to withstand such a huge amount of power inside your body. By right, you should have exploded long ago." He had been observing Yang Kai for a while, and was truly puzzled by this situation. Yang Kai explained, "When those two seniors granted me their marks, they also gifted me a portion of their pure yin and yang powers. When this junior sucked in the dragon pool power, the yin and yang power turned into something like a millstone and ground it down, allowing me to rapidly absorb and refine the dragon pool power." Fu Guang was amazed and exclaimed, "There is such a thing." He had never known of such a possibility. Even the entire dragon clan knew nothing about this. Otherwise, the ancient books would have records of these capabilities. This brat in front of him not only had the marks of the burning light and serene glimmer, but he had also received a part of their powers. That meant that they considered him in high regard. The burning light and serene glimmer would never grant their powers to others lightly. At least, Fu Guang had never heard of anyone having such an opportunity before. Come, activate those two marks again," Fu Guang asked eagerly. Yang Kai shook his head rapidly and said, "Senior, unfortunately, this junior has exhausted the yin and yang powers of those two. If I draw in any more dragon pool power, I won't be able to handle it." "What are you afraid of? Just do as I say. I'm here and will take care of you." Fu Guang spoke with utmost confidence, as if he wanted to reassure Yang Kai and let him act boldly. Yang Kai was at a loss for what to do, and about what Fu Guang's intentions were. However, considering that Fu Guang was close to becoming a divine dragon, he was surely not a match if things got out of hand. Besides, it should not matter if he just demonstrated the two marks' ability a little for Fu Guang to see. With that in mind, Yang Kai nodded his head and said, "In that case, Junior will show you how they work." He then activated the great sun and moon marks on his two dragon claws. The moment the marks shone, they started to suck in the rich dragon pool power from the surrounding area. Yang Kai was prepared to stop at a moment's notice, as he did not have the yin-yang millstone inside him anymore. He really could not withstand too much dragon pool power entering his body. However, just as he activated the two marks, Fu Guang made his move. His nearly 100,000 meters dragon form vibrated immediately, and his dragon scales stood on end. As he did so, Fu Guang's dragon body suddenly turned into what seemed like a bottomless abyss, madly devouring the incoming dragon pool's power. Feeling his dragon vein roar and his bones crack loudly, Fu Guang's eyes lit up. Yang Kai was not experiencing too much pressure, because almost 80% of the dragon pool power drawn in by the great sun and moon marks was being intercepted by Fu Guang, leaving a mere 20% to enter Yang Kai's body. Although it was still a bit uncomfortable for Yang Kai, it was within his ability to tolerate. At least he would not be at risk of dying anymore. Yang Kai suddenly understood Fu Guang's intention of requesting him to activate the Great Sun and Moon marks. Xin Yang said that Fu Guang had been in retreat in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years. If he had not broken through yet, it meant that advancing from an ancient dragon to a divine dragon was no easy task. If Yang Kai could help him achieve a breakthrough, it would be an enormous favor, not only to Fu Guang himself, but to the entire dragon clan. The dragon clan had only one divine dragon right now, so their overall strength would soar with an additional one. As Yang Kai was thinking about this, Fu Guang signaled to Yang Kai to stop. Yang Kai obediently did as he was told. Fu Guang pondered silently while glancing at Yang Kai every now and then, as if he was thinking about how to make a request. He also appeared very hesitant. Yang Kai was amused and wondered just what he was going to say. What is there to hesitate about? The advancement to become a divine dragon should be far more important compared to owing a favor or some notion of pride. Nonetheless, even with such thoughts, he did not say anything and just waited in silence. After a long time, Fu Guang said awkwardly, "Kid, do you want to dual cultivate with me?" Yang Kai was shocked and stuttered, dual cultivate? With you? What the hell are you talking about? Why did you suddenly bring this up? Are you actually a female dragon? But, it doesn't look like it, and your voice is obviously too low to be that of a female. Yang Kai doubtfully thought. Fu Guang nodded seriously and said, "Yes, cultivate with me. See, you can draw in an enormous amount of dragon pool power by using those 2 marks. However, you can't digest it all, so I can digest most of it for you while you absorb the rest yourself." Yang Kai choked and remarked, "Oh ahem, so this is what you meant by dual cultivate with you?" He thought that Fu Guang was referring to something else. Fu Guang said with a straight face, "Of course. What else could I have meant?" Yang Kai was speechless, and even suspected that Fu Guang did not understand what the connotation was. In Fu Guang's mind, dual cultivation simply meant cultivating together. Noticing that Yang Kai did not agree immediately, Fu Guang said, "Of course, this is more beneficial to me, but I will not let you suffer a loss. Let's do this. You are now a pureblood dragon, and can only enhance your bloodline on your own without anyone's guidance. However, my dragon clan's bloodline talent is the Tao of Time. If you agree to my request, I can give you a few pointers while you cultivate." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard what Fu Guang said and exclaimed, "Really?" Fu Guang nodded, "Of course. Many thanks, senior." Even if Fu Guang did not offer to give him pointers on improving his mastery over the Tao of Time, Yang Kai was already planning on helping him. If Yang Kai really helped him become a divine dragon, then the dragon clan would owe him a huge favor. Now, with the added benefits on top, Yang Kai would certainly not refuse. "Do you agree?" Fu Guang asked to confirm. This junior can't think of a reason to refuse. "Very good." Fu Guang slithered his dragon form and continued, "This matter cannot be delayed. Come with me." It had been over a year since the dragon pool opened, so Yang Kai would leave in at most a few years' time. Thus, Fu Guang did not want to waste even a single moment. Yang Kai followed Fu Guang closely, diving deeper into the pool. He did not know how deep they went, but Yang Kai felt that he had reached his limit. If he went any deeper, the dense dragon pool power around him would kill him even if he did not activate the Great Sun and Moon marks. Yang Kai was not surprised that Fu Guang looked so relaxed. After all, there was a difference of over 30,000 meters between their sizes. Fu Guang was on the cusp of becoming a divine dragon, so it was only natural that he would be able to resist the pressure better than himself in the dragon pool. Fu Guang also sensed this, and without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, he took the initiative to stop and said, "This will do." Yang Kai promptly replied, "As you wish, senior." Fu Guang was very considerate and explained, "You should slowly activate the Great Sun and Moon marks and progressively draw in the dragon pool power. You don't have to do it all at once, just slowly adjust it." Yang Kai nodded and replied, "I'll try." He had never tried to control the Great Sun and Moon marks, because previously, he had the yin-yang millstone in his body to help him grind however much power he could draw in. Now that he was going to help Fu Guang cultivate though, It was necessary to use a more refined method. Coil up your body, Fu Guang said. When Yang Kai heard this, he quickly coiled himself into a ball. Fu Guang placed Yang Kai in the middle and wrapped him with his body for protection. On seeing this, Yang Kai felt a lot more assured. In this way, the dragon pool power sucked in by the great sun and moon marks would be devoured by Fu Guang first, and only what he could not take in would flow to him. Thus, Yang Kai's safety was guaranteed. Chapter 53:23, Fu Guang's Hypothesis. The great sun and moon marks were activated, and the dragon pool power began to swirl around them. This time, Yang Kai deliberately tried to control the two marks, and found that it was actually not difficult to manipulate them. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave him these two marks back then, this should have been taken into consideration. However, the marks still pulled in the dragon pool power at an alarming rate. This place was already a few million meters deep into the dragon pool, so the surrounding power was very dense. Any kind of suction force would draw the power in like tsunami. Fu Guang grunted as his huge form shook. His dragon scales stood on end and his body instantly became like a bottomless abyss, devouring the dragon pool power that he absorbed. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by Fu Guang's dragon body, was a bit nervous, but soon realized that he had worried over nothing. The majority of the dragon pool's power was swallowed up by Fu Guang, and not a single bit came to him. Seeing this, Yang Kai gradually strengthened the power of the marks, and more dragon pool power was drawn. Yang Kai slowly increased the suction force of the marks, until he reached about 70% of maximum, when he began to feel some of the power overflowing to him. That also meant that Fu Guang was at the limit of how much he could absorb. He gestured to Yang Kai, who understood and strengthened the power of the marks a bit more. With Fu Guang's cooperation, the excess dragon pool power that flowed to Yang Kai was devoured and refined by him. Both Yang Kai and Fu Guang were silently adapting to the current pressure of the incoming power. Yang Kai found that without the burning light and serene glimmers yin-yang millstone to assist him, he could not refine all the dragon pool power that he drew in, and a large part of it simply passed through his pores and back out into the dragon pool. Previously, with the yin-yang millstone, no matter how much dragon pool power he drew into his body, Yang Kai was able to refine it quickly and not a drop remained. This was also the reason why he was able to advance to become an ancient dragon so quickly and grow to a shock 67,000 meters in one session. Now, without that millstone, Yang Kai finally felt the difficulty of a dragon cultivating and breaking through. It was no wonder that Fu Guang had not been able to attain a breakthrough even after staying in the depths of Dragon Pool for 5,000 years. If he, as an ancient dragon of 67,000 meters, was already having difficulty, there was no need to mention Fu Guang, who was only one step away from becoming a divine dragon. Yang Kai did not know if this attempt could help Fu Guang break through his bottleneck. However, since Fu Guang had made the request, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Unlike Yang Kai's current relaxed situation, Fu Guang's devouring of the dragon pool power was much more intense. Yang Kai could even hear the dragon vein inside Fu Guang roaring like a river. Apart from that, the latter's body would occasionally crack open and dragon blood would gush out everywhere. This was obviously the result of the pressure he was under. Although he looked miserable, Fu Guang's spirits appeared buoyant, but this couldn't be helped. Before Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, he had also tried using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, drawing in as much power of the dragon pool as possible to use the pressure to break through his own shackles. However, in these 5,000 years little progress was made. It seemed his body had reached a limit, and it was impossible to advance any further to become a divine dragon. He had pondered a lot during these 5,000 years. The ancient method was actually quite useful in terms of refining his dragon vein. The problem was that he simply could not draw in enough dragon pool power to meet the requirements for a breakthrough. That was why after he saw the great sun and moon marks on Yang Kai dragon claws, Fu Guang began to think that if Yang Kai could help him pull in a massive amount of dragon pool power, he might have an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. The two marks proved to be more effective in drawing in the dragon pool power than the ancient dragon vein tempering art that he was using. Previously, while cultivating, Fu Guang vaguely felt some subtle changes to his dragon vein, so he knew it was working. Although he could not see any signs of breakthrough, any change was better than none. His only fear was nothing changing at all. Now, however, the changes were far more noticeable. If he could succeed this time, then the entire dragon clan could become more prosperous in the future. Since ancient times, the dragon clan had produced numerous ancient dragons. However, there were very few divine dragons. There were never more than 3 in the same era, with the biggest reason for this being that the last hurdle was just too difficult to overcome. If Fu Guang could break through and become a divine dragon using this new method though, then the next time an ancient dragon wanted to break through to become a divine dragon, they could simply ask Yang Kai for help. If all went well, the number of divine dragons in the dragon clan might achieve new heights. With this hypothesis in mind, he looked at Yang Kai as if he had found some kind of precious treasure. Several more days passed, and both Yang Kai and Fu Guang had completely adapted to the pressures they were under. Fu Guang suddenly opened his mouth and spat out his own dragon bead. The dragon bead was quite large, round, flawless, and completely white. Yang Kai also had a dragon bead, but his was incomparable to Fu Guang's. Fu Guang's dragon bead seemed to have no other characteristics than being beautiful. However, Yang Kai could feel the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power contained within it. This was the result of Fu Guang's dragon force. For dragons, their dragon bead was just like a monster beast's monster core, the foundation of their existence. It was also their trump card when facing a strong enemy. In times of desperation, a dragon could take out their dragon bead to attack the enemy. Of course, there were great risks involved in doing this, which was why a monster beast would not summon their monster core unless desperate, much less a noble dragon. Yang Kai had done it once before in order to kill Zhufeng territory lord, but that one single clash had resulted in his dragon bead being damaged, and without the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's power, it would have taken him hundreds if not thousands of years to recover. He did not know what Fu Guang was doing by suddenly spitting out his dragon bead at this time. However, it was soon obviously that this was how the latter was planning to guide him on how to better master the Tao of Time. Watch carefully. As Fu Guang shouted, the dragon bead began to rotate. From that dragon bead, pure dragon force emerged and formed a layer of haze around the bead. At the same time, the flawless white dragon bead also began to transform. The white dragon bead soon turned into different colors, and the entire dragon bead became pockmarked. Not only that, the dragon bead seemed to have a strange power surging within it. Yang Kai's dragon eyes widened as he stared at this scene, and soon he was shocked. What he saw was no longer a dragon bead, but rather a universe world. The haze of dragon force was the barrier around this universe world. This was a newborn lifeless universe world, but with the convergence of the powers of the 7 elements, a transformation began to occur, and the barren universe world also gradually changed. At first, an ocean appeared. Then some green began to spread around. The originally white dragon bead became green and blue. The aura of life slowly appeared in the sea, and soon spread to the land. The first lives were very fragile, and could not withstand any disturbance. The slightest interference and it spelled disaster for them. Rebirth followed each destruction, and eventually, life took a hold and managed to tenaciously survive. Over time, life flourished and the whole world thrived. Yang Kai realized that Fu Guang was using his dragon bead to show him the evolution of the Tao of Time. Time was an extremely subtle power, more mysterious and esoteric than even the Tao of Space. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, so they had no need to deliberately cultivate it. When a dragon's bloodline became pure to a certain degree, the inheritance hidden deep in their bloodline would awaken. Still, it was very difficult for a dragon to master this power. Yang Kai did not know for certain before, but now he had to admit that his ability to cultivate the Tao of Time was linked to his dragon bloodline. Otherwise, it would not make sense for him to be able to cultivate the Tao of Time, while being proficient in the Tao of Space. He was now an ancient dragon and his dragon vein was extremely pure, so his bloodline talent had awakened. All that was needed was for him to enhance his own understanding in the Tao of Time. Fu Guang's display greatly made up for this. He was an ancient dragon who was just a step away from becoming a divine dragon. Looking at the entire dragon clan, It could be said that apart from the current Dragon Clan head, he was the most powerful. With the help of his own dragon bead, Fu Guang displayed the wonders of the Tao of Time for Yang Kai, with no regard for how much of his strength he used up from his source. This was an opportunity that not just anyone could have. Even Fu Guang would not have done such a thing if he had not requested Yang Kai's help. Yang Kai's mind and soul had been completely absorbed by the dragon bead. It was as if he was inside of it, experiencing all the wonders of the Tao of Time. It was as if he was sucked in and could no longer feel the passage of time in the outside world. Every moment was like tens of thousands of years. The whole world's living creatures became extinct just before the universe collapsed under a violent shock and turned into an empty black abyss. Yang Kai's eyes finally blinked and his mind regained its clarity. He saw Fu Guang swallowing his dragon bead back into his mouth and looked at him with an odd expression. Fu Guang originally thought that Yang Kai's attainment in the Tao of Time would only be superficial. However, when Yang Kai's mind and soul became immersed in his dragon bead, Fu Guang realized that something was wrong. This kid's attainments in the Tao of Time were not low at all. In fact, he could perceive that the time principles Yang Kai could manipulate were extremely powerful and profound. Apart from Fu Guang, the only ones that could be compared were the clan head and the 3 elder ancient dragons. As for the other ancient dragons, they were all probably inferior to this boy. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of Time had advanced another level just now. "How is it?" Fu Guang asked. Yang Kai slowly came to his senses and said gratefully, "Many thanks for your guidance, senior." Fu Guang's feeling was right. Yang Kai had indeed taken another step forward in his mastery over the Tao of Time, reaching the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. The most obvious change was the speed of time flow in his small universe. Previously, the speed of time in his small universe was 4 times faster than that of the outside world. Now it was 5 times faster. The faster time flow in his small universe meant that the living beings in his small universe could grow more rapidly, while the spirit herbs planted in his small universe could also be harvested more frequently. Most importantly, Yang Kai's own heritage would accumulate faster. Although Yang Kai did not know how much real time had passed outside, his mind had been following the transformation of the universe within Fu Guang's dragon bead for countless eons, sensing the mysteries in the flow of time. It was not surprising that he could make a breakthrough in mastery. Fu Guang nodded lightly. "So it was not in vain. The dragon pool is about to reopen, you should leave soon." Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he asked, "How long has it been?" "Almost 3 years. 3 years? It seemed like an instant." "Senior, you." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little hesitant. He had gained a lot from this session, but Fu Guang did not seem to have attained a breakthrough. If he left at this time, that would mean that everything had been for naught. Chapter 53:24, That damn human is a bastard. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's thoughts, Fu Guang said, "The power I have accumulated is already enough. All that remains is the evolution of my bloodline. No external force can help me now." Over the past 3 years, the dragon pool power that Yang Kai drew using the great sun and moon marks was almost equivalent to what Fu Guang would take in after 100 years of effort. This showed the immense power of the 2 marks. Previously, Fu Guang could not take this final step, because the ancient dragon vein tempering art he was using could not draw enough dragon pool power at once to apply sufficient pressure to force a breakthrough. However, this was not a problem with the great sun and moon marks. Although he could draw the same amount of dragon pool power in 100 years as Yang Kai did for him in 3 years, that did not mean that the effect was the same. Without Yang Kai's help, he might not have been able to take this final step in 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Now Fu Guang could feel that his bloodline was changing, so it was time to finally take that last step. Maybe when the dragon pool opened again, the dragon clan would have another divine dragon. Yang Kai was relieved to hear him say that. He did not want to owe someone a favor. Fu Guang had instructed him on the Tao of Time, and Yang Kai helped him to advance to become a divine dragon. Thus, there was a mutual gain and neither owed the other. A dragon scale suddenly flew towards Yang Kai and Fu Guang said, Bring this to those 3 old ghosts, and you will get the rewards that you deserve. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. He had a feeling that the dragon scale had been marked by Fu Guang's secret techniques, but he did not know what it said. He had no intention to pry either, as he had not done anything wrong to the Dragon Clan during his trip to the Dragon Pool, except for devouring a lot of Dragon Pool power. He even did Fu Guang a favor. Although he was now a pure-blood member of the Dragon Clan, and he had purged the part of him that was human when he broke through, subconsciously, Yang Kai still felt like he was human. A flash of light suddenly came from above. The light came from afar, but seemed to penetrate the entire Dragon Pool. Immediately afterwards, a low voice sounded from above. "Time is up, quickly leave the pool." The voice was naturally from one of the ancient dragon elders. Without delay, Yang Kai nodded slightly at Fu Guang and said, "Farewell, senior. I hope to hear good news from you the next time we meet." Although Fu Guang said he had accumulated enough power, and all that was left was bloodline conversion, things might not go so smoothly. Just look at the number of divine dragons who had appeared throughout the Dragon Clan's history, and one would understand. If it was so easy to break through and become a divine dragon, then the number of divine dragons in the Dragon Clan would not be so low. "Go on," Fu Guang nodded lightly. Yang Kai flicked his dragon tail and swam into the beam of light. This glowing path seemed to have the effect of warping space. He did not know how the Dragon Clan managed to do it, but Yang Kai, who was millions of meters deep into the Dragon Pool, reached the top after just a blink of an eye. At this moment, in the huge square of the no-return pass where the 5 statues of the Dragon Emperors stood, a portal appeared. Dozens of Dragon Clan members gathered from all directions. 13 dragons then rushed out of the vortex, one after another, appearing in the no-return pass. Instantly, the dragons roared one after another, causing the void to shake. However, the Dragon Clan was stunned after seeing the condition of those who entered. Even the 3 ancient dragon elders frowned. This could not be helped though. After all, the growth of those that went in seemed too small during this Dragon Pool cultivation session. Their expectation was, among the 3 young dragons, the one called Big Brother Ji was sure to advance to become a grand dragon. After all, he was already over 9,000 meters, and was not far from breaking through. A few years of training in the Dragon Pool should have been enough to cross this divide. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian were a little further behind, but if they were lucky, they might also be able to advance to become grand dragons. Although one young dragon had indeed advanced to become a grand dragon, he was just over 10,000 meters, which clearly indicated that he had broken through not too long ago. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian's progress was even more pitiful. They were barely 9,000 meters each, still a long way from becoming grand dragons. This was only the young dragon's performance though, and the grand dragons were even more disappointing. Among the 10 grand dragons who entered, at least 2 or 3 should have reached the ancient dragon realm. However, only Ji Laosan had become an ancient dragon while the others were still grand dragons. Even their growth was unsatisfactory. The 3 ancient dragon elders had never seen a batch of descendants with such poor performance before. It could be said that this was definitely the group of dragons with the smallest achievements in the Dragon Pool in history. Some distance away, Huang Xinyang was sitting on a branch of the immortal parasol tree, dressed in her usual colorful robes. She swung her legs leisurely as she looked on eagerly at the unfolding drama. When she saw the state of the dragons that emerged out of the Dragon Pool, she smiled and muttered, "I knew it. When they let that human into the Dragon Pool, I knew that there would be a negative effect on the other dragons. It turns out that I was right." Feng Lu Lang stood next to her and frowned as he said, "Didn't the Dragon Clan ever consider checking his source?" Huang Xinyang pursed her lips and said, "The Dragon Clan is too proud. Even if that human had refined a dragon source, it was of no importance to them. Additionally, they made some agreements with the old ancestors from the human race, so they would not waste their energy checking. What they did not know is that the source that human obtained was extremely powerful." Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source, the source of the 3rd-generation dragon emperor. While the Dragon Clan did not know about this, the Phoenix Clan had guessed it before he went in. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai had been able to access a phoenix nest on his own. That phoenix nest belonged to the Phoenix Empress of the same era as the third-generation Dragon Emperor. The sources of these two were lost together and had never been found. Since Yang Kai was able to enter that phoenix nest, and he said that his wife obtained the source of that generation's Phoenix Empress, it was likely for that Dragon Emperor's source to be with him. Since the Dragon Clan was too lazy to check, the Phoenix Clan had also did not bother to tell them. By letting such a person into the Dragon Pool, there certainly would be some impact. That was why when the Dragon Pool reopened this time, Huang Xinyang waited to watch the drama unfold. It was so boring staying at the no-return pass, and there was no place to have fun when they were cultivating in their phoenix nests. Huang Xinyang did not understand what Yang Kai did in the Dragon Pool, but why did the dragons who entered with him grow so little? Could their lack of performance be related to him? Even if his source originally belonged to the third-generation Dragon Emperor, it should not have such a dramatic effect, right? Nonetheless, her doubts were soon answered. Zhu Wuyu went straight to his parents' side and shouted, "That Yang Kai fellow is such a bastard. He snatched so much of the Dragon Pool power that we did not have enough for us to cultivate with." Zhu Wuyu's parents, an ancient dragon and a grand dragon, both frowned when they heard what had happened. It was common for clansmen to fight in the Dragon Pool for more power. When they first entered the Dragon Pool, they also fought with their other clansmen for a better position. Thus, Zhu Wuyu's accusations were quite flimsy. Zhu Wuyu's father, an ancient dragon, immediately reprimanded. "What is there to complain about if you are not as good as that human? Furthermore, that human should be able to transform into a grand dragon. Even if he fought with others, he wouldn't bother with your position. You've always been too lazy, which is why you did not advance much this time." Zhu Wuyu felt aggrieved and explained, "No, father, that guy really has something strange about him. I don't know what method he used, but he was somehow able to quickly devour an enormous amount of Dragon Pool power. My strength is weak and I occupied the uppermost position, but just half a month after entering the pool, the position where I was no longer had any Dragon Pool power at all." The Dragon Pool power was depleted that rapidly? Zhu Wuyu's mother, a grand dragon, appeared stunned. Zhu Wuyu nodded and continued, "Yes, so I went to Fu Qian's territory to fight for a better position, but after just half a month of fighting, his place also did not have any Dragon Pool power left. We continued descending through the pool to fight with the others, but no matter how deep we dove, the Dragon Pool power did not last long. It not only happened to where we three young dragons were, but also the places occupied by the senior grand dragons. Go ahead and ask them if you don't believe me." The ancient dragon turned his head and looked doubtfully at the others who had just emerged, to which all of them nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the explanation and seeing their collective reaction, the dragons, who were waiting in the square, loudly remarked, "No wonder all those who entered the Dragon Pool this time have not improved much. How can that be? The power of Dragon Pool should have been sufficient. How could it have dried up so quickly?" The Dragon Pool power seeps up from bottom to top. If too much power is consumed at the lower depths, it would disrupt the replenishment above, and then the top would dry up. But how can a mere human have that kind of ability? Or could that senior be the cause of it? It's possible. If his breakthrough was imminent, he would naturally require a tremendous amount of Dragon Pool power, and it would not be surprising for him to disrupt the density above. If it was really because of him, then these brats were just unlucky to enter the Dragon Pool at this time. Zhu Wuyu did not know who they were referring to. Fu Guang had been cultivating in the Dragon Pool for the past 5,000 years, and Zhu Wuyu was only a few hundred years old. Thus, he did not know of Fu Guang. Zhu Wuyu's parents certainly knew about Fu Guang though. If it was really because of him that these dragons did not advance much during this Dragon Pool cultivation session, then there was nothing they could do about it. After all, an additional divine dragon in the clan was worth far more than having a few more grand dragons or ancient dragons. When Zhu Wuyu heard their speculations, he complained, "Why do you all keep referring to that senior? It was all due to that human. Ask Third Uncle Ji if you don't believe me." Third Uncle Ji saw it clearly when that human broke through. A breakthrough? The group of dragons all gasped in surprise. Frankly, the dragon clan did not know the specifics and extent of that human's dragon bloodline. After all, Yang Kai had never exposed his dragon form or pressure to them. They only knew that he was a grand dragon, and even that was revealed to them by the human old ancestors. As Huang Xinyang said, the dragon clan had their pride, and even though Yang Kai managed to refine a dragon source, they did not take him seriously and did not bother to investigate. An old ancient dragon elder looked at Ji Laosan and asked, "Did that human really achieve a breakthrough in the dragon pool?" Ji Laosan nodded meekly. Before he entered the dragon pool, his dragon body was nearly 50,000 meters. Now when he left the dragon pool, he was only 55,000 meters. But what about that human? When Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, he was 35,000 meters, yet after just half a year, he managed to break through to become an ancient dragon. Now that 3 more years had passed, there was no way to guess just how much he had grown. Ji Laosan was a pure-blood dragon. To think that he could not even compete with the advancement rate of a mere human in the dragon pool. He was utterly ashamed of his poor performance compared to that dastardly human. Chapter 53:25, 70,000 meters. The 3 old ancient dragon elders looked at each other, and they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They were all both surprised and doubtful that the human had achieved a breakthrough in the dragon pool. According to the information they received from the old ancestors, that human should only be a grand dragon. If he had achieved a breakthrough, then was he not an ancient dragon now? This was a bit abnormal. Throughout the ages, the dragon clan had indeed lost a lot of dragon sources, and many different individuals from different races had obtained them. However, one growing to such an extent was extremely rare. On the other hand, when they learned that the reason why their clansmen who entered Dragon Pool grew so little was due to that human, those dragon clan members surrounding the place became agitated. Some of the grand dragons even instigated the rest to teach Yang Kai a lesson when he emerged from the pool. From Dragon Clan's standpoint, it was already an exception to allow an outsider to enter a sacred place such as the Dragon Pool. If the Ninth Order old ancestors had not come to an arrangement with the Dragon Clan, there was no way the latter would have agreed. It was enough that he was allowed to enter the Dragon Pool and gain some small benefits, but now, it turned out that he interfered with the growth of a dozen clansmen. How could this be tolerated? The Dragon Pool did not open regularly, and every Dragon Clan member cherished the opportunity to enter it to cultivate. While the dragons were busy complaining about what the human did, a golden light appeared at the swirling entrance of the Dragon Pool, followed by a large dragon head rushing out of it. An intense dragon pressure immediately engulfed the area, and the noisy square instantly fell silent. Amid the loud dragon roar, a huge dragon quickly emerged from the Dragon Pool. Those who were complaining angrily moments ago now looked up at the sky in a daze. The 3 ancient dragon elders were also flabbergasted. Ji Laosan's face began to twitch involuntarily. 70,000 meters. A full 70,000-meter ancient dragon. He was coiled above the no-return pass, glowing in splendid golden light. It was awe-inspiring, and the brilliance was simply unparalleled. Ji Laosan was filled with bitterness when he saw it and muttered internally, 70,000 meters. When Yang Kai entered the Dragon Pool, he was only 35,000 meters, yet after just a few years, his dragon form had doubled in size. Throughout the ages, no dragon had ever been able to cultivate to such an extent in just one session in the Dragon Pool. As a 70,000-meter dragon, Yang Kai was already considered to be extremely powerful as an ancient dragon within the Dragon Clan. What caused Ji Laosan to be speechless was that, under Yang Kai's dragon pressure, he actually felt his hands and legs go limp. He was completely subdued. Not only him, but many other dragons, who were also ancient dragons, felt suppressed by the human's dragon pressure. Naturally, this came from their own bloodlines being suppressed. A golden dragon, the old woman of the 3 elders exclaimed in disbelief. Another elder was staring at one of the 5 Dragon Emperor statues. Naturally, the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor's statue at this time also began to glow with a golden light. The aura from it resonated with the dragon in the sky, as if there was a connection between the two. So that's how it is. This elder murmured. Under such circumstances, if he still could not guess the origin of Yang Kai's source, then he would be a disgrace to his position. The Dragon Clan had also searched for this lost source. Other than the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan also searched for it, but they missed the best period and were unsuccessful in the end. However, both the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan knew how powerful these two sources were, so it should be impossible for them to be destroyed. Even if they could not find them, it did not mean that they did not exist anymore. However, no one expected that this missing source would reappear in front of Dragon Clan in such a way. Immediately, the ancient dragons who knew the details had mixed feelings. They all thought that Yang Kai's source was just an ordinary dragon source, and there was nothing for them to worry about as the Dragon Clan had lost many such dragon sources. It was their fortune and opportunity for those who had found these lost dragon sources to obtain them. However, if this source involved the third-generation Dragon Emperor, then its significance was totally different. That source could pave the path to reach the peak. Yang Kai's huge dragon form hovered over the no-return pass for a short time before he shrank down, transforming back into his human form as he landed in the square. Feeling the prying eyes all around, Yang Kai knew that his presence had brought the Dragon Clan a lot of doubts. At the very least, he could no longer hide his refinement of the Golden Divine Dragon source. The Dragon Clan should have a lot of questions for him. Yang Kai decided to speak first before they could ask any questions. Greetings, three elders. Senior Fu Guang has an object for this junior to pass on to you. The oldest-looking elder in the center held back his initial questions and instead asked in surprise, Fu Guang? You met Fu Guang in the dragon pool? Yes, Yang Kai nodded firmly. How is he doing? The old man asked with concern. Yang Kai replied, Senior Fu Guang as well. What did he want you to bring back? The old female elder asked. Yang Kai handed over a dragon scale from Fu Guang. The old woman took it, focused on it, and after a while, she handed the dragon scale to another elder. She then looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. When the other two elders also finished examining the dragon scale, they looked at each other silently, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding between them. The middle elder nodded slightly and looked warmly at Yang Kai as he said, Since you have shed your former body and been reborn, your bloodline is now pure. From now on, you are a member of the Dragon Clan. In fact, the moment Yang Kai rushed out of the dragon pool, the three ancient dragon elders already felt this. Yang Kai was not the same as when he first came to the no-return pass. Yang Kai had a strong human aura when he first came to the no-return pass. However, when he emerged from the dragon pool, that aura was completely gone. He now exuded the aura of a pure-blood dragon. After checking Fu Guang's message in the dragon scale, the three ancient dragon elders also learned what happened inside. As they had previously thought, Yang Kai had indeed refined the lost source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This was confirmed by Fu Guang. He was also highly regarded by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, who granted him the great sun and moon marks. It was because of these two marks and another gift from those two seniors that he was able to devour the dragon pool's power and grow so rapidly. It was also because of this reason that those who entered the dragon pool during this session performed so poorly. It was not that they had no aptitude, just that all the benefits were taken away by Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had been the same as when he first arrived at the no-return pass, the Dragon Clan would not have let him off, as the future of the Dragon Clan depended on those juniors. Hindering their growth infringed on the Dragon Clan's interests, which was simply intolerable. However, since Yang Kai was also a part of the Dragon Clan now, he was considered a clansman. Clansmen will naturally compete and fight for benefits. Thus, the elders could not accuse anyone of wrongdoing. Not to mention, Fu Guang left behind a message that he was now able to take the final step in his advancement because of Yang Kai's help. Fu Guang's advancement to become a divine dragon was undoubtedly more important than the growth of those dozen or so descendants. Yang Kai was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, and had returned with the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This was more than enough to make up for the losses of the young ones this time. When the old man elder then looked up at the clansman, he announced, The dragon clan has been in decline for many years and our numbers are withering. Now a new clansman has returned to strengthen and bring glory to our dragon clan." The other two elders beside him roared in unison, "Glory to the dragon clan! Glory to the dragon clan!" Yang Kai was slightly stunned. "So, I'm really now a member of the dragon clan?" Although it was true that when he advanced to become an ancient dragon, he had purged the human part of him and became a pureblood dragon, it still felt uncomfortable for him to become a member of the dragon clan. Yang Kai actually did not care too much about whether his bloodline was human or dragon. After all, he was not born in the dragon clan, and did not attach that much importance to his bloodline. However, when the three ancient dragon elders declared it in such a manner, that meant that he became a member of the dragon clan. Many dragon clan members were eager for Yang Kai to come out of the dragon pool so that they could teach him a lesson. However, after the three elders' declaration and cheers, they no longer dared to create any trouble. The divine spirits highly valued the concept of community. If Yang Kai was an outsider, they would naturally make some comments. However, since he was now a clansman, there was nothing more to say. Even Zhu Wuyu, who was the most irritated by Yang Kai, had roared along, not to mention the other dragon clan members. Only Ji Laosen rolled his eyes furiously as he thought, "That makes him part of our clan? If so, then how can I get my revenge?" However, when he thought about it, Yang Kai was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, while he was only 55,000 meters. His bloodline power and source were both inferior to Yang Kai's now. If he were to try to seek revenge, he was doomed to fail. He sighed inwardly and admitted defeat. At least he knew that he was too weak to seek revenge now. On the parasol tree, Huang Xinyang was very excited as she watched the entertaining show unfold before her eyes. She knew that Yang Kai's trip to the dragon pool would certainly cause a stir. However, she never expected it to end up with him being accepted by the dragon clan and becoming part of it. The Phoenix clan and Dragon clan had been living together at the No-Return Pass for many years, and were both basically numb to each other by now. However, in the end, they were all on the same side. If the Dragon clan became stronger, it was also beneficial for the No-Return Pass. It had been many years since the No-Return Pass had experienced a war, but more power was never a bad thing. As the rest of the dragons were still cheering, the three elders looked at Yang Kai warmly and appeared very friendly towards him. A pure bloodline was not enough for them to show such favor to Yang Kai. However, the source he refined was the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. That source itself contained the heavenly Grand Tao. If Yang Kai managed to fully inherit it, then he would be able to advance to a level comparable to the third-generation Dragon Emperor, which meant becoming a divine dragon. Divine dragon. Throughout the ages, how many divine dragons had there been in the Dragon clan? Furthermore, Fu Guang's hidden message in the dragon scale also mentioned Yang Kai's great sun and moon marks, which, when activated, could draw in the dragon pool power at an incredible rate. This was a remarkable help for those in the Dragon clan, trying to achieve a breakthrough to the divine dragon realm. If another ancient dragon in the clan was ready to advance to become a divine dragon, they could request for Yang Kai's help, which would greatly increase their chances of success. The three ancient dragon elders had reached the limits of their own cultivation. Still, did that not mean they were not eager to take that next step? They all wanted to, but they were constrained by their bloodline and could not advance. If Yang Kai's great sun and moon marks could give them a boost, then it might be possible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Although there was not much hope, it was at least worth a try. Of course, that was a consideration for the future. Fu Guang was still in the dragon pool, and could not be disturbed. When Fu Guang emerged, perhaps the three ancient dragon elders might also give it a try. At least, one could always hope. Chapter 53-26 Dragon Tome. The three ancient dragon elders gladly accepted Yang Kai, who had such a pure bloodline, and undoubtedly had a bright future that would greatly benefit the entire clan. The old man elder in the center of the group asked, "Now that Yang Kai has joined the clan, should his name be included in the Dragon Tome?" "Yes." A low voice suddenly came out of nowhere. The voice was loud and it sounded like a grand bell. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a divine sense sweeping over him. The divine sense was comparable to old ancestor Xiao Zhao's. Yang Kai's heart fluttered as he realized that the origin of this divine sense was probably the head of the dragon clan, the one and only divine dragon alive today. In the dragon clan, young dragons had bodies that were under 10,000 meters. The strength of those in the dragon clan was very different. A newborn young dragon was very fragile, perhaps even worse than an ordinary human cultivator. However, when their body grew to 9,000 meters, they were equivalent to a human just below the 7th order. More than 10,000 meters, they became grand dragons, which was equivalent to 7th order open heaven realm masters. Above 50,000 meters, they were ancient dragons, which were equivalent to the 8th order open heaven realm master. At 100,000 meters, they became divine dragons. That was comparable to a 9th order open heaven realm old ancestor. Of course, the strength and rank were divided as such, but when they really fought, the divine spirit of the same realm would most likely be more powerful. The divine spirits had too many advantages that the humans did not. For example, Yang Kai's dragon form was now 70,000 meters. According to the ancient dragon classification, his strength was considerable. If he transformed into his dragon form, he could take on a veteran 8th order open heaven realm master. Today's dragon clan had only one divine dragon. However, this dragon was not considered to be a dragon emperor, because divine dragons also had those who were weak and strong. The current head of the dragon clan felt that he was not qualified to be considered a dragon emperor. Such a situation was not unique, or even uncommon in the long history of the dragon clan. Otherwise, the dragon clan would have far more than 5 generations of dragon emperors, all of whom were the most powerful masters of each generation of divine dragons. Yang Kai knew that the dragon clan had a divine dragon, but he had not seen him yet. This time, the divine dragon also did not show up, but only responded when the ancient dragon elder asked a question. Yang Kai did not know what the dragon tome was as he had never heard of it before. When Huang Xinyang told him about the dragon clan, she did not mention anything about a dragon tome. He did not know if she also did not know about it or simply didn't mention it for some reason. As Yang Kai was wondering, one of the male elders said, "Come with me." He then led the way, accompanied by the other 2 elders. Yang Kai followed behind them. The other dragons stopped cheering and followed behind Yang Kai solemnly. Sensing this atmosphere, Yang Kai realized that having his name entered into the dragon tome was an extremely solemn event for the dragon clan. A short while later, they arrived at a simple temple where the 3 elders entered in turn, followed by Yang Kai. As for the other dragons who followed them, they all stopped outside. The temple was extremely spacious, but the interior was very simple. It gave an unusually empty feeling. At the head of the grand hall was an altar, which was surrounded by dragon force that acted as a kind of barrier. Yang Kai squinted and saw that the altar seemed to be suspended on an irregular stone slab-like object. The slab appeared to be about the size of a wash basin and was covered by a restriction. Yang Kai also did not see any other unique objects, and guessed that this was the dragon tome mentioned by the elder. What the hell is this? As he was wondering, the 3 dragon clan elders stood at the 3 corners of the altar. Each used a dragon clan secret technique, and then with a mysterious dragon roar, the restriction opened. Moments later the old man elder shouted, "Open the dragon tome." After he shouted, the 3 ancient dragons opened their mouths and spat out their respective blood essence, which fell into the dragon tome. The seemingly mundane dragon tome quickly swallowed up the dragon blood from the 3 ancient dragons, and in the next moment, it began to emit a faint glow. As the dragon tome flew out, the male old elder reached out and caught it. He then turned around, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "The dragon tome has existed since the beginning of the universe, and has witnessed the birth of the first dragon and the inheritance of generations upon generations. Since ancient times, it has recorded the names of 14,362 dragons. You are the 14,363rd. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at this new information. The dragon clan had been around for ages, and this dragon tome was something that was created when the dragon clan first appeared. He had never heard of this before. If every pureblood dragon was recorded in the Dragon Tome, that meant there were less than 15,000 of them that had been born thus far. It was an extremely small number. However, considering the Dragon Clan had extremely long lifespans and great difficulties reproducing, the low number was not that surprising. During this trip to the no-return pass, Yang Kai had encountered 3 young dragons, but this was actually quite rare for the Dragon Clan as, in the past, it was not unusual for thousands of years to go by without a single newborn clansman. The old female elder looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Perhaps in the past, you did not know of the existence of the Dragon Tome. When your name is recorded in the Dragon Tome, not only does it mark the clan's recognition of you, it is also a great benefit for you." Yang Kai said humbly, "Please enlighten me, elder." The old woman elder smiled and said, "Firstly, the Dragon Tome keeps track of the life or death of anyone whose name is recorded within. If a clansman encounters a crisis outside, they can call for help from the clan by using a secret technique, which is connected to the Dragon Tome. Secondly, the Dragon Tome is connected to the Dragon Pool. If you really meet with misfortune outside and die, if there is still a trace of your source spirituality in the Dragon Tome, with the dual powers of the Dragon Tome and Dragon Pool, there is a chance you may be reborn in the Dragon Pool." Yang Kai was shocked by this and exclaimed, "Resurrection? As in back from the dead?" The elder nodded, "Indeed." Yang Kai was now completely dumbstruck. The first power of the Dragon Tome was not too significant, but the second ability was completely outrageous. Yang Kai had experienced a kind of resurrection once before. When he fought with the great demon god Mo Sheng in the Star Boundary, his physical body was completely destroyed. That time, he was able to come back from the dead with the help of the powers of the Immortal Tree and the Soul-Warming Lotus. That was a combination of extremely good fortune and opportunity. Yang Kai did not want to experience that again. After all, dying was not a pleasant experience. However, who could guarantee that they would not die? Especially in an environment like the Black Ink battlefield, where 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master perished at a not infrequent rate, not to mention a minor 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like him. Recording his name in the Dragon Tome meant that it could be used to basically turn back and bring back a dead dragon inside of the Dragon Pool. This would be an extremely appealing prospect to anyone. However, Yang Kai soon realized that something was amiss and asked, "Is there a price to pay for coming back to life?" It was simply too heaven-defying to bring back the dead. Previously, he had to refine the entire Immortal Tree before he could rebuild his body, and the Immortal Tree was an extremely precious treasure of the universe, close to the ranks of supreme treasures. Even if the Dragon Clan had the power of resurrection, it should be impossible to do it at will. If they could, then the Dragon Clan would be truly immortal and indestructible. How could such a community be so withered? Setting aside the rest, if the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor had been resurrected, then Yang Kai would not be standing here today. The old man elder nodded and said, "Indeed, it is natural to pay a huge price to be resurrected. Additionally, no one can guarantee the success of this process. Truthfully, the chance of success is very small. In Dragon Clan's history, the number of times the Dragon Pool and Dragon Tome have been used to resurrect someone is not more than 10, and among these 10 attempts, only 3 succeeded." Yang Kai now understood. He knew full well that such a heaven-defying technique was impossible without serious constraints. In the entire Dragon Clan's history, they only attempted about 10 resurrections. One would expect that each time, it must have been for an extremely important member of the Dragon Clan. When the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor fell, the Dragon Clan must have done it, but unfortunately, it did not succeed. Otherwise, the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor would still be alive. What's more, the probability of success was less than 30%, which could be considered very low. Even if it was very low though, that was also a ray of hope, and it was enough to motivate anyone. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were worthy of being the heads of the divine spirits, who won the favor of the heavens. The Dragon Clan had the Dragon Tome, which had the powers of resurrection, while the Phoenix Clan also had the ability to resurrect with their Nirvana fire. Even so, both clans had restrictions placed on them when it came to the act of resurrection. Such clans were truly worthy to be the leaders of the divine spirits. What does Junior need to do? Yang Kai asked. The old man elder said, use your source and leave your mark on the dragon tome. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked again, after recording one's name, does the dragon tome place any restrictions on this Junior? The old man elder replied, indeed. There is one small restriction. Please tell me, elder. Do you know why the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan are absent from the Greater Black Ink battlefield? The old man elder asked instead of answering. Yang Kai shook his head. In fact, he had been wondering about this previously. The no-return pass was located at the rear of the human race's defensive line, and served as the final barrier to the 3,000 worlds. Although the location was of great strategic importance, over the years, except for when the Black Ink clan took over Great Evolution Pass and launched an attack, this place had not encountered any battles at all. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans were powerful in their own right, and as divine spirits they had a much higher ability to resist invasion by Black Ink strength. With there not being any full-blown wars at the No-Return Pass, the Dragon and Phoenix clans could have easily sent some of their people to support the human race on the Black Ink battlefield, especially when the battles were the most intense. However, across the entire Black Ink battlefield, there was no signs of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan fighting. It was only the human race. Divine spirits are not as powerful nor as effective as your purifying light in terms of restraining and eliminating Black Ink strength. It was not surprising for the Dragon Clan to know about his purifying light, which was a powerful tool for the human race to deal with Black Ink clan. Even though the no-return pass was situated at the rear, they would have heard about such a monumental development on the battlefield against the Black Ink clan. The power of the divine spirits also had a certain degree of restraining effect on Black Ink strength. The Black Ink giant spirit god was sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land by the third-generation Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress. After countless years, the ancestral strength of that place constantly wore down the Black Ink giant spirit god's Black Ink strength, until it finally ground it down completely. Otherwise, when Yang Kai helped open the seal years back, the ancestral land would have been devastated. The reason why dragons and phoenixes do not appear on the Black Ink battlefield is related to an ancient agreement between us and the human race's great experts. The old man elder continued. In that agreement, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were made responsible for guarding the no-return pass. Unless there is an existential threat to the clan, they are not allowed to leave the no-return pass. This agreement was simple, but was so important it became known as the Bloodline Great Oath. This was why there were no signs of dragons and phoenixes in the divine spirit ancestral land, and none of them on the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai could not understand and asked curiously, but why? Why would there be such a pact, and how could the divine spirit clans, who were always proud and aloof, accept such terms? This was as good as the human great expert restricting their freedom. How could the two clans agree to this? Chapter 53:27, Is he stupid? The male old elder said, I do not know what the ancient masters were thinking. However, in this current situation, if there wasn't this agreement, then the numbers of dragons and phoenixes would definitely have been fewer than it is now. Without this agreement, the dragon and phoenix clans could enter and leave the battlefield at will, but who could guarantee that they would survive the fight? Under the powerful attacks of the Black Ink clan, even mighty dragons and phoenixes could fall. They could accept a few clansmen dying on the battlefield, but what about significant numbers of deaths? If a few important clansmen died, and the entire clan became agitated and rushed to the battlefield, it might lead to complete extinction. It was because of this agreement that the two clans could continue to remain at the no-return pass. Although the days were boring, at least they did not need to face the many risks of the battlefield. From this point of view, perhaps it was not the ancient human great expert who restricted the freedom of two clans, but rather the two clans choosing this of their own accord. But what does this have to do with this junior recording my name on the dragon tome? Yang Kai asked with a frown. The elder replied, If you record your name on the dragon tome, then you must also honor this agreement. In other words, if I record my name on the dragon tome, I have to stay at the no-return pass, and cannot return to the black ink battlefield? Young Kai exclaimed. Indeed, the elder nodded. This agreement was known as the Bloodline Great Oath for a reason. If Young Kai was not a pure-blood dragon, it would be fine, but now that his bloodline was pure, once he recorded his name in the Dragon Tome and officially joined the Dragon Clan, he would be subject to the same restrictions. If he broke them, he would face backlash from his bloodline. Young Kai swept his eyes over the 3 Dragon Clan elders in front of him, who all appeared very calm. If Young Kai had not taken the initiative to ask, they would not have said anything. It was not that they intended to hide anything, for if they did, they could simply have not explained at all. Of course, the message that Fu Guang sent back on the dragon scale indicated that Young Kai's great sun and moon marks were extremely useful to the Dragon Clan. If possible, they wanted Young Kai to remain at the No Return Pass. Not to mention the 3 of them, there were also other ancient dragons in the clan who either wanted or needed to break through in the future. If Young Kai helped them with their breakthrough, then their chances of success would greatly increase, maybe by as much as 30%. A 30% increase could not be underestimated. After all, over time that would mean a 30% increase in the number of divine dragons for the Dragon Clan. Nonetheless, since Young Kai took the initiative to ask, they had to explain it clearly. They did not intend to deceive him. The benefits of recording one's name in the Dragon Tome were indeed enormous, and the possibility of coming back from the dead with the powers of the Dragon Tome and Dragon Pool were very tempting. However, what was the use of all these benefits if he could not leave the No Return Pass? Young Kai's trip here was to improve his strength, mainly in preparation for the human race's crusade. If he was now forced to remain in the No Return Pass, how could he take part in the crusade? He would also have wasted old ancestor Xiao Zhao's efforts and expectations. Amidst the silence, the old female elder said, Young Kai, the source you received is the source of the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor. This source is remarkable. Additionally, you have transformed from a human to a dragon. Once you record your name in the Dragon Tome, you can maintain your family name and establish a new branch family of the Dragon Clan. This would be a huge contribution to the Dragon Clan. The old woman elder's message was obvious. If Young Kai stayed at the No Return Pass and sired a few more young dragons, then the Dragon Clan would add the Yang family to the existing Fu, Zhu, and Ji families. Furthermore, he would be the founding patriarch of this new family. Not just anyone could receive such an honor. The Dragon Clan has existed for countless eons, but so far, only 3 family branches had been established. As soon as Young Kai recorded his name on the Dragon Tome, there would be another family branch, and Young Kai would immediately become the first ancestor of this dragon family branch. Another elder, who had not spoken so far, also added, We're not asking you to remain at the No Return Pass and idle for the rest of your life. With your 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, even with your 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, your role on the Black Ink battlefield will be very limited. However, if you stay in the No Return Pass, your presence would be of great benefit and importance to the future of the Dragon Clan. If you want, you can also bring your family to the No Return Pass. Although we are also technically on the Black Ink battlefield, it has been quite peaceful over the years. Now that Great Evolution Pass has been retaken, the Black Ink clan can no longer come to harass us. That's right. You have family in the 3,000 worlds, right? There is no such thing as security on the Black Ink battlefield, so your loved ones must be extremely nervous about your safety. How could you continue to let them worry? The 3 Dragon Clan elders took turns to persuade Young Kai to record his name on the Dragon Tome and remain at the No Return Pass. However, when they saw that Young Kai remained so indifferent, the 3 elders knew that their persuasions were ineffective. Even if he was young compared to them, he was still a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a strong and resolute heart. If he could change his mind after just a few words of persuasion, then it would be impossible for him to have the cultivation he had today. The old male elder said again, There is no hurry to decide on recording your name in the Dragon Tome. Why don't you stay at the No Return Pass for some time, and carefully consider first. If you really do not wish to stay, no one can force you to. Young Kai slowly shook his head and said, This junior appreciates the kindness of the 3 elders. offering me the opportunity to record my name on the Dragon Tome, and your invitation to stay at the no-return pass. This junior is eager to live such a peaceful life, but many of my companions are still on the black ink battlefield. The human race is about to embark on a grand crusade, but this junior's cultivation was too low. Perhaps, as the elders have said, my presence may not make much of a difference on the battlefield, but every pair of hands helps. Millions of my predecessors have fallen on the battlefield to stop the Black Ink clan. This junior is not that powerful, but I would like to follow the example of my ancestors. If I fall somewhere on the battlefield, it will only be because I am not strong enough. No one else is to be blamed. The old man elder said solemnly, "So you've made up your mind." Yang Kai took a step back, cupped his fist, bowed and shouted, "For the common people, for the 3,000 worlds, I will continue to fight until my dying breath." The old female elder sighed softly and said no more. The old male elder then said, "In that case, we will not force you. About the matter of recording your name in the Dragon Tome. When the Black Ink clan has been eliminated, you can come back to the no-return pass and we will help you do so." "Many thanks, three elders." Yang Kai bowed again. "I've inconvenienced you for too long now. I shall take my leave." "The battlefield is dangerous. Be careful in whatever you do." Yang Kai nodded slightly, turned around and rushed out of the temple as the group of Dragon Clan members looked on with heavy hearts. He then flew out of the no-return pass. Although the other dragons were outside the temple, they saw and heard what happened inside, and understood that Yang Kai did not record his name in the Dragon Tome. Zhu Wuyu went over to Fu Qian and whispered, "Is that guy stupid? He would rather go out courting death than to take up such a great reward." Fu Qian looked on as Yang Kai departed and sighed softly. "Why keep sharpening a sword if you don't intend to use it?" Zhu Wuyu blinked at him for a moment before he snarled, "You are just as stupid." Fu Qian glared at him and barked, "You know shit." When he was about to leave the no-return pass, Yang Kai stopped and turned his head to look at the immortal parasol tree. He saw Huang Xinyang sitting on a tree branch, looking at him with a smile, and Feng Lu Lang standing next to her. "Are you leaving?" Huang Xinyang asked with a smile. "I am." Yang Kai nodded, thought about it for a moment, turned around again and bowed to her. "Many thanks for helping out with my wife's affairs." Huang Xinyang waved her hand and said, "Think nothing of it. Is there anything you want to tell her?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There is nothing to say." After a pause, he then asked, "The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan had an ancient agreement with the human great experts. After recording one's name on the Dragon Tome, the Dragon Clan had to remain in the no-return pass. How about the Phoenix Clan?" Huang Xinyang pursed her lips, patted the branch she was sitting on and said, "Once you have your own nest on the immortal parasol tree, you need to stay at the no-return pass." Yang Kai nodded blankly. It seemed that both the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had similar restrictions. For the Dragon Clan, even if one did not record their name on the Dragon Tome, he could still cultivate in the Dragon Pool. However, the same could not be said about the Phoenix Clan. If one wanted to cultivate with the Phoenix Clan, it required possessing their own phoenix nest. Now Yang Kai understood that if Su Yan really came here, she would be restricted to the no-return pass. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "I will take my leave now. If I come back, it will be a triumphant return." Huang Xinyang snickered, "Shameless boasting. Then, I'll wait for your good news." As soon as he finished, he dashed away and then a loud dragon roar could be heard from the distance. A golden light flashed brightly as the dragon pressure faded away. In the void, Yang Kai transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. He did not do this to intentionally show off. The void was silent, and no one would see even if he wanted to show off. He was overjoyed because he had gained so much during this trip to the dragon pool. His dragon body was only 35,000 meters when he first entered the dragon pool, but after emerging, it was 70,000 meters long. Not only did his size double, but his dragon vein and dragon bloodline had become completely pure, allowing him to transform into a true dragon. This dramatic increase in size meant a huge increase in strength. However, his small universe still only had the heritage of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Thus, it would take time for Yang Kai to get used to this sudden surge in power. He had to find a way to adapt, otherwise it may be a problem if he had to face powerful enemies. It took Yang Kai half a year to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No Return Pass. Now, even if his mastery over the Tao of Space had improved, it would still take roughly half a year for him to return. This was the perfect opportunity to get familiar with his new strength. During the journey, Yang Kai swung his dragon claws and whipped his dragon tail from time to time. Occasionally he would use Dragon Clan secret techniques, and sometimes he would summon the Azure Dragon Spear. His 2 dragon claws would grab the spear and wield it around as if he was fighting invisible enemies. If anyone saw this scene, they might think that this golden dragon had gone insane. Yang Kai could not help it though. The human race crusade was about to begin, and he did not want to enter the battlefield before he familiarized himself with his newfound powers. It was a very fruitful trip to the No Return Pass. On top of the improvement of his bloodline, he had gained a massive amount of Space Tao essence from Su Yan's phoenix nest. The Space Tao essence in her phoenix nest was created from the immortal parasol tree, and contained the mysteries of the grand Tao of heaven and earth from the primordial era. So it was a great tonic for Yang Kai. Although it did not take him to the next level of master in the Tao of Space, it did enhance his comprehension immensely. The main reason was that Yang Kai's own attainments in the Tao of Space were already very high, and it would be very difficult for him to ascend to the next level. Inside the Dragon Pool, when he helped Fu Guang to draw in the Dragon Pool power, the latter even used his dragon bead to demonstrate to Yang Kai the mysteries of the Tao of Time. That enabled Yang Kai to break through the shackles of his understanding of the Tao of Time, reaching the next level of mastery. His dragon bloodline had grown and his 2 grand Taos had improved tremendously. At this moment, Yang Kai felt very fulfilled, both in terms of his strength and his perception of the 2 grand Taos. He was totally unrecognizable as compared to when he left Great Evolution Pass. Chapter 53-28, Get Something Back. If he could completely digest all the gains from this No Return Pass trip, Yang Kai believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. It didn't take much effort to familiarize himself with the power of his new dragon form. All he needed was slow and steady accumulation. Yang Kai focused more on comprehending the Taos of time and space. The rapid advancement of his 2 grand Taos gave him a faint sense of enlightenment. The Tao of Space was his main grand Tao, and his achievements in the Tao of Time were perhaps due to his bloodline. In the past, his mastery over the Tao of Space mainly affected his use of space principles, and the Tao of Time, his use of time principles. The two were not related to each other. Even though he had once created the powerful secret technique, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, that was mainly through chance and coincidence. So he did not give it much deep thought. But as his comprehension of the Grand Taos advanced, it became clear to him that time and space had always been closely related. Space was unable to exist on its own, and so was time. From ancient times until now, the existence of the universe was interwoven with both time and space. The Sun and Moon Divine will combine time and space principles, but that was something Yang Kai achieved subconsciously. Now when he gave it another look, he noticed that his Sun and Moon Divine will had many flaws and had a lot of room for improvement. Faintly, Yang Kai was struck with a flash of inspiration. If one day, he was able to perfectly fuse time principles and space principles, his Sun and Moon Divine will would definitely become much more powerful. It would become possible for him to kill territory lords using this secret technique, even when he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, it was extremely difficult to fuse these two. As Yang Kai tried, his strength fluctuated wildly, but he was unable to accomplish anything. He felt like something was missing. The feeling of being unable to cross the hurdles to reach your goal when they were within sight, and you clearly knew how to reach it, was extremely frustrating. It could easily cause one's mind to grow restless. This was one of the reasons so many cultivators had suffered from cultivation dissonance while cultivating in retreat throughout history. If one mulled over something too deeply, it would form an obsession, causing their focus to narrow and form an endless cycle of frustration and failure. As a result, they would either lose all confidence or lose their minds, which in turn would cause their Grand Dao to collapse. Having learned the lessons from history, Yang Kai didn't want to suffer from cultivation dissonance because of this. So every time his mood became restless, he would relax and focus on the changes brought about by the growth of his dragon form. By varying his routine, he avoided unnecessary problems. A few months later, Great Evolution Pass entered his sight. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and reverted from his dragon form. When he saw the dense figures stationed on the walls of Great Evolution Pass, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if he returned too late, he would miss the crusade. From the looks of it, the crusade had yet to begin. After giving it another thought, he realized that it was not surprising. The round trip to the no-return pass cost him a year, and counting the time he had spent at the no-return pass, it should be just about 5 years since he left. The human race army should not be ready yet. Space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of Great Evolution Pass in a few instantaneous movements. The soldiers on duty had long noticed the strange movements, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, they quickly let him pass. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass, he saw soldiers bustling around inside the pass, as if they were preparing for war. Yang Kai had no idea about what the situation in the other theaters was like, but if the crusade were to start right now, the Great Evolution Army would definitely be unstoppable. With the confidence gained from their previous victory over the Black Ink clan, and the addition of the evil-purging divine spears to their arsenal, it shouldn't be a problem for them to destroy the royal city. As for whether they could kill the royal lord or not, that would depend on the means of old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Suddenly, a divine sense sweep surged from somewhere. Naturally, it belonged to none other than the old ancestor. As soon as the divine sense came in contact with him, it withdrew. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai flew away, following the source of the divine sense. A short while later, he arrived at the old ancestor's residence, where old ancestor Xiao Xiao was lazily lying on a chair inside her garden. She sized him up before asking, "How was your trip?" Yang Kai replied respectfully, "It was quite worthwhile. I gained a lot." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao slightly nodded as she teased him. "You didn't leave your name in the Dragon Tome." Yang Kai was taken aback. "You know about the Dragon Tome?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. "It's not like it's some kind of secret, so why shouldn't I know about it?" In truth, the only reason she knew about it was because she was a 9th Order old ancestor. Ordinary humans would have never have heard of the Dragon Tome. Even Yang Kai had only learned about it after visiting the no-return pass and completely purifying his bloodline. The Dragon Clan wanted me to record my name in the Dragon Tome, but this junior refused. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao casually nodded. If he really recorded his name in the Dragon Tome, it would be impossible for Yang Kai to return to Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, "Were you injured recently?" He had already noticed that old ancestor Xiao Xiao was a bit pale. He thought it was because her injuries had yet to heal, but after giving it a closer look, he noticed that something was off. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao's aura was clearly unstable. This could not be due to old injuries acting up. The only possibility was that old ancestor Xiao Xiao was injured recently. "I've been going to the royal city more frequently these days," old ancestor Xiao Xiao casually replied. Yang Kai was speechless. Why fight with the royal lord? Isn't harassing him enough? During the previous war, repeated battles had caused the royal lord's injuries to pile up, while old ancestor Xiao Xiao's frequent visits after the war ended prevented him from healing in peace. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't need to fight with him. All she needed to do was disturb him from time to time, frustrating him, and eliminating any chance he had to recover. Yang Kai could not understand why old ancestor Xiao Xiao had suddenly become so aggressive. Saying so, he spread out his small universe. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow at the sight. "It's just some small wounds. I'll be fine in a few days." Yang Kai shook his head and asserted, "You're the old ancestor, so this matter concerns the entire Great Evolution Army. It's more important for you to quickly recover." The old ancestor politely refused. I know you're doing this out of goodwill, but I've spent a lot of time healing in your small universe. My recovery comes at the cost of its bustling world essence, which will have some negative impact on you. Young Kai requested once more, smiling. This junior understands, but such losses won't affect me too much. You should focus on healing yourself. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao glanced at him before sighing, no longer insisting. Suddenly, her expression changed. Your small universe. Young Kai explained with a smile. My dragon bloodline was purified and my mastery over the Tao of time improved. Now the flow of time in my small universe is faster than before. A faster flow of time made it easier for the old ancestor to heal her injuries. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao had lived there for hundreds of years inside of his small universe, so she naturally could sense the changes here. The old ancestor's injuries weren't too serious, and she had completely recovered after staying a few months in Yang Kai's small universe, while only a month had passed in the outside world. After recovering from her wounds, the old ancestor suddenly stood up. Don't be in a hurry to leave, wait here for me. Saying so, she soared into the sky. Yang Kai quickly retracted his small universe as his face twitched slightly, staring in the direction the old ancestor had left. After recovering from her injuries, the old ancestor had gone to cause trouble for the royal lord once more. So it was no wonder she told Yang Kai not to leave. Apparently, he would have to help her heal from her injuries after she returned. As he had expected, the old ancestor returned in less than half a day later, but her condition greatly surprised Yang Kai. Although he couldn't find anything wrong with her appearance, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the old ancestor's injuries were much more serious than last time. Needless to say, he quickly spread his small universe and let the old ancestor enter to heal. After a few more months, when the old ancestor had completely recovered, she left the pass once more. The old ancestor returned after half a day again, and this time her face was pale, and there were traces of dried blood stains on her clothes. After repeating this process several times, each time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was injured more severely. When the old ancestor returned from her fifth excursion, Yang Kai finally couldn't bear it any longer and persuaded. Old ancestor, there's no need to rush. The crusade is imminent. At that time, we'll first cut his wings and then, with the cooperation of the 8th Order Division commanders, we can slowly take care of the royal lord. Yang Kai really could not understand what the old ancestor was trying to achieve. Although he helped her mend her injuries and the royal lord was now even more heavily injured, the royal lord could rely on the power of the black ink nest to empower himself. Fighting alone in the royal city wasn't beneficial to the old ancestor. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao gave him the feeling, as if she wanted to quickly finish off the royal lord. Hearing this, old ancestor Xiao Xiao bitterly smiled. It's not what you think. I have my reasons. Yang Kai was confused. As if she felt a little apologetic, old ancestor Xiao Xiao explained with a smile. I'm not trying to kill that royal lord. His injuries might be quite serious, but it would be quite difficult for me to kill him without the cooperation of the army. I've been going over to visit him only because I want to get something back from him. What is it? Yang Kai was taken aback. Does the royal have something that belongs to the old ancestor? Could it be that she had lost it while fighting with him last time? But that should be impossible. With the old ancestor's cultivation, how could the royal lord have secretly snatched something from her? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating about whether or not to tell Yang Kai about this. But in the end, she still chose to give him the answer. Every great pass is a huge mobile palace artifact. You should know this. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. This was something he had learned when he first laid eyes on Blue Sky Pass. However, despite being a type of mobile palace artifact, the Great Passes were simply too large and difficult to control. Even the old ancestors overseeing each Great Pass were unable to control them freely despite their fearsome strength. Every Great Pass has its own core, and with the help of that core, the Ninth Order old ancestors can control their respective Great Passes. With the assistance of others, a mobile palace artifact like the Great Pass can also be used to attack the enemy. The core is similar to an array core of a grand array. The Great Pass is nothing without its core, just a giant immobile fortress. The Great Pass can't be used for anything other than for defense in such a state, but if you have its core, the Great Pass can really be used as a mobile palace artifact. Unfortunately, the core of the Great Evolution Pass has been lost. If I'm right, it should have fallen into the hands of the Royal Lord, so I must retrieve it. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Judging by the old ancestors' words, if they had the core, Great Evolution Pass wouldn't have to remain in place, and could instead be brought to the royal city at some cost. At that time, how could the royal city possibly resist the powerful Great Evolution Pass? Even if all they did was charge right at the royal city, the Great Pass would easily smash the royal city. However, the core of Great Evolution Pass had been lost, and without it, Great Evolution Pass could not move. After giving it another thought, Yang Kai did not find it strange. Great Evolution Pass was in the possession of the Black Ink clan for 30,000 years. Although they had recovered it now, why would the Black Ink clan leave behind such an important thing? It was very likely that it had been taken away long ago. This was the reason why old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been frequently haunting the royal lord. With the crusade approaching, if Great Evolution Pass didn't have its core, they wouldn't be able to mobilize the pass. This would make it impossible for them to coordinate with the other Great Passes. So no matter what, she had to retrieve the core of Great Evolution Pass. Chapter 5329, Only One Possibility. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. Since the core is so important, the Black Ink clan must have also realized it already, so why would they return it just like that? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao let out a long sigh. The Black Ink clan definitely wouldn't return something so important to the human race. If she was the royal lord, she would rather destroy the core than let the humans take it back. This was also the reason why she had been attacking the royal lord so frequently as of late, only to return empty-handed. Can't we refine another one? Yang Kai asked. Clearly, there was no hope of getting it back, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao must also know this. But she was just doing what she could while leaving the rest up to the heavens. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head. The core is an ancient artifact and the method to refine it has long been lost in the annals of history. Although the artifact refining great grandmasters in the past have been researching the problem, they haven't found any clues as of yet. The loss of Great Evolution's core was only discovered during the recent restoration, so they were currently pressed for time. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact refining Great Grandmaster were at a loss. Refining a new core would not only be extremely difficult, it would also cost an astronomical amount of resources and take an absurd amount of time, probably 1,000 years at best. 1,000 years, a lot of things could happen over such a long period. The human race currently had the advantage in various theaters, especially in Great Evolution Theater, so there would not be a better time to launch the crusade and eliminate all the royal cities in one fell swoop. If they delayed things for too long, the Black Ink clan might be able to rise from the ashes once more. If they couldn't find the core of Great Evolution Pass by the time the crusade began, the Great Evolution Army would no longer be able to borrow the power of the Great Pass, and would have no choice but to fly over on their warships to confront the enemy. In that case, the Great Evolution Army's casualties would definitely be higher than the other human race armies. Unfortunately, Yang Kai couldn't help in this matter. The only thing he could do was heal old ancestor Xiao Xiao's injuries, hoping that the royal lord wouldn't be able to take her harassment eventually and return the core. Although the chances were slim. Be that as it may, Yang Kai finally understood why the higher-ups had spent so much manpower and resources to rebuild Great Evolution Pass, after retaking the pass after listening to old ancestor Xiao Xiao. He did question why they were so heavily fortifying Great Evolution Pass in the past. Though he did not put it in words and kept such thoughts to himself, he couldn't help feeling that this was a wasteful endeavor as the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater had already been routed and trapped in the royal city. Thus, restoring the pass without the Black Ink clan being capable of attacking them seemed somewhat pointless. Thus he thought of it not as repelling assaults by the Black Ink clan, but rather for the sake of sentiment. Now it was clear he had made too many incorrect assumptions. The various repairs done to Great Evolution Pass were not just for the sake of sentiment or appearance, but rather in preparation for the crusade. As long as they could find the core, the entire pass would be their greatest reliance in the coming war. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao continued going out once every 2 or 3 months, returning each time with varying injuries. If she ended up in this state, the royal lord definitely wouldn't have fared any better. After all, he had yet to recover from his past injuries. If it weren't for the power of the black ink nest in the royal city, old ancestor Xiao Xiao would have killed him already. The current royal lord was simply struggling at death's door. Whether Great Evolution Pass could get its core back, the Great Evolution Army would definitely defeat the Black Ink Clan army when the crusade began. That would be the time for him to lose his head. However, as time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that old ancestor Xiao Xiao's temper was getting worse and worse. More often than not, she would start cursing the royal lord for being ignorant and calling him a stubborn oaf when she returned from the royal city. Every time this happened, Yang Kai would choose to remain silent. Rather, it would be even stranger if the royal lord really gave her Great Evolution Pass core just because she went to him and asked for it. It was just a thought, one Yang Kai didn't dare say out loud, afraid he would be cursed along with the royal lord. Today, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao returned from her trip to the royal city, she was so gloomy that it felt as if darkness was oozing from her. She landed in Yang Kai's small universe, began healing from her injuries, and began her usual rant about the royal lord. All this went in Yang Kai's left ear, and out through the right as he kept nodding in agreement like a chicken pecking rice. This had already happened many times before, so Yang Kai had long since become accustomed to it. Now well prepared, he casually took out a stick of candied fruit and handed it to her. The old ancestor took a sidelong glance at him before accepting it, but she still did not forget to scold the royal lord while she aggressively crunched on the snack. Yang Kai remained calm, quietly studying the Taos of time and space. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head, looking at old ancestor Xiao Xiao. The old ancestor was just about to unleash another barrage of curses, but when she noticed his unusual movement, she furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai asked, "Old ancestor, you said that the royal lord keeps denying that he took Great Evolution Pass core, yes?" This was not the first time the old ancestor had mentioned this, but Yang Kai had never taken it seriously. After all, there was nothing he could do to help in this situation except aid the old ancestor with her recovery. While the old ancestor was recuperating, most of Yang Kai's attention was focused on comprehending the Tao of time and the Tao of space to improve in the short peaceful time he had on hand. And he had indeed gained a lot over the past few months. The advancement of his dragon bloodline had improved his mastery and understanding of the Tao of time, and by refining and absorbing the abundant space Tao essence in Su Yan's phoenix nest he had enhanced his comprehension of the Tao of space. When the old ancestor mentioned this matter again just now though, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had overlooked something very important. The old ancestor rebuked with a snort. Would he dare to admit to such a thing if he did it? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking. If Great Evolution's core was still there when the Black Ink Clan occupied Great Evolution Pass, would the Black Ink Clan be able to use it? The old ancestor explained. Although Great Evolution Pass was created by humans, in the end, it's just a giant mobile palace artifact, so with sufficient energy anyone can control it. The Royal Lord is comparable to a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he wouldn't be able to control Great Evolution Pass on his own. However, if with the help of the territory lords under him, controlling Great Evolution Pass wouldn't be a problem. After all, the Black Ink Clan has many territory lords. Then this situation is a bit strange. Yang Kai looked at old ancestor Xiao Xiao. If they were able to move Great Evolution Pass, why did the Black Ink Clan just leave it here? If I were the royal lord, I would have brought Great Evolution Pass back to the vicinity of the royal city to act as another fortified base of operation. I might have even directly treated Great Evolution Pass as my own royal city. The Black Ink Clan royal cities were nowhere near as sturdy as the human race's great passes. By making such a pass into his royal city, the royal lord would never need to worry about the humans taking it back, which would give him a huge boost in security and face. He believed that no royal lord could resist this temptation. The old ancestor slightly frowned. Actually, I've also been wondering about this issue as well. Yang Kai's eyes slightly lit up. Great Evolution Pass core really may not be in the hands of the Black Ink clan. The old ancestor shook her head, denying the possibility. But if the core is not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, where could it be? Could it have been destroyed? Yang Kai asked. Back then, the old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass died in battle. Perhaps someone felt that the situation was dire enough for the humans that they decided to destroy the core rather than let it fall into enemy hands. At a time of crisis, something as important as the core would definitely be destroyed rather than left behind. While that's possible, it's not very likely. Every Great Pass core is extremely sturdy, so only a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could destroy it. When Great Evolution Pass fell, there was only one old ancestor here, and at that time, he should have been fighting with the two royal lords, so how could he have had time to destroy the core? Then there's only one possibility, Yang Kai stated as he put away his small universe and beckoned her. Old ancestor, please follow me. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's face was filled with confusion. Nonetheless, she quickly chased after him asking, "What are you thinking?" Yang Kai shook his head stating, "I'm not certain, but we'll know after giving it a try. Old ancestor, please wait patiently." Xiao Xiao didn't pursue the matter any further. Soon the two arrived at Great Evolution Space Array Hall. When the soldiers on duty saw the old ancestor arrive, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. One of the soldiers asked, "Does the old ancestor want to go to another Great Pass?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head and pointed at Yang Kai. "It's his business, you should ask him." The man nodded and turned to Yang Kai. "Where is junior brother Yang going?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before stating, "I'll have to trouble senior brothers to activate the hyperspace array." The guards immediately started getting everything set up. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, furrowing her brow, "Do you suspect that when Great Evolution Pass was breached, someone sent the core to another Great Pass using the space array?" Yang Kai nodded. "If the core is not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, and it has not been destroyed, then that is the only possibility left. After all, they did not outright destroy the space array, believing that the humans' race would come back one day to retake the pass. No one knew what had happened 30,000 years ago. After all, on the day Great Evolution Pass fell, except for those who had been captured, almost everyone, from the old ancestors to the ordinary soldiers, was wiped out. However, just as Yang Kai had said, if the core was not in the hands of the Black Ink clan and was not destroyed, the only way to send it away was through the space array. Perhaps on that day, someone had stepped through this space array, shouldering the heavy responsibility of preserving Great Evolution Pass core. If it really was sent to another Great Pass, why would that Great Pass not report it? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head in response. Yang Kai answered with a smile. If they don't know, how can they report it? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was confused. At this moment, the guard on duty stated, "Junior brother Yang, everything is set. Where should we set the location?" Yang Kai stated without hesitation, "Wind and Cloud Pass." Saying so, he stepped onto the array. The space array hummed and energy surged as the lines of the array flashed, enveloping Yang Kai's figure in a dazzling glow. By the time the light disappeared, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, inside Wind and Cloud Pass Space Array Hall lit up. The guards promptly reported the situation, while searching for the source of the disturbance. Soon, they found out that it was someone arriving from Great Evolution Pass. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared on the space array. Junior brother Yang. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist and greeted Yang Kai. The last time Yang Kai came here, he was also on duty, so he immediately recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting. "Greetings, senior brother." The Seventh Order Master asked, "What business does junior brother Yang have here?" Under normal circumstances, very few people would travel between the Great Passes, because each teleportation would consume a massive amount of resources. If it was just information that needed to be shared, then a jade slip would be sufficient. The evil purging divine spears, purifying black ink pills, and even the refining method of the void yin-yang mirrors were all shared with other great passes by sending out jade slips. It had to be something very important for Yang Kai to teleport here in person. Yang Kai stated outright, "There are indeed some things I need to discuss. May I ask which army commander is free right now? I would like to ask them about something." The Seventh Order guard agreed with a nod. "Junior brother, please wait a moment, allow me." Before this person could finish, a voice came from outside. "What's the matter?" The moment the voice rang in everyone's ear, a figure stepped into the hall. Everyone quickly bowed. Yang Kai looked over and saw an old acquaintance, Wind and Cloud Pass Eastern Army Commander, Yuan Xingge. Chapter 5330, 30,000 years ago. The last time Yang Kai came here, it was this army commander who took him to meet Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor. "Greetings, Senior Yuan." Yang Kai bowed. Yuan Xingge lightly nodded in response before solemnly asking, "What did you come here for?" Anytime someone traveled between the passes, it was accompanied by a major event, so he immediately rushed over after receiving this news. Yang Kai replied, "I have something I want to ask you." "Speak." When Great Evolution Pass was breached 30,000 years ago, did anything unusual happen with Wind and Cloud Pass space array? 30,000 years ago, Yuan Xingge was speechless. This Yuan only arrived at Wind and Cloud Pass 10,000 years ago. How could he know anything about what had happened 30,000 years ago? It was too long ago. In fact, he wasn't even born 30,000 years ago. Is there anyone alive from 30,000 years ago in the pass? There is, but they won't necessarily know about this. Everyone had their own duties they were assigned to. Apart from the person guarding it at the time, it was unlikely anyone else would know anything about the matters of the space array. After a moment of silence, Yuan Xingge asked, "Is this important?" Yang Kai earnestly nodded. "It is of critical importance." Yuan Xingge turned around and stated, "Follow me, I'll take you to the old ancestor." There was no point in asking others about this. It was best to just ask the old ancestor. After all, it had certainly been over 30,000 years since the current old ancestor began presiding over Wind and Cloud Pass. A moment later, Yang Kai saw Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor tending his cattle in the manifestation of his small universe at a secluded location in Wind and Cloud Pass once more. Receiving old ancestor Xiao Zhao's reminder, Yang Kai carefully observed this time, and found that there was indeed an old ox with a broken horn, secretly guessing that it should be an extremely powerful monster beast. After all, anything that could make old ancestor Xiao Xiao pay attention to would be surely extraordinary. Perhaps sensing Yang Kai's gaze wandering on its ribs, the old ox, that was casually eating grass, raised its head and mooed. Yuan Xingge stepped forward and whispered a few words to the old ancestor, who nodded and asked, looking at Yang Kai, "Why do you suddenly want to inquire about what happened 30,000 years ago?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and answered, "Reporting to old ancestor, Great Evolution Pass core is missing." Yuan Xingji's expression slightly changed after hearing this, but this was also well within his expectations. After all, the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for more than 30,000 years, so they definitely wouldn't leave the core behind. Be that as it may, what he could not understand was what the loss of the core had to do with Wind and Cloud Pass space array 30,000 years ago. Without waiting for them to ask, Yang Kai explained, "Junior suspects that when Great Evolution Pass was breached, the human soldiers from that time took the core and tried to send it to Wind and Cloud Pass." The old ancestor looked at him with interest. "Why do you think so?" Yang Kai replied with a serious look on his face, "If I were a Great Evolution soldier 30,000 years ago, and saw that the old ancestor would fall in battle, and the Great Pass was likely to fall, my priority would be to think of a way to protect the core. And if I wanted to protect it, the only way to do so would be to send it to a nearby Great Pass via the space array." The old ancestor nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Continue." The passes adjacent to Great Evolution Pass are Wind and Cloud Pass, and Azure Void Pass. At that time, the situation would have been urgent, so they would have definitely chosen one of these two. Then why Wind and Cloud Pass and not Azure Void Pass? Yang Kai explained. After recovering Great Evolution Pass, this junior managed to repair Great Evolution Pass hyperspace array, but during the final tests, something went wrong when I tried to teleport to Wind and Cloud Pass. Something was interfering with the space array, preventing a smooth connection from being established between the two passes. I had no choice but to enter the void corridor and break through the interference personally, allowing the space array to function smoothly. Senior Yuan should know about this. The nearby Yuan Xingge lightly nodded in agreement. That day, when Great Evolution Pass space array connected to this place, a portal had opened, but nothing came through from the other side. It was only after waiting for a very long time that Yang Kai finally arrived. As this had never happened before, the soldiers on duty that day immediately reported it to Yuan Xingge and the army commander of Wind and Cloud Pass Northern Army, Tian Lu. Eventually Yang Kai did arrive, solving the mystery. Back then, Yang Kai was unable to understand what went wrong with the teleportation. Although he had transited the entire void corridor to investigate, he was still unable to find the reason. What's more, apart from the first time, nothing unusual happened with the later teleportations. So Yang Kai didn't pay any much attention to this matter. He only thought that it was because the void corridor had not been used for a long time and needed to be smoothed out or unblocked. But now, it suddenly struck him that this was not the case. There was a high chance that something was stuck in the void corridor and was interfering with its stability. So, even if they were able to determine the direction and open the portal, nothing was able to pass through it. If old ancestor Xiao Xiao hadn't told him about Great Evolution Pass Core, it would have never occurred to Yang Kai that these two seemingly unrelated matters were actually closely related. Obviously, the old ancestor understood this and asked, "So you suspect that Great Evolution Pass Core was lost in the void crack and the power it gave off was interfering with the passage between the two passes?" Yang Kai nodded. "That is my hypothesis." As for what exactly happened that day, no one knew, and it was impossible to investigate what had happened 30,000 years ago, as everyone who knew had most likely already died. However, if Yang Kai's speculations were true, then a Great Evolution Pass soldier must have brought the core with them and tried to send it to Wind and Cloud Pass through the space array 30,000 years ago. But just as the space array was activated, the Black Ink clan must have breached Great Evolution Pass. The moment the core was sent, the soldiers must have disabled the space array in haste, causing the void corridor to become unstable. The core must have been lost in the void crack then because of this, and that is why it had not been found in the last 30,000 years. However, these are all my speculations, so I need some kind of proof before taking further action. This was the reason why he had come to Wind and Cloud Pass to inquire about the situation. If something unusual had happened with the hyperspace array of Wind and Cloud Pass back then, it would greatly bolster his conjecture. The old ancestor nodded lightly. Wait a moment, 30,000 years is a very long time. Even a master like the old ancestor might not be able to recall what happened so long ago. Not to mention, the old ancestor might not have been paying attention to the space array at the time. As such, he needed to calm his mind and search his memories for the scene from 30,000 years ago to find some clues. The verdant mountains and clear waters sunk into silence for the moment as the old ancestor's eyes drooped, as if he had fallen asleep. Yang Kai and Yuan Xingge quietly stood in place, respectfully waiting. Only a few old oxen were leisurely eating grass nearby. At first, everything seemed normal, but as time passed, the verdant mountains began to slightly quake and ripples appeared on the calm and clear waters. It was obvious that the old ancestor was mobilizing his strength. It happened in the distant past and there was no specific point in time, so it was not easy to find a small bit of trivial information even for someone as strong as the old ancestor. After half a day, Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor suddenly raised his head. The trembling small universe instantly calmed down. Yang Kai focused his gaze on him. The old ancestor lightly nodded to Yang Kai. "It seems your guess is right on the mark. The day Great Evolution Pass was breached, a portal had indeed opened at our space array, but it disappeared right after it appeared. Even the soldiers on duty were unable to locate its origin, so this matter was left unsettled." Yang Kai excitedly cried. So the core really isn't in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Although he felt that his guess was correct, it wasn't until the old ancestor here personally confirmed that something unusual had indeed happened with the space array that he was certain. This was great news. As long as Great Evolution Pass core was not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, it became a simple matter. If the core really was in the hands of the Black Ink clan, that would be rather troublesome. Although old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been pressuring the royal lord, why would the royal lord easily compromise? If he really had the core, he would definitely not return it unless she killed him. And how could a royal lord who could mobilize the power of his Black Ink nest be so easy to kill? No matter how serious his injuries were, so long as he was in his royal city, he could use the Black Ink nest to fight with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. If he was pushed into a corner, he might even be able to drag old ancestor Xiao Xiao down with him. This was something Great Evolution Pass could not bear. But now, young Kai felt a little sorry for the royal lord. Speaking of which, he had been to several theaters, but he had never seen such a miserable royal lord. He was basically bullied and humiliated by old ancestor Xiao Xiao time and time again, but there was nothing he could do about it. Presumably, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked him for Great Evolution Pass core, a look of despair must have filled his face. He could do nothing about it if he did not have it. Yuan Xingge asked, "Just now, you said that you vaguely sensed some kind of disturbance in the void corridor. Does this mean that Great Evolution Pass core is still there?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "Can you find it?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. This junior will do his best. In this world, there were not many who stood a chance of finding an artifact that had been lost for 30,000 years in the void crack. On the divine spirit side, the Phoenix clan with strong bloodlines might be able to, but on the human race's side, only Yang Kai was capable. After confirming that Great Evolution Pass core was still lost in the void, Yang Kai bid farewell to Yuan Xingge and quickly returned to the space array. "Senior brothers, please activate the space array." Yang Kai bowed. The soldiers on duty immediately started setting everything up. Yuan Xingge was silent for a moment before asking in a low voice, "How confident are you?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I won't return unless I find the core." Yuan Xingge glanced at him for a moment before cautioning, "Your own safety is of utmost importance." "I understand," Yang Kai earnestly replied. The spirit array was set, so he stepped forward. The grand array buzzed before a dazzling glow enveloped Yang Kai and he disappeared. If it was a normal teleportation, Yang Kai would probably appear in Great Evolution Pass after just a few breaths, but this time, he had to enter the void corridor to search for the core, so he had to interrupt the teleportation. As soon as he sensed the power of space principles from the space array, Yang Kai immediately used his own space principles to resist the pulling force he felt. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai appeared in the turbulent void. In the void crack, void turbulences were the most dangerous thing. These turbulences had no set pattern and moved randomly, like wild beasts. If anyone who didn't have a high comprehension of the Tao of space was pulled into a void turbulence, they would lose all sense of direction and become trapped forever. Only a miserable fate awaited a person trapped in the void crack. Chapter 53:31, Just in Time. Space was an extremely mysterious thing. There had been countless talented geniuses who had led their eras throughout the ages, but how many of them could thoroughly study the mysteries of the Tao of space? Even the current Yang Kai didn't dare say that he had fully comprehended the essence of the Tao of space. He had simply walked further and saw more of the Tao of space than others. He had been to the void crack many times, so he was naturally no stranger to this omnipresent void turbulence. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find a direction or any kind of regularity here, but for those who were proficient in the Tao of space, the movements of the void turbulence were still quite noticeable. Although it had been determined that Great Evolution Pass core had been lost in the void crack, no one knew where it was exactly. After 30,000 years, perhaps the core had drifted far away along with the void turbulence's flow. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to find some clues that he could use to find the core in this boundless expanse. This was undoubtedly a difficult task. The only piece of good news was that the core shouldn't have drifted too far away, Otherwise, it wouldn't have disturbed the stability of the void corridor between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai tried his best to recall the place where the void corridor was disrupted back then. His figure moved through the void turbulence like a fish through water as he pushed his space principles. Meanwhile, Yuan Xingge at Wind and Cloud Pass Space Array ordered, "Send a message to Great Evolution Pass and inform them of the situation here." The Great Evolution Army had no idea how long it would take for Yang Kai to find the core in the void crack, but they must still be waiting for news. The soldier on duty nodded in response and quickly prepared a blank jade slip. He recorded everything that had transpired here with his divine sense before activating the space array and sending the jade slip to Great Evolution Pass. The moment the two arrays connected, Yang Kai, who was in the void crack between them, sensed it. Via his divine sense, he quickly discovered that something was rapidly passing through the local space. Very soon he understood that it should be a message sent by Wind and Cloud Pass to Great Evolution Pass. Yuan Xingge is quite meticulous, while I was a bit sloppy. I should have reported to old ancestor Xiao Xiao before I left. But since Wind and Cloud Pass has sent a message, it should be fine now. Yang Kai found nothing as he investigated along the direction of the void turbulence flow, which frustrated him slightly. Had he known that Great Evolution Pass core was lost in this void crack, he wouldn't have been so quick to open up the void corridor that day. That was undoubtedly the best opportunity to find the core, because he could find the source of the disturbance. The source of this disturbance was definitely the location of the core. Unfortunately, after he cleared the passage between the two passes, these clues were also erased. Nevertheless, there was no point in crying over spilt milk. No one had expected such a situation to occur. Perhaps I could sabotage Great Evolution Pass Space Array and try to recreate the event from 30,000 years ago? Just as this thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind, he shook his head and quashed it. Sabotaging the space array wouldn't be a problem, and repairing it wasn't an issue either, but the chances of reconstructing the exact circumstance from 30,000 years ago were far too low. Even the slightest error could throw the entire attempt off. Right now, the best solution was to search, slowly and painstakingly. Perhaps he might even obtain some benefits. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, he suddenly felt a strange reaction from his space ring. He quickly stopped and focused his divine sense. The next instant, a look of shock appeared on his face as an extremely rich fluctuation of space principles began to radiate from his space ring. Before he could figure out what was going on, a seven-colored figure of light flew out from his space ring. The figure of light twisted and transformed, taking the shape of a young woman in front of him. Yang Kai stared at the figure before him in shock and muttered, "Xinjiang?" This young woman was none other than Huang Xinjiang, who should be back at the no-return pass. How is Xinjiang here, and how did she appear from my space ring? Also, aren't the Phoenix clan and Dragon clan bound by the bloodline great oath that prevents them from leaving the no-return pass, unless they are under threat of extermination? While Yang Kai was reeling from the shock, Huang Xinjiang stretched lazily and chanted, "I'm finally out." After glancing around, she was a little taken aback by her surroundings and muttered, "You're cultivating the Tao of space here? No wonder I felt strong fluctuations of space principles." If it weren't for the fact that she had noticed the extremely chaotic fluctuations of the surrounding space principles, she wouldn't have appeared. She had thought that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of enemy and was currently locked in battle, but contrary to her assumption, he was actually swimming through the void crack. Yang Kai sized up Huang Xinjiang for a moment before hesitantly guessing, a soul clone. When she first appeared in front of him, Yang Kai really thought that Xinjiang had come here in person, but after carefully examining her, he discovered that she had not. This should be a type of soul clone because the Huang Xinjiang in front of him wasn't as powerful as he had seen before. However, this was clearly somewhat different from an ordinary soul clone. Xinjiang had no intention of explaining, and just slightly nodded her agreement to his question. Yup. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That tail feather? Xinjiang grinned. Yang Kai smacked his forehead, voicing his thoughts. I was wondering why you were so generous when we first met. It turns out you had this in mind. Back at the phoenix nest, Xin Yang had said that she had lost a bet with Feng Lu Lang, and as a result she had to give him a tail feather. Yang Kai was quite puzzled by this. The two of them had made a bet, so how was he related? But it was the tail feather of a phoenix, from which he could comprehend the Tao of space, so Yang Kai naturally happily accepted it. But by the looks of it, it wasn't because of his outstanding charisma and charm, but rather because Huang Xinyang had other plans. This tail feather wasn't just an ordinary tail feather. It had probably been refined by Huang Xinyang into something similar to a soul clone. She had gifted it to Yang Kai with the intention to sightsee around the black ink battlefield. Xinyang really liked to join in on the fun, but unfortunately, she couldn't leave the no-return pass, nor did the Black Ink clan come attacking, so she spent her days in her phoenix nest bored to death. Although a large number of humans, who would come to the no-return pass and would be sent to the various great passes, would appear every few years, they were all ordinary humans. How could Xinyang lower herself to interact with them? Yang Kai, on the other hand, was different. He was partially a dragon at that time, so giving him a tail feather was no big deal. In truth, Xinyang hadn't schemed against Yang Kai in this matter. She just hadn't told him the whole truth because she had some selfish motives. Although a space ring was a sealed space, with the Phoenix clan's attainments in the Tao of space, it naturally wouldn't be difficult for Xinyang to escape even if Yang Kai placed the tail feather inside one. The reason she had appeared at this time was because she had sensed dense fluctuations of the space principles, and had thought that Yang Kai was fighting with the Black Ink clan, so she had come out to join in. As a result, she appeared in the void crack. Your soul clone is not restricted by the bloodline oath? Yang Kai asked. Huang Xinyang pursed her lips. It's just a soul clone, why would it receive any restrictions? It's not a big deal if my main body doesn't leave the no-return pass. Yang Kai just nodded along in response. What are you doing in such a place? Huang Xinyang looked around, and when she saw nothing but void turbulence, disappointment filled her face. Although her tail feather was similar to a soul clone, it wasn't really one, so she couldn't maintain this state indefinitely. At most, she could only manifest around 3 times before it became ineffective. This was a waste of an opportunity, so she was truly annoyed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Xinyang, you came just in time. I have something I need your help with. Huang Xinyang couldn't help but gawk at his happy expression. After Yang Kai explained the situation, Huang Xinyang nodded. Understood. Since that's the case, let's split up and search. Saying so, her figure flickered as she transformed into a 7-colored streak of light, and disappeared into the void turbulence. Yang Kai watched in amazement. Although his mastery of the Tao of space had reached an extremely high level, and he had no problem traversing through this turbulent void, Huang Xinyang was a phoenix with an innate bloodline talent for the Tao of space, allowing her to literally feel at home in this kind of environment. He couldn't repeat the same feat. This had nothing to do with mastery. If he could be considered a person who had practiced and mastered the art of swimming, then Huang Xinyang and the other phoenixes would be fish-born in the ocean. Be that as it may, if he were to think about it from a different perspective, he had his own advantages. Although their bloodline talent was indeed powerful and beneficial, it was also set in stone with predefined limits. This was also why the Phoenix clan was unable to repair the damaged universe temples. The human race had made many innovations and come up with a lot of applications for the Tao of space, something the Phoenix clan couldn't compare to. In any case, it should not be a problem to find the Great Evolution Pass core with the help of Huang Xinyang. As for how she would inform him after finding it, that was something Yang Kai was not worried about. The advantages the Phoenix clan could display here were beyond his reach. Since Xinyang had left so quickly, she definitely had a way to find him again. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Yang Kai also shuttled through the void turbulence and began carefully searching. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything, until he sensed a strange movement in the void near him at some point. Yang Kai focused his senses to investigate, and found that a 7-colored beam of light was rapidly approaching him through the void turbulence. I don't know if it's what you're looking for, but there's something strange over there, Huang Xinyang reported before turning around and leading the way. Yang Kai quickly chased after her. A moment later, the two stopped somewhere in the void crack, staring at the strange scene before their eyes. Yang Kai became slightly absent-minded at the sight of this. He had traveled through the void crack many times, but he had never seen anything like this. The void turbulence had almost solidified into a sphere-like object. Even now, more turbulence was still being pulled in from the surroundings and merging with this anomaly, slowly enlarging the sphere. Who knows how long it had existed for it to reach its current size? Is this what you're looking for? Huang Xingyang asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not sure, but it might be. There was nothing else in this void crack apart from this strange thing. Furthermore, the surrounding void turbulence was extremely chaotic because of this object, so it was quite possible that it had disturbed the void corridor before. Huang Xingyang looked at it for a moment before replying. It's going to be a bit difficult to deal with this. Yang Kai humbly asked. Can you take it out directly? Huang Xingyang shook her head. This thing is formed from an immense amount of void turbulence. Even if you could force it open, once the structure is disturbed, the flow around here will surely become extremely violent and chaotic, to the point where this section of the void crack will be torn to pieces and scatter about randomly. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Then we'll have to slowly peel it open. Chapter 5332 remains. Inside the void crack, there was a strange object formed from countless turbulent flows. Not to mention Yang Kai. Even Huang Xingyang had never seen anything like it before. However, Yang Kai could vaguely sense that there was something inside this strange anomaly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to draw in the surrounding void turbulence. This thing was most likely Great Evolution Pass Core, which Yang Kai was looking for. In that case, the only way to extract the core would be to separate the individual streams of void turbulence that had accumulated over the past 30,000 years. This was undoubtedly an extremely complicated task. Huang Xingyang felt quite exasperated. Back then, she had given her tail feather to Yang Kai mainly because she wanted to accompany him and find an opportunity to join in on the fun and kill a few Black Ink clansmen. But the first time she showed herself, Yang Kai was ordering her around like a laborer. If one were to compare the spherical object before them to a ball of yarn, then the countless turbulent currents in and around it would be the threads. These threads were interweaving and overlapping each other layer by layer in a complete mess. If one wanted to unravel these currents, it would be equivalent to extracting the threads from it one by one until it was revealed what was hidden inside. This required great willpower and patience. This was undoubtedly the most brute force method, but it was also the only method available. After Yang Kai reached this conclusion, he took action. He used space principles to form a barrier around the sphere, isolating it. He had to first isolate it because this sphere was constantly drawing in the surrounding void turbulence. If he didn't isolate it, he would never be able to completely clear the turbulent flows. For the current Yang Kai, forming a barrier was a simple matter. A moment later, an isolation field created by space principles enveloped the sphere. Space principles continued to fluctuate as Yang Kai's divine sense surged towards the sphere, searching for weak spots to exploit. After a while, a stream of void turbulence attached to the sphere was drawn out, and then pushed out of the barrier by Yang Kai, discarding it into the void crack. The first step was always the hardest. After the first successful attempt, Yang Kai found the second to be much simpler. After removing several dozen streams of void turbulence, Yang Kai turned to the bored Huang Xingyang and called out to her, "Xingyang, don't just stand there, help me." He had no idea how many streams of void turbulence had been gathered in this sphere over the past 30,000 years. Some had fused together while others had split apart, so the exact number was impossible to determine. All that was certain was that there was an enormous amount of them. It would take him a lot of time and effort if he were to try to separate them all by himself. Huang Xingyang glared at him fiercely. "You want this great aunt to help? Does it look like I owe you some great debt or something?" Despite saying so, Huang Xingyang still joined in. The next moment, Yang Kai felt powerful fluctuations of space principle radiating from her, as she drew out a turbulent flow with a gentle wave of her hand. She was many times faster than him at this. Yang Kai was extremely impressed. The Phoenix clan really deserved its title. Moreover, Huang Xinyang became faster and faster with her subsequent attempts. After a brief familiarization, her pair of fair hands began to move back and forth, flicking her fingers with great speed. Every time she flicked her fingers, space principles would undulate around her, quickly drawing out the turbulent flows around the sphere. Obviously, this was an extremely profound application of the Tao of space. While Yang Kai was quietly extracting the void turbulence, he was also stealing her knowledge in an open and above-board manner. He split his attention between Huang Xinyang and his task, appreciating the profound mysteries of the Tao of space. This kind of application of the Tao of space was extremely profound. Someone who had not cultivated the Tao of space would definitely be bewildered at the sight of this. But it took Yang Kai only half an hour to fully grasp its essence. For a time, the two of them stood side by side in front of the strange sphere, using their strength to frantically extract the threads from it. The size of the giant sphere decreased as the void turbulence around it decreased. Whether it was Yang Kai or Huang Xinyang, the speed at which they separated the void turbulence became faster and faster, until each of them reached their respective peaks. Yang Kai silently calculated, and according to his current speed, it would take him half a year at most to completely remove the turbulence that made up this sphere. He would be able to see what was hidden inside then. It was most likely Great Evolution Pass Core. After all, nothing else would be lost in this kind of damned place. However, after a month or so, Huang Xinyang suddenly stopped and turned to Yang Kai. "I can't persist any longer, I'll leave the rest to you." Saying so, her figure flickered as she flew towards Yang Kai. When she was halfway, the seven-colored streak of light transformed back to the tail feather, which was quickly grabbed by Yang Kai. Whether Xinyang could hear him or not, Yang Kai still thanked her. "Many thanks for your hard work." But judging by this, it became clear that the tail feather was indeed somewhat different from a soul clone. At the very least, normal soul clones wouldn't exhaust their strength so quickly. Yang Kai didn't know if Huang Ningxi could use this clone again, but he reckoned it was possible. He carefully placed it into his space ring. In any case, Xinyang could break through the barrier of the space ring herself, so if she wanted to appear, she would show herself. Without Xinyang's help, Yang Kai had no choice but to work alone. The original half-year estimate was instantly doubled. Yang Kai didn't find this exercise boring though. This experience of extracting void turbulence was very rare, and happened to be like a test of his mastery over the Tao of space. He had already reached his limit in terms of speed of extracting the void turbulence. If he could break through this limit, perhaps his mastery over the Tao of space would improve. From then on, Yang Kai continued to try all sorts of methods to extract the void turbulence, gaining a little each time. At some point, he suddenly stopped and focused his attention on the sphere. After a long time of extraction, the sphere had reduced to the height of only two people combined, and the thing hidden inside seemed to have finally revealed some clues. Yang Kai faintly felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from inside the sphere, but he did not dare to jump to any conclusions, and carefully examined everything again. The next moment, he was overjoyed. Apparently, his guess was right, this sphere was most likely Great Evolution Pass Core. He continued to draw out the void turbulence without any more hesitation. As the surrounding turbulent flows were stripped away one by one, the true appearance of the thing hidden inside finally revealed itself. After another 10 days, Yang Kai managed to extract the last of the turbulent flows and finally saw the exact appearance of the thing inside, and that left him baffled. The thing in his sight was not Great Evolution Pass Core like he was expecting, but rather the remains of a human cultivator. A long time had passed since this human had died. The corpse was riddled with wounds, with its flesh having withered under the effects of the void turbulence. Judging by the state of the corpse before its death, the expression on its face could be considered peaceful. Yang Kai didn't know what order this old man was when he was alive, but he could faintly feel residual space principles from his remains. These residual space principles were not something left behind by the void turbulence, but rather they belonged to this person from the start. In other words, this man should have cultivated the Tao of space to some extent when he was still alive. However, after Yang Kai scanned him, He reckoned that this man should have just started cultivating the Tao of space. If that wasn't the case, the man wouldn't have remained trapped in the void crack, and would have found a way out long ago. It was precisely because of these faint traces of the Tao of space left in the remains that the surrounding void turbulence gathered and gradually formed a sphere-like object. Looking at the remains in front of him, Yang Kai could imagine how this person had reacted after being trapped here. No matter what order this person was when he was alive, it would be difficult for him to find a way out of the void crack. If he wanted to leave, he would have to find a pattern to the void turbulence. After many years of observation and study, although he had suffered a great deal, he had finally managed to gain some insights into the Tao of space. If he had sufficient time to continue cultivating, he might have made some progress in the Tao of space and escaped. Unfortunately, for various unknown reasons, his strength was completely exhausted and had no way to replenish his energy. As such, he was unable to resist the void turbulence and eventually died of old age or injuries. After countless years, Yang Kai finally found him. This scene was quite different from what he had imagined. He thought that 30,000 years ago, the soldiers of Great Evolution Pass had used the space array to send the core to Wind and Cloud Pass at that critical moment, but now it seemed that it was not just a simple delivery of the core, but someone carrying it. There was no Great Evolution Pass core in sight, but Yang Kai wasn't disappointed, because if it were him, if he fled with the core, he would not be carrying it by hand. It must have been stored in this man's small universe or space ring. As the man was already dead, his small universe had certainly collapsed. No matter what the small universe had inside of it, it would have been destroyed. Yang Kai turned his focus to the space ring on this man's right hand. He bowed to the corpse before approaching it and removing the space ring. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he discovered that all the restrictions on this space ring had been removed in advance. In other words, anyone who obtained this space ring would be able to easily retrieve its contents. The removal of the restrictions should have been done by this senior before his death. Even though he was in a desperate situation and about to die, he still firmly believed that someone would someday find him and retrieve the thing he had hidden. Thinking so, he could not leave behind any restrictions on his space ring, because if he did, it would only cause trouble for those who came to retrieve it in the future. If the space ring was destroyed while trying to remove the restrictions, its contents would be lost. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate the contents of the space ring. The large space inside was empty, which was a given as this man must have used up everything he could while he was trapped here. Inside the space ring, there was only an identity token and a few artifacts. What caught Yang Kai's attention though was a sparkling, translucent white jade tree. Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. He didn't sense anything special about this white jade tree. It looked like an ornamental artifact. Is this Great Evolution Pass core? If not, where is the core? He didn't touch the small tree. After all, this place wasn't safe. If the jade tree was really Great Evolution Pass core, it wasn't suitable to be taken out here. Yang Kai took out the identity token and checked it for a moment before a sigh escaped his lips. Chapter 53:33, It's the core. Although 30,000 years had passed, the identity token of the various great passes of the human race hadn't changed much. That's why, when Yang Kai saw this identity token, he knew that it belonged to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Because he also had such a token. The identity token contained information about the other party, but unfortunately, even this information had become incomplete under the erosion of time. All Yang Kai could make out was his surname and middle name, which was Zhao and Yi respectively. As for the given name, he could not make it out. It was truly a pity. Countless people had sacrificed their lives on the black ink battlefield, leaving only their names behind on the Monument of Heroes. As for this senior Zhao, he might not even be able to leave his full name behind. This was quite a terrible era. Generation after generation, heroes of the 3,000 worlds laid down their lives on the black ink battlefield. But it was quite a wonderful era too. Despite countless sacrifices, people kept stepping forward to take the place of the fallen, rising to fight one after another. It was not that they were not afraid of death. They had finally reached the open heaven realm after painstakingly cultivating for so many years, and their lifespans were extremely long, so who wouldn't want to live a little longer? Be that as it may, people kept vehemently offering up everything they had for the sake of the human race. The peace of the 3,000 worlds had been forged with the blood and lives of these heroes, despite more than 99% of the people there being completely unaware of the Black Ink clan's existence. After bowing once more, Yang Kai put away the space ring and collected the remains of the senior Zhao before turning around and flying away. Finding his way back was a simple matter for him, and he quickly found the right direction and flew straight through the void crack. A few days later, at Great Evolution Pass Space Array, the soldiers on duty were staring at the space array with rapt attention. Not just them, but even old ancestor Xiao Xiao was waiting here. It had been almost a year since Yang Kai had traveled to Wind and Cloud Pass using the hyperspace array. Soon after, Wind and Cloud Pass had sent a message to inform of the situation. Therefore, old ancestor Xiao Xiao knew that Yang Kai was searching for Great Evolution Pass core in the void crack right now. But whether or not he could find it, or even if Great Evolution Pass core was really lost in the void crack, was still speculative. All the Great Evolution Army could do now was wait. At the same time, they also hoped that Yang Kai's guess was correct. Otherwise, the loss of the core would be extremely detrimental to the upcoming crusade. At some point, the space array suddenly began to hum, and it lit up as a portal slowly appeared. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao, who was watching closely, suddenly narrowed her eyes. The soldiers on duty also hurriedly started moving to locate the source of the transmission. But before they could figure out what was happening, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the portal. A mysterious force surged out from those hands as they fiercely pulled apart from each other, forcefully tearing open the portal, which had yet to fully take form. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure leapt out of the portal and breathed a long sigh of relief. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, staying in the void crack for an extended period was anything but pleasant. The feeling of emptiness and chaos would make anyone feel anxious. Sensing old ancestor Xiao Xiao's, Yang Kai quickly walked towards her. "Well?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. "I found something." While speaking, Yang Kai handed over the space ring to the old ancestor, and at the same time took out Senior Zhao's remains. The old ancestor's eyes turned slightly dim when she first laid eyes on the corpse. Only after a moment did she finally examine the contents of the space ring. Soon, she too let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yang Kai asked in a low voice, "Is it the core?" Xiao Xiao nodded her affirmation. "It's the core." Yang Kai was finally able to relax. He was really afraid that the white jade tree was not Great Evolution Pass core. If it wasn't, this trip would have been in vain. "Is this the soldier who left Great Evolution Pass with the core that day?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, looking at the remains. Yang Kai nodded. Yes. Yang Kai hadn't carefully examined the remains back in the void crack, but now that he had taken them out, he found that there was a huge wound on its back, deep enough to see bone. Even after so many years, it showed no signs of healing. It was easy to imagine that when Great Evolution Pass was about to be breached, this man surnamed Zhao must have taken the core and stepped into the space array, preparing to send it to Wind and Cloud Pass. But the moment the hyperspace array was activated, the Black Ink clan must have broken through. The soldiers there had to stop the space array from operating, which caused the transmission to go awry, and severely injured him in the process. With the transmission cut off, Senior Zhao was lost in the void crack for countless years before finally succumbing to his injuries. Before his death, he had made the utmost effort to place Great Evolution Pass core into his space ring and remove its restrictions, entrusting the completion of his task to the later generations. It could be said that if it weren't for this senior's efforts, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to find the core so easily. This was a mission handed down 30,000 years ago. "Bury him with full honors," old ancestor Xiao Xiao ordered. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. Of course. Since the core had been found, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the rest. Under the old ancestor's charge, the core was installed in Great Evolution Pass before she issued a general order. Immediately after, the auras of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appeared one after another inside Great Evolution Pass, gathering towards someplace. Every great pass had two extremely special places. One was the Monument of Heroes, which recorded the names of generations of fallen heroes who died in battle. The other was the cemetery, the final resting place of the fallen ancestors. Every battle against the Black Ink clan was extremely intense, and many had lost their lives in battle, leaving behind nothing but a name on the Monument of Heroes. But there were still some who died with intact corpses. Their remains were collected by the survivors and buried in the cemetery. To the soldiers of the Black Ink battlefield, dying in battle was not the ideal outcome, but it was an acceptable one. Every soldier who stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield had the will to lay down their life if need be. Even after generations of sacrifices, all the soldiers firmly believed that the Black Ink clan would be exterminated one day, purging the enemy from the Black Ink battlefield once and for all. Great Evolution Pass Cemetery didn't have many remains of past heroes. 30,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass, and although the Monument of Heroes was left intact, the cemetery had to be rebuilt. The previous cemetery had already been destroyed by the Black Ink clan. To refine the enormous throne of bones for the royal lord, the Black Ink clan had not only collected the remains of the human race masters from the battlefield, but even the ones buried in the cemetery, which finally led to the creation of the Throne of Bones for Great Evolution Theater's royal lord. At present, this throne had already been dismantled by old ancestor Xiao Xiao, and the remains buried in the cemetery along with the remains of the soldiers who had died in the battle to retake Great Evolution Pass. There were more than 10,000 remains buried in the cemetery. Many of the martyrs had died without leaving behind anything apart from the mark they had left on the Monument of Heroes. Yang Kai was quietly waiting in front of the cemetery. Not long after, a streak of light flew over from the horizon before landing in front of him. Before saying anything, the newcomer first respectfully bowed towards the cemetery, then asked, "What is it?" Grandmaster Ma Fan had immediately rushed over after receiving Yang Kai's message, but he didn't know why Yang Kai had chosen this location. Normally, no one would come to the cemetery, and every time they did, it meant that someone who had died in the battle was going to be buried. Those who died in battle didn't need to be mourned. The survivors only needed to diligently cultivate, raise their strength, and kill more Black Ink clansmen. This was the best way to comfort the dead. "Do you know this, senior?" As Yang Kai spoke, he took out Senior Zhao's remains and placed them in front of him. Grandmaster Ma Fan shot a glance at them, and was instantly stunned. Although it was impossible to see the original appearance of this man after his corpse had dried out and shriveled from exposure to the void crack for so many years, there still remained traces of his past visage. In the past, when Great Evolution Pass was in critical need of assistance, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Great Evolution Paradise had rushed to the battlefield where they ultimately died in the final battle. If this senior surname Zhao was someone who had come to support Great Evolution Pass, Grandmaster Ma Fan should be able to recognize him. This was also why Yang Kai had sent him a message. Senior Zhao had already passed away, but if it was possible, he should try to find out his full name so it could be properly inscribed onto the Monument of Heroes. Reality proved that Grandmaster Ma Fan recognized this senior. Grandmaster Ma Fan started trembling. He knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the remains before slowly standing up and whispering with slightly red eyes, "He is my Great Evolution Paradise's martial uncle Zhao Yihuan." Yang Kai slightly nodded, confirming that Grandmaster Ma Fan was right. Grandmaster Ma Fan suppressed his excitement and asked, "Where did you find him?" Yang Kai heaved a sigh. "In the void crack between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass." When Great Evolution Pass was breached, Senior Zhao took the core and attempted to bring it safely to Wind and Cloud Pass. Unfortunately, Space Array was disabled at that time to prevent the Black Ink clan from using it, and he was trapped in the void crack mid-transit. Grandmaster Ma Fan immediately understood everything. Only a few people knew about the loss of Great Evolution Pass core, but Grandmaster Ma Fan was one of them. This was because old ancestor Xiao Xiao had made preparations for all eventualities. On one side, she constantly harassed the royal lord, asking him for the core, while on the other, she asked the artifact refining great grandmasters in the past to see if they could refine a replacement. Unfortunately, even with Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact refining master's skills, their progress was dreadfully slow. The core of every pass was an ancient artifact. It wasn't that the people of that era were necessarily more skilled in artifact refining than the current generation, but the artifact refiners of that era must have spent an enormous amount of time, effort, and resources to refine these cores. What Grandmaster Ma Fan and the others lacked most to refine a replacement was time. So you've also found the core? Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly asked. Yongkai nodded. No wonder. It was no wonder so many 8th Order auras had appeared just now and gathered. It turned out that the core had been found. Obviously, old ancestor Xiao Xiao wanted to borrow the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strength to install the core and run some tests. As his sect elder's remains had been found, Grandmaster Ma Fan threw the matter of the core to the back of his mind and helped Yongkai bury his martial uncle in the cemetery without a moment of hesitation. In truth, Ma Fan wasn't that close with this martial uncle Zhao Yihuan. In the era Great Evolution Paradise fell, Grandmaster Ma Fan had only recently entered the sect and was just one of many young disciples. Although he was highly regarded by his honored master, he hadn't come into contact with too many top masters of the sect. In fact, he had only seen this martial uncle Zhao a few times. He especially remembered the day when all of Great Evolution Paradise's Open Heaven Realm Masters were mobilized. This martial uncle Zhao, like many other martial uncles and ancestors, looked back at Great Evolution Paradise's gate before leaving and never returned. When they saw each other again, they were already separated by life and death. Martial uncle Zhao's remains had been found, but the remains of his honored master and many of his senior brothers and senior sisters who had reached the Open Heaven Realm had not even left a single bone behind. Chapter 53-34 begin. After burying Senior Zhao Yihuan's remains, Grandmaster Ma Fan personally went to the Monument of Heroes to engrave his name on it. Yongkai accompanied him. The remains were brought back by him, so he naturally had to finish what he started. Yongkai's heart sank when he laid his eyes on the numerous names on the Monument of Heroes. It had only been a few centuries since he arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, but even so, he had experienced the loss of countless peers. In the battle against the Black Ink clan at the Royal City, Chi Tai Chu could be said to have died under his command. Even if he was proficient in the Tao of Space and was invincible amongst his peers, he could not save Chi Tai Chu's life in such a chaotic battlefield. This was his greatest regret on the Black Ink battlefield so far, and he didn't want to experience such a thing ever again. That was why he had to become stronger. Yongkai silently prayed that no new names would be added to the Monument of Heroes, and that all the soldiers joining the crusade would be able to return safely. Suddenly, a humming sound reverberated from somewhere inside Great Evolution Pass before it began to violently shake, causing Yongkai to lose his footing. Immediately after, figures hurriedly flew high up to investigate in all directions, one after another. The next moment, an invisible shockwave quickly spread out from somewhere. Yongkai's expression became serious as he turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. Grandmaster Ma Fan stated in a heavy voice, "The core has been activated." Only now did Yongkai come to realize what happened. At that moment, he had thought that the Black Ink clan had come to attack. To his surprise, it was the core he had brought back being activated. As for Great Evolution Pass, with its core installed, it was completely different from before. If the Great Evolution Pass of the past was an inanimate object, then the current Great Evolution Pass gave Yongkai the feeling of a living being, as if it had transformed into a giant beast. And this giant beast was currently starving. Only the lives of the Black Ink clan could satiate it. The tremors disappeared as quickly and suddenly as they came, and Great Evolution Pass returned to normal after just a few breaths. Like it was a sleeping dragon that suddenly poked its head out of its cave, looked around for a moment, and then withdrew. Everyone could feel that the Great Evolution Pass had changed. "The crusade is about to begin, get ready," Grandmaster Ma Fan stated before flying towards the source of the tremors. He was extremely curious about Great Evolution Pass core, and naturally wanted to study it too. If one day the core was damaged, a great grandmaster artifact refiner like him would be needed to repair it. Watching Ma Fan's figure grow smaller and smaller, Yang Kai's heart began to rapidly beat in excitement. The crusade is finally here. Whether or not the humans could finally live in peace depended on the results of this crusade. If they could really purge the Black Ink clan from the Black Ink battlefield, there would no longer be any threat to the 3,000 worlds. Generations of elites would no longer have to leave their homes for the battlefield where their only fate was death. Yang Kai's figure flickered as space principles fluctuated, and he disappeared from his spot. The concept of a crusade was not something new. Humans had been thinking of launching a crusade for a long time, but this idea had become impossible to implement for various reasons. First and foremost, the corruption of the Black Ink strength could not be resolved. The humans had countless eras of experience in defending the Great Passes and resisting the Black Ink clan's invasion, but if they were to actively go on offense, too many variables would come into the equation. No one could guarantee that a crusade would be successful, and if things didn't go as planned, the entire Black Ink battlefield's defense line would very likely collapse. At that time, even with the Dragon and Phoenix clans defending the No-Return Pass, they still wouldn't be able to resist the Black Ink clan's invasion, and danger would befall the 3,000 worlds. It wasn't until Yang Kai entered the Black Ink battlefield that real plans for a crusade were gradually formulated. It was as if he had appeared specifically to make the human race's counterattack possible. Black Ink's strength, which had given a headache to the upper echelons of countless generations, had been easily resolved after his arrival. Whether it was the purifying light or the purifying Black Ink pills that were developed later, humans finally had the means to resist the corruption of the Black Ink strength. Owing to these two methods, not a single human had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength in the last few centuries. Not only that, but many Black Ink disciples who had appeared on the battlefield had been captured and rescued. After solving the problem of Black Ink strength, what the humans needed to consider next were resources. Resources were of critical importance in any war. Cultivators needed resources to heal their wounds, cultivate, arrange spirit arrays, refine warships, and so forth. The Black Ink battlefield was extremely rich in materials, as there was an enormous amount of dead universe worlds to mine them from. Be that as it may, it had been extremely difficult for the humans to extract these resources. They could only mine a few resources within the range of the Great Passes after every war. And the time they had was never more than a few decades, because they had to retreat before the arrival of the Black Ink clan's next attack. A large portion of the resources that the humans used were sent from the 3,000 worlds. As such, the humans at the various passes would ration everything, from cultivation resources to food and clothing. Every single piece of material was hard-won, and every open heaven pill was extremely precious. Those who had never been to the Black Ink battlefield would find it difficult to imagine that a group of high-rank open heaven realm cultivators would be living such frugal lives. But this problem was also solved by Yang Kai's arrival. The proliferation of the void yin-yang mirrors made it extremely easy for the Great Passes to mine resources. This mysterious set of artifacts seemed to have been specially invented for the Black Ink battlefield. During the war to regain Great Evolution Pass, Xiangshan had ordered the artifact refiners of the East-West Army to refine tens of thousands of puppets, just to attract the attention of the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass. The amount of resources he had spent was enormous. He would have never dreamed of doing something like this before the appearance of the void yin-yang mirrors. As the problem of Black Ink's strength and the resources had been taken care of, all that was left was to compare the strength. In terms of numbers, the Black Ink clan had an innate advantage. Every Great Pass had a population of around 30,000 human soldiers, but in the corresponding theaters, the Black Ink clan army always numbered in the millions. Although the vast majority of Black Ink clansmen had quite low strength, there was no lack of masters like territory lords. If the humans didn't have enough strength, the crusade would only be an empty threat. Feudal lords were not of much concern and many died in every war. But killing a territory lord was a whole different concept. The evil purging divine spear was born for this purpose. This weapon would play a crucial role in the crusade. To hide this tool, the Great Evolution Army, despite being equipped with such weapons, had never used the evil purging divine spears no matter how many casualties they suffered in the mission to retake Great Evolution Pass. Because once it was used, the news would quickly spread to the other theaters and the Black Ink clan would have their guards up against it. By then, the evil purging divine spear's effectiveness in the other theaters would become much more limited. This was a trump card that the human race had painstakingly developed and hidden, and it would definitely give the Black Ink clan a huge unpleasant surprise. The birth of the evil purging divine spear was also related to Yang Kai. Although this artifact was created by Grandmaster Ma Fan, the purifying light in every evil purging divine spear was personally sealed there by Yang Kai. Considering everything, this crusade was almost driven by a single person, transforming an idea into reality. How could the human Ninth Order old ancestors not value Yang Kai? This was why they had paid such a price to reach an agreement with the Dragon Clan to send him to the no-return pass. Even if he was invincible amongst his peers, the strength of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still insufficient in the grand scheme of things. Only with his new ancient dragon form could he have sufficient strength to protect himself on the battlefield. Yang Kai still didn't know what price the ancestors had paid to obtain the chance for him to enter the dragon pond. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, nor did he ask, as it was meaningless to do so. Killing more of the Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield was the best way to repay the Ninth Order masters. Yang Kai once again began sealing the purifying light into the evil purging divine spears. He had already sealed purifying light in a lot of spears, but more had been amassed over the years. Now that the crusade was imminent, it was naturally better to have as many of these spears as possible to deal with the feudal lords and territory lords. Almost all the artifact refiners of the other Great Passes had toiled hard to refine these spears and send them to Great Evolution Pass. After having sealed the purifying light, Yang Kai sent batches of these spears back. While Yang Kai had his hands full, the soldiers of Great Evolution Pass were not idle. Currently, a large number of universe worlds had been gathered at the periphery of Great Evolution Pass, and tens of thousands of soldiers were mining resources without rest. If a war broke out, these calm and peaceful days would come to an end. Naturally, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate more resources. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Outside Great Evolution Pass, the members of the Dawn Squad were bustling about on a universe world, including Yang Kai. Yang Kai was already finished with the accumulated evil purging divine spears 2 months ago, but he hadn't gone to rest, and had instead come over to help. If they were to send him even more evil purging divine spears later, he would naturally seal purifying light after they had reached a certain amount. Suddenly, a staggering aura welled up from inside Great Evolution Pass. Even though it was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, this aura was still majestic and imposing. The aura belonged to none other than the old ancestor. All the busy people instantly stopped whatever they were doing and looked towards Great Evolution Pass. On the other side, old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice rang out clearly. Great Evolution Army, gather inside the pass. After relaying the orders, the aura disappeared as if it had never existed. Yang Kai looked at the nearby Shen Ao as his expression slightly changed. Shen Ao let out a long sigh. It's time. Yang Kai slightly nodded in agreement. The crusade was about to begin. Let's go, Yang Kai shouted, leading his squad towards Great Evolution Pass. In the void, the other squads who were mining the universe world also started gathering towards Great Evolution Pass like birds returning to their nest. In less than an hour, tens of thousands of Great Evolution soldiers had gathered in the central square, before the Monument of Heroes. Although a staggering amount of people had gathered here, not a single sound could be heard. There was only a deafening silence and a fearsome aura permeating the square. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao happened to be standing right before everyone, dressed in plain clothes. On her left was the Eastern Army Commander Xiang Shan, and the Western Army Commander Lu Zhiping. On her right was the Southern Army Commander Ouyang Lai, and the Northern Army Commander Mi Jingluan. Behind them were the 8th Order Division commanders. There were a total of 74 people. Originally, there were 73, but Su Linggong had advanced to the 8th Order 200 years ago, So now there was one more. It might seem like a lot, but one had to remember that when the Great Evolution Army was first established, the four armies had a total of over 60,000 soldiers and 128th Order Masters. To retake Great Evolution Pass, dozens of 8th Order Masters had died, and nearly half of the Great Evolution Army's soldiers below the 8th Order had fallen. Over the past 30,000 years, besides the day Great Evolution Pass was breached, the casualties suffered in the war to regain Great Evolution Pass were undoubtedly the highest and most tragic. Chapter 5335, Reconnaissance Duty. Every battle with the Black Ink clan was extremely dangerous. This war was related to survival of the two races, so everyone had a reason to kill the enemy. Right then, old ancestor Xiao Zhao's clear and sonorous voice reverberated from the forefront. More than 360 years ago, the Great Evolution East-West Army was established at Wind and Cloud Pass, and the North-South Army was established at Azure Void Pass. The two armies marched together towards Great Evolution Theater, and after a lengthy war spanning over 150 years, we finally managed to regain Great Evolution Pass. Both armies suffered heavy losses, but all of their sacrifices were worth it. Retaking Great Evolution Pass means that the human race's line of defense no longer has any flaws. But retaking Great Evolution Pass wasn't our ultimate goal, it was just the starting point. Perhaps many of you have heard of a crusade over the years, and have been eagerly anticipating it. Today Great Evolution Pass is ready, as are all the other great passes. The Black Ink clan has wreaked havoc on the Black Ink battlefield for countless millennia, and we humans have been forced to passively defend the various great passes all this time. Although we have paid a great price and sacrificed countless lives, we had no choice but to remain passive, incapable of going on offense. It is not that we did not want to, it was that we simply could not afford to. However, defending alone will not solve anything. Again and again, each generation has left the problem to the next, but it is our era now. Should we leave this problem to the next generation and let them take care of it? No one wants to see their children and grandchildren fight the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, unable to see any hope of victory. Our ancestors didn't want this either. They already did their best, and without their persistence, effort, and sacrifice, we wouldn't be standing here today and speaking such nonsense. That is why we must embark on this crusade. We now have everything necessary to do so. We are born in a good era, because we will be the generation that completely eradicates the Black Ink clan. We will witness the end of this great war that has lasted for countless eons, and every single one of you will play an important role in it. This time, we will trample flat the royal city and slaughter every single enemy. Not one will be spared. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice gradually became louder as her slender figure rose high up, giving off a noble and majestic aura. Kill! Xiangshan, who was standing behind her, shouted. Kill! The 8th Order Division Commander Masters shouted in unison. Kill! 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 The voices of the tens of thousands of soldiers shook the world as the entire Great Evolution Pass was enveloped in a palpable murderous intent. Every soldier felt their blood boil and couldn't wait to find Black Ink clansmen to kill. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao raised her hand, and the battle cries instantly stopped. Her eyes swept across the entire army as she gently stated, "The dead cannot bear witness to victory. Only by surviving can we see the end of the Black Ink clan." Saying so, she bowed to the tens of thousands of soldiers. The several dozen 8th Order Division Commander Masters behind her also bowed. She was paying her respects to all the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves for countless years so the upcoming crusade could be possible. Tens of thousands of soldiers bowed in return. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao straightened up and shouted, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The crusade has begun." Her figure flickered and disappeared. The other 8th Order Masters also quickly dispersed. Although old ancestor Xiao Xiao had said that they would begin the crusade today, Great Evolution Pass was still quite far from the royal city, so it would take some time for them to reach there. When the Great Evolution East-West Army retreated from the royal city towards Great Evolution Pass, it took them a full month to return, and that was traveling in a straight line without any kind of obstructions. Just as Yang Kai was about to take a step forward, a voice suddenly called out to him, causing him to turn his head and nod slightly. After instructing the people from the dawn to leave, Yang Kai made his way to the Eastern Army headquarters. The one who had sent him a transmission just now was Xiang Shan. Yang Kai wasn't the only one summoned. There were several others as well. Old Turtle Squad Leader Chai Fong, Profound Wind Squad Leader Ma Gao, Snow Wolves Squad Leader Yao Kongcheng. Counting Yang Kai's Dawn Squad, all four of Great Evolution Army's Special Operations Squads had been called up. Each of these elite squads possessed combat power that far exceeded other squads. Among them, the Old Turtle Squad was the same as the Dawn, conscripted from Blue Sky Pass, while the Profound Wind and Snow Wolves squads came from other passes. Be that as it may, they became members of the Great Evolution Army after being assigned here, no matter their origins. Yang Kai had cooperated with these two squads before. When the Great Evolution East-West Army attacked the Black Ink clan's rear, he had been ordered by Xiang Shan to head towards Great Evolution Pass in search of the North-South Army. After completing his mission, Yang Kai did not immediately leave, and instead joined the North-South Army to block the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. During that battle, he had led these two elite squads to cut across the battlefield several times, breaking through the Black Ink clan's lines and scattering them into more manageable groups. In that battle, he had used Golden Crow Cast the Sun many times to open the path, killing countless Black Ink clansmen in the process. Ma Gao and Yao Kongqing were extremely impressed by Yang Kai. They too were veteran 7th Order masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become squad leaders of special operations squads. But they had never anyone as fierce as Yang Kai in their long career on the Black Ink battlefield. Although Yang Kai had rarely shown himself over the years, he had interacted with these two, so he was no stranger to them. The crowd of tens of thousands of soldiers had already dispersed by now. Since the crusade had begun, they naturally had to make preparations to engage the Black Ink clan. Only the four squad leaders headed towards the Eastern Army headquarters. They looked at each other before Chai Fong asked, grinning, "Can you guess why Big Head Xiang is looking for us?" The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Ma Gao and Yao Kongqing were even more shocked by Chai Fong's address. Although the Big Head Xiang and Big Head Me monikers started from the old ancestor, and had already spread across Great Evolution Pass, everyone only used them in private. There really weren't many people like Chai Fong who blatantly used them in public. The old ancestor felt that Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan were both people with thoughts as vast as the sea, so they must have big heads. However, even if the old ancestor and Ouyang Lai could call them as such, the 7th Order masters could not use such monikers freely. If Xiang Shan heard them, they would be in big trouble. Chai Fong didn't take it seriously, however, and just stated, "Big Head is the old ancestors' praise for those two. What does it matter even if they hear it?" As soon as he finished speaking, an azure hand suddenly stretched out from the Eastern Army headquarters, grabbing towards Chai Fong. Chai Fong was beside himself in shock. Just as he was about to dodge, an invisible force restrained him. The giant hand grabbed him and ruthlessly threw him out. Chai Fong disappeared from everyone's sight, accompanied by his distancing scream. Yang Kai and the other two shot a furtive glance at the fading figure, but their expressions remained unchanged even after seeing this. They acted like they didn't see anything. Ma Gao asked, "Brother Chai asked a good question. Why did the higher-ups summon us this time? Brother Yang, do you know something?" In the entire Great Evolution Pass, not to mention the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would come into such frequent contact with the old ancestor like Yang Kai. So if anyone knew something, it would be Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai just shook his head in response. "I haven't heard anything, but since all four of us were called here, it must be related to something only our squads can do. If I had to guess, they're calling us to scout out the route, spy on enemy movements, or something similar." Yao Kongqing nodded in agreement after hearing this. "That makes sense. I heard from my martial uncle that since Great Evolution Pass core has been found, the Great Pass can now be mobilized. But even the old ancestor alone won't be able to move such a massive mobile palace artifact. At least 60 Eighth Order Masters would be needed to help her for things to go smoothly. 60. Ma Gao's face was filled with surprise. Right now there are a total of 74 Eighth Order Masters in Great Evolution Pass. With 60 of them gone, doesn't that mean that only 14 Eighth Order Division Commanders will be able to move freely? That's right, Yao Kongqing nodded in agreement. Those 14 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters probably need to guard the pass to prevent any accidents, so the responsibility of scouting will probably fall on us. Brother Yang's guess should be correct. Yang Kai suddenly thought of another problem. Great Evolution Pass movement requires the combined efforts of the Old Ancestor and 68th Order Masters, so wouldn't it be the same for other passes? If so, most of the pass's strength will be greatly reduced during the crusade. If they run into the Black Ink Clan army, they will definitely be thrown into confusion. There were currently 74 8th Order Masters in Great Evolution Pass, but that was because there had been 128 Order Masters when the Great Evolution Army was first established. Although many of them had died in battle, the number of remaining 8 Order Masters far exceeded the average in the other Great Passes. It was doubtful whether all the other Great Passes even had 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If so many Masters were required to drive the Great Passes, these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to easily take action. For example, Blue Sky Pass, which Yang Kai was most familiar with. Originally, it had about 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but after transferring Xiang Shan and 4 other 8th Order Masters, it definitely did not have enough. He had only made a casual guess on why Xiang Shan had summoned the 4 squad leaders over, but by the looks of it, his guess might be spot on. An 8th Order Master could not be easily dispatched, but scouts would be needed to reconnaissance missions during the crusade. The Special Operations Squads were perfectly suited for this kind of mission. An army always needed scouts. Even when Great Evolution's East-West Army retreated from the Royal City, scouts still led the way. Not to mention, this was the human race's crusade. As they spoke, they arrived at the army headquarters of the Eastern Army. The one guarding the door was an old acquaintance, Xiang Shan's adjutant Li Xing. When he saw the squad leaders arrive, he stated with a smile, "The army commander is waiting for everyone, please go in." There was no need to report anything. A moment later, Yang Kai and the others saw Xiang Shan standing with his hands behind his back inside the army headquarters. A universe chart was floating in front of Xiang Shan. His divine sense happened to be surging as if he was studying something. Yang Kai and the others didn't disturb him. After waiting for a moment, Xiang Shan finally put away the universe chart and placed it on the table before speaking. "Your guesses are correct. I called you here because I want you to leave first and act as scouts." The corners of the trio's brows twitched. "How much free time do you have on your hands? You heard everything we were talking about on our way. Were you eavesdropping?" No wonder Chaifeng had been thrown out of Great Evolution Pass when he called out Big Head Xiang. On Great Evolution's side, the Old Ancestor and many other 8th Order Masters will need to work together to activate the core and drive the Great Pass. As such, not many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are left who can move about freely, and the few who can have their own responsibilities and cannot be dispatched easily. After much deliberation, we concluded that your squads would be the best to scout the way ahead and identify enemy positions. Yang Kai and the others nodded and cupped their fists. "Sir, please explain what we should do." Chapter 53-36, Great Evolution Pass sets off. Xiang Shan explained, "The goal of Great Evolution's crusade this time is the Royal City and the Royal Lord. In the last war when we retook Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink Clan suffered heavy casualties, and the Royal Lord was severely injured. Right now, the forces of the Black Ink Clan are basically all holed up in the vicinity of the Royal City, but because of Old Ancestors' actions these past few years, the Royal City's defenses have become extremely tight, so even the slightest movement will likely alert the Black Ink Clan army. In this crusade, our human race's chances of victory are quite high. What we need to consider is how to achieve our goal of wiping out the Black Ink Clan with the smallest losses, so we need to catch them off guard. What you need to do is very simple. First, you'll set out and scout the situation ahead. If you encounter the Black Ink Clan, Try not to engage them if possible, but if you do, you must kill them all. Do not let the Black Ink clan find out about the Great Evolution Army's movements. In this crusade, with Great Evolution Pass being mobilized, it would be difficult to not be discovered. This was not just a single warship or two that could use some kind of spirit array, or some kind of artifact to conceal its movements. If Great Evolution Pass moved, it would naturally be quite grand and majestic, and it would quite easily be detected by the Black Ink clan from a distance. Once the Black Ink clan discovered Great Evolution Pass movements, they would be able to react in advance and the Great Evolution Army would lose the element of surprise. That was why Yang Kai and the others needed to set out first. Firstly, to spy on the situation, and secondly, to eliminate any possible scouts of the Black Ink clan on the attack route. You don't need to worry too much about your safety. The old ancestors' actions over the past few years might have caused the Black Ink clan to go on high alert. But none of the territory lords dare to act rashly, because the old ancestor has gone to bother them from time to time. The Black Ink clan soldiers patrolling outside the royal city will at most be led by feudal lords, which should be no problem for your squads to deal with them. The three nodded in agreement after hearing this. The territory lords didn't dare to show their faces, for they had no idea when the old ancestor would show up. If they were caught outside the royal city and ran into the old ancestor, they would die truly meaningless deaths. So although the Black Ink clan had many teams out patrolling the periphery of the royal city, none of them were led by territory lords. Without a territory lord, the safety of the 4 special operations squads was guaranteed. As he spoke, Xiang Shan suddenly raised his head and glanced towards the door before lightly snorting, "Get in here." Chai Feng's head popped in from the outside, swollen and looking extremely miserable. Still, he walked in with an ingratiating smile and bowed low, "Greetings, senior." Xiang Shan ignored him and turned to Yang Kai. "Your space beacons will be very useful. You and other squads can use them to send messages. If there is any danger, you can also quickly rush to support one another." "Understood," Yang Kai replied. Ever since Xiang Shan came to learn that the old ancestor was able to rush to the royal city so quickly with the help of the space beacon, he had asked Yang Kai to refine as many of them as possible. The materials required to refine space beacons were fairly common, but only someone with high proficiency in the Tao of space could make them. In Great Evolution Pass, only Yang Kai was capable of this. "It's going to take a long time to reach the royal city. All of you should rest for the next half a year before setting off." Yang Kai and the others nodded in unison. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Sir, I heard from the old ancestor that all the great passes will set out for the crusade. Did everyone discuss it beforehand?" Xiang Shan replied, "Naturally. If we want to completely eliminate the Black Ink clan, all the theaters will have to act in unison. Just dealing with one or two would be pointless." The Black Ink clan was born from the Black Ink nest. Their reproductive ability was far greater than the humans. So long as 1 or 2 high-rank Black Ink nests remained, the Black Ink clan would have a chance to rise from the ashes. To completely eliminate the Black Ink clan, all theaters had to act together and eliminate all the high-rank Black Ink nests. There were differences in strength and distance between the great passes and the royal cities of each theater, so the individual crusades would also look quite different from one another. For instance, in the Great Evolution Theater, victory was already set in stone. The royal lord, who had yet to recover from his injuries, was simply no match for old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Even if he borrowed the power of the Black Ink nest, he could only offer stubborn resistance. Without the royal lord in the picture, even if the Black Ink clan had many territory lords, the human race had the evil purging divine spears. The evil purging divine spears were destined to shine in the upcoming war. However, in other theaters, the Black Ink clan was basically at full strength, so some great passes were destined to have a tough battle ahead of them. Many people might die in this crusade, but if their deaths could bring eternal peace to the 3,000 worlds, every human soldier was willing to make that sacrifice. Xiang Shan told the 4 some more details before letting them leave. Not long after they left the army headquarters, the 4 heard a humming noise coming from the depths of Great Evolution Pass, as it began quaking once more. Immediately after, many spirit arrays hidden in the depths of Great Evolution Pass began operating and started radiating with energy. The next moment, the pass that had remained motionless for countless years slowly started moving forward, as if it was being pushed forward by an invisible force. Yang Kai and the others glanced at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. With Great Evolution Pass moving forward, the crusade had officially begun. After bidding goodbye to each other, they returned to their respective residences. Inside Dawn's courtyard, Yang Kai summoned all the squad members and informed them of the plan that would commence in half a year. Everyone instantly rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. Since they had withdrawn from the royal city over 200 years ago, they had not fought with the Black Ink clan again. During this time, the supply of resources was abundant, allowing everyone in Dawn to improve their strength. Many of the Fifth Order masters had regained their Sixth Order cultivation, so they couldn't wait to fight with the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, they had been busy overhauling the various parts of Great Evolution Pass over the past many years. After Great Evolution Pass had been repaired and reorganized, they had been mining resources. In other words, there had been no opportunity to fight with the Black Ink clan. What was the point of simply increasing their strength if they couldn't kill the Black Ink clan? Now an opportunity was right before them. Everyone dispersed to rest and condition themselves. Yang Kai turned his head towards a certain room as a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Inside this cultivation room, Fengming had been in retreat for many years and had yet to exit. No one knew what her condition was. Back when Yang Kai was making a soup out of the beef gifted to him by Wind and Cloud Pass' old ancestor at Dawn's camp, Su Linggong happened to come over and drink a bowl of it. He had heard that it was a gift from an old ancestor, and suddenly received an epiphany. He used that opportunity to break through to the Eighth Order in one fell swoop. The beef soup was just an ordinary soup and had no special properties at all. Nonetheless, Su Linggong had a preconceived notion in his mind and felt that the soup was something mystical, and the opportunity did not come from himself, but was thanks to the soup. While observing Su Linggong breaking through to the Eighth Order, Fengming also gained some benefits and went into a retreat. It had been 200 years since then, but there had been no movement. This was also something that had been bothering Yang Kai recently. Upon arriving at the Black Ink battlefield, the first person he encountered was Meng Qi. But to protect the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi had decisively committed suicide. Fengming was the second human soldier he had run into, and it was thanks to her help that he was able to gather a group of Black Ink disciples, restore their minds, and slaughter his way back to Blue Sky Pass. After the creation of Dawn, Fengming had fought shoulder to shoulder with him, sharing life and death many times over. Yang Kai was quite excited about the results of her retreat, and hoped that everything would go well. But by the looks of it, Fengming's retreat did not seem to be going smoothly, otherwise there would not have been no movements for the past 2 centuries. Outsiders could not help her in this situation though. Everything would depend on her own fortitude and fortune. Looking towards the room, Yang Kai heaved a light sigh. "Senior sister, the crusade has begun. If you don't come out soon, you'll miss it." Every soldier who had just entered the Black Ink battlefield learned that the Great Passes were really just giant mobile palace artifacts. But since ancient, these mobile palace artifacts had only served as the strongest defensive shields, and had never been sent into battle before. Today, the tens of thousands of soldiers of Great Evolution Pass witnessed this magnificent feat. It wasn't just Great Evolution Pass. Over 100 Great Passes across the vast Black Ink battlefield set off on their crusade at almost the same time. It really wasn't an easy task to control such a massive mobile palace artifact. At least 1 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm and 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to be stationed at the core in order to just move it. It also needed 38th Order Masters to remain on standby. Its initial speed was very slow, almost as slow as a turtle's crawl, but the speed of Great Evolution Pass gradually increased with time. A month later, it had already reached the speed of an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master. Another month later, it was comparable to an Emperor Realm Master. Another month later, its speed was no worse than a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Such a colossus object could be said to be unstoppable when it started moving. Whether it was a big asteroid or an entire universe world, the Great Pass would smash through it like rotten wood. Another month later, the speed of Great Evolution Pass had reached its limit, about on par with a Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. This was still far slower than the army's normal marching speed, but that could not be helped. At this speed, it would take at least half a year to reach the royal city. They had not encountered a single Black Ink clansman along the way. Just as Xiang Shan had said, the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater had been completely defeated, and were now too scared to move out, concentrating almost all their forces near the royal city. When the speed of Great Evolution Pass had reached its limit, the old ancestor and the Eighth Order Masters were finally able to have a bit of respite and restore their energy. They did not need to constantly use their strength to drive Great Evolution Pass core to accelerate the massive Mobile Palace artifact. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of Great Evolution soldiers did not remain idle either. Many of the universe worlds in Great Evolution Passway had been smashed to pieces, and the resources in those universe worlds could not be wasted. In other words, the soldiers left Great Evolution Pass one after another to collect the resources from these shattered universe worlds under Xiang Shan's command. After collecting them, they only needed to activate the universe transference law to return to Great Evolution Pass. Like this, they picked up a lot of materials along the way. It wasn't that Xiang Shan was managing things economically and methodically, but rather that everyone had seriously underestimated just how much Great Evolution Pass consumed to keep moving. Great Evolution Pass had accumulated a massive amount of resources over the past few centuries, but now that it had truly started moving, everyone realized that the consumption of resources was too intense. Since there was a chance to collect more resources, Xiang Shan would naturally not let this opportunity go, because once they reached the royal city, they would not be able to collect them. A few months later, the 4 special operations squads were assembled at Great Evolution Pass Eastern Gate, comprised of a total of 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters, with nearly 40 in the 7th Order, making up 20% of the total. This was quite a magnificent lineup. Although there were many people here, no one was making even a single noise. All of them were just silently waiting. Chapter 5337 A little strange. At a certain moment, Great Evolution Pass barriers parted and a gap was opened. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted as the Dawn's members, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out. Following closely behind them were the Old Turtles, followed by the Profound Wind and Snow Wolf squads. After exiting Great Evolution Pass, the 4 squad leaders immediately summoned their respective warships as their squad members boarded and took their respective positions. The warships' arrays started humming before the 4 warships shot straight ahead, rapidly flying away from Great Evolution Pass, leaving dazzling trails of light in their wake. Although Great Evolution Pass current speed was fast, comparable to a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, it was still a colossal entity, so it had reached its limit. A warship, on the other hand, was different. No matter how slow a warship was, it would still be much faster than the current speed of Great Evolution Pass. The 4 warships did not immediately scatter. There was still some distance to the royal city, so this location was safe. Since they would not run into any Black Ink clansmen yet, there was no need to disperse. To carry out this mission, each warship had undergone a certain degree of modification, which greatly enhanced their stealth and mobility. Many offensive arrays were sacrificed for this. Yang Kai was standing on the deck of the Dawning Light with a universe chart in his hand, checking the direction, and leading the other 3 warships. Originally, the human race universe charts didn't include the topography of Great Evolution Theater. After all, the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, so no one knew about the exact situation of Great Evolution Theater. But as a matter of course, as the Great Evolution East-West Army invaded the Black Ink clan's territory on their way to the royal city, and then on their way back to Great Evolution Pass, the chart masters accompanying the army were able to create a new universe chart that would be of great use in the upcoming crusade. At maximum speed, it wouldn't take long for the warships to reach the royal city, but they were not aiming solely for speed, as their job was to maintain a certain lead on the Great Pass to provide reconnaissance information. The Black Ink clan was currently terrified of the sudden and elusive intrusion of the old ancestor, So no territory lord dared to wander outside the royal city. At the same time, the defenses of the royal city had become extremely tight because of the old ancestors' constant harassment. The Black Ink clan's surveillance range should be half a month's distance away from the royal city at the Great Pass current speed. In other words, the 4 scouting squads should encounter the Black Ink clan soldiers monitoring the vicinity of the royal city within a month and a half if they maintained a 2-month lead on Great Evolution Pass. After sending a divine sense transmission to Chai Fong and the other 2 squad leaders, informing the 3 about the situation, all 3 of them nodded in response. The following journey remained uneventful. During this time, all the members of the squad, except those who were responsible for maintaining the ship's systems, were quietly cultivating. A month and a half later, Chai Fong's voice suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. "Brother Yang, it's time." The meditating Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and stared deep into the void before slightly nodding. "Everyone, just shout if you run into trouble. Don't try to be a hero. The old ancestor is right behind us. If we win this battle, we won't have to worry about anything. I hope that I will see all of you at the celebration banquet, where we will drink till we pass out." Ma Gao laughed. Yao Kongqing added, "I have a few jars of fine wine that have been fermenting for 1,000 years. We'll drink them together at the celebration banquet." "You're making me thirsty." Chai Fong smacked his lips. Everyone broke into laughter. "Disperse!" Yang Kai shouted as the 4 warships quickly scattered. At the same time, the illusion arrays on each warship were activated. If they wanted to hide themselves, illusion arrays were the easiest and the most convenient method. Illusion arrays personally set up by the array Great Grandmasters of the Great Pass were more than enough to hoodwink the eyes and ears of the Black Ink clan patrols. Although nothing had physically changed about the current dawning light, if one wasn't close and didn't look carefully enough, they would only see an asteroid floating in the void. Countless asteroids were floating about in the void, so why would the Black Ink clan pay attention to one more? Dawning light kept moving forward at a steady pace. After 10 days, a slight furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow as he stared into the dark void ahead. The situation was indeed as the old ancestor had stated. For the past 200 years, the Black Ink clan had been trying their best to create a defensive line, fearing that the humans would once again invade the royal city. The Black Ink clan had suffered heavy losses in the last war, and even the royal lord had suffered serious injuries which had yet to heal. Thus, the Black Ink clan did not want to fight the humans again. If it was possible, they would rather give up the royal city and seek refuge in another theater. At the very least, it would not be so vexing. But that was impossible. The royal lord's Black Ink nest was at the royal city. Giving up the royal city was equivalent to giving up the high-rank Black Ink nest. As far as the Black Ink clan was concerned, the high-rank Black Ink nests were their very root and foundation. How could they give one up so easily? So they had elected to establish a defensive perimeter in order to block any human offensive, and the way they did so was extremely simple. By spending an inordinate amount of resources, they had spawned many Black Ink nests, and then used those nests to produce a massive amount of Black Ink strength to fill the space around the royal city. Regardless of what method the humans could use to deal with the corruption of Black Ink strength, so long as the humans were within the range of Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan would always have an advantage. One had to admit that although this method was expensive and time-consuming, it was quite effective. At the very least, after over 2 centuries of hard work, the distance which would need 10 days to reach the royal city had been filled with the Black Ink strength. Furthermore, the Black Ink strength was denser, the closer it was to the royal city. The Black Ink clan was like a fish in the water in such an environment, whereas it was anything but easy for the humans. The dawning light was about a month's journey from the royal city, but they were still able to see the billowing pitch-black darkness in the void ahead. This was the result of the Black Ink clan's efforts over the last 2 centuries. Because the old ancestor often came to the Black Ink clan territory to harass them, she was well aware of this situation. She had also killed a few Black Ink clansmen who had left the royal city to arrange things, but her killing had not produced much effect. Even if the old ancestor killed a group of Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink clan would just send another team, and the old ancestor couldn't just remain here. Young Kai furrowed his brow at the sight before him. This environment was extremely unfavorable for the human race. Although the humans would not fear the corruption of Black Ink's strength as long as they were inside a warship, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters still needed to go out to fight effectively. Even if they took purifying Black Ink pills in advance, the effects would be greatly reduced if they remained in such an environment for an extended period. Once the effects of the purifying Black Ink pill expired, things would turn dangerous for the humans. Be that as it may, the humans didn't have much of a choice in the face of such a situation. The only option they had left was to use Great Evolution Pass to launch a lightning-fast attack and eliminate the Black Ink clan as rapidly as possible. How many human masters would die in such a reckless battle? Young Kai had no idea, nor did he want to think about it. Any sacrifice was worth it to destroy the Black Ink clan once and for all, but the fewer the sacrifices necessary, the better. Silently, dawning light sailed through the void and entered the region filled with Black Ink strength. This was the outermost ring of the Black Ink clan's defensive perimeter. Black Ink's strength here wasn't very rich, but so long as the Black Ink clan had sufficient time and invested enough resources, this outer ring would become the inner ring. Young Kai secretly rejoiced that Great Evolution Pass had only been preparing for 2 centuries before setting off for the crusade. If they had delayed a few more 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the upcoming war would surely be multiple times more difficult. The moment dawning light entered the region covered in Black Ink strength, a pair of eyes from over 10 million kilometers away looked over. They belonged to a feudal lord, and after gazing in the dawning light's direction for a moment, he waved his hand. Immediately after, a high-rank Black Ink clansman stepped forward. "Sir Feudal Lord. There's something strange over there. Something entered the defense perimeter. Go investigate." An aggrieved look immediately appeared on the high-rank clansman's face, as his heart started rapidly pounding in fear. This wasn't surprising though, as the human old ancestor had been coming over quite frequently as of late. Would death not be certain if they were to run into her while checking out the situation? Nonetheless, as a subordinate of the feudal lord, he didn't dare refuse the latter's orders. However, he didn't go alone to investigate. Although it would not matter how many went if they really encountered the old ancestor, it was still better than going alone. After a while, the high-rank Black Ink clansman led a dozen or so others and flew in the direction pointed out by the feudal lord. The team led by the high-rank Black Ink clansman traveled a few million kilometers. Young Kai had already noticed them rushing over a few moments ago. It was not that Young Kai was trying to investigate, but rather he could feel the energy fluctuations coming towards them, and they were getting stronger and stronger as more time passed. Since Young Kai and the others were here to act as scouts, they would naturally conceal themselves and keep a sharp lookout. On top of that, no one in Dawn was actively using their divine sense to scan their surroundings to prevent revealing themselves. Everyone on Dawning Light held their breaths. The team of a dozen or so Black Ink clansmen stopped a few thousand kilometers away from the Dawning Light, and the leading Black Ink clansman carefully observed them for a moment before the tension left his face. To his relief, it was just an asteroid, and not the old ancestor. After confirming the situation, he had no intention of approaching to investigate further. After all, this had happened quite frequently over the years. The asteroids and universe fragments drifting through the void had no set pattern, and would cross the defensive line every now and then. After having confirmed that there were no problems, the high-rank Black Ink clansman waved his hand and led his team back. The members of the Dawn immediately breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of their departure. The high-rank Black Ink clansman might not be that strong, and his eyesight might not be that sharp, so if they stayed calm, it was possible he wouldn't see through the illusion array's disguise. As long as he attacked Dawning Light though, they would have been immediately exposed. Fortunately, the high-rank Black Ink clansman didn't seem to be the diligent type, which allowed Dawning Light to avoid detection. Shin Ao stated via transmission, "Squad leader, there's something strange about this." Young Kai nodded in agreement. It was indeed a little strange. Dawning Light had just crossed the Black Ink clan's defense perimeter, but the Black Ink clan had immediately set out to investigate. There was no way this was just a coincidence. If it wasn't a coincidence though, could it be that the defensive perimeter made up of the Black Ink strength also served as a detection net? Was the Black Ink clan able to sense anything that entered a specific range? The old ancestor had never mentioned anything about this, so Yang Kai could not say for certain. Of course, this wasn't the old ancestor's fault. Every time she came here, she would head straight for the royal city, so how could she have the time to pay attention to such minor details? What's more, even if the Black Ink clan patrols detected the old ancestor, the first thing they would do is run, not come to investigate. Since the Black Ink clan had arrived as soon as the dawning light crossed the Black Ink clan's defensive line, it would not hurt to be extra careful. Dawning Light's arrays were already operating at their lowest strength to prevent exposing themselves. Their original plan was to dive deeper into the Black Ink clan's territory and spy on their movements, but after this event, Yang Kai promptly ordered to change the Dawning Light's direction and continue moving forward at a reduced speed. He wanted to know if everything that had happened was just a coincidence, or if the Black Ink clan had detected their intrusion. If it was just a coincidence, then it would be a one-off instance, but if they did detect their intrusion, then the 4 scouting squads would only be able to play a limited role. After all, so long as they entered a certain range, the Black Ink clan would be able to detect them. Dawn was already lucky enough to avoid exposure once, so Yang Kai didn't dare bet the life and death of his squad members on something as uncontrollable as luck. Chapter 53:38, It's Not a Coincidence. Dawning Light continued drifting forward, silently and stealthily. Although they were still at the edge of the enemy defense perimeter, they would still occasionally encounter a few patrolling Black Ink clansmen. All of these patrols were led by feudal lords with a dozen or so lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen following them. Judging by this, it was quite apparent how much importance the Black Ink clan attached to this defensive line, and how afraid they were of some human master breaking into it. The more this was the case, the more it showed that the Black Ink clan was at the end of its rope. Since ancient times until now, when had the Black Ink clan ever been so passive on the Black Ink battlefield? They had always been the ones attacking the Great Passes on a large scale. Even if they suffered heavy casualties, they would quickly refill their ranks and make a comeback within a few decades. Every time, the humans warded off the Black Ink clan, but only after painstaking efforts and sacrificing countless lives. Generation after generation, elites were sent from the 3,000 worlds to the Black Ink battlefield, but they barely managed to hold the line. Now, the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater no longer had the capital to act arrogantly. This was the dawn of humanity's victory, the glory of Great Evolution Pass. About half a day later, another team of Black Ink clansmen flew towards Dawning Light, but they left soon after a brief investigation, and finding nothing unusual. Yang Kai and Shineo, who were standing on the deck, looked at each other with serious expressions on their faces. It wasn't just a coincidence. The Black Ink clan could notice any intrusion of their defense line. I did not notice anyone spying on us, so how did the Black Ink clan discover us? Shineo asked in confusion. Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying. Perhaps it's because of the Black Ink nests. The Black Ink nests? Ning Qiji was confused. Yang Kai slightly nodded. Old ancestor told me a few things about the royal city. After the withdrawal of the Great Evolution East-West Army, there was nothing unusual about the royal city at first, but after a decade or so, the Black Ink clan began to set up this kind of defensive line. So where did the Black Ink strength come from? Naturally, it came from Black Ink nests. Bai suddenly interjected. I spotted 2 Black Ink nests from where we just passed by. Judging by their sizes, they should be low rank. Shineo was beside himself in shock. You can see them? Bai looked at Yang Kai and asked, Squad leader, you can see them too, right? The reason she could see this was because as a disciple of Divine Feather Paradise, she had to cultivate secret techniques in order to facilitate her archery skills. Yang Kai also cultivated special eye techniques. The secret techniques of myriad demons heaven were not inferior to those of Divine Feather Paradise, perhaps even superior in some aspects. Shineo and the others all looked towards Yang Kai with a look of curiosity on their faces. Yang Kai gave the confirmation, nodding. Indeed, there were 2 low-rank Black Ink nests. Just as the old ancestor suspected, the Black Ink clan seems to have gathered all the Black Ink nests outside the royal city to set up a defensive line filled with Black Ink strength. Originally, there was one high-rank Black Ink nest and nearly 100 mid-rank Black Ink nest in Great Evolution Theater. Furthermore, there were a few dozen low-rank Black Ink nests under each territory lord. In short, there were at least 1,000 low-rank Black Ink nests spread throughout the Great Evolution Theater. And that was not even counting the high-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests. Although a number of them had been destroyed during the Great Evolution East-West Army's incursion, that was only a small part. The Black Ink clan still had a lot of Black Ink nests remaining. Where did these Black Ink nests go? Others might not know, but how could the old ancestor who had attacked the royal city repeatedly not? The dozens of mid-rank Black Ink nests had all been moved to the royal city to be better protected. The Black Ink clan had no choice in this matter, as there was no safe place for the Black Ink clan in the entire Great Evolution Theater apart from the royal city. If the Black Ink nests remained outside, they were at risk of being destroyed by the humans at any moment. Furthermore, many more low-rank Black Ink nests were arranged in the periphery of the royal city, which were then used to produce Black Ink strength using large amounts of resources, creating a strong defensive line. In other words, low-rank Black Ink nests could be found almost everywhere in the periphery of the royal city. These Black Ink nests would constantly generate Black Ink strength, filling the defensive line and expanding it outward. Every time the old ancestor attacked, she would destroy many Black Ink nests, but once she made a move, her position would be exposed, and the other Black Ink nests were quickly evacuated. Dawning light entered the range of two different low-rank Black Ink nests, and they were detected every time. So it was obvious that the Black Ink strength did serve as a monitoring tool. Perhaps the feudal lord in charge of the Black Ink nest could sense when something came into contact with the surrounding Black Ink strength. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai ordered, "Inform the other 3 squads about this and tell them to be on guard." The current situation was a bit problematic. If they were lucky, they might be able to smoothly bypass the enemy patrols, but if they were down on their luck, and if one of the Black Ink clansmen who came to investigate launched an attack at them, Dawning Light would instantly be exposed. The illusion array set up on the Dawning Light only had concealing effects. It didn't provide any form of defense. Having received the order, Shin'eo quickly took out some space beacons and sent messages to Chai Fong and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai turned his gaze in the direction of the royal city. They were about a month's journey away from the Black Ink clan royal city, so when Great Evolution Pass arrived, it would definitely be discovered by the Black Ink clan. At that time, the royal city would quickly be able to gather its forces and prepare for the incoming attack. A month was more than enough time for the Black Ink clan to prepare completely, whereas Great Evolution Pass would lose its element of surprise. Was there any way to hoodwink the eyes and ears of the Black Ink clan? The only way to do so would be to take down some of the Black Ink nests in the outer ring without being discovered. It would be difficult, but not impossible. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai ordered, "Carefully retreat from here, and follow along the edge of the defensive line." He planned to first investigate the situation of the Black Ink clan's defensive line. The defensive line built using many Black Ink nests might have appeared like one enormous wall, but in reality, it was bloated and uneven, so there may be some flaws. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to withdraw was because he did not want to intrude into any Black Ink nest domains anymore. After all, they would be investigated every time they entered a new detection range. They might have been lucky so far, but each new inspection increased the risk of getting caught. Under the prudent control of the Dawn Squad's members, Dawning Light drifted through the Black Ink clan's defensive line and retreated. Once they were out of danger, Shin'eo reported in a low voice, "The other squads have replied back. The Old Turtle Squad and Profound Wind Squad had the same idea, and have withdrawn from the defensive line to search for a gap to infiltrate. On the other hand, the Snow Wolves Squad said they want to go deeper." Deeper? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Shin'eo nodded in response. Brother Yao said that since the Black Ink nests are all placed on the outer ring to build the defensive line, once the defensive line is pushed outward, the Black Ink nests would definitely move along with it. In other words, there are no Black Ink nests in the inner ring. No feudal lord should be guarding the inner perimeter, which would make it safer to set up a reconnaissance position. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying. That may be so, but the Black Ink strength in the depths of the defensive line is also denser, and many Black Ink clan squads should be patrolling that zone, so it's not necessarily safer than the periphery. If we get caught in the periphery, we can still find a chance to escape, but if we get caught deeper inside, the consequences would be dire. It had also crossed his mind, but as a scout of the main army, Yang Kai naturally had to prioritize keeping Great Evolution Pass movements a secret. Eliminating the Black Ink clan's eyes and ears, increasing the chances of Great Evolution Pass surprise attack being successful was the appropriate choice. Still, they might be able to obtain more information if they ventured deeper. Can you still contact him? Yang Kai asked. Shen Ao denied, shaking his head. Brother Yao has already cut off contact. Although the disturbance caused by their communication was extremely small, if a master happened to be nearby, they might notice it. Since Yao Kongcheng was leading the Snow Wolves squad deeper into the enemy defense line, he would naturally not contact Yang Kai and the others. The safest choice would be to keep the space beacon in his space ring to avoid any possible mistakes. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Still, Yao Kongqing must have his own plans, so Yang Kai didn't object. In any case, the other party was a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, there were 4 squads present, 3 of which were on the periphery, so entering the inner circle was indeed a better use of their resources. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had originally wanted to discuss with the others about letting Dawning Light scout the inner region. After all, he was proficient in the Tao of Space, so if they got caught, he could take the cultivators under 7th Order into his small universe to escape. Dawn had better chances of escaping if they ran into trouble than any other squad. Now that the Snow Wolves had severed contact though, Yang Kai had no choice but to give up on this idea. All he could do now was hope that everything went smoothly. Yao Kongcheng was indeed right. All the low-rank Black Ink nests were arranged at the periphery to act as detectors. So, even though the Black Ink strength was denser in the inner region, it would be easier to sneak around. At the very least, the feudal lords managing the Black Ink nests would not be able to monitor everything at such a distance. Perhaps they might gain something different. Yang Kai threw this matter to the back of his mind, and focused on searching for flaws in the Black Ink clan's defensive line, as Dawning Light moved around the periphery. They did not have that much time as they had only advanced a 2-month distance ahead of Great Evolution Pass. In other words, Great Evolution Pass would be arriving within 2 months. If they failed to take care of the Black Ink clan's detection net by then, the surprise attack would be exposed. 2 months might seem like a long time, but it wasn't easy to find a gap in this massive Black Ink strength defensive line. With the Black Ink strength continuously spreading over time, the Black Ink clan's defensive line was constantly moving outwards. Fortunately, given the vast area that needed to be covered, the outer edge of the defense line did not advance very quickly. Dawn did not encounter the Old Turtles or Profound Wind squads as it continued its search. The Black Ink clan's defensive line was a huge sphere centered around the Royal City, covering a range of about 1 month's distance from the Royal City. Currently, the 3 squads, including Dawning Light, were moving along the outer arc of this sphere. The chances of running into each other in such a large area were quite slim. At a certain point, Yang Kai, who was attentively observing from the deck, seemed to have noticed something as he looked back. Much to his surprise, a large ship was flying straight towards Dawning Light from the depths of the void. Yang Kai's heart immediately leapt into his throat. Much to their shock and dismay, there was a Black Ink clan ship out here away from the defensive line. If it crashed into them, Dawning Light would definitely be exposed. Even if it didn't crash into them, the Black Ink clansmen on the ship might try to brush the asteroid in their path aside. At the time, Dawning Light would undoubtedly be exposed. Everyone aboard Dawning Light immediately looked nervous. Yang Kai signaled with his eyes and in a flash, everyone secretly circulated their strength, preparing to attack at any moment. If they were fast enough, they might be able to eliminate the Black Ink clan on the ship before the enemy inside the defensive line noticed anything. Of course, there was also a possibility that they might get exposed. But at this moment, they could only take a gamble. When they were just 100,000 kilometers away from each other, the Black Ink Clan ship changed directions, almost brushing past Dawning Light as it plunged back into the Black Ink Clan's defensive line. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 5339, The Gap in the Defensive Line. It was quite dangerous. It was not dangerous for Dawning Light to be exposed as Dawn was strong enough to eliminate everyone on the Black Ink Clan ship. However, once they were exposed, things would become complicated for the other three squads, especially the Snow Wolves squad, which was deep behind enemy lines. The Snow Wolves were in a very dangerous position, and once the Black Ink Clan started investigating more carefully, they would have no place to hide. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. But what puzzled Yongkai was why there were still Black Ink Clansmen roaming about outside. Where did they come from and what were they doing? With a flash of thought, his left eye turned into a golden vertical eye. Thanks to the demon eye of annihilation, Yongkai's vision pierced through the layers of Black Ink's strength and followed after the ship. It was not just him observing, Bai Yi was also spying on the enemy, obviously having the same concerns as him. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the ship headed straight for the nearest low-rank Black Ink nest. When it was halfway there, they ran into a team of Black Ink Clansmen who had come to investigate the situation, whereafter they joined up and continued towards the Black Ink nest. Soon the ship arrived before the Black Ink nest. A tall feudal lord walked out from the Black Ink nest and chatted with another Black Ink Clansman who came down from the ship. After receiving a space ring from the other party, the feudal lord nodded before returning to the Black Ink nest. The large ship didn't stop for long. After handing over a space ring, it turned around and once again brushed past Dawning Light before disappearing off into the void. Aboard Dawning Light, Yongkai and Bai Yi had seen everything clearly and looked at each other, exchanging glances. Bai Yi voiced her guess in a low voice, "Resources." Yongkai nodded in agreement, "It has to be." Shin Ao and the others, on the other hand, were all confused. A confused Ning Qiji immediately asked, "What are you two going on about? What's up with that Black Ink Clan ship? And why did it come out so quickly?" No one else in Dawn had cultivated a powerful eye secret technique, so they couldn't see what transpired under the shroud of the Black Ink strength. Bai Yi shot a glance at Yongkai, and seeing that he had no intention of explaining, she replied, "The Black Ink Clansmen on that ship are responsible for harvesting and delivering resources. Naturally, they went to continue mining." Realization immediately dawned upon Shin Ao. The Black Ink Clan must have consumed an unimaginable amount of resources to set up such a massive defensive line. Not only are these low-rank Black Ink nests in the periphery consuming tremendous resources, but even the mid-rank and high-rank Black Ink nests in the royal city must be consuming resources. Even if the Black Ink Clan has amassed mountains of resources over the years, they might be struggling to make ends meet now. They must be sending these ships out to mine more. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. The Black Ink Clan must be sending out members to mine resources like the ones on that ship, and none of them are very strong. The Black Ink Clansmen on that ship were basically all low-rank Black Ink Clansmen, with a few high-rank Black Ink Clansmen overseeing them. The feudal lords were all stationed near the royal city or in the defense line, so such a dangerous task like mining resources could only be left to the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink Clansmen. If the old ancestor really attacked, they would be the first ones to die. Why didn't we see them before? Ning Qiji furrowed in confusion. Yongkai conjectured. The Black Ink Clansmen mining resources must come and go in a hurry, and we've been traveling around the periphery, so it's not strange that we haven't seen them. If they had remained in one place to monitor a specific Black Ink nest, they would have seen many Black Ink Clan ships returning from mining resources. But Dawning Light had been drifting about searching for flaws in the Black Ink Clan's defensive line, so it wasn't a surprise they had missed such a quick exchange. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The Black Ink Clan didn't patrol outside the defensive line, so the squads didn't encounter any danger. On the other hand, they saw Black Ink Clan ships returning from mining resources twice. It wasn't until a month later that Yongkai, who had been standing on the deck observing the defensive line the whole time, had a change in expression. The next moment, his left pupil turned golden as he focused his attention towards the interior of the Black Ink clan's perimeter. After silently observing for a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. At last he had finally found a gap which he could exploit. Perhaps it was because the defensive line outside the royal city was too large, or perhaps it was because there weren't enough black ink nests, but the number of black ink nests were noticeably sparser in the defensive line where Dawning Light was currently at. In this spot, so long as he could somehow take down the 3 adjacent black ink nests, the gap would be wide enough for Great Evolution Pass to pass through unnoticed. Of course, Great Evolution Pass would need to coordinate with them. Otherwise, the nearby black ink nests would definitely notice such a massive object passing through. After all, the feudal lords weren't blind. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and recorded a message on it with his divine sense before handing it to Shenao. Send it back to Great Evolution Pass, and ask them about their status. The position he was eyeing was different from the route planned for Great Evolution Pass surprise attack. It was slightly to the left, so if Great Evolution Pass wanted to attack from this position, they would have to change course. Yang Kai had no idea if Great Evolution Pass would be able to change course or not, so he first sent the message to ask. He would only take action if they could. Otherwise, there would be no point in taking down these 3 black ink nests if Great Evolution Pass could not come here. The entire plan hinged on Great Evolution Pass cooperation and coordination. Shen Ao quickly sent the jade slip back to Great Evolution Pass through a space beacon. Yang Kai had to wait a bit to receive the reply, a full 3 hours in fact. Obviously, Great Evolution Pass side needed some time to calculate everything. Traces of Xiangshan's divine sense could be felt on the jade slip sent by Great Evolution Pass, with the message reading, Great Evolution Pass can change course, but it will take a few more days. Be careful. It wasn't an easy task to change the course of a massive mobile palace artifact like Great Evolution Pass. It was completely different from the warships, which could nimbly and swiftly change direction with the coordination of a few mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The change in the course of Great Evolution Pass required the combined efforts of the Old Ancestor and many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. What's more, even making a small detour required a massive amount of space to act as a buffer. Fortunately, Great Evolution Pass was still a month away from Yang Kai's position at its current speed. If it had been even a bit closer, Great Evolution Pass might not have been able to cooperate. Xiangshan's affirmation meant that his plan was feasible. The problem now was how to approach the Black Ink nest and quickly eliminate the Black Ink clansmen guarding it without alerting the enemy. These Black Ink nests were only guarded by feudal lords, so destroying them was not an issue. The difficult part was how to prevent the Black Ink clan on guard from passing on the news. Communication between Black Ink nests was far too convenient, and dawn would inevitably be exposed once they took action. If they failed to immediately kill the feudal lords and seize control of the Black Ink nests, word of the attack would immediately spread. No matter how convenient the Tao of Space was, it wasn't much use in this situation. After pondering the issue for a while, Yang Kai felt that he could only use the Black Ink clan's mining teams. He had seen these teams approach the Black Ink nests directly, and with his current strength, so long as he was close and found his target, he could instantly kill the feudal lord in charge. He would need to take some risks, but they were still within acceptable limits. Under this command, Dawning Light slowly stopped and waited quietly. Yang Kai wasn't sure when the Black Ink clan mining teams would return, but as there were so many of them, one would surely appear soon. After about 10 days, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stared off into the void. A Black Ink clan ship was rapidly approaching from that direction, and judging by past examples, it would enter the defensive line and transfer the resources to the Black Ink nest. After observing the route of this ship, Yang Kai's divine sense undulated as he issued a command. The next moment, Dawning Light, which had remained motionless for more than 10 days, began drifting again like a rogue asteroid. In a flash, it happened to be blocking the way of the Black Ink clan ship. A high-ranked Black Ink clansman was standing on the deck, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Fear was clearly visible on his face. This was not surprising as the human Old Ancestor had been attacking Royal City quite frequently recently. Although they were a fair distance from the royal city, no one knew from which direction the old ancestor would appear. If she appeared somewhere nearby, they would not be able to take even a casual attack from her. As such, he would always be on edge every time he returned from outside. The reason the Black Ink clan mining teams came and left in a hurry was firstly because they were entrusted with a crucial mission, and secondly and most importantly, they were terrified of running into the old ancestor. In contrast, mining resources outside was relatively safe. At the very least, since they were far away from the royal city and with no signs of the human army attacking, there was no threat to them. After observing for a moment, the high-rank Black Ink clansman breathed a sigh of relief. There were no signs of explosions coming from the royal city, so the old ancestor was probably not here. Strangely enough, that old ancestor seemed to have calmed down quite a bit, and has not shown her face for a while. Just a few years ago, she would come every 2 or 3 months. Rumor has it that the royal lord had flown into a rage over this, and many of his close aides lost their lives due to his rampage. He secretly rejoiced that he was not on duty at the royal city. Otherwise, he would have to live a life of constant fear. An asteroid happened to be blocking their way, but the high-rank Black Ink clansmen didn't care. In the vast void, asteroids like these were fragments of shattered universe worlds and could be found everywhere. It was quite a normal sight. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan ships weren't very sturdy as the Black Ink clan's craftsmanship wasn't very good. The ships at most could be used as big flying artifacts, a far cry from human warships which were extremely sturdy. Even an asteroid like the one in their way could damage the ship if they simply rammed into it. While the high-rank Black Ink clansman was feeling faintly envious of the human race's ability to refine warships, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Gazing at the asteroid, he was surprised to find that it was constantly changing its direction. What's going on? Before this high-rank Black Ink clansman could figure out what was wrong, a cold and grim face suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't even sense when the other party had arrived. A human face. Enemy attack. The high-rank Black Ink clansman's reaction was quite quick. He realized what was going on in the blink of an eye, and instinctively raised his fist as he was about to shout. But the surrounding space instantly froze. His hand, which had barely twitched, was frozen in place. Not only that, an immense pressure came bearing down on him, under which he was unable to muster the strength to utter a single word. Immediately, a large hand covered his face as everything went black before his eyes and he fell unconscious. The space around the ship vibrated, and by the time Shin'eo and the others arrived, all the Black Ink clansmen aboard the ship had been terminated. Chapter 5340, Capturing the Black Ink Nest. There were 3 high-rank and a dozen or so low-rank Black Ink clansmen on the ship, with the strongest of the 3 high-rank clansmen only equivalent to 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Taking care of such a force was as easy as breathing for Yang Kai. Don quickly boarded the ship, silently and stealthily. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stored dawning light in his small universe before ordering, "Everyone below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, enter my small universe." Saying so, he opened a portal to his small universe. Now that they had seized the Black Ink clan's ship that was transporting resources, they would then be going into the enemy's defensive line to infiltrate the Black Ink nest. Dawn had a lot of members, 50 in total, so if all of them boarded the ship, they would be easily caught no matter how much they tried to conceal their auras. Having just the 7th Order Masters outside was the best choice. If they ran into trouble, the 7th Order Masters would be able to quickly escape. Everyone complied and entered the portal, following Miao Fei Ping's lead. Soon only Yang Kai's group of 7 remained on the ship. Yang Kai quickly understood the structure of the Black Ink clan's flying artifact after a quick scan of it with his divine sense. The Black Ink clan's artifacts were refined by Black Ink disciples, so there was nothing special about it. "Take the pill," Yang Kai ordered again before everyone quickly took out a purifying Black Ink pill and swallowed it. With the World Tree clone in his small universe, Yang Kai was not afraid of the corruption of Black Ink's strength, but the same was not true for Shin'eo and the others. Although a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, could resist the corruption of the black ink strength for a short time by covering themselves with their own strength, they could not maintain such a state for an extended period. Additionally, resisting the black ink strength's corruption would greatly consume one's world force, and also create quite an obvious energy fluctuation which would immediately expose them. The purifying black ink pill was the most effective way to prevent the corruption of black ink strength. Yang Kai looked at Ren Bingbai and stated, "Brother Ren, you fly the ship." Ren Bingbai agreed with a nod. Saying so, he turned and left, heading to the cabin. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he flew out of the ship, punched a hole in the bow and tore off a few planks before returning. All the black ink clansmen on the ship had been killed already, so they didn't have any way to disguise themselves. All he could hope was that the tattered state of the ship would attract the attention of the Black Ink clan, and make it easier for them to act. On the other side, Ren Bingbai had already activated the ship's spirit arrays. The ship hummed as it flew towards the defense line shrouded in black ink strength and plunged into it. Yang Kai solemnly stated, "Everyone, conceal your auras as best you can. Very soon, a Black Ink clan patrol will be coming to investigate. At that time, I will restrain them, and you will quickly kill them." According to his previous observations, every time a foreign body broke into the defense line, the Black Ink clan team from the closest Black Ink nest would be deployed to investigate. Of course, it was not an absolute, and there were exceptions sometimes, but it was true for most cases. While everyone was concealing their auras, Yang Kai did the exact opposite. Not only did he not converge his aura, but he began leaking a large amount of black ink strength. He wouldn't have been able to do this if it was in the past. Although his small universe had sealed quite a lot of black ink strength, it wasn't this rich. But now there was a low-rank black ink nest in his small universe, constantly producing black ink strength and incubating the black ink serfs for the disciples of the Void Dao Temple to fight. It was now easy for him to emanate such rich black ink strength. All he needed to do was pull some from the black ink nest and release it. In the blink of an eye, the entire deck of the ship was shrouded in a thick layer of black ink strength, concealing everyone's figures. The ship rapidly flew forward, but after a moment, Bai suddenly sent a transmission. "A Black Ink clan squad is approaching." Obviously, the black ink nest had sensed that something had entered the perimeter, and sent a patrol to investigate. Both sides quickly approached each other. Dawn's Seventh Order masters quickly got ready to attack. A short while later, the investigating squad of Black Ink clansmen laid their eyes on the ship. At a glance, they could tell that the ship was heading towards the Black Ink nest and black ink strength was surging from the deck. The leading high-rank clansman was greatly confused though. He had no idea what was wrong with his fellow clansmen, and why they were giving off so much black ink strength. Looking at the damaged bow, it seemed like it had been attacked by someone. He figured that they had run into humans outside, otherwise he was unable to explain the current situation. While they were still in a daze, the ship suddenly sped up and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. The Black Ink clan patrol was stunned, and before they could react, the surrounding space solidified as a tremendous suction force emerged from the ship. The Black Ink clan team was unable to control themselves, and were all pulled towards the ship in a flash. What greeted them next was Dawn's Seventh Order Master's attacks. Although there were over a dozen Black Ink clansmen in this patrol team, since no feudal lord was leading them, they were unable to mount any resistance against the Seventh Order Masters of Dawn, and were instantly killed. Without making any sound or leaking any aura, the ship continued flying forward, as if the Black Ink clansmen had never appeared. The disappearance of over a dozen life auras should have been noticed if there were any Black Ink clansmen nearby, but as the Black Ink nests were still quite far and Dawn finished everything quickly, and without leaking too much energy, they were able to take down the enemy patrol without anyone's notice. In any case, this was just the first step. The next test was to capture the Black Ink nest. If they succeeded in taking down the Black Ink nest, Dawn would have successfully pried open a gap in the Black Ink clan's defense perimeter. But if they failed? If they were exposed, all they could do was make a big commotion to attract the attention of the Black Ink clan, and use this opportunity to warn the Old Turtle Squad, Profound Wind Squad, and the Snow Wolf Squad that was deep behind the Black Ink clan's lines to retreat. A short time later, the black ink nest was already faintly visible. The Black Ink clan had most of their troops defending the royal city, and the defensive line they had set up was so huge that almost all of the low-ranked black ink nests had been used. As such, each low-grade black ink nest should not have too many feudal lords guarding it. Yang Kai reckoned that there should be 2 or 3 at most. Dawn had more than enough strength to take down such a force without leaving any traces. Yang Kai sent a transmission to everyone. Later, I will enter the black ink nest straight away, while you all deal with the black ink clansmen outside. I will also use space techniques to assist you. In order to cut off the Black Ink clan's communication with the outside world, Yang Kai had to enter the Black Ink nest and instantly seize control of it. Only he could do this. Shin Ao nodded. Don't worry, there will be no disturbances. Yang Kai nodded before looking ahead. There was a Black Ink nest ahead, and many Black Ink clansmen were gathered outside. One of them even happened to be a feudal lord. The other Black Ink clansmen also looked over, while the feudal lord's brow wrinkled in suspicion. This was not surprising though, as the ship returning to transport resources seemed a bit strange. Its hull was damaged and its deck was shrouded in a thick layer of black ink strength, making it difficult to see inside clearly. Most importantly, the Black Ink clan team who had gone to investigate had not yet returned. It never crossed his mind that a human would even dare to enter this place, but he instinctively felt that something was off about this situation. Without waiting for the ship to approach, the feudal lord shouted, "Stop! Which team are you with?" Currently, the resources required by the Black Ink nests were all provided by the subordinates of the Black Ink nest's feudal lords. The royal city was not responsible for them. Not only that, but the royal city also needed them to provide resources. After all, every time the human race old ancestor attacked, the royal lord would have to use a large amount of the Black Ink nest's power to fight her off, so the consumption was enormous. Generally speaking, every feudal lord had sent more than one team to extract resources, ranging from 2 to 5 in total. As such, the feudal lord had no idea which mining team had returned, but he could confirm that they should be subordinates, because his symbol was on the ship. Yang Kai, who was on the ship, replied in panic, "Sir Feudal Lord, we encountered a human race master outside and were outnumbered. The rest of my team all died in battle." Naturally, this was just nonsense to attract the other party's attention. As expected, the feudal lord's expression changed after hearing this and he asked in fright, "You encountered a human?" The Black Ink clansmen around him also fell into panic. It should be known that the Great Evolution East-West Army had attacked the royal city time and time again, traumatizing the Black Ink clan. Every time the humans attacked, the Black Ink clan would suffer massive casualties. Since ancient times, there had never been a theater like Great Evolution Theater, where the Black Ink clan was so completely suppressed and frightened. They used to look down on the humans as Great Evolution Pass was the only great pass the Black Ink clan had ever occupied. They believed that the Black Ink clan army of Great Evolution Theater was the most powerful Black Ink clan army. That all changed a few hundred years ago, and ever since that war ended, the Black Ink clan had invested everything into constructing a defense line of Black Ink strength to prevent the human race army from attacking again. But now even the mining team so close to the perimeter had encountered humans. Are the humans about to launch another attack? Will the Royal Lord be able to resist this time? Will Great Evolution Theater be the first to be conquered by the humans? For a time, many distracting thoughts flashed across the feudal lord's mind. Meanwhile, the ship was rapidly approaching. Attack! Yang Kai shouted as he urged his space principles, enveloping the entire region ahead of him. At the same time, his figure flashed past the Black Ink clansmen outside, and rushed straight into the Black Ink nest. He wanted to find the feudal lord in charge of this Black Ink nest, and take him down first. Under the imprisonment of the surrounding space, all of the Black Ink clansmen immediately went stiff, while the weaker Black Ink clansmen were fully immobilized. At that moment, an arrow silently flew out from the ship, almost keeping pace with Yang Kai. The arrow flew straight towards the feudal lord's chest, and if everything went smoothly, it would have pierced through his body and reaped his life. But in the end, the other party was still a feudal lord. In this moment of life and death, He somehow managed to move his body to the side just a little, so while the arrow still pierced through him, it missed his vitals. Damn it! Bai ground her teeth. Her archery skills had already reached the realm of perfection, so it would have been a piece of cake for her to kill a feudal lord with a single arrow under normal circumstances. She had accompanied Yang Kai everywhere over the years, and countless feudal lords had lost their lives to her arrows. But she could not use any powerful secret techniques in this place, so the arrow she loosed was only able to display 70% of her power. She thought that it would be enough to kill her opponent, but contrary to her expectations, she had underestimated her enemy and made a mistake. Seeing that the feudal lord was about to shout, a cold glint flashed past Bai Yi's eyes as she prepared to fire a second arrow. Her arrow was extremely fast, so she would have ample time to kill the feudal lord before he could raise a fuss. But before she could fire an arrow, a sea of blood suddenly appeared over the feudal lord and instantly drowned him. Not only the feudal lord, but even the dozen or so clansmen around him were not spared. A thick malevolent aura was emanating from the suddenly formed blood sea. Chapter 5341. Can you stomach it? Although the blood sea was giving off an extremely evil aura, it was also extremely restrained. Just from this, it could be seen that the person controlling it was extremely skilled. In the entire Dawn squad, the only one who cultivated blood principles was Bloodcrow. Thus only he could have cast the blood sea. This was the first time everyone had cooperated with Bloodcrow while fighting an enemy ever since he joined Dawn. That's why it came as a surprise that he was able to display such a blood sea. Though this technique gave off a skin-crawling aura, it was extremely effective. At the very least, the feudal lord and the dozen or so Black Ink clansmen who were trapped in the blood sea couldn't make a single sound. Bai ignored all this and instead fired a few arrows, taking out the high-rank Black Ink clansmen who had yet to react. Just as she took action, Shen Ao and the others also attacked. They all rushed towards the Black Ink clan without using any secret techniques or artifacts to kill as quietly as possible. Inside the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he instantly arrived at its core. He was extremely familiar with the internal structure of Black Ink nests, so he knew where its key positions were. After looking around and seeing that the core area was empty, with no one guarding it, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that a feudal lord would be on guard in this central area. If that was the case, the feudal lord would have instantly sounded the alarm about the enemy attacking. Fortunately, it seemed luck was on their side today. After giving it another thought, it was not surprising. The main task of the low-rank Black Ink nest set in the periphery of the royal city was to generate Black Ink strength and expand the defense perimeter. The feudal lords of the Black Ink nests were surely busy at the Black Ink pool, so there was no point standing by in the central area. After all, what would they do inside the Black Ink nest space? Chat with other feudal lords. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai continued deeper, making a beeline straight to the Black Ink pool's location. Finally, he saw a feudal lord and a high-rank Black Ink clansman. The high-rank Black Ink clansman was standing before the billowing Black Ink pool, holding a space ring and constantly pouring various materials into it for refining. The feudal lord was sitting completely still near the Black Ink pool, his consciousness apparently linked with the Black Ink nest. The human race had done a lot of research on the Black Ink nest they acquired. Furthermore, Yang Kai was stationed in the vicinity of the mid-rank Black Ink nest captured by Great Evolution Pass for many years, studying its various functions and characteristics. As such, Yang Kai could tell that this feudal lord was controlling the Black Ink nest to produce Black Ink strength with just a glance. Generally, when resources were thrown into the Black Ink pool, the refined energy could be used in two ways for a low-rank Black Ink nest. First, it could be used to breed more Black Ink clansmen, and second, it could be used to produce Black Ink strength. If no one was present to control the Black Ink nest, then it would simply perform both functions. The current task of the low-rank Black Ink nests was to expand the defense line, so the only thing they needed to do was produce Black Ink strength. The moment Yang Kai barged in, it was the feudal lord who suddenly looked up before the high-rank Black Ink clansman could react. The next moment, Yang Kai's grim smile entered his sight. The feudal lord was beside himself in shock, but before he could get up, the high-rank black ink clansman next to the black ink pool exploded into a blood mist. Immediately after, a strange wave of energy swept over the feudal lord, freezing both his body and mind in place. In a flash, a spear pierced through his head, blowing it apart. Young Kai put away the azure dragon's spear, and breathed a long sigh of relief. He had taken control of this black ink nest. It might have seemed simple, but any other 7th Order master would never have achieved this. To make the attack that killed the feudal lord, Yang Kai had simultaneously used time principles and space principles. Under the time principles, the feudal lord's thoughts became sluggish, and under the space principles his body became stiff, rendering him unable to avoid Yang Kai's fatal attack. After scanning the black ink nest with his divine sense and confirming that there were no more black ink clansmen inside, Yang Kai exited it without any hesitation. When he arrived outside, he found that all the black ink clansmen outside were dead. All that was left was a billowing blood sea. As Yang Kai focused his gaze, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. "Help!" Suddenly, Blood Crow's voice rang in his ear as the blood sea parted, creating a passage. Yang Kai immediately flew along the passage into the blood sea. Soon, he saw a feudal lord surrounded by the blood sea. At this moment, the feudal lord was rapidly casting secret techniques to attack the surrounding blood sea, his body violently surging with black ink strength. While this feudal lord was pretty strong, Blood Crow could easily defeat him given enough time. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow him to drag things out, so he directly sent a transmission to Yang Kai, requesting assistance. Yang Kai raised his azure dragon spear and thrust it towards the feudal lord. The sharp spear broke through the barriers of space and pierced straight through the unsuspecting feudal lord. A fountain of black blood immediately gushed out from the feudal lord as Yang Kai pulled out his spear. Immediately, Blood Crow broke into a maniacal laughter. Yang Kai's expression instantly changed as he quickly retreated. Just as he withdrew from the blood sea, it strangely converged into a single place, transforming back into Blood Crow. The many black ink clansmen that were previously submerged in blood sea were nowhere to be found. Blood Crow, on the other hand, had a satisfied look on his face, even letting out a loud burp. A strange look appeared on Bai Yi and the others' faces at the sight of this. Yang Kai's expression became even more serious as he ordered, "Clean everything up and quickly get inside." At the same time, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Blood Crow by the neck, dragging him into the black ink nest. The black ink nest was pretty big, so Yang Kai quickly found an empty space and let dawning light out. Afterwards, he jumped onto the deck, towing Blood Crow by the neck. Blood Crow tried to struggle his way out, but he was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. His face immediately became ugly as he shouted, "Let me go!" No matter what, he was still a senior to Yang Kai, so he found it disgraceful to be hauled around by the neck by a junior. "You're courting death," Yang Kai shouted, gnashing his teeth. "Do you know what you're doing?" Blood Crow gave a lackadaisical smile. "What do you think I'm doing?" As he spoke, Bai Yi and the others also rushed over and came to the deck in succession, staring at Blood Crow silently. As if he sensed everyone's attitude, Blood Crow lightly chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you feeling disgusted just because I ate a few black ink clansmen?" Shin Ao corrected, furrowing his brow. "Brother Shui, it's not like that, but..." "There's no need to explain." Yang Kai glared at Blood Crow. "I know you cultivate the great evolution immortal bloodlight scripture, and can refine the blood essence of others to increase your cultivation, but the Black Ink clan? You've been on the Black Ink battlefield for so many years, so I don't think that you need me to explain it to you. If you refine the Black Ink clan's blood essence, can you stomach it?" Blood Crow indifferently replied, "If I can't stomach it, what would I have eaten all these years?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "This isn't the first time." Blood Crow lightly chuckled as a sliver of black ink strength surged in between his brows. The Black Ink clan had blood essence which could be refined, but that was naturally filled with black ink strength. Refining blood essence also meant being contaminated by black ink strength. On the battlefield, the slightest mistake would lead to horrendous consequences. He could be corrupted by black ink strength and become a black ink disciple. Blood Crow indifferently rebuked, Don't speak to me about the Grand Tao. This king resurrected for the sake of greater strength. Otherwise, this king wouldn't have died back then. The Great Evolution Immoral Bloodlight scripture is a wondrous secret art, and not nearly as simple as you think. It's not a problem to refine the blood essence from the Black Ink clan. And as for the Black Ink strength, there is naturally a way to resolve it now. The method he was referring to was none other than the purifying light. Not to mention that Yang Kai was right next to him. If Yang Kai noticed something was amiss, he would naturally be able to purify the Black Ink strength in his body. Even if there was no Yang Kai, the purifying light sealed inside the Black Ink purifying battleships would work just fine. This was not the first time Blood Crow had refined the Black Ink clan's blood essence. In fact, he had done so many times on the battlefield. Each time, he would find an opportunity to use the universe transference law to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Yang Kai asked in a serious voice, "Are you sure there is no problem?" Although the purifying light could purify and expel Black Ink strength, it was only effective against the Black Ink disciples who had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength. As for Blood Crow, he was actively refining it. Yang Kai couldn't be certain if there was any Black Ink strength hidden in him. "There's no problem for now," Blood Crow slowly shook his head in response. "If some problem really does present itself, just kill me." Yang Kai stared deeply at him. "I won't show any mercy." If it really reached a point where even the purifying light couldn't save him, Yang Kai would have no choice but to take his life. This was the path that Blood Crow had chosen, so he couldn't blame others. Blood Crow went around Yang Kai and headed for the cabin, wearing an indifferent expression on his face. Currently, apart from Dawning Light, there were only 4 purifying Black Ink battleships that had purifying light in the entire Great Evolution Army. If Blood Crow wanted to safely refine the Black Ink clan's blood essence, he had to do it in an environment filled with purifying light. Watching him leave, Yang Kai secretly heaved a helpless sigh. He had also mulled over this before. The Great Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture that Blood Crow was cultivating after returning from the dead was indeed a wondrous secret art, but it was equally evil. The user of this technique could only improve their strength by relying on their own cultivation technique, which was quite a slow and tedious process, or by devouring and refining the blood essence of the others, which was by far the best option for the users of Bloodlight scripture. On the Black Ink battlefield, whether it was the Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink disciples, both possessed quite a lot of Black Ink strength in their bodies, so refining their blood essence was quite a risky process. Yang Kai thought that Blood Crow wouldn't be so bold, but by the looks of it, he had underestimated his determination to pursue greater strength. But who did not pursue greater strength in this miserable era? Yang Kai was also like that, so were the members of Dawn, and so was the entire Great Evolution Army. Only with greater strength could one play a greater role in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Be that as it may, Blood Crow's method of increasing his strength was somewhat different from others. Now that it was already a done deed, Yang Kai couldn't possibly ask Blood Crow to spit out the Black Ink clansmen. It simply didn't work like that. "Have you tidied up things outside?" Yang Kai asked. Shin-Ao reported with a nod. "It's all cleaned up, but this way it'll be easy for us to expose ourselves. There should be Black Ink clansmen outside the Black Ink nest defending it." When Yang Kai used the Demon Eye of Annihilation to observe them, he saw that every Black Ink nest was guarded by the Black Ink clan. Now though, this Black Ink nest was completely undefended. If a Black Ink clan patrol were to pass by, they would definitely become suspicious. "Should we put on a disguise?" Shin-Ao asked. Yang Kai refused, shaking his head. "No need. If the Black Ink clansmen really come to investigate, putting on a disguise would be pointless. Furthermore, we don't have to maintain this position for long. Great Evolution Pass will arrive in half a month at most, so we just need to hold out until then." It shouldn't be a problem to hold out for half a month. What they needed to do now was to quickly take down the other 2 nearby Black Ink nests. When Yang Kai observed from the periphery of the Black Ink clan's defense line, he noticed that as long as he could take down these 3 neighboring Black Ink nests, an exploitable gap would appear. As long as Great Evolution Pass disguised itself a little and entered through this gap, they would be able to completely avoid the eyes and ears of the Black Ink clan, and make it to the royal city, catching the Black Ink clan off guard. Since everything had gone smoothly, when they launched a surprise attack using the Black Ink clan's ship, Yang Kai planned to simply use the same method to capture the other 2 Black Ink nests. Chapter 5342. I'll leave him to you. There was still about half a month before Great Evolution Pass arrival, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to attack the nearby 2 Black Ink nests. What he was more curious about was whether the Black Ink clan's defensive line was really as effective as they had thought. With this Black Ink nest under their control, it wouldn't be difficult for them to verify this. Without any delay, Yang Kai arrived at the chamber where the Black Ink pool was and opened a portal to his small universe, allowing the Black Ink nest to absorb his world force and use it as a bridge to connect their consciousnesses. At first, he felt nothing out of the ordinary, but when Yang Kai immersed his mind and carefully sensed his surroundings, he felt his consciousness expanding. Not only had the Black Ink nest become a part of him, but even the surrounding void seemed to be within his reach. The range of his consciousness was the area filled with the Black Ink nest's Black Ink strength. Though the further away it was from the Black Ink nest, the blurrier his perception became. Nonetheless, he was able to detect a foreign body if it intruded into the region. As he had guessed, the defense line formed by the Black Ink strength did serve as the warning system. This was also the reason why the Black Ink clan sent a team to investigate them the 2 times they had approached to within a certain range of the Black Ink nest so quickly. Although Great Evolution Pass had seized a mid-rank Black Ink nest, and had done a lot of research on it over the years, they had no idea that it had such a function. It wasn't that the people studying the Black Ink nest were careless, but rather that the humans had invested all their energy into spawning subnests. Why would they even think about producing Black Ink strength? For one, the Black Ink strength was highly dangerous to the humans. Even the low-rank Black Ink nest in Yang Kai's small universe only gave birth to the weakest Black Ink clansman, and did not produce any Black Ink strength beyond what he deemed absolutely necessary. As such, Yang Kai was also oblivious to this function of the Black Ink nests. After carefully examining it for a moment, and making sure he hadn't missed anything, Yang Kai finally relaxed somewhat. By the looks of it, the Black Ink clan's defense line had 2 purposes. Firstly, it served as a detection net, so once a human broke in, the Black Ink clan would be alerted, and secondly, it would create an advantageous environment for the Black Ink clan to fight in. Over the years, the low-rank Black Ink nests had been constantly producing Black Ink strength, enveloping the region around the royal city, making it difficult for human cultivators to enter this place. This was the Black Ink clan's strategy to protect themselves. Correspondingly, if the Black Ink nest's warning was only effective to this extent, then his previous plan would work. If he could capture the nearby Black Ink nests, then a gap would appear in defense line. At that time, Great Evolution Pass would be able to pass through and charge straight at the royal city undetected. The Black Ink clan probably hadn't even imagined that the Great Passes could be moved. The Great Passes had remained in place for countless millennia. Although they were strong and sturdy, they had only been used for defense, never to attack. Now they were being mobilized for the first time ever. The humans would definitely be able to catch the Black Ink clan off guard with this move. Furthermore, the influence of the Black Ink strength on the humans would be greatly diminished with Great Evolution Pass acting as a barrier and shield. If someone was not able to withstand the Black Ink strength's invasion, they could simply return to Great Evolution Pass and recuperate. This was unlike before, where they could only rely on warships. Warships were constantly at risk of destruction, but if the Black Ink clan wanted to destroy Great Evolution Pass, it would be extremely difficult. Suddenly, hurried footfalls came from outside. Yang Kai returned to his senses and looked towards the entrance. Shen Ao hurriedly walked in and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Squad leader, Bai Yi said that a Black Ink clan team is approaching. How many? Yang Kai asked. That's surprising. We just seized this Black Ink nest, and now a Black Ink patrol is coming? Did one of the nearby Black Ink nests notice the disturbance and come to investigate? Dawn was extremely fast and had completely suppressed the fallout from their attack, so being noticed was unlikely, especially since even the closest Black Ink nests were quite some distance away, and there was a thick cloud of Black Ink strength between them. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for them to detect anything. I don't know, Shineo shook his head. Young Kai hurriedly went out and soon arrived outside. The Seventh Order Masters of Dawn were hiding at the entrance of the black ink nest, concealing their auras. Seeing Young Kai arrive, Bai Yi waved at him and pointed in a certain direction. Young Kai focused his gaze, using the demon eye of annihilation, and noticed a black ink clansman was indeed flying towards them. Only one. In this place, where everyone moved around in teams of no less than a dozen, it was quite strange to see a lone black ink clansman acting like this. Judging by the approaching aura, it was a feudal lord, and they seemed to be heading straight for this particular black ink nest. Damn it! Originally, Young Kai wanted to quickly capture the two nearby black ink nests to prepare for Great Evolution Pass attack, but he had never expected such an unforeseen event to occur. Be that as it may, since this black ink clansman had come knocking on their door, Young Kai and his squad had no choice but to silence him. The occupied black ink nest had a huge flaw, which was that the black ink clansman here had been completely wiped out. With not a single black ink clansman guarding this place, if the other party became even a little suspicious, he would very likely realize that something was amiss. Nevertheless, Dong could do nothing about it. Young Kai could not ask Shineo and the others to disguise themselves, as the difference between humans and the black ink clan auras was too great. Their physiques also didn't match. Many black ink clansmen did have humanoid forms, and although some were human-sized, most of them were far taller and imposing, with various warped shapes. Everyone thus held their breaths. The feudal lord quickly approached. What made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that the other party appeared to be completely oblivious to the capture of the black ink nest. It did not look like it even crossed this individual's mind that humans could accomplish this. He simply approached in a seemingly casual manner. Soon the newcomer arrived in front of the black ink nest. The feudal lord examined it for a moment before curiously calling out, "Lord Bo Gao, why is there no one guarding this place? Where did your subordinates go?" Young Kai's expression changed slightly as he learned for the first time that the feudal lord he had killed inside the black ink nest was called Bo Gao. Furthermore, this guy appeared to know him. This made Young Kai curious about the purpose of the other party's visit. Young Kai immediately had an idea as he replied in a hoarse voice. "The defense line has been frequently intruded upon recently, so they have all gone to investigate. Sir Feudal Lord has his hands full with the black ink nest, so he is unable to reply. Sir, please come inside." He couldn't disguise himself as Bo Gao, so he could only pretend to be one of Bo Gao's subordinates. Presumably, the other party wouldn't be able to find any fault. As expected, the other party didn't suspect anything and simply walked towards the black ink nest. However, after taking just one step, he instantly retreated. Young Kai cursed, gnashing his teeth. This feudal lord was quite crafty. Perhaps he really hadn't noticed anything before, but my reply gave him the confirmation that something was wrong, or perhaps the absence of the black ink clansman alerted him. So he pretended to move forward before retreating. This time, Young Kai was caught off guard. Fortunately, Young Kai's reaction was extremely fast. With a single instantaneous movement, Young Kai appeared beside the feudal lord and pounced at him. The next moment, the feudal lord who was about to retreat suddenly froze as Young Kai's fist landed on his head, releasing a massive amount of world force. The feudal lord immediately felt dizzy. But this wasn't the end of it. Young Kai got a firm hold of his opponent and began bombarding him with punches. The feudal lord felt extremely aggrieved. He was still a feudal lord, but he was being beaten to the point where he couldn't even fight back. Every time he mustered some strength, it would be dispersed by the other party's violent assault. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of blood as all the color drained from his face. Young Kai grabbed hold of this feudal lord and returned to the black ink nest in a flash before throwing him to the ground like a dead fish. Shen Ao and Ning Qiji glanced at each other, speechless. The squad leader has grown even stronger. Ordinary Seventh Order masters couldn't easily kill feudal lords since both were in equivalent realms, let alone capture one alive, but Young Kai was able to snatch up the other party like a helpless child. Although they were shocked, their hands did not stop. Seals were sent out one after another, isolating the black ink nest from the outside world. After a dozen breaths, the half-dead feudal lord slowly regained his senses. He shook his head and opened his eyes, only to see several humans glaring at him. The feudal lord was beside himself in shock. Yang Kai summoned his azure dragon spear with a wave of his hand and thrust it straight at the other party's eyes, arrogantly asking, "Do you want to live or die?" The feudal lord didn't dare to move and kept his mouth shut, sensing the azure dragon spear's sharpness. "If you want to live, then answer my questions and perhaps I'll spare you." The feudal lord's expression changed several times before he grit his teeth and snarled, "Forget it, you won't get anything out of me." He also realized that the other party had no intention of sparing his life. It was obvious they wanted to obtain information from him, but humans and the Black Ink clan could never coexist. So what if he gave them the information they wanted to know? After they were done with him, he would undoubtedly die. He might as well just commit suicide. Saying so, the Black Ink's strength in his body started surging as he let out a low roar, and he charged at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's spear nailed him to the ground as black blood flowed out of his wounds. "Humph, want to die? Not so easy." He turned his head and shouted, "Blood Crow." Blood Crow appeared on the deck and condescendingly looked at the feudal lord. "I'll leave him to you. Get everything out of him." While speaking, he tossed the feudal lord to Blood Crow with a flick of his spear. Blood Crow's eyes lit up as his figure suddenly transformed into a billowing mass of blood mist that rushed towards the feudal lord. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of the feudal lord despite being prepared for death. He wasn't afraid of dying, otherwise his attitude wouldn't have been so unyielding just now. However, there was a difference in the way one died. Although he didn't know what technique this human named Blood Crow cultivated, the appearance of this blood sea gave him an extremely discomforting feeling. It pulsed with a malevolent aura not inferior to the one given off by Black Ink's strength. The blood sea continued swirling, without making the slightest noise. Yang Kai put away the azure dragon spear. Shin Ao leaned over and whispered, "Is it fine doing this?" Yang Kai lightly snorted. "What can I do if he insists? Rather than letting him eat on the battlefield, I might as well let him have his fill right now. If there is no other choice, I'll handle it personally." As he was speaking, murderous intent flashed across his face. Yang Kai would not show any mercy if Blood Crow really got corrupted by the Black Ink strength. A moment later, the swirling blood sea converged and transformed back into Blood Crow's figure. The feudal lord who was surrounded by the blood sea was nowhere to be found. Blood Crow's face was aglow as he could hardly suppress the blood chi in his body. After devouring over a dozen Black Ink clansmen's blood essences, 2 of which were feudal lords, he was just barely holding on somehow. Chapter 53-43, Collecting Resources. On the deck, Blood Crow casually tossed 2 space rings to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught them and examined them. One space ring was quite ordinary. It didn't have anything particularly eye-catching, containing the normal amount of wealth a feudal lord would possess. The other space ring, on the other hand, was quite eye-catching. This guy was loaded. The second space ring was filled with all kinds of resources, enough to dazzle even Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had already seen marvelous things and mountains of treasure before, he couldn't help but be shocked by the wealth of this feudal lord. The feudal lords he had met before weren't nearly this rich. Blood Crow clarified, "Those don't belong to him. The first space ring was his, and the second one was taken from the Black Ink nests." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai raised his head and asked. He had some guesses, but nothing conclusive. Blood Crow belched before continuing. "This guy came from the royal city and was tasked to collect the resources from the Black Ink nests. Let's put it this way, the Black Ink nests in the periphery belong to individual feudal lords. These feudal lords will send out their subordinates to mine for resources. A part of these resources will be used by themselves to produce Black Ink strength and expand the defense line, while the rest will be kept aside. The royal city periodically sends people to collect these remaining resources." Yang Kai finally understood the gist of the matter. Right now, resources were extremely important to the Black Ink clan, whether it was for expanding the defensive line, or resupplying the mid-rank Black Ink nests, or even the high-rank Black Ink nest. They all required massive amounts of resources. Even though the Black Ink clan had amassed a tremendous amount of resources over the millennia, since they were trapped in the royal city, they had to find a way to replenish their reserves. And that source was the mining done by the Black Ink clansmen in the Outer Ring. No wonder the feudal lord suddenly came here alone. It turns out that he was here to collect resources. Judging by the items in the second space ring, he must have gone to many other Black Ink nests. What else? Yongkai asked. Bloodcrow answered. There are about 20 or 30 people in charge of collecting resources like him, all of them scattered in different directions. As you know, the Black Ink clan's defense line is quite wide, and quite a distance out from the royal city, so they need so many people to carry out this task. The territory lords won't bother to do something as tedious as this, so that leaves the feudal lords. Yongkai lightly nodded. It was understandable. Moreover, this should not be the only reason. The territory lords were also afraid of old ancestor Xiao Xiao and had no idea when she would suddenly appear to attack. They would feel much safer in the royal city than outside on their own. If a territory lord ran into old ancestor Xiao Xiao while away from the royal city, they would just die in vain. Interesting. A grin appeared on Yongkai's face as he suddenly thought that he could make good use of this opportunity. Originally, he had planned to use the same method as last time to take down the two adjacent Black Ink nests, but doing so entailed too many uncontrollable variables. Luck played quite a big role in them seizing this Black Ink nest unnoticed. If they played the same trick again and again, and for some reason, the Black Ink clan became vigilant, the risk of being exposed increased dramatically. But this new information had given Yongkai a chance to employ another method. He could just pretend to be a feudal lord sent by the royal city to collect resources. Yongkai turned to Shenao and ordered, "Send a message to Chai Fong and Ma Gao. Tell them to stop sneaking around outside and come here. Also, try to contact Yao Kongcheng and have them withdraw as well." Yes. Shenao quickly took out some space beacons and sent the messages. Holding the space ring in his hand, Yongkai started stroking his chin, pondering. When Bai Yi and the others saw his eyes darting around, they immediately understood that he was scheming something, so they didn't disturb him. Soon after, Shenao raised his head and reported, "Chai Fong and Ma Gao have sent their replies. They will arrive in half a day, but I still can't get in touch with Yao Kongcheng." Yongkai furrowed his brow. Yao Kongcheng's actions were bordering on recklessness, but since he could not get in touch with him, Yongkai could only hope that everything was going smoothly for him and his squad. "You guys stand guard outside in turns. Meanwhile, I'll keep on the lookout in the central area," Yongkai ordered before entering the Black Ink nest. On the deck, Bloodcrow patted his stomach before turning around and returning to the cabin as he still needed to properly refine the blood essence he consumed. A chill ran down everyone's spine at the sight of this. Half a day later, Yongkai, who was keeping an eye out from inside the Black Ink nest, vaguely sensed a foreign body intruding the Black Ink nest's detection range, and immediately sent a message, having the rest of Dawn go on high alert. But shortly after the first disturbance, Yongkai felt another body intruding on the defense line. Yongkai knew that it was the Old Turtle and Profound Wind squads. As he had expected, a team of people stealthily made their way over shortly after. Their leader was none other than Chai Fong. Chai Fong was quite smart. He knew that the warship would be too conspicuous, so just like Dawn, he put away the warship and took everyone below the Seventh Order into his small universe when they entered the perimeter. He only arrived with a few Seventh Order masters. Bai Yi, who was guarding the entrance, had already noticed them and guided them inside. When he saw Yongkai sitting by the Black Ink pool, Chai Fong couldn't help but be in awe. He immediately cupped his fist and congratulated. "Brother Yang, this Chai admits defeat." Their squad had also been wandering around the periphery for many days. They too were thinking of taking down a Black Ink nest and hiding inside the Black Ink clan's defense line. But it was easier said than done. Although the Old Turtle squad was quite strong, it was still difficult for them to silently capture a Black Ink nest. On the other hand, Dawn had accomplished just that. Needless to say, Yongkai deserved the most credit for succeeding in this difficult task. No one was his opponent in the same realm, so he could quickly crush a feudal lord, which was critical to moving about undetected. That's very kind of you. Yang Kai continued. Please wait a moment, the Profound Wind squad will be arriving soon. Chai Fong lightly nodded and led his squad to Dawning Light. After thinking about it for a moment, he also let out his squad members from his small universe. Unlike Yang Kai, whose small universe had a robust foundation, his small universe felt slightly bloated after keeping so many open heaven masters inside. If he were to run into an enemy and be forced to fight, Chai Fong would have some trouble circulating his world force, which would lead to a sharp drop in his strength. Under such circumstances, he just might lose a fight he should have easily been able to win. The Profound Wind squad also arrived in a short while. Everyone had gathered except for the Snow Wolves. After asking around, Chai Fong and Ma Gao finally learned that Yao Kongcheng had led his squad deeper into the Black Ink clan's defense line. This made them feel a bit uneasy. Although there were no Black Ink nests in the inner ring of the defense line, and it might be harder to be detected, there was always a chance. If they ran into a large group of Black Ink clansmen, things could become quite dangerous for them. Nonetheless, things were out of their hands as they could not reach them. Without mulling over it much, Chai Fong went straight to the point. Brother Yang, why have you summoned us here? What orders do you have? Yang Kai answered, smiling. I don't dare to give you orders, but I do need your help. Ma Gao nodded after hearing this. Brother Yang, if there's anything you need, feel free to speak. Since we are all tasked with scouting, we should naturally help each other. Then I'll cut to the chase. It's like this, I've observed from the outside that, although the Black Ink clan is completely invested in constructing this defense line using the Black Ink strength, because they have expanded it too much too quickly, it's not very tight. As long as we can capture 3 adjacent Black Ink nests, we can blind the eyes of the Black Ink clan and Great Evolution Pass will have a chance to quietly sneak past and head to the royal city unnoticed. While speaking, he tapped the floor. This is the first one. We will need to take down 2 more nearby, but Dawn needs to remain here in case anything goes wrong. So, I need your help to capture the other nests. Ma Gao and Chai Fong glanced at each other before nodding their compliance. The former added, since Brother Yang has summoned us here, surely he must have some kind of plan, right? What do you want us to do? Yang Kai started explaining. I do have a plan. Originally, I was planning to use the same trick I used to capture this nest, but now I have a better idea. Previously, a feudal lord came here. Next, Yang Kai explained what happened with the recently arrived feudal lord. Ma Gao raised his brow, collecting resources. Chai Fong was not all bronze and no brains, rather he was quite sharp, so he immediately understood what Yang Kai had in his mind. Brother Yang wants to disguise himself as a person collecting supplies and openly approach the other 2 Black Ink nests. Yang Kai nodded. Rather than sneaking around and possibly raising the opposite party's guard, it would be better to act boldly. Indeed, I'm sure that it would never occur to the Black Ink clansmen on guard that the person approaching them so blatantly actually had ill intentions towards them. Ma Gao agreed. But Brother Yang, there is still a problem. According to what you said, the one collecting the supplies was a feudal lord. If you were to disguise yourself, you can at best disguise yourself as a Black Ink disciple, which would still be suspicious. Yang Kai had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple more than once. Apart from him, no one else could do this because they did not possess Black Ink strength, but Yang Kai was different. His small universe even had a Black Ink nest inside, so it wasn't difficult for him to withdraw some Black Ink strength. Yang Kai explained with a smile. About 20 to 30 people are collecting supplies, and I don't think that all of them would be feudal lords. If some Black Ink clansman asks, I have an excuse. So long as I can get a chance to approach the feudal lord overseeing the Black Ink nest, we'll already be halfway to success. For Yang Kai, the only problem was how to approach the Black Ink nest. As long as he could get close to the Black Ink nest without raising any alarms, the rest was easy. When he led his squad here, he had completely disregarded the Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity and charged straight into the Black Ink nest as he was afraid that the feudal lord in charge of the nest would sound the alarm. Fortunately, the other party was a bit lax, probably never having expected a human to be so courageous as to directly charge into his black ink nest. But Yang Kai couldn't place his hopes on the carelessness of others for the next 2 black ink nests. It was better to have everything under his control. The Black Ink clan troops stationed at every Black Ink nest were quite strong, with more than one feudal lord standing guard. Since Yang Kai needed to focus on dealing with the master of the Black Ink nest, he needed help to take care of the other Black Ink clansmen. Since Dawn had to stay here, he was left with no choice but to ask for the Old Turtle and Profound Wind Squad's help. Since Brother Yang has considered things thoroughly, we will cooperate with you. As for how we should act, I hope Brother Yang has planned everything, Ma Gao quickly agreed. But of course, Yang Kai had formulated a complete plan and quickly explained it to them. Ma Gao and Chai Feng kept nodding again and again when they heard the plan. They found it to be quite feasible. It would be a piece of cake to take down the 2 adjacent Black Ink nests if all went well. In fact, if they had enough manpower, they could capture as many as they wanted. But if they captured too many, they might expose some flaws. So it was not necessarily a good thing to take things that far. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai got up and stated, "We shouldn't delay. I'll leave now, everyone wait for my signal." Ma Gao and Chai Feng nodded before exhorting, "Brother Yang, be careful." Yang Kai waved and flew out of the Black Ink nest, heading straight towards the adjacent region. Chapter 53-44, That Day Will Come. Usually, a Black Ink disciple was no different from an ordinary human, so Yang Kai didn't need to openly use the Black Ink strength in his small universe to disguise himself. If he did that, he would be exposing a big flaw. Nevertheless, there was one thing he needed to pay attention to. The Black Ink disciples in Great Evolution Theater had already been cultivating for 30 millennia, so those who had survived had broken through their innate shackles. In other words, most of these Black Ink disciples had grotesque deformities. Yang Kai had seen many of these Black Ink disciples, and all of them had such characteristics. If he wanted to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple, he needed to pay special attention to this. Fortunately, this was not difficult for him. As he silently moved the Black Ink strength in his small universe and gathered it on his neck, causing the flesh there to bulge, giving the impression of a tumor. At the same time, the Black Ink strength around him became richer and denser. Anyone who saw this would never imagine he was a normal human. Silently calculating the distance between them, Yang Kai crossed the boundary between the 2 adjacent Black Ink nests in just 2 hours, stepping into the adjacent Black Ink nest territory. Soon after he crossed the boundary, he saw a team of Black Ink clansmen approaching him. Obviously, they had noticed his intrusion and came to investigate. Yang Kai didn't try to avoid them, rather he made a beeline towards them. The opposite party became a bit vigilant, but after seeing the distant Yang Kai's appearance, the expression of the feudal lord leading the team relaxed. When both sides met each other, Yang Kai cupped his fist humbly, "Greetings, sir." Although the strength of a 7th-order Black Ink disciple was similar to that of a feudal lord, a Black Ink disciple's status was still relatively low in the Black Ink clan, so Yang Kai felt it was not a problem to call this individual sir. The feudal lord slightly nodded before curiously asked, "Are you here to collect supplies?" "Yes, sir," Yang Kai answered. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he was investigating the previous feudal lord's space ring, he knew that the feudal lord had already gone to many Black Ink nests. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many materials inside. Yang Kai was really afraid that the feudal lord had already been here. In that case, it would definitely be suspicious if another person came to collect supplies so soon after. By the looks of it, no one had come here to collect supplies yet. The feudal lord asked, a bit confused, "What about Jiuka? Wasn't he responsible for this region?" The feudal lord who was devoured by Bloodcrow was apparently called Jiuka. The Black Ink clan had a very weird naming style. It was very archaic, quite different from the humans of the current era. They were probably influenced by the humans of that era. Yang Kai put on a forced smile as he gave an excuse. "Sir Jiuka said he had other matters to attend to, so he asked me to come here in his place." He then took a pregnant pause before whispering, "Sir also knows how the old ancestor is acting. What if?" He did not finish the sentence. He just assumed a look that said, "You understand it, right?" Hearing this, the feudal lord sneered. That guy really knows how to loaf around. Isn't he afraid of the higher-ups blaming him? To be honest, every Black Ink clansman in the outer ring was afraid of the sudden arrival of the old ancestor. And it wasn't like it had never happened before. Every time the old ancestor came, she would annihilate every Black Ink clansman in her path. They were setting up a Black Ink strength defense line, but the hidden truth was that they were also taking a huge risk. Jiuka was terrified of the old ancestor, and didn't dare to leave the royal city, so it was reasonable for him to order a Black Ink disciple to help perform his duties. "Follow me," the feudal lord stated before turning around and flying back. Yang Kai nodded before flying shoulder to shoulder with the feudal lord. Meanwhile, he also kept up with pleasantries, praising and thanking the other party for working hard these days. He was completely acting like a Black Ink disciple. The feudal lord was also apparently a talkative fellow. Seeing Yang Kai act so familiar, he also began chatting with him. But Yang Kai only spouted some useless nonsense, and didn't dare try to obtain any information, lest he expose himself. After walking for a while, the feudal lord casually asked, "Which territory lord's Black Ink disciple are you?" Warning bells started ringing in Yang Kai's heart. He didn't know if the other party was testing him, or just asking casually. The sudden question didn't give him much time to ponder either, so Yang Kai replied in a casual manner, "I am Sir Chaekong's subordinate." Chaekong territory lord's position was quite high in the Black Ink clan. During the last war between the Great Evolution East-West Army and the Black Ink clan at the royal city, Chaekong was made the army commander by the royal lord, so it made sense for him to have many Black Ink disciples under him. It was hard to believe that this feudal lord out on the outskirts knew all of them. Even Yang Kai, who had spent so many years in Blue Sky Pass, did not know all the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass. After all, there were too many of them. If it was true even for him, the same must be true for the Black Ink clan. The other party must have casually asked, so as long as he didn't reveal too many flaws, it shouldn't be a problem. But Yang Kai had no idea if this feudal lord was familiar with Chaekong or not. Hearing Yang Kai's reply, the feudal lord couldn't help but look at Yang Kai frowning. "You are Sir Chaekong's Black Ink disciple? Why have I never seen you before? Is this guy also Chaekong's subordinate? I'll be damned." Yang Kai secretly cursed his bad luck. Originally, he had thought of using Chaekong's name, but now it seems that he had just picked a rock and smashed it on his foot. If this feudal lord really was Chaekong's subordinate, he would definitely recognize the Black Ink disciples under Chaekong. Noticing the suspicion in the other party's eyes getting stronger and stronger, Yang Kai immediately added with a sigh, "I am Sir Chaekong's subordinate now, but I used to be Sir Zhichong's subordinate." Zhichong had died in the battle at Great Evolution Pass a long time ago, so there was no one left to verify his identity. As one of Zhichong's former subordinates, since his master died in battle, Yang Kai would definitely have to submit to another territory lord. "So you were at Great Evolution Pass?" The feudal lord finally found it logical as to why he had never seen this Black Ink disciple before. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded his affirmation, now finding this feudal lord quite annoying. Had he not worried about giving himself out too early, he would have already stabbed his Azure Dragon spear straight into the feudal lord's mouth. Yang Kai's story might have passed preliminary scrutiny, but he kept his guard up, for there was a flaw in his narrative. As expected, the other party was not a fool, so a frown appeared on the feudal lord's brow as he asked, "When Sir Hongdi led the army to retreat from Great Evolution Pass, he had an agreement with the 8th Order human masters at that time. Not only did he have to leave behind his own Black Ink nest, but he also had to leave all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples behind. How did you make it out of there?" If Yang Kai had really been at Great Evolution Pass, it would have been impossible for him to appear here. Yang Kai explained with a sigh, "We tried to break past the human army's blockade to assist the royal city multiple times, but we never succeeded. During the second battle, I was seriously injured and on the verge of death, so I had no choice but to find a place to conceal myself and stabilize my injuries. It wasn't until Sir Hongdi retreated from Great Evolution Pass and passed by that I managed to rejoin the army." He was bound to make a slip of the tongue if he kept speaking too much. A single lie would require more lies to cover up. If the feudal lord kept questioning Yang Kai was not sure if he could dispel his doubts. A look of sadness appeared on his face as he sighed. We fought many battles at Great Evolution Pass, and lost countless territory lords. There, a 7th Order Black Ink disciple like me was just an ant. It's already a miracle that I survived. His words seemed to have touched the other party's heart, who let out a long, forlorn sigh. It was the same at the royal city, even Sir Royal Lord. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. The humans are still a great threat to my Black Ink clan, but sooner or later we will wipe them out. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. That day will surely come. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Since the Black Ink clan wanted to exterminate the humans, why would they let Black Ink disciples live? The hatred between the two races was irreconcilable to the point that they had no hope to coexist in this vast universe. The feudal lord remained silent for the rest of the journey. Yang Kai was more than happy with his situation. From the other party's attitude, it was clear that he didn't doubt Yang Kai. Now half of his plan had succeeded, the remaining half would depend on whether he could successfully capture the Black Ink nest. A moment later, the Black Ink clan team arrived before the Black Ink nest. The feudal lord turned around and exhorted Yang Kai. Wait here, the supplies are with Mao Bo. I'll go and bring them to you. Many thanks, sir. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Mao Bo seemed to be the name of the feudal lord in charge of this Black Ink nest, the master of this place. The leader of the Black Ink clan team, who brought him here, was most likely a subordinate of Mao Bo. After spending some time with the Black Ink clan, Yang Kai had some understanding of how their hierarchy worked. There were quite a lot of feudal lords under a territory lord's command, ranging from several dozen to 100 or so. But at most 30 feudal lords would have their own Black Ink nest. Most of the feudal lords did not have their own Black Ink nest. Under normal circumstances, these feudal lords who didn't have a Black Ink nest would choose to submit to those who had a Black Ink nest, which could be regarded as a superior and subordinate relationship, but also a cooperative one. After all, the feudal lords with Black Ink nest also wanted their territories to become stronger. This way, when they were summoned to fight against the human race, not only would they be able to display greater strength, but they would also be able to protect themselves better. The master of the first Black Ink nest occupied by Dawn was called Bo Gao, but there was another feudal lord at the Black Ink nest, who was devoured by Blood Crow. The situation was very similar to the Black Ink nest here. Yang Kai scanned the entire Black Ink nest with his divine sense, and found that there were only 2 feudal lords here. One was the one who had brought him back just now, while the other was the one who was in charge of the Black Ink nest called Mao Bo. As for the others, they were all high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. There were not too many of them either, about 50 in total. This will work. It would be even better if Mao Bo came out of the Black Ink nest. While he was pondering, the Black Ink clan feudal lord returned and handed Yang Kai a space ring. These are the supplies. Yang Kai took it and pretended to examine it before putting it away. Presumably, the Black Ink clan wouldn't dare to embezzle when it came to this matter. Cupping his fist, Yang Kai addressed the feudal lord. Many thanks, I'll head to the next location. The feudal lord nodded in response. Yang Kai turned around to leave, but after taking a few steps he suddenly turned around, slapping his head. How foolish of me. I forgot to tell you one thing. The feudal lord asked, what is it? Yang Kai sheepishly looked around before continuing in a low voice. Sir, territory lords have found how the old ancestor is appearing and disappearing out of thin air. Before coming here, Sir Che Kong ordered me to inform the feudal lords about it, so that everyone in the outer ring can carry out a joint investigation to find anything suspicious. Hearing this, the feudal lord's eyes lit up. After hearing this, the territory lords have already found the reason. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had suffered many losses at the hands of the old ancestor, but even now, they still had not figured out how she was able to come and go like a ghost. This was not only a thorn in royal lord and territory lords' hearts, but also a source of extreme fear for the outer ring feudal lords. If they could at least figure this out, they would be much less afraid of the humans. Chapter 53-45. Sir, please look carefully. The feudal lord was overjoyed after hearing Yang Kai say that the territory lords had found the how of the old ancestor mysteriously appeared and disappeared. Yang Kai solemnly nodded. This matter is confidential, so before leaving, Sir Che Kong ordered the outer ring feudal lords to use the black ink nest to perform a thorough search. Search for what? The feudal lord asked in a low voice. For a certain thing. While speaking, Yang Kai took out a space beacon and handed it to the feudal lord. This. What is this? The feudal lord took it and carefully examined it, but did not find anything special about it. Yang Kai kindly explained. I have no idea what this is either, but the territory lord should know. What I can confirm is that the old ancestor somehow uses this thing to travel to the vicinity of the royal city. There's a strange energy lingering around it, the feudal lord muttered. Yang Kai patiently added. It should be the energy of space principles. Space principles. Realization immediately dawned upon the feudal lord. No wonder. Obviously he was not unfamiliar with space principles. There should be quite a number of these things in the vicinity of the royal city, so we must carefully search for them. In addition, I would like to ask Sir Maobo to step out of the black ink nest so that he can memorize its aura, as Sir Maobo is in charge of the black ink nest. It will be easier to investigate with the power of the black ink nest. The feudal lord nodded and handed the space beacon back to Yang Kai. Wait a moment, I'll go and bring Brother Maobo. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fist. The feudal lord entered the black ink nest once more, and returned with another feudal lord a moment later, who stretched his hand towards Yang Kai after seeing him. Show me. Yang Kai casually tossed as he stated, grinning. Sir, please look carefully. The next moment, 10 space beacons flew towards the two feudal lords. The two Black Ink clan feudal lords were taken aback. So many? This was especially true for the feudal lord who had communicated with Yang Kai earlier. He had thought that since the old ancestor used it to travel, it must be extremely valuable and rare. But much to their surprise, Yang Kai suddenly threw over 10 of them. Before they could figure anything out, the space beacons suddenly started radiating strange energy fluctuation, and immediately after, figures appeared out of thin air one after another. Each space beacon corresponded to a figure. 10 space beacons were equal to 10 people. Also, the surrounding space instantly solidified, giving the Black Ink clansmen the feeling of falling into a quagmire. What's going on? The two feudal lords were utterly confused, and so were the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Kill! Yang Kai shouted as he thrust his spear towards Maobo. He was the master of the Black Ink nest, so as long as he was taken down, there was nothing to fear. The moment Chai Fong and the others appeared, they dispersed in all directions. Chai Fong and 2 other 7th Order masters charged straight at the other feudal lord, casting various restrictive methods. The other 7 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters were like wolves in a flock of sheep, ruthlessly slaughtering the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. You humans! Maobo shouted in horror. If he still didn't know he had fallen into the humans' trap at this point, he would have lived all his life in vain. What he couldn't fathom was how someone, who looked so much like a Black Ink disciple, could be a normal human. Be that as it may, his movements weren't slow at all. Instantly, his consciousness communicated with the Black Ink nest, and the next moment, the giant flower bud-shaped nest started trembling slightly as a tremendous amount of Black Ink strength surged towards him. Just like the royal lord could use the power of his Black Ink nest at the royal city to increase his strength, the feudal lords could also do the same. Of course, the boost in strength they received was not nearly as significant as the royal lords. At the critical moment of life and death, feudal lord Maobo had to go all out. Unfortunately for him, Yang Kai's spear was faster. It easily destroyed Maobo's hastily condensed defensive barrier, and pierced straight through his forehead. Maobo's eyes cracked wide in disbelief. He could not be considered as weak among the feudal lords, and had even personally killed a 7th Order human in one-on-one combat in the past. Today though, his opponent was only a 7th Order human, but he was simply unable to block that spear thrust. A powerful shockwave swept outward as Maobo's head exploded. leaving a headless corpse floating lifelessly in the void. The vibrating black ink nest instantly calmed down after having lost his control. Yang Kai shot forward, smashing Mao Bo's headless corpse to pieces before rushing into the black ink nest. There might be other black ink clansmen inside the black ink nest, so he quickly went inside to take total control of it. He did not need to manage the battle outside. Chai Fong and the others had the absolute advantage and would take care of it properly. There were indeed a few high-rank black ink clansmen inside the black ink nest, but none of them was at the core area. Mao Bo had been staying inside the black ink nest all the while. As such, the high-rank black ink clansmen didn't dare to do anything outside their jurisdiction. Yang Kai went on a killing spree with his spear. After he had confirmed that all the black ink clansmen in the black ink nest had been annihilated, he exited casually. The battle outside was over by the time he arrived. The 10 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Old Turtle Squad were more than enough to deal with a single feudal lord and a group of less than 50 weaker black ink clansmen. The feudal lord who had led Yang Kai here fell at the hands of Chai Fong and the other 2 7th-order masters in less than 5 breaths, while the remaining small fry were unable to cause any trouble. By the time Yang Kai emerged from the black ink nest, not only had all the black ink clansmen been taken out, even the battlefield had been cleaned up by Chai Fong and the others. "Come inside." Yang Kai beckoned everyone. Chai Fong and the others entered the black ink nest in single file. After entering the black ink nest, Chai Fong released the Old Turtle Squad's warship as everyone landed on the deck, looking at each other, grinning. "Is there any problem?" Chai Fong asked in a low voice. Yang Kai shook his head. "It should be fine." The battle was finished very quickly. In addition, there was quite a bit of distance between them and the other black ink nest, so the fallout of their battle wouldn't reach them. "I'll go bring the others," Yang Kai stated before activating space principles and disappearing into thin air, leaving behind only a space beacon. Yang Kai returned a short while after. He then opened a portal to his small universe as 40 people walked out one after another. They were the members of the Old Turtle Squad. Previously, all the Old Turtle Squad members below the 7th Order had been left with Dawn to facilitate a rapid deployment. Now that they had taken over this black ink nest, they needed the full Old Turtle Squad to guard it, which was why the remaining members were brought over. The black ink strength inside the black ink nest was quite dense and strong, so even a 7th Order master would find it hard to bear for a long time. The purifying black ink pill might provide some help, but it was not suitable for an extended stay in an area filled with black ink strength. A warship, on the other hand, could provide firm protection. As long as the warship's defensive arrays remained intact and active, there was no risk of being corrupted by black ink strength. Yang Kai didn't stop to rest after helping the Old Turtle Squad settle down at the black ink nest, and immediately headed towards the third target. This trip was even easier than the last, thanks to his prior experience. When he met with the Black Ink clan team, who had come to investigate the situation, Yang Kai didn't say he was here to collect supplies. After all, such an excuse was a little risky. If the feudal lord he had killed first had already collected the resources from here, he would have to come up with a new story to slip his way out of it. Saying that the royal city had discovered how the old ancestor mysteriously appeared and disappeared, and wanted all of the feudal lords in charge of the black ink nests in the outer ring to carry out a joint search was a much better excuse. As expected, the Black Ink clan did not find it suspicious. Not only did they not become suspicious, they even became quite excited. To them, if they could unravel the mysteries of how the old ancestor was randomly showing up out of thin air, they would have a safer future. After arriving in front of the third Black Ink nest, Yang Kai used news of the space beacons to easily lure out the master of the Black Ink nest, and using the same trick, Yang Kai tossed out a handful of space beacons and attacked. But he was cooperating with Ma Gao's squad this time. All the special operations squads were almost equally strong, except Yang Kai's Dawn squad, which was much stronger thanks to the latter. Under the cooperation of 10 7th Order masters, the Black Ink clansmen guarding this Black Ink nest were swiftly wiped out. As such, the third Black Ink nest was successfully occupied. The 3 adjacent Black Ink nests covered quite a wide area of the Black Ink clan's defense line. Now that they had been captured, A hole had appeared in the detection net. So long as Great Evolution Pass disguised itself slightly, it would be able to pass through this hole and rush to the rear of the Black Ink clan's defense line undetected. Obviously, Great Evolution Pass must have some kind of illusion array installed on it, so disguising itself would be a piece of cake. They had now occupied 3 Black Ink nests. Dawn was stationed at one, the Old Turtles at another, and the Profound Wind Squad at the last one. Things settled down from the moment, but it would be hard to say after some time had passed. The Black Ink clan would definitely grow suspicious if 3 Black Ink nests fell silent for too long, but delaying things for 10 days or half a month shouldn't be a problem. Great Evolution Pass would have arrived in half a month at most. So long as Great Evolution Pass could pass through the defense line, Dawn and the other squads would only have to keep up this act for a few more days. Even if the Black Ink clan noticed after that, it would be too late. It would be difficult for them to respond in time. At the very least, it would be difficult for the Black Ink clan forces stationed at the perimeter to rush back to help defend the royal city. As such, the forces of the royal city would be weakened. Originally, Yang Kai thought that taking down the 3 adjacent Black Ink nests was enough, as this was also the minimum requirement for Great Evolution Pass to quietly sneak through the enemy defense line. But now that he had such a good strategy, Yang Kai felt like he could take over an additional Black Ink nest. It wasn't that he didn't want to take down even more after that, it was just that he was lacking in manpower. Right now, each of the 3 squads was guarding a Black Ink nest, while he alone could guard the 4th. If he took a 5th, there would be no one left to guard it. After all, it would be difficult for the others to last long in the Black Ink nest without the protection of a warship. 3 Black Ink nests were the lowest requirement. If there were 4, it would naturally be better, as the margin for error would be bigger. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai gave a word of advice to Dawn before continuing on his way, without a moment of delay. The 4th Black Ink nest was taken down quite easily, just like the previous 2. All Yang Kai had to do was use the space beacon as an example. The Black Ink clansmen out in the defense line were extremely concerned about the old ancestor, so when they heard that the territory lords had solved the mystery of the old ancestor's mysterious appearance and disappearance, they were overjoyed, which easily lured out the feudal lord guarding the Black Ink nest. But he didn't expect to be greeted with Yang Kai's spear. This time, Dawn's Shinao and the others worked together with him. After taking down the Black Ink nest, Dawn's members didn't stay and instead used their universe transference law to return to Dawning Light. Yang Kai remained alone at the Black Ink nest, monitoring the situation in the outer ring. Everything remained calm and peaceful for the next few days. He occasionally contacted the 3 squads, but nothing unusual happened in their respective areas. Chapter 5346, Yao Kongcheng's Message. The Black Ink clan didn't seem to have many dealings with each other. But thinking about it, all the Black Ink clansmen inside these Black Ink nests were extremely wary of the old ancestor. If they could hide in their Black Ink nests, who would be willing to come out? Even the feudal lords who had gone out to collect supplies were on edge. When Yang Kai had told the 2nd Black Ink nest feudal lord that Jiuka feudal lord was afraid of the old ancestor and had asked him to go, it might have been a casual excuse, but it was clearly not an unlikely scenario. Otherwise, the feudal lord wouldn't have shown such an expression. There were still 10 days until Great Evolution Pass arrived. Today, while Yang Kai was sitting in the Black Ink nest, monitoring the movements of his surroundings, a space beacon on him suddenly had a subtle reaction. He had a lot of space beacons in his possession, basically in sets of 2, which corresponded to each other. When they were not in use, he would usually store them in his small universe. But Yang Kai had kept a few on him. These space beacons were the ones used to contact the other Special Operations Squads and Great Evolution Pass. He couldn't put them in his small universe, or else, the world barrier would isolate from the outside world, and the others would not be able to contact him. After a quick check, Yang Kai immediately noticed that the space beacon was linked to the Snow Wolves squad. The Snow Wolves squad had gone deeper into the Black Ink clan's defense line, and there had been no messages from them since then. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, Yao Kongcheng had taken the initiative to cut off all contact with the outside world. But today, Yao Kongcheng suddenly sent a message. Obviously, they must have found something worth reporting. Yang Kai promptly took out the space beacon as a jade slip appeared in front of him the very next moment. Yang Kai caught the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression became solemn the very instant. Royal Lord. There was just an extremely simple message on the jade slip, nothing else. Royal Lord? Why did Yao Kong suddenly mention the Royal Lord? Did he want us to be wary of him? Furthermore, it was a very short message, as if Yao Kongcheng was in a rush, otherwise he wouldn't have sent such a short message. It should be brought to notice that recording a message on a jade slip was only a matter of a single flash of thought. It could be considered lightning fast. So why did Yao Kongqing only record the words Royal Lord and nothing else? Yang Kai suddenly had a very bad feeling, but he did not try to contact the other party in a moment of worry. Yao Kongqing might have encountered some kind of danger for him to send a message in such a hurry. If Yang Kai rashly contacted him, it might expose the Snow Wolf's location. Right now, all I can do is wait for him to contact me. Yang Kai became somber as he gripped the space beacon, patiently waiting. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Nothing happened. Finally, after 3 days, Yang Kai let out a long sigh of resignation. Since Yao Kongcheng had not contacted him in these 3 days, that either meant he was still in danger, or he had met with some kind of misfortune. There might not have been any black ink nests in the inner circle of the Black Ink clan's defense line, making it comparatively harder to get caught, but it was actually far more dangerous because if they made any mistakes, it would be difficult to escape. Yang Kai knew this, and so did Yao Kongcheng. Be that as it may, as the territory lords did not leave the royal city unless the situation forced them to, it should not be impossible for the Snow Wolves to escape given their strength, even if they encountered some kind of danger. Unless they were surrounded by a very large number of feudal lords. When Yao Kongcheng had sent a message stating that he would take the Snow Wolves squad deeper behind the defense line, Yang Kai was also considering taking Dawn deeper into enemy territory. After all, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and had quite a bit of experience fleeing from mortal danger. It could be said that he was well versed in the art of escaping. Unfortunately, Yao Kongcheng had cut off contact with him before he could suggest this. Yang Kai was unable to reach the former, and was left with no choice but to leave him to his own devices. Originally, Yang Kai thought that even if Yao Kongcheng was caught, he would not be in any critical danger, but by the looks of it, he had taken things for granted. Yang Kai used his divine sense to activate the space beacon, but as he had expected, he received no response. There could only be 2 reasons for this. One was that the space beacon had been destroyed, and the other was that Yao Kongcheng had put it in his small universe or space ring, so he couldn't reach him. It was not a big deal if it was the latter. It meant that Yao Kongcheng was definitely in hiding with the Snow Wolf squad, but if it was the former, then things were rather disastrous for the Snow Wolves. What exactly did he encounter? What did he mean by Royal Lord? Did Yao Kongcheng run into the Royal Lord? If he really did run into the Royal Lord, it was a given for the Snow Wolves squad to not be able to escape. No matter how serious the Royal Lord's injuries were, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. A Royal Lord was not someone that a 7th Order master could challenge. Even Yang Kai himself might not be able to escape if he really encountered a Royal Lord. There was too big of a gap between them, so the Tao of space might not necessarily be of any use. If Yang Kai was in Yao Kongcheng's place, facing certain death, or worse capture, he would have destroyed the space beacon, and committed suicide if need be. Because if he was captured by the Black Ink clan, and turned into a Black Ink disciple, Great Evolution Pass operation would be exposed, and all their plans and preparations would be wasted. Destroying the space beacon would also ensure the safety of the other squads. Only by embracing death would they be able to prevent the news of Great Evolution Pass surprise attack from falling into enemies' hands. Every human soldier was well aware of this, and was prepared to lay down their life if necessary. But how did Yao Kongcheng encounter the Royal Lord? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been harassing the Royal Lord now, and then over the past 2 centuries, especially for the matter of Great Evolution Pass Corps. She even fought with the Royal Lord several times in recent years, making it impossible for the latter to recover from his injuries, and forcing him to hole up in the royal city to protect himself. Only by borrowing the power of his black ink nest in the royal city could the royal lord contend with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. The royal lord couldn't stray too far away from the royal city, for doing so would be akin to courting death. Logically speaking, no matter how rash the Snow Wolves squad was, they would never approach the royal city, so they could not have run into the royal lord. However, the message Yao Kongqing sent contained the words, "Royal Lord." What was going on? Was the Snow Wolves squad safe? What did Royal Lord mean? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, but he couldn't find any clues. He had to guard the black ink nest he was occupying and could not travel around to investigate. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai informed Chai Fong and Ma Gao about the Snow Wolves squad's message, and told them to be on guard as there was something strange happening on the Black Ink clan side. Yang Kai sent another message to Dawn, whereupon Shineo arrived at Yang Kai's side with the help of the space beacons. When they met each other, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and directly stated, "Brother Shin, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this place and monitor the situation outside. If there is any movement, please inform me immediately." Shineo nodded all right. "Also, when you think you've almost reached your limit, get someone else to replace you." Understood. One had to be connected to the black ink nest to monitor the surroundings, but doing so allowed black ink's strength to slowly seep into one's body. As a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Shineo's cultivation was not weak in any way, so if he took a purifying black ink pill, he could resist such invasion for a while, but not for long. He had to ask the other members of the Dawn squad to replace him when necessary. Only by doing so would they be able to monitor the situation outside at all times, so as to prevent anyone from intruding. This was something Yang Kai had no choice but to ask. If he wanted to find out more about Yao Kongqing's situation, he had no other choice but to place his hopes on the black ink nest space, and see if he could obtain any useful information. Once his consciousness was connected to the black ink nest, his consciousness would enter the black ink nest space. In this situation, he would be unable to perceive anything happening in the outside world. If some black ink clan team came to check on this place, Yang Kai would not be able to hide things from them, and if they attacked him, he might not even be able to react. So he needed someone to cover for him before entering the black ink nest space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Shineo over. After making the necessary arrangements, Yang Kai immediately walked towards the center of the black ink nest. After a short while, he sat down cross-legged inside before opening his small universe and connecting his consciousness to the black ink nest, using his world force as a bridge. Yang Kai had done this more than once, so he was just traversing a familiar path. A few days ago, when he had captured the black ink nest, the thought of using this method to obtain some information about the Black Ink clan did cross Yang Kai's mind, but it was a little dangerous. Right now, the 4 scouting squad's main purpose was concealment, so not taking any risk was the better choice. So, Yang Kai had not taken any action for the past few days. However, since the Snow Wolves squad seemed to be in some sort of trouble, and Yao Kongqing had sent such a cryptic message, he had no choice but to take the risk and enter the black ink nest space to investigate. Nonetheless, he was not afraid of giving himself away. One's soul would basically manifest after entering the black ink nest space, and as each person's soul fluctuations were different, even if one could take another person's appearance, it was impossible to imitate another person's aura. So if 2 people knew each other well, they would be able to recognize each other at a glance. But who could recognize him in this damned place? Perhaps one of the territory lords may recognize him. After all, Yang Kai had used many soul-rending thorns to seriously injure, and even kill a number of territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples in order to seize control of the mid-rank Black Ink nest at Great Evolution Pass. Those who were still alive would definitely remember his soul avatar. Be that as it may, if the territory lord didn't come into the picture, basically no one would recognize him. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still felt that it was best to be extra careful, because his soul was extremely powerful. Although he was only a 7th Order Master, his soul was comparable to those in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm or the Territory Lords. The sudden appearance of a soul of such caliber would certainly stick out among a group of feudal lords and their subordinates. Yang Kai was here to gather information, so he didn't want any complications. As such, Yang Kai suppressed his spiritual energy as best he could and entered the black ink nest space. As usual, this vast space seemed to be extremely large, but also extremely small, without any specific concept of space. Yang Kai didn't take any specific form, just moving about as a kind of amorphous mist. After a brief examination, he found that there weren't many soul avatars in the black ink nest space, only about 30 in total, and many of them had remained in the most basic form just like him. 30 was quite a normal figure, as this was the space of a mid-rank black ink nest. Each mid-rank black ink nest should have about this many low-rank black ink nests hatched from it. Most of the people who came here were the souls of the feudal lords under the same territory lord, but there were also high-rank black ink clansmen souls. The high-rank black ink clansmen were naturally not the masters of the black ink nests, and had only been ordered to remain here to communicate with the other black ink nests. It could be said that many of the soul avatars left here weren't the masters of the black ink nests. Most of them had been ordered to remain here to pass on messages at a moment's notice and gather information. This was also the reason why Yang Kai dared to enter this place. If everyone knew each other, he would have been caught the moment he entered. Chapter 5347, News of the Royal Lord. After entering the black ink nest space, Yang Kai didn't immediately take any action. He just quietly waited in a corner, observing the situation. As if everyone sensed that someone new had appeared, the surrounding divine senses swept over, but they soon ignored him. Although most of the soul avatars entering this space were acquainted with each other, some unfamiliar faces would come in from time to time, so there was nothing strange about this. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief. By the looks of it, he had successfully snuck in. Inside the black ink nest space, divine senses kept surging again and again as naturally, the various soul avatars were communicating with each other. Some soul avatars did not conceal their thoughts from outsiders, allowing anyone to read their transmissions, but there were also a few who were secretly sending messages between acquaintances. As for what they were discussing, only they knew. There were also many people like Yang Kai who just idled by the side, not participating in any chat. As such, Yang Kai did not particularly stand out. After waiting for a while longer, Yang Kai finally began to wander around, reading the messages in the surroundings. He did not manage to obtain any useful information after wandering about for half a day. The conversation between these black ink clansmen was quite a mix. Some of them were thinking about how they would invade the 3,000 worlds of the human race in the future, and gather a large number of black ink disciples to lord over, while others were worried about the situation of the royal city. After all, the royal lord was seriously injured and the black ink clan in Great Evolution Theater was trapped. So the black ink clan's situation was quite a mess. There were also a few black ink clansmen who seemed to be diligently cultivating. After another half a day, Yang Kai had successfully infiltrated a few black ink clan groups and chatted with them. At the end of the day, Yang Kai had lived in the black ink clan for many years, so he was quite familiar with their habits and lifestyle. As such, he did not reveal any flaws. Had it been anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to participate in these conversations, thereby failing to obtain any information on the black ink clan once they exposed flaws. The conversation between the several black ink clansmen shifted again, and Yang Kai was finally able to lead them to a comparison of strength. Yang Kai added, "The 7th order humans are equivalent to the feudal lords on our side, while the 8th order humans are on par with the territory lords, but if we really fought against a human of equivalent realm, we rarely win." Sighing deeply, he wore a look of worry for the future of the black ink clan. One of the feudal lords disagreed. "There's nothing we can do about that. Human cultivation mainly depends on a lot of accumulation over time, so their foundation is firmer. We, on the other hand, can use the black ink nest to quickly increase our strength, so we're naturally lacking a bit in comparison. But that doesn't mean that we don't have any advantages. Human growth is slow, and it's not easy for masters to appear. Although it's not easy for us either, we're much better than humans in this regard." Another feudal lord agreed. That's right, our feudal lords might not be the match of their 7th Order masters in a one-on-one fight, and even our territory lord might not be their 8th Order master's opponent, but we still have the advantage in numbers. Yongkai poured a bucket of cold water on them. It is said that many territory lords at Great Evolution Pass died in battle, and the royal city similarly suffered massive casualties. Although many 8th Order masters from the human race have also died, generally speaking, it is still the territory lords who suffered more casualties. Many familiar faces have long since disappeared, and even the territory lords have fallen, let alone the feudal lords. The Black Ink clansmen who were merrily chatting with each other suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, and none of them was able to respond. Yongkai thought that the mental fortitude of these people was too poor. How could they just give up after a few words? Seeing this, he decisively continued to rub salt into their wounds. Sir Royal Lord also, in this situation, what should we do in the future? Everyone let out a long sigh as the hearts of the Black Ink clansmen tightened up. A feudal lord who had been silent all this while coldly snorted. So what if the humans are strong now? Sooner or later, they will be our slaves. Yongkai shook his head refuting. We can't be so blind and arrogant. Before the human race army attacked us, we all used to think that the humans were nothing, but now we're trapped in the royal city, and we are doing everything to form a defense line to prevent the humans from attacking. The nearby feudal lords all nodded. Before the arrival of the Great Evolution Army, the Black Ink clan of Great Evolution Theater were extremely proud of themselves, because they were the only theater that had managed to capture a human Great Pass. In the entire history of humans and Black Ink clan, the humans had only lost Great Evolution Pass. The Black Ink clan had never managed to repeat this feat in any other theater. But the Black Ink clan here was completely routed when the Great Evolution Army arrived. In the end, the Black Ink clan was forced to leave behind a mid-rank Black Ink nest, and all their 7th Order Black Ink disciples in order to escape from Great Evolution Pass. In addition, the royal city suffered massive damage and casualties. If they could turn back time, they would never underestimate the humans again. The feudal lord who was opposing Yongkai let out a cold snort before rebuking. The defense line is necessary. It's fine if the humans don't attack, but if they dare do, they'll definitely suffer. Yongkai curiously asked, why is this sir so confident? Have the higher-ups made some special arrangements that we don't know of? Yongkai assumed a humble look on his face as he asked while the others in the conversation also became curious. The feudal lord hesitated for a moment, but ultimately he answered in a low voice. I don't know whether higher-ups have made any arrangements or not, but the royal lord seems to have recovered. Yongkai's heart clenched tight. The royal lord has recovered. How did he recover? That's impossible. The royal lord hadn't been able to enter his Black Ink nest to heal all these years as old ancestor Xiao Xiao hadn't given him the opportunity to do so. It's impossible for the royal lord to recover without entering his Black Ink nest. Not only did Yongkai think so, but the other feudal lords also thought the same. One of them quickly asked, has the royal lord really recovered? Is this news accurate? Where did you learn about this? The feudal lord stuttered, unable to explain. Yongkai's voice turned heavy as he stated, Sir, this concerns the royal lord. You can't speak irresponsibly. It's fine as it was just in between us, but if word of this got out, I'm afraid the territory lords will condemn you for speaking nonsense. Yongkai didn't know if the territory lords would really do such a thing, but in any case, making a big deal of things was currently to his advantage. The feudal lord hurriedly defended himself. I'm not speaking nonsense, it's just… What? It's just that a few days ago, we faintly felt the aura of the royal lord's attack. Although it was only for a fraction of a breath, it was definitely the royal lord's attack. When the feudal lords heard this, all of them became extremely excited and quickly asked whether it was true or not. The feudal lord naturally insisted that he was not the only one who had sensed it, as the other feudal lord in his Black Ink nest had also sensed it. Yongkai's heart sank as he asked, how many days ago? The feudal lord casually replied, 3 days ago. 3 days ago. It was right when Yao Kongchen sent me that message. Did Yao Kongqing really encounter the royal lord? The feudal lords all became excited while Yang Kai too pretended to be overjoyed, but he was in no mood to ask any more questions. The Snow Wolves squad had encountered the royal lord. By the looks of it, their fate had been sealed. After all, they were only a special operations squad. They might have a chance to escape if they encountered a territory lord, but if they encountered the royal lord, death was the only possible outcome. Yao Kongqing must have sent me a message at the last moment to inform me of this, but unfortunately, he simply had no time. So the jade slip only contained the words Royal Lord. The Snow Wolves squad perished. Most likely, they all died together. Yang Kai's heart ached even more. The reason for this conjecture was that the remaining 3 squads had yet not been found out. If the Snow Wolves squad still had survivors, they would definitely be turned into Black Ink disciples. Once they became Black Ink disciples, not only would Dawn and the others be unable to hide themselves, even Great Evolution Pass surprise attack would be exposed. If they weren't all instantly killed, suicide was the only option to prevent themselves from being turned into Black Ink disciples. Since Dawn and the others were still safe and sound, and there were no unusual movements in the Black Ink clan's defense line, it meant that no one from the Snow Wolves squad had fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan. Murderous intent surged in Yang Kai's heart as he couldn't wait to exterminate all the Black Ink clan soul avatars in this Black Ink nest space. Nevertheless, he also knew that if he followed this impulse, the losses would far outweigh the gains. The reason why the feudal lord had only suspected that the royal lord had recovered was mainly because of the distance. All the low-rank Black Ink nests were about a month's journey from the royal city. If the royal lord was at the royal city, then even if he attacked, they would not have been able to sense it unless he really went all out. But why would the royal lord go all out against the Snow Wolves squad? The royal lord would have to be much closer to their Black Ink nest for them to be able to sense his casual attack. At most, the conflict would be a 10-day journey away from their position. The royal lord would not have left the royal city if he had not recovered. After all, he would be too afraid of running into the old ancestor otherwise. After staying in the Black Ink nest space for another hour, Yang Kai finally found an opportunity to leave. The moment his soul returned to his body, he made a quick scan with his divine sense and noticed that Ren Bingbai was the one overseeing the Black Ink nest currently. Shen Ao should not have been able to hold on and left, asking Ren Bingbai to take over. Yang Kai walked to the center and chatted with Ren Bingbai a little before asking him to return to Dawning Light. Ren Bingbai noticed that something was not right and asked, "Squad leader, is something wrong?" Yang Kai nodded. The Snow Wolves squad might be no more. Ren Bingbai was beside himself in shock. What happened? Yang Kai replied, "They might have run into the royal lord." The royal lord? Ren Bingbai involuntarily exclaimed in shock. They went to the royal city. Yang Kai shook his head. Yao Kongqing would not have taken such a risk. He must have run into the royal lord outside. When you return, tell everyone to be extra careful. Understood. Ren Bingbai solemnly agreed. After he left, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before messaging Chai Fong and Ma Gao about the Snow Wolves squad, telling them to raise their guard to the highest limit. Nonetheless, if they did encounter the royal lord, they would simply be unable to do anything no matter how careful they were. The gap in their strength was too wide. Right now, all Yang Kai could do was pray that they could hold on a few more days until Great Evolution Pass arrived. Immediately after, Yang Kai also sent a message to Great Evolution Pass to inform them about the Royal Lord's suspected recovery. Yang Kai received a reply from Great Evolution Pass soon after. The old ancestor had personally sent him a reply which read, "I've got a pretty good idea of the Royal Lord's injuries. It's impossible for him to recover in such a short time. Is there a mistake in the information?" Yang Kai quickly messaged back, informing her of everything he had learned in the Black Ink nest space. This time, it was not the old ancestor who messaged but Xiang Shan instead. He asked him to be careful and immediately flee if it came to that, meaning he should escape all alone. Yang Kai's small universe had a world tree clone. So he didn't need to worry about being turned into a Black Ink disciple. He was also proficient in the Tao of space. As such, his chances of escaping with his life were still decent. But if he tried to escape with the others, that would be really unrealistic and everyone would definitely be wiped out. Chapter 53-48, Great Evolution Pass arrives. Young Kai didn't reply and instead a deep furrow appeared on his brow. The old ancestor clearly said that it's impossible for the royal lord to recover, but then again, the feudal lord said that he had sensed the aura of the royal lord's attack 3 days ago. What's going on here? Young Kai was completely confused. Everything remained calm and peaceful over the next few days. No Black Ink clansmen visited the 4 Black Ink nests occupied by the 3 squads, and they remained safe and sound unexposed. Young Kai had entered and exited the Black Ink nest space several times. Now he could be considered a familiar face there, and was able to chat with many of the feudal lords freely, but despite his best efforts, he was unable to obtain any useful information. The feudal lord who said that he had felt the royal lord's aura had not entered this Black Ink nest space since that day, so Young Kai was unable to find him to ask about the situation further. All this while Young Kai frequently contacted Great Evolution Pass to track their progress. According to Great Evolution Pass' original schedule, they should have arrived at the Black Ink clan's defense line a few days ago, but as Young Kai had taken out Black Ink clan's eyes and ears by occupying 4 Black Ink nests, Great Evolution Pass could now sneak through without being detected. To do this, however, the pass had to change course, which delayed them for several days. Today, Young Kai was sitting in the Black Ink nest and closely monitoring the surroundings after getting a message. After about the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, he suddenly felt something intruding into his Black Ink nest's detection range, and it was something massive. Great Evolution Pass had arrived. Young Kai instantly scurried outside and looked towards the location where the defense line was disturbed, but he failed to see anything. Not even his divine sense could find anything. Only when he activated his demon eye of annihilation that he was able to see through all illusions and finally make out a massive distorted shadow rapidly approaching. They might have captured the 4 adjacent Black Ink nests and created a hole in the Black Ink clan's defense line, but Great Evolution Pass still needed to disguise itself. Otherwise, if a random Black Ink clansman was passing by, he could easily spot the giant Great Evolution Pass. By the looks of it now, Great Evolution Pass must have activated a fairly large illusion array. With this illusion array, Great Evolution Pass was completely hidden from ordinary means of detection. Great Evolution Pass was extremely fast, so it quickly passed by Young Kai's Black Ink nest, and continued straight towards the royal city. At the same time, several figures flew out from Great Evolution Pass, silently like ghosts one after another. Young Kai clearly saw everything and promptly used his divine sense to guide them over. A short while later, a total of 500 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters arrived before Young Kai. He then beckoned to them before leading them into the Black Ink nest. He had no idea what Great Evolution Pass had planned or why they had sent 500 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to him, but obviously, the higher-ups had something in mind. Soon he became aware of the plan. Xiang Shan personally messaged Young Kai and informed him that the main mission of these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the 4 Special Operations Squads was to exterminate as many Black Ink clansmen and low-rank Black Ink nests in the outermost ring. Right now, Great Evolution Pass had successfully snuck into the Black Ink clan's defense line and was heading straight for the royal city. But no matter how lax the Black Ink clan's security might be, Great Evolution Pass couldn't remain hidden until they reached the royal city. Great Evolution Pass would definitely be exposed midway. Nevertheless, it was more than enough already. So long as the Black Ink clan didn't have enough time to prepare, Great Evolution Pass surprise attack would have been a success. The rest of the battle would depend on their respective strength. Once Great Evolution Pass was exposed, the Black Ink clansmen setting up the defensive perimeter would be recalled to the royal city. The 3 Special Operations Squads and the 500 7th Order Masters' mission was to kill as many Black Ink clansmen as possible and weaken the Black Ink clan forces to lay the foundation for the upcoming battle. These 500 7th Order Masters did not simply represent their own strength, however. All of them were either squad leaders or vice-squad leaders. Their respective squad members and warships were all stored in their small universe. These 500 people represented more than 200 squads. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces among these 500 people, including Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. After Su Linggong had advanced to the 8th Order, Yang Kai hadn't seen them for over 2 centuries, but he had never expected for them to also advance to the 7th Order. On second thought though, it was not surprising. Whether it was Qin Kuei or Suing Shui, both had remained in the 6th Order for a long time, and had accompanied their honored master Su Linggong on the Black Ink battlefield for several centuries, so it was normal for them to make progress in their cultivation. Now the two of them had formed a squad, and as they were quite familiar with each other, they could kill their enemies quite efficiently. Qin Kuei reported, "Brother Yang, before we came here, the army commander said that you will be in charge of this operation. Our only mission is to kill as many Black Ink clansmen as possible." Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. "In that case, this Yang has been entrusted with a big mission. This battle is very important, so I hope senior brothers and senior sisters will give their all in the coming days." An old 7th Order assured with a smile, "Don't worry, this old master has been waiting for this day for many years. Even if I die, I will not let the Black Ink clan have an easy time." Yang Kai quickly shook his head. "Don't think like that. Currently we hold a huge advantage. If you can survive through this, that would be best. The Black Ink clan has no roots, so their lives are not as precious as ours. Senior brother, you might not be young, but if you can break through to the 8th Order, you may be able to live for many more years. Who knows, when you return to the 3,000 worlds, you may even be able to marry a few beautiful wives and give birth to a few children, and enjoy the joys of family life." The men in the crowd burst into laughter while Suing Shui and the other female 7th Order masters couldn't help but glare sharply at Yang Kai. The old man laughed even louder. "Junior brother is right, then should this old master cherish my life a bit?" But of course, Yang Kai didn't waste any more time, and mobilized his world force as he stretched his hand out and created a ball of light before him. "I don't know how much everyone knows about the situation, so I'll give you a brief overview." He pointed at the light spot and continued, "This is the royal city." As he spoke, he activated his Black Ink strength as it spread outward from the speck of light, becoming thinner the further it went from the speck of light. This is the Black Ink clan's current defense line filled with Black Ink strength. As he spoke, several light dots appeared at the outermost perimeter. "Are these the Black Ink nests?" Qin Kuei looked at the thousands of light dots and thoughtfully asked. Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. "That's right, these are all Black Ink nests. The Black Ink clan now possesses quite few Territory Lord Black Ink nests, and I estimate that several dozen of them have been relocated to the royal city. Each Territory Lord Black Ink nest has a few dozen Feudal Lord Black Ink nests which were either brought over as well or newly spawned to enhance the defense line, so there are somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 Black Ink nests in the periphery of the royal city." Everyone was slightly shaken. Thousands of low-rank Black Ink nests was quite a huge number. But it was also normal. If there were fewer, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to set up such a massive defense line. Currently, the outermost Black Ink nests are about a month's journey from the royal city. Yang Kai reached out and pointed to one of the specks of light. "This is where we are, and the 3 closest Black Ink nests are also under our control." His explanation was extremely simple and clear. Even though everyone had just arrived here, they instantly understood the general situation. The Black Ink clan's defense line can be seen as a giant sphere, and the royal city is located in the center of this sphere. Since the higher-ups want us to take care of the Black Ink clansmen in the outer ring to have an edge in the upcoming battle, we have to kill as many of these feudal lords as we can. The more feudal lords we can kill, the more advantage we can gain in the upcoming war. There are more than 200 squads here, so starting from these 4 Black Ink nests, we will move outward, eliminating all the enemies along the way. As long as we move swiftly, we will be able to eliminate many of the Black Ink clansmen before they know what hit them. According to our prior investigations, there are basically 2 or 3 feudal lords guarding each Black Ink nest. One is responsible for the production of Black Ink strength to expand the defense line, while the other is responsible for guarding it. So what I'm proposing is that a team of 2 squads is the requirement to swiftly crush a nest and kill the enemies guarding it. Each human squad had at least 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so if 2 squads were to form a team, then 4 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be moving together, which was the bare minimum to guarantee success. Of course, some teams would have more 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and would naturally be stronger. On top of that, the humans also had their warship support. As such, it would be a simple matter for 2 squads to deal with a single black ink nest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Kai's expression then became solemn as he added, "A feudal lord can also use their black ink nest to increase their strength when in close proximity. So when you engage the black ink clan here, if possible, start by destroying the black ink nest before targeting the feudal lords. In addition, I'm sure all of you have evil purging divine spears with you. This spear is extremely effective against the black ink clan. But if you aren't sure that you can take your opponent out, don't use it so we avoid revealing its existence. The evil purging divine spear must be first used on the territory lords." "We understand," the old man acknowledged with a nod. "If you understand, then there's no problem. Let's split up." Saying so, Yang Kai quickly began to divide the teams. Right now they had 4 black ink nests under their control. With over 200 squads distributed evenly, each of these 4 black ink nests would temporarily house 50 squads. It was naturally impossible for all of them to move together. Once the war broke out, all these squads would split up and attack the black ink nests in the periphery of the black ink clan's defense line in pairs. Of course, the black ink clan wouldn't be so stupid as to remain in place and wait to be killed. Once the royal city transmitted the news of the invasion, the black ink clan would definitely return to defend it. At that time, it might turn into a pursue and kill situation, or even a chaotic battle. Xiangshan didn't expect Yang Kai and the others to be able to exterminate all the black ink clansmen at the defense line's periphery. Nor did Yang Kai think they would be able to do so. After all, taking out thousands of black ink nests without being noticed within a few days was simply not realistic. They could only do their best to reduce the black ink clan forces. This could be seen as the vanguard battle of Great Evolution Pass, while the main battle was at the royal city. A short while later, all the 7th Order Masters left, leaving only 100 or so people behind on Yang Kai's side. Qin Kuei summoned his squad's warship and told them to rest and recover. With the battleship's protection, no one needed to waste their strength to resist the black ink strength's invasion. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either. He constantly entered and exited the black ink nest space to scout for information. Great Evolution Pass had already snuck its way into the defense line, but it would still take it a month to reach the royal city. Yang Kai didn't know how long Great Evolution Pass could remain hidden, but the longer it could, the more advantageous it would be for the human race. As long as it could avoid detection for half a month, it would not matter if they were exposed after that. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. Yang Kai still had not received any news. Hundreds of 7th Order Masters stood ready inside the 4 black ink nests. When half a month later, there was still no news, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Great Evolution Pass surprise attack had succeeded. The black ink clan had failed to notice even to this point. So even if they discovered Great Evolution Pass in the next breath, it would be too late for them to make proper preparations. Chapter 5349. The True Way to Use the Soul-Warming Lotus. Not long after, a space beacon on Yang Kai finally vibrated as a jade slip emerged out of thin air. Yang Kai promptly grabbed it and scanned it with his divine sense and found only one word: attack. The message came from Great Evolution Pass, and judging by the divine sense fluctuations on it, it was sent by Xiangshan's adjutant Li Xing. Great Evolution Pass had been discovered. This was no surprise. Great Evolution Pass was so massive that even if it was hidden by an illusion array, it was less than half a month away from the royal city now. It would definitely run into some black ink clansmen and get discovered. But the black ink clansmen who had discovered Great Evolution Pass should have already vanished from the face of this world. So the black ink clan still hadn't sent any notice. In other words, the black ink clansmen in the periphery black ink nests were still unaware of the situation. This was the perfect opportunity to act. If they waited any longer, once the black ink clan spread the news, Yang Kai and the others would lose the element of surprise. Yang Kai, who had been sitting cross-legged for half a month, finally stood up, attracting Qing Kuei and the others' attention. "Move out," Yang Kai stated in a low voice before messaging Ma Gao, Chaifeng, Shenao, and the others. The next moment, over 100 figures flew out from the black ink nest in groups of 2 or 3, one after another. Warships were summoned as squad members stepped out from the Seventh Order Master's small universes and boarded. After everyone had taken their positions, spirit arrays hummed as dozens of warships flew off in different directions at breakneck speed. This was the scene at Yang Kai's black ink nest, but it was playing out at the other 3 black ink nests too. At this moment, more than 200 human squads spread out from the 4 black ink nests along the outer ring of the Black Ink clan's defense line. Although there were many people, they moved in an orderly, precise fashion. A great war was about to break out. Yang Kai didn't leave and instead remained inside the black ink nest. Just as the warships left, his consciousness entered the black ink nest space. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai stepped into the black ink nest space and immediately shouted through his divine sense, "Sir Royal Lord has sent a secret order. Move closer to me to receive it." Inside the black ink nest space, the 2 or 3 groups of black ink clansmen who were conversing with each other all looked towards him strangely. Firstly, Yang Kai only displayed the soul fluctuations of a feudal lord, so if the royal lord had any orders, why would he ask him to relay them? Secondly, even if there was a secret order, this feudal lord could simply transmit it throughout the black ink nest space. Why would they need to get close? Although some of the black ink clansmen found the situation odd, they did not give it a deep thought as it was related to the royal lord. Not long after, all the souls in the black ink nest space had gathered around Yang Kai. One of the black ink clan feudal lords asked, "What instructions does the royal lord have?" At this moment, Yang Kai had taken the form of a black ink clansman that closely resembled humans. He looked at everyone with a smile before stating, "Sir Royal Lord has determined that there is a human spy amongst you, so all of you must die." As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy he had been hiding all the while erupted all of a sudden, and hurtled out in all directions. When the black ink clansmen heard the words human spy, all of them were taken aback, and by the time Yang Kai reached the word die, they still had not recovered from the shock and were struck by Yang Kai's fearsome soul attack with their guards down. In an instant, overwhelming spiritual energy engulfed all the black ink clansmen in the black ink nest space like a massive tide. This time, Yang Kai had pushed his soul to the limit, throwing all caution to the wind. There were easily 50 or so consciousnesses gathered here, many of them feudal lords. It would be difficult to find so many feudal lords together outside, unless there was a war raging. More importantly, it would be a troublesome task for Yang Kai to kill so many feudal lords in a real battle. The black ink nest space was a good place in this regard. As long as his spiritual energy outburst was strong enough, Yang Kai would have a chance to eliminate everyone here in one fell swoop. The very moment his spiritual energy burst forth, the souls of all the high-rank clansmen and the 7 or 8 feudal lords closest to Yang Kai instantly collapsed. Even Yang Kai's soul was shaken and his soul avatar momentarily distorted. Although his spiritual energy was on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's, it was not easy for him to deal with so many enemies like this at once. The high-rank clansmen were helpless in the face of such overwhelming force, but while the feudal lords might not have been on guard against Yang Kai, the moment they were attacked, they instinctively fought back. When their souls clashed with each other, it was too much for Yang Kai to fight so many alone. Even so, the souls that had yet to collapse were shaken by this violent outburst and were momentarily stunned. During the brief interlude that followed, a 7-colored light suddenly blossomed as a 7-colored lotus flew out from Yang Kai's body. The next moment, it suddenly expanded into a giant lotus and enveloped all of the Black Ink clansmen's souls. By the time the Black Ink clansmen came to their senses, they were already standing on the soul-warming lotus. At the very center of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul avatar grimaced in pain, but that didn't stop him from attacking. An overwhelming barrage of spiritual energy attacks rained down on the Black Ink clansmen, instantly killing several of them. All the surviving Black Ink clansmen turned pale in fright. Up until now, none of them had been able to figure out what just happened. All they knew was that their fellow clansmen, who had been spending a lot of time here recently, suddenly erupted with a territory lord's might, and went on a killing spree. Under the intense spiritual energy pressure from someone as strong as a territory lord, all of them were terrified and restless, as if they were treading on thin ice. Watching their fellow clansmen around them constantly fall or suffer heavy injuries, the remaining Black Ink clansmen didn't dare to remain any longer, and immediately tried to leave the Black Ink nest space and return to their physical bodies. But something happened that completely dumbfounded them. Normally, they could leave the Black Ink nest space with a single thought, but today, it was as if some kind of force was blocking them, preventing them from withdrawing their consciousnesses and leaving at the mercy of the other party. While the Black Ink clansmen were shaking in fear, Yongkai was pleasantly surprised. He never thought that the soul-warming lotus could exhibit such an effect. He was just giving it a try, but had not expected this to happen. This idea came from the time he was previously trapped in the Black Ink nest space. In the past, when he tried to wrest complete control of the mid-rank Black Ink nest, the Black Ink clan had trapped him in the Royal Lord Black Ink nest space through some unknown method. He was trapped in that space for several years as a result, and if it was not for the soul-warming lotus, he would have died. He did not know how to seal the Black Ink nest space, so he took out the soul-warming lotus and tried to use it as a kind of barrier to keep everyone enveloped within it from leaving. In the best-case scenario, it would work, and if it did not, he would not have lost anything from trying. Much to his surprise, it indeed worked, and better than he had expected. At this moment, all of the Black Ink clansmen had been pulled into the soul-warming lotus, so unless they broke through from the soul-warming lotus restrictions, they would not be able to leave the Black Ink nest. Interesting. The Black Ink clansmen wails and curses rang out to no end. No one could understand why this fellow clansman had become so bloodthirsty. They were trapped, unable to fight back and unable to escape. Despair soon engulfed all of the Black Ink clansmen. Yongkai didn't waste any time talking, nor did he use any soul secret techniques. He simply bombarded them with pure spiritual energy attacks, relying on his higher cultivation to crush his enemies. One after another, the Black Ink clansmen fell. Yongkai broke into crazed laughter as he went on a killing spree. He had spent quite a few years on the Black Ink battlefield. He had even killed territory lords, the backbone of the Black Ink clan, but there had never been a day when he could kill so many so easily. It wasn't just because of a gap in strength though, but also because the human race had finally taken the initiative to attack after countless years. The crusade began with him. After an incense stick worth of time, Yongkai turned his gaze to the last survivor. The soul avatar of the last feudal lord was incomparably dim, and as he stared at Yongkai, he asked in disbelief, "Why? Why are you doing this?" Even now, it never occurred to him that Yongkai might be a human. When Yongkai was spending his days here, this feudal lord had talked to him many times and Yongkai had seemed to fit right in. So he really couldn't understand why Yongkai had suddenly killed so many of his clansmen. "Because you're all wastes. The royal lord no longer needs you." Yongkai looked at him coldly. "The royal lord doesn't need us anymore." The feudal lord felt as if he had been struck by lightning and his soul becoming dimmer. He didn't want to believe this, but this revelation was quite a huge blow to him. Yongkai did not give the opposite party any chance to ask further questions, and shot a bolt of spiritual energy at him, blowing the opposite party apart. After just an incense stick worth of time, the once lively Black Ink nest space only had one person remaining, Yongkai. The rest were dead. Yongkai might have killed a lot of enemies, but he had to pay a price in the form of damage to his soul. Nonetheless, he didn't take these injuries seriously. Thanks to all the times he had used the soul-rending thorn, Yongkai was now accustomed to the pain of having his soul injured. As long as his soul wasn't instantly destroyed, the soul-warming lotus would eventually restore the damage. Be that as it may, he still regretted a little that he hadn't cultivated any powerful soul secret techniques. It would have made it a lot easier for him to kill his enemies in this place. Should I cultivate some soul secret techniques when I return? Otherwise, I would have no choice but to attack in this clumsy manner the next time I encounter a similar situation. But on second thought, there might not ever be a fight against the Black Ink clan like this again. It would be completely pointless to cultivate such techniques in that case. Yang Kai ridiculed himself and was about to head out, but suddenly he noticed something and began carefully inspecting it. After a while, a strange look filled his face. Much to his surprise, the souls of the Black Ink clansmen he had killed were actually absorbed by the soul-warming lotus and refined into pure spiritual energy that was now being used to repair the injuries he just incurred. Yang Kai was ecstatic. The soul-warming lotus can even do something like this. It had been many years since Yang Kai first acquired the soul-warming lotus, but it was only today that he realized that it could actually refine the spiritual energy of others for his use. Could it be that this is the true way to use the soul-warming lotus? Thinking back, he realized that he had never dragged an enemy into the soul-warming lotus to fight before. Even during the numerous battles he had fought over the mid-rank Black Ink nest, he would only hide inside the soul-warming lotus and rely on it to resist the attacks of the Black Ink clan territory lords. When he recovered, he would come out and use the soul-rending thorns to kill his enemies before returning to the soul-warming lotus to recover. As such, even though he had killed many territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples, their spiritual energy was not absorbed by the soul-warming lotus after their deaths. As far as Yang Kai knew, the greatest use of the soul-warming lotus lay in its defensive and restorative capabilities. Today he learned something completely different. All the Black Ink clansmen in this space had died inside the soul-warming lotus bounds, and when their souls collapsed, all their dispersed spiritual energy was absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. After the spiritual energy was purified by the soul-warming lotus, it was transferred to Yang Kai, repairing and strengthening his soul. This effect reminded Yang Kai of Wuquang's flawless purifying golden lotus, which also had a similar effect of refining all physical impurities. If it weren't for the flawless purifying golden lotus, Wuquang's energy would have been incomparably impure with his constant use of the heaven-devouring battle law, and he would have never been able to have his current achievements.